Chapter 241. We are really destined to be with the Qin family. After a burst of crazy output by Sheninghuan, a large mass of dead fish corpses floated on the water. The sawtooth fish who were still waiting for the situation below stared at the dead fish eyes, and realized that the situation was not good. The advanced troops all died heroically. And it was so miserable that even their whole bodies were not saved. How could they be okay if they went up? It's absolutely impossible. The school of sawtooth fish is probably a bit greedy, and afraid of death. Those who know the current situation are born with the genetic instinct of handsome fish. They realize that they can't take advantage, and can't eat small snacks. The fish immediately scatter in all directions, swish their tails and run away. Sheninghuan stood on the shore holding a machete. She waited solemnly for a while, but still no fish came up. She couldn't help but frown. Out of the corner of her eyes, she happened to see the big fat fish that was photographed on the shore. The dog twisted its tail furtively, and crawled toward the river pond. She turned back suddenly, and the big fat fish suddenly froze. "Can't see me? Can't see me?" Fat fish cried and muttered. Sheninghuan listened completely, and then her eyes darkened. There is actually a group of people in this place. It would be okay if those people get along well with each other. There are many Wanglians here, and she and Shinchiyue probably won't be able to finish picking them all before the Xianyu secret realm is closed, and they will share it with the others. That's okay too. They were afraid that those people were not good-natured people. If they found out that the two of them were attacking them, they would be passive. After thinking for a moment, Sheninghuan raised her feet and walked towards the big fat fish that was wailing loudly, and placed the machete stained with the blood of countless of its companions directly on its neck. The voice was cold and threatening. "Shut up and stop crying. If you continue to cry, I will chop off your fish head and go with your kindred spirits." The big fat fish was so frightened that it became stiff, and its cries suddenly stopped. This human two-legged beast is so bad that it scares the fishes to death. Sheninghuan patted its head with the back of the knife with satisfaction, and then said in a faint voice, "I am not a murderous person. I can spare your life. But what will you give in exchange for your life?" The big fat fish suddenly became excited. "Can I really survive? I am willing. I am willing to exchange my favorite snacks." Sheninghuan heard the sawfish mention snacks more than once. Sheninghuan, who knew what snacks were, had a black line fall off her forehead. She twitched the corner of her mouth, but politely refused. "A gentleman does not take away what others like. You should keep your snacks for yourself. Just eat it, and get something else." The big fat fish who recovered the snacks said, "Woo woo woo. Human two-legged. You are so kind. But I don't have any other good things. How about I give you the things I got from human two-legged before? They are all human bipeds, so they must be useful." This time Sheninghuan didn't refuse, so he just acted as a compliment, and then calmly stated his main purpose. "If you take me to find the group of human bipeds you mentioned before, I will leave you one life." Big fat fish, okay. After one person and one fish reached a deal, Sheninghuan was planning to think of a way to restrain the big fat fish to prevent it from running away after entering the water. But unexpectedly, he saw a big fat fish open its mouth, and countless things fell out. And in a blink of an eye, they piled up into a small hill on the shore. Oh, this is actually a sawtooth fish with spatial attributes. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that there are too many of these things. There are all kinds of shiny gems and weapons that are worth a lot at first glance, as well as some scattered space spiritual weapons. There are no less than 30 by visual inspection. Hiss. How many people did this fish have to kill to accumulate so many things? Originally it was just to intimidate the fish so that it would not make any small moves when it helped her lead the way. But she did not expect to have such a big windfall. Shinchiyue, who watched the entire process not far away, was already numb. Good guy. This is the halo of the heroine. With the blessing of luck, you will have good luck wherever you go. This wave of Sheninghuan wins. Sheninghuan tried her best to suppress the raised corners of her mouth, and then reservedly put away the small mountain of things. Then turned toward Shinchiyue and threw a vacated space spiritual weapon obtained from the Dragon Valley. "I'll lend this to you for now." Fat Fish said, "There are others here. I'm going to check on the situation. If you have difficulty moving now, just stay here and take care of your wounds. If I haven't come back yet, you don't have to look for me. Take the time to pick it up and contact us if you have any questions." "Any questions?" Shinchiyue grabbed the spatial spiritual weapon and shook her head like a rattle in excitement. "No problem. You go ahead. Don't worry. I will never hide anything. When you come back, I will share it with you. 4 for me. No. 3 for me and 7 for you. After seeing Sheninghuan's strength, she decisively took a step back. Sheninghuan nodded to her with satisfaction, then raised her foot and kicked the big fat fish hard. After helping it return to the water simply and roughly, she jumped on its back. One person and one fish quickly disappeared among the huge lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Shinchiyue breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned and pulled out the thorn for herself. But soon she began to feel uneasy. There was nothing around except the sound of the waterfall. It was so quiet that it made people uneasy. So she looked around, moved her position decisively, found a secret corner, hid in it, and slowly pulled out the thorn. On the other side, Sheninghuan had been riding the big fat fish on the river pond for a period of time. After hurriedly walking, she came to the place where the big fat fish said she found the group of human bipeds. But at this time, there was no one on the shore. But there were still traces of Wang Lian being picked around. She squatted down vigilantly and calmly directed the big fat fish to follow the traces carefully. Not surprisingly, they quickly found the location of the group of people. Qianmin, do you have any news about the second lady? You agreed to bring us to kill Sheninghuan. Why? There is no news about her. Is there any accident? A man was standing on a huge king lotus, asking at the top of his lungs the people on the king lotus next door. Sheninghuan quickly ducked and hid behind a large lotus pod, with a strange emotion on her face. She was actually from the Qian family. She was really destined to be with the Qian family. As for the second lady, she should be talking about Qian Hongxiang. Sure enough, Qian Hongxiang entered the secret realm for her own sake. There was a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. But she did not take action directly, but continued to hide and pry. The woman named Qianmin spoke up. Who knows? If you want me to say that there is no news about the second lady, Sheninghuan is a member of the fortune team. If we really kill someone, we won't be able to survive for long. Oh. Huh. She still thinks she is so smart. This will only serve as a wedding dress for other people in the Qian family. And it won't be of any benefit to us. I don't want to do it. Chapter 242 Qian Hongtao's Frozen Body. The man from the Qian family was a little worried. But that is the second young lady. She is very talented and has strong spiritual beasts. She is very valued by the head of the family. If we don't obey, she is afraid that she will cause trouble for us. Qianmin snorted in dissatisfaction. She's so strong. She's not cheating. You don't know, right? The second young lady's talent and qualifications were not as high as that of the dead third young lady. And maybe not as high as the two of us. She was promoted the day after tomorrow. What? The man from the Qian family raised his voice, then turned around and looked around cautiously, jumped onto Wang Lian where Qianmin was, and nervously reminded her. You don't want your life. You dare to say such a thing so loudly. Our empire currently has no way to improve talent qualifications. Qianmin smiled. Don't worry. This place is hidden and no one is there. As for the other Qian family members, they picked separately from us. I looked and saw that there were no traces of them around. And the sound of the waterfall was hidden. I held a loudspeaker just shout so someone can hear you. Sheninghuan, who had quietly reached under Wang Lian where they were, and used the wide lotus leaves to hide her figure and eavesdropped. I'm sorry. She heard it. The man from the Qian family breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked excitedly, What happened to the second young lady's talent and qualifications that you mentioned just now? Qianmin. I also heard this accidentally. My dad said that our head of the family was not satisfied with the second young lady's talent and qualifications. After sending people to the Edge Star for a while, the second young lady's talent and qualifications suddenly improved. There is also a problem with the Black Widow, the spiritual beast of the second lady. It is said that the second lady did not take the initiative to make the contract, but was arranged by someone from the Edge Star. Moreover, the Black Widow was already an adult spiritual beast when the contract was made, and it was better than the second lady. Its strength is still strong, and it stands to reason that the second lady cannot suppress it at all. But it has no backlash. It must be that there is some new contract method on the Edge Star. Hey, I've heard about this too. The sworn enemy who competed with me for resources in the Qian family was chosen by the head of the family to go to a secret place because he was a head taller than me. I later inquired about it, and it was said that he was on the Edge planet. After he disappeared for a while and came back, he contracted a powerful flying white moth. I have observed that the spiritual beast is of a higher level than him, which is great. I don't know if I can also go to the edge. Xing asked someone to contract a powerful spiritual beast for me. Qian Min. Who doesn't want to? I do too. But there are risks in this matter. I have secretly checked and found that many of the people who went to Edge Star are missing. Those who have lost information must be missing. We don't know what we will encounter when we go to the Edge Star. So it's better to be cautious. It is said that the Master is selecting the next batch of people to send to the Edge Star. There is no age limit this year, so I plan to avoid it first. What about you? I kind of want to go. My nemesis always bullies me, and now he's bullying me even harder and occupying my resources. If this continues, I'll go crazy sooner or later, so I might as well give it a try. Below Wang Lian, listening to the conversation between the two, Shining Huan was extremely shocked. Talents and qualifications are innate, but there is actually a way to improve them on Edge Star? And doesn't the Edge Star have almost no spiritual energy? Why is it there? Thinking about the broken signal tower on Edge Star, she has never been able to contact her adoptive parents. Could it be that something went wrong on Edge Star? Shining Huan felt solemn and listened carefully for a while. The topic of the two people above had changed. They said that as long as there was no notice from Qian Hongxiang, they planned to pick Wang Lian and grind foreign workers here, and they would go directly to Xian Yu's secret realm after it was over. Be teleported out. Then, there are some words that are not nutritious but very greasy. You tease me and I tease you. Shining Huan rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, then left the place without disturbing them, and continued to explore other people's news. Soon she found two more groups of Qian's family members, who were all working diligently to pick Wang Lian, and had the idea of staying there until the Xian Yu secret realm was over. Shining Huan was satisfied with treating them as pickers, and did not directly kill them, and send them on their way. At this moment, the light brain suddenly lit up, and news about Shinqiyue came. Shinqiyue save Jiu, and %Yuan 9. This string of garbled codes was obviously pressed by Shinqiyue when she was in a panic. She frowned and summoned Da Huang to teleport back. When she returned to the shore where fire roses were blooming, she took out her machete and walked warily toward the thorn bushes. But what the person didn't see was a human-shaped ice sculpture curled up. Looking through the surface of the ice, one can still see Shinqiyue's big, bloody and ferocious face. Shining Huan was shocked. What on earth is going on? Did someone come to attack Shinqiyue? She looked around vigilantly, and Big Yellow also turned its head to explore around, and finally relied on its keen sense of smell to find a thorny bush 100 meters away. There was a man with a ferocious face, a purple face, and a stiff body. The body covered with snow-white frost was most likely frozen to death. Shining Huan took a closer look at the face of the corpse, and was slightly shocked. It turned out to be Qian Hongtao, the eldest son of the Qian family. She had seen him in the Iori bamboo forest before. How could he freeze to death here? Moreover, Qian Hongtao's spiritual beast is an Arctic ice silkworm, and he himself is also of ice nature. Logically speaking, he is an ancestor who plays with ice, so he cannot be frozen to death no matter how he dies. With the mystery in her heart, she asked Da Huang to take the body with her, and teleported back to Shinqiyue. She looked at the curled-up ice sculpture. Her brows knitted into knots, and she was a little at a loss what to do. When she was still in Little Luoxing, Shinqiyue had just been reborn. She was really not lovable, and she would die when she died. But now Shinqiyue seems to have changed a bit, and is not as annoying as before. It would be okay if she just died like this. It's a pity. But more importantly, she is also the heroine in one of the running world lines. Will her death have any impact on this world? Ouch. Da Huang, who was suddenly licking and sniffing around the human-shaped ice sculpture, roared, and then took 2 or 3 steps back as if he was frightened. Shining Huan immediately became alert and retreated. She looked at the humanoid ice sculpture with cold eyes and asked, "What's going on?" "Rhubarb, there are insects." Shining Huan, such a big tiger is actually afraid of insects. Why hadn't she discovered Da Huang had such a weakness before? She was puzzled, but she didn't move her eyes away. Then she saw a snow-white silkworm baby rising from the humming cocoon on the head of the Shinqiyue brand ice sculpture. Its 2 black sesame eyes looked at each of them curiously. "Come here. Your little voice sounds milky. Hey, big tiger. Beautiful human being. Do you have any mulberry leaves to eat? I want to eat vegetarian mulberry leaves. I am injured and need to be replenished." Chapter 243 Ice Silkworm Gu King. Shining Huan's face was filled with shock. Isn't this Qian Hongtao's polar ice silkworm? A strange look appeared on her face, and a suspicion emerged in her mind. Then she thought for a moment, and dug through the space spirit weapon. She actually found a mulberry leaf from the space spirit weapon obtained from the Chai family. She pursed her cold lips, knelt down, and handed it to her vigilantly, in front of the little eye silkworm begging for food. The silkworm's eyes shone with excitement. He stuck out his head and happily took a bite. Then he ate deliciously. Soon the gap on the mulberry leaf gradually became larger. The little eye silkworm also ate and shook his head, humming happily, "Zyker," until he had eaten the whole mulberry leaf. He retracted his little head and let out a small burp with satisfaction. At the same time, a light orange halo appeared on its body, and it advanced to a second-level spiritual beast. Seeing this, Sheninghuan further confirmed her suspicions. She stood up, walked over and kicked Qian Hongtao's body that was casually thrown aside, and asked Xiao Bingcan, "Is this your former master?" Silkworm baby, who had been drowsy after eating and drinking, suddenly woke up. It paused, its sesame eyes dodged, and its little voice sounded guilty. I didn't resist him on purpose. It's all because he refused to allow me to eat vegetarian food and insisted on forcing me to eat meat. I don't like eating meat at all. I just like to eat sweet and delicious mulberry leaves. And he also gives them to me every day. Sleeping on an ice bed. I don't like ice beds at all. I like warm cotton beds. He is not pretty. And he hangs in front of me every day, which is very annoying to my eyes. I have endured it for a long time. And today he forced me to eat meat again. I resisted for a while. But I didn't expect that he would die after being so fragile. I was also unlucky to be injured and returned to the infantile stage. The silkworm baby cried. And the more she talked, the more aggrieved she became. And finally she burst into tears, which showed that she was very aggrieved. After hearing this, Sheninghuan was speechless for a while. Good guy. It turned out to be a tragedy caused by a meal of meat. The death of Qian Hongtao was too cheap. However, Sheninghuan didn't sympathize with him at all. He died just in time and saved her time to take action. Then what happened to the person under you? Why did she turn into an ice sculpture? Sheninghuan returned to the topic. She ignored the silkworm's cry and continued to ask in a cold voice. She might have softened her heart if it were any other real cubs of spirit beasts in their infancy. But this ice silkworm was different. It was Qian Hongtao's spirit beast. It had been with Qian Hongtao for at least 3 years. And it was considered well-informed and thoughtful. He might be as ignorant and pure as a cub. Not to mention that Qian Hongtao doesn't seem to be a good person. Could it have heard and seen it? Furthermore, she just learned from the 2 people from the Qian family that Qian Hongxiang's spiritual beast, the Black Widow, was different and came from the mysterious Edge Star. What about Qian Hongtao's polar eye silkworm? She had discovered that this polar eye silkworm was so powerful in the Iwari bamboo forest before. It could even freeze the 9th order sky-swallowing green python for a few seconds. This shows that its strength must be high, even surpassing Qian Hongtao. This is consistent with what the 2 Qian family members said about the spiritual beast being of a higher level than its owner. So it is more likely that it came from the mysterious Edge Star. Facing such a mysterious ice silkworm, Sheninghuan really couldn't sympathize with it. On the contrary, she was still defensive. Silkworm baby stopped crying and sesame eyes secretly glanced at Sheninghuan. Seeing that her face had a cold expression and no emotion, it tilted its head in surprise. This human being who can understand what it says doesn't pity it? Damn it. The promise of pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy doesn't work anymore? A ball of flame formed on Sheninghuan's hand, and she threatened in a cold voice. Speak, or I will burn you if you don't tell the truth. The silkworm baby, who was almost caught on fire, opened its eyes wide in shock. The insect's body trembled, and it gave up decisively, as it was afraid of the weak and afraid of the strong. It had an honest face and stopped being cute. It had a strong desire to survive and spoke quickly. I'm just injured. Seeing that she was covered in blood and steaming hot, I wanted to come over and warm myself up. I didn't expect that she wouldn't cooperate, so I used more after gaining some spiritual power. She became like this, but she was not dead, but was frozen. She would come back to life when the ice melted. Sheninghuan's eyes looked at the ice silkworm even more deeply. Shin Chiyue was already a 3rd level senior spiritual master, and was about to reach the 4th level. Even if she was injured, she wouldn't be able to hack an ice silkworm in its infancy and still get hurt by it. Became an ice sculpture. The reason is naturally that this ice silkworm is not simple. Sheninghuan narrowed her eyes. Should she kill it? Silkworm baby was also keenly aware of the murderous intention, and the whole insect stood up anxiously. Don't kill me. I am a spiritual voodoo and a voodoo king. I can solve many voodoos. I am very useful. This news immediately shocked Xinhuan. Spirit goo, goo king, and goo worms appeared when Chai Haoji and others were rescued before. It seems that the Chai family and the Qian family have followed the Miao family's goo worm clan in Star Territory to escape. It doesn't matter anymore. Her grudges with the Chai family and the Qian family are destined to confront these two families in the future. And she will inevitably encounter goo insects. And she knows nothing about goo insects. Even with Bai Zhe, goo insects are treacherous. It is impossible to guard against it. It is better to keep more cards in her hand. But the premise is that this card can be controlled by her. And there will be no accidents. As if knowing her concern, Kanbeobo decisively proposed, I can make a contract with you. As long as the contract is made, it will be its own insect. This beautiful human will definitely not kill it again, and will protect it through this period of infancy, and not be found by those people. If it doesn't like this beautiful human in the future, as long as if she is stronger than this beautiful human being, she will be able to bite her to death just like her last master. And then she will be a free insect again. Hey, it advances quickly anyway, and it will be very powerful if it swallows a few more goo. Silkworm Baby felt happy, and his little abacus clicked. Xinhuan's eyes were cold, but there was a smile on her lips. Oh, you want me to be a free nanny for you? If you bite the first master, you will bite the second one. I don't believe you. The silkworm's body froze. Wouldn't this human being be able to read minds? Then it heard her continue. Unless you make a master-servant contract with me and never rebel against me, my master, I will still kill you. Silkworm Baby really cried this time. The master-servant contract is equivalent to a lifelong contract of renunciation. It can't resist. This directly overturned its little abacus. All the beads in the abacus fell to the floor. And it hurt all over. Howling, it bounced, turned around and wanted to run away. But Xinhuan was already prepared. With a flick of his finger, the flames instantly rushed towards the ice silkworm, forming a ring of fire on top of the ice sculpture's head. Surrounding the ice silkworm, the silkworm baby was sweating profusely. It felt like the whole insect was about to be burned. Although it liked the warm cotton bed, it didn't like being burned by the flames. It regretted it. It had known that sleeping on an ice bed would be better than being burned by a ring of fire. Ah! Chapter 244 Master-Servant Contract Ice Silkworm. Isn't the Master-Servant contract lost a long time ago? I don't know. Silkworm Baby wanted to struggle again. Xinhuan directly shattered its hope. You don't have to worry about it. I will. This is included in Bai Zhe's final inheritance. Hope was completely dashed. Not wanting to die. Without the cartilage that would rather be broken than broken. The boneless silkworm baby could only accept this wave of threats in the end. And signed a master-servant contract with Xinhuan. Ouch. It burned me to death. Who is so wicked as to set fire to the top of my head? The contract had just been established. And before Xinhuan could lift the fire ring, she heard Shen Qiyue's angry curse. Xinhuan decisively withdrew her hand, put out the fire, and pretended to be calm that it was not her fault. Then she subconsciously glanced at Shen Qiyue's head and was shocked. I didn't expect the ice to be so resistant to burning. I don't know when the ice on Shen Qiyue's head melted. She was so focused on the contract that she didn't pay attention. The ring of fire directly burned a circle on the top of Shen Qiyue's hair. At this moment, there was also a circle of white smoke coming out. I didn't know if my scalp was burned or if my hair would still grow. Xinhuan worried about Shen Qiyue for a second. The ice silkworm in the center of the white smoke sensed that something was wrong, and quietly touched its cocoon. Song Shen Qiyue climbed down and slowly crawled towards the owner it had just recognized. Xinhuan lowered her eyes and glanced at it, then moved her eyes away and returned to Shen Qiyue's funny image. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth a little, and then tried hard to suppress it. Ahem. Are you okay? How do you feel? Do you have any frostbite? Only then did Shen Qiyue twist her frozen neck and raise her head. When she saw Xinhuan's presence, her wet face immediately showed joy. You're here to save me! Come on! Come on! Come on! Give me the rest of the ice! Let it melt. My arms, body and legs are still frozen. There is no need to burn the top of my head. The ice has melted. I said that as soon as I regained consciousness. I felt heat on the top of my head. You used fire to help me melt the ice. Thank you. Fortunately, you came back in time. Otherwise I might have frozen to death. Shen Qiyue was still frightened, and she was really grateful to Xinhuan. Huan must have rushed back in time and helped her thaw the ice as soon as she was frozen so that she could live again. As for the burn on the top of her head, she no longer cared about it. I decisively attributed this to the fact that my body was insensitive to heat and cold after being frozen for a while. And my perception was wrong. Huan accepted her thanks with a strange expression, then raised her hand to form several small fireballs that floated around her to help her melt the ice. The silkworm baby that was crawling around stopped for a moment and glanced at the silly woman who was frozen by him with disdain. If it had known that she was so stupid, it would have made a contract with this stupid woman. If her brain is not good, it will definitely be fooled. When the time comes, it will bite her back, and it will be a free insect again. It is a pity that it did not know this earlier and froze this stupid woman. He attracted such a smart woman as his master, and finally became a slave insect. He regretted it. He regretted it so much. Shinchiyue kept her body still and warmed herself up by the fire. But she couldn't stop talking. Did you see an ice silkworm when you came here? It's white and fat. And it spits ice very well. It's the one that froze me like this. I suspect it's a worm. Huan raised her eyebrows. How did you know? Shinchiyue. How else could I know that? Of course it's me. She knew this in her previous life. After she married into the Chai family in her previous life, she heard something from the Chai family. It was said that Qian Hongtao of the Qian family died in the Xianyu secret realm after it was opened. It was due to the backlash of his spiritual beast, the polar ice silkworm. Yes, this ice silkworm is said to be very special, smart, and the king of goo. It has caused a lot of troubles. The Chai family has also dispatched a lot of people to help a certain big shot find it. She had been hiding quietly in the thorn bushes, and suddenly a fat white ice silkworm popped out from the corner and spit ice at her. This was the Xianyu secret realm. So she had thought of this. But the source of the information in the previous life cannot be told. Her voice stopped suddenly. Her frozen brain moved in time, and her mouth stopped in time. A look of insight flashed in Huan's eyes, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she continued to ask, Huh? Why don't you say anything? Shinchiyue quickly shook her head and said with a dry giggle, I am just making a guess. It is said that insect-like spiritual beasts, such as silkworms and spiders, are particularly popular with the Miao people, and many of them have been refined into goo insects. What I just saw, that ice silkworm, is a bit special. I thought so. A smile appeared on Huan's lips. Instead of digging into the details, she gently raised her finger, letting the silkworm baby that had cocooned onto her arm sleeve crawl onto her finger, and handed it to Shinchiyue. Is this the one you're talking about? Shinchiyue's eyes widened, and she leaned back in fright. Yes, that's it. Be careful. It's very dangerous, Shining said with a smile. Don't worry. It has already made a contract with me. Shinchiyue's pupils trembled, thinking of the rumors that the ice silkworms had backfired on several owners in her previous life. Her heart skipped a beat, and she opened her mouth to remind Huan. But Huan took the lead and added with a smile. Master-servant contract. It can't escape my control. How about this? I'm helping you get revenge. Shinchiyue's face was so shocked that she was in a daze. What kind of monster was Huan? He even avoided this risk. Then the evildoer started to lose his temper and said, I promised you my life to save my life. You don't need to pledge your body to me. I don't like it either. Why don't you redistribute the proportions? What you pick is divided between you and me. Shinchiyue, immediately I was no longer moved. Good guy. Open your mouth and it will be 8. Why don't you go and grab it faster? But the grace of saving her life, plus the fact that Huan had solved the sawtooth fish in the water. She had done a lot of work, and it was not unacceptable to split it up. In the end, the distribution ratio was decided, in order to ensure that the labor force could work more efficiently than the donkeys in the production team. Huan also summoned a small snail to help treat her wounds. After recovering from her injury, Shinchiyue didn't dare to waste a moment. She rushed to Wang Lian's position and started to draw Wang Lian Buddha water and pick Wang Lian lotus seeds. She worked conscientiously and diligently, until she accidentally stepped on the wrong step and almost fell into the water. Only then did she see her own reflection in the water and the burnt circle of bald gourd above her head. Huan. Shinchiyue screamed in grief and anger, and the next second Huan teleported over and covered her mouth. Warning. Keep your voice down. There are still a few Qian family members here. Be careful to scare them away. The free pickers are gone. Will you repay the loss? Shinchiyue shook her head subconsciously. That's good. Keep working. If you shout more, you will lose a handful of small spirit coins. You can weigh it yourself. After saying that, Shining Huan let go of her and left calmly, continuing to pick. Shin Chiyua looked at her back and cursed in her heart. She knew how to trick her. The circle on her head must have been caused by Shining Huan's burning. It was in vain that she was so grateful to Shining Huan before. Her sincerity was all fed to the dog. Shining Huan didn't worth. Chapter 245. Damn it. It's a fake corpse. Time passed very quickly, and the day came when Xianyu's secret realm was about to close. What should I do? We don't have enough time. We still have a lot of royal lotus that we haven't had time to pick, Shin Chiyua said unwillingly. In the past 2 days, she had really regarded herself as the donkey of the production team. All she could think about was working. 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 Working against time. She didn't even dare to sleep. At most, she was too sleepy to squint for a while. When the 15 minutes were up, I gave myself a slap to wake myself up, and then got up and continued to work. What a great opportunity. After passing this village, there really is no such store. Shining Huan didn't hesitate to give in. She was so busy that she pulled all the spiritual beasts in the beast control space except Bai Zhe, who was still in the egg, to work together. She even didn't let go of the big fat fish in the water. She found after a few nice words, I got another free labor force. Then one would hang a space spiritual weapon for them, and let them pick the thing and put it directly inside. Fortunately, the big fat fish contributed a lot of space spiritual weapons, and after dividing it among several spiritual beasts, it was more than enough. She even frantically tried to attack the group of sawtooth fish in the water, but unfortunately they were too fast and timid to swim to where she was. She had no choice but to let these free laborers go. Pity! After hearing Shin Chiyua's words, Shining Huan straightened up, looked ahead, and squinted her eyes, with a smile on her lips. Don't worry. There's enough time. My free pickers will almost join us. Free pickers? How much money do you have for your family? Shin Chiyua spoke suspiciously. She had heard from Shining Huan that there were wealthy families here, but she had never seen anyone. Are you sure they are still here? You are not keeping an eye on them, so you can't guarantee that they won't have an accident or run away. Shining smiled happily. You don't need to keep an eye on me personally. I have someone who has tipped you off. As he spoke, a fish head emerged from the water. It was the big fat fish from before. The terrain here was no more familiar to it than having lived here for decades, so it was most suitable to let it help keep track of the Qian family. The news it brought this time was that the Qian family was coming soon, which was almost the same as what Shining Huan had planned. Shining Huan reached out and touched its head, and then fed it a few pieces of dried meat. The big fat fish shook its head happily and patted its tail excitedly, just like a happy little pet fed by its owner. The corners of Shin Chiyua's mouth twitched, and she didn't look at it. Does this fish still remember who broke its big shiny white teeth? Who cheated it into a collection? Now it is happy to be fed a few dried meat sticks by Shining Huan. This is too easy to deceive. Is the memory of fish really only 7 seconds? After a while, full of questions, the Qian family actually came over. Shin Chiyua immediately turned back to Shining Huan to ask her what to do. There were 8 members of Qian's family. If she wanted her to help them fight together, she would stop taking action. But when she turned around, she was dumbfounded. I saw that Shining Huan, who was standing there just now, was gone. Now standing was Qian Hongtao, with that cold and sinister face, that sinister and vicious eyes, that arrogant and cold demeanor. He was definitely Qian Hongtao. Ben Tao. But isn't Qian Hongtao dead? She saw the corpse just now, and the corpse was put into the space spiritual weapon by Shining Huan. A chill rushed into her heart, and Shin Chiyua felt that the hairs all over her body were standing on end, and her hair stood on end. Damn it! This is a scam! Where is Shining Huan? Was Shining Huan killed by him? Her heart tightened in a hurry, and her brain was buzzing as she hadn't had a good rest for 2 days and 2 nights. Young master. The Qian family over there had noticed Qian Hongtao's presence, and the originally casual atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and they quickly said low respectfully. Shin Chiyua's body was faster than her brain, and she quickly hid under a large lotus leaf. She didn't dare to breathe, and only exposed her head to observe secretly. Yeah. Qian Hongtao turned around and looked at the Qian family, nodded slightly with a cold face, and then said in a cold voice, How was your harvest? Several members of the Qian family looked at each other, and then looked at him cautiously. Just as they were about to reply, Qian Hongtao glanced over with a cold and cruel look. Forget it. No need to say anything else. Just give your space spiritual weapons handed over. Several members of the Qian family were shocked, and dissatisfaction immediately appeared on their faces. Young master, this is against the rules. Although you are the eldest master, the gains in the Xianyu secret realm belong to us, and we are led by the second young lady. People who come in, Qian Hongtao snorted coldly. Are you sure you side with that dead girl Qian Hongxiang? My father plans to send her out for marriage, and I will be the only one who makes the decision in the Qian family. You should consider it carefully. Yes. What? Qian Hongtao seemed to be dissatisfied with their slow manner, and his face turned cold instantly. Hand over the space spiritual weapon. Father said that Wanglianfo water has special effects and cannot be left in your hands. If you hand it over now, wait for it. After returning to Qian's house, you can receive a new spatial spiritual weapon, as well as compensation and rewards. If you don't hand it over. Huh? I saw that the person at the front was frozen into an ice sculpture. His body was shattered with a bang, and his blood exploded. Several members of the Qian family immediately shrank with fear, but they did not question it. The Qian family was always a prey of the jungle, and Qian Hongtao had a violent temper and killed many of his own family members. So they were decisively frightened and quickly handed over the space weapon. Qian Hongtao put away the space spiritual weapon with satisfaction and let out a cold snort. You guys are wise. If I find out that you have something to hide on your body. The Qian family members immediately groveled and shook their heads like rattles. Don't dare. Qian Hongtao calmed down his coldness with satisfaction and said, Okay, let's leave. The Qian family members immediately ran very fast, as if they were being chased by evil spirits, and disappeared after a while. Shen Qiyue hid behind the lotus leaf and looked eagerly at the space weapon in Qian Hongtao's hand. She was so anxious in her heart. Where had Shen Huan gone? She had agreed to use Qian's family as free labor. Now all the things picked by free labor have been taken away. People robbed it. Come out. Qian Hongtao, who was playing with the space spiritual weapon in his hand, suddenly turned around and said. Shen Qiyue's heart skipped a beat. Had she discovered her? Cold sweat broke out on her body, and her heartbeat was beating fast. The stalemate didn't last long when she suddenly heard Qian Hongtao's laughter. It was not a sneer or a mockery, but a joyful laugh. Moreover, it was a female voice, and the voice was very familiar. Could it be? She widened her eyes, mustered up the courage to stick her head out, and then she saw Qian Hongtao's figure began to change. The tall man of about 1.8 meters became shorter, and the big muscles on his body shrank, and finally even the clothes on his body were lost. Her clothes were also changed, turning into a slender-waisted beauty. This beauty was none other than Shen Huan. Chapter 246 Death of Cai Jiyuan. Shen Qiyue's eyes fell in shock, and she pointed in her direction. You are Shen Huan. Shen Huan raised a smile, threw the space spirit weapon in her hand, and tilted her head. This is the best way to get everything from the Qian family without losing any blood. Isn't it? Shen Qiyue was confused. But she was indeed right. Not only did he quickly get everything from the Qian family, but he also cheated Qian Hongtao and the head of the Qian family. Qian Hongtao was dead. But those Qian family members didn't know. After they left the Xianyu secret realm, returning to Qian's house to apply for the promise given by Qian Hongtao. Oh, there is no such thing. I went to find Qian Hongtao to argue with him. But hey, I couldn't find anyone. How could I argue if I couldn't see anyone? If they don't receive compensation in the future, the resentment in their hearts will only get bigger and bigger. As long as the news of Qian Hongtao's death is not spread, the resentment in their hearts will not disappear. Will it cause some trouble for the Qian family? And know it. Shen Huan hid Qian Hongtao's body from the beginning. Did she already think of this and plan it long ago? Shen Qiyue was in a complicated mood. She frowned and muttered unwillingly. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? It scared me to death. I thought Qian Hongtao had really faked the corpse. Shen Huan showed a surprised expression. I thought that after seeing Qian Hongtao's body, you could guess that this new one was fake. Could it be that you really took it as real? Seeing her eyes filled with, You are so stupid. Shen Qiyue gritted her teeth angrily, not wanting to admit that she was stupid. So she could only say, I just didn't expect you to have the ability to become Qian Hongtao. Shen smiled happily. Then you are somewhat ignorant. Shen Qiyue gone. You are trying to ridicule her anytime and anywhere. Damn it. However, due to the disparity in strength. Shin Chi-yue did not dare to do anything in the end, and could only continue to maintain the friendship between the plastic sisters. After the two of them picked the remaining royal lotuses together, they seized the last moment to go ashore to gather the flame roses. The two of them picked quickly, and reached the waterfall. The sound of the rushing water was deafening. However, Shin Huan suddenly grabbed Shin Chi-yue in front of her, and said in a low voice, "Don't move! There is someone in front of you!" Shin Chi-yue froze, and then following Shin Huan's strength, the two of them quietly hid in the thorn bushes. Under the cover of the sound of running water, they carefully poked their heads out to check the situation. Then, they saw a shocking scene. I saw Chai Haoji stabbing a dagger into the heart of his opponent Chai Ji-yuan, with a fierce look on his face. Chai Ji-yuan was now entangled by a swarm of black bugs. Unable to move, veins popped out on his neck. His eyes were bloodshot. His canthus was about to burst, and his mouth opened and moved. But Chai Haoji didn't give him a chance to speak again. He thrust the dagger in again, with a fierce expression, completely cutting off his life. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his words stopped abruptly. In the end, his eyes widened, and he refused to rest in peace. S fallen. Hiss exciting. Shin Chi-yue and Shin Huan looked at each other with bright eyes. At this moment, the plastic sisters thought of getting together, and they all took out their optical computers to record the wonderful scene of the brothers fighting each other. Shin Chi-yue sighed in her heart. The one who died was the definite heir of the Chai family, the eldest young master Chai Ji-yuan. Although she had never seen him, she could easily guess his identity by looking at his appearance. Good guy. I didn't expect that he was actually killed by Chai Haoji, his brother. So is it true that he was killed by the second prince in the Xianyu secret realm in his previous life? Or was it Chai Haoji who killed his eldest brother, and put the blame on the second prince and the others? If this is really the case, then His Highness the second prince will be in such a miserable state. Shin Huan thought more deeply. The black bugs that entangled Chai Ji-yuan should be goo bugs. It seemed that the person behind the control of the goo bugs chose Chai Haoji between Chai Ji-yuan and Chai Haoji. In other words, the Chai family and Shang Xingyu may not have that close relationship with the Miao people who control the goo insects. They may just cooperate, but they are more on guard against each other. This is good news for her. If the Chai family finds out about this, they may be in civil strife for a while. Her eyes flickered, and she was thinking about the best time to take out this important evidence. Suddenly, white light lit up under their feet. It was time for the Xianyu secret realm to be closed, and everyone would be teleported out. Who? Chai Haoji, who had just killed his elder brother and was in high spirits, noticed the white light not far away. He felt a thump in his heart at that time. With a fierce and ugly face, he wanted to chase after him and kill him. But it was too late. After the white light flashed violently, everyone disappeared in place. At the exit of Xianyu secret realm, countless people were thrown out one after another, forming high or low parabolas that passed through the air, and finally hit the ground with a bang. Shin Huan was naturally one of them. When she was thrown out, she had no time to react. When she reacted, she was about to hit the ground. However, before that, a tall and straight figure ran over and caught her first. Got her. His strong arms hugged her waist, and the hot temperature came from her waist through the thin shirt. Shin Huan frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart, and the feeling of resistance gradually rose. But just when she was about to twist her waist to avoid it, a low, magnetic voice sounded from above. With a little concern. Are you okay? Shin Huan turned slightly and looked up. It was Long Xingluo's handsome face. He had some green stubble on his chin and many small wounds on his face. His eyes were blue and black, and he looked tired. But his deep eyes were dark and captivating at this time, as if he could look directly into her heart when he looked at her. I'm fine. The resistance in Shin Huan's heart disappeared, and a smile appeared on her lips. You're fine. I'm fine. I stepped on my finger. Ouch. It hurts like H.L. My bones are about to break. Shin Chi-yue lay prostrate on the ground, gritting and howling. She was indignant in her heart. Why should Shin Huan have a hero to save the beauty? If a hero saves a beauty, a hero should save the beauty. But there is someone below them. Can such a big living person be blind and blind? Having to eat dog food and suffering a heavy blow to the soul. And having someone step on your finger and suffering a physical blow. What kind of suffering is this? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Shin Huan's face, and she quickly stood up and backed away. A flash of regret flashed in Long Xingluo's eyes. But he still gave her a gentle push in a considerate manner. After she stood firm, he let go and took a step back, maintaining a manner that was neither too close nor too distant. Distance. Chapter 247 The Death of Lu Qingqing. Buy Wanglianfo water. Buy Wanglianfo water. Buy it 3 times higher than the market price. Someone shouted not far away. Shining Huan pulled away from the embarrassment and turned around to look over. She saw that the place where it was just a mess, with human missiles smashing into it, had now set up many stalls. Some buying it, and some selling it on the spot. Especially those with the 2 stalls selling Wanglianfo water are the largest, one on each side, with a long banner. After the people in the stall on the left shouted, the people in the stall on the right shouted, and the people in the stall on the right finished shouting. The people on the left stall shouted, like a folk song contest, with their voices louder than before. Moreover, the people at the booth on the left are still Shinjiao and Shinjifan. How did they get here? Shining Huan had a surprised look on her face. Shinqiyu had got up from the ground with her fingers in her hands, and came over with a proud expression on her face and whispered, I asked them to come here. Those who have just come out of the Xianyu secret realm may not know the true value of 1 lian Buddha water. It is very likely that we will be impressed by the 3 times the price and sell it, so that we can still make dozens of times when we resell it. Hey, the main thing is a time difference. It's a pity that the news about Wanglianfo water spread too quickly. Otherwise the purchase price could have been even lower. Shining Huan glanced at Shinqiyu with rare admiration. Apart from anything else, she had a very bright mind for making money. But will there be any fool who sells it? The purchase price is 3 times higher than the market price. No matter how you look at it, you will know that there is something fishy. Anyone with a brain will definitely think about it, or go find out the information, so that the true value of Wanglianfo water cannot be hidden. Shinchi looked happy and excited. Who said there is no such thing? Look, the fool is here, and there is more than one. Shining Huan looked in the direction of her finger, and saw that someone was actually walking towards the stall to sell. They were acquaintances. Jin Jinjin, Lu Qingqing, Wu Tianzong, Wu Tianheng and Wu Yuguang. Ah! Dead. Cousin. Just when Shining Huan and Shining Huan were waiting for the fool to take out the Wanglianfo water, Lu Qingqing suddenly fell down with his back to them. Jin Jinjin screamed after confirming her death, which attracted the attention of everyone around her. It's you! It's you who killed my cousin! Jin Jinjin turned toward Shinjifan and Shinjiao at the stall with anger on his face. The expressions of Shining Huan and Shinqiyu changed. Shinqiyu was the first to lose her temper and cursed in a low voice. Then he ran directly over, stood in front of the stall with his hands on his hips, and yelled at Jin Jinjin. You guys are so shameless! You are overstepping your boundaries here! My brother and cousin were sitting there watching the stall honestly. It was more than 10 meters away from the road and no one could touch it. How did you kill her? Did you hit the cow from a distance? Jin Jinjin choked, but still refused to let go, biting Shinjiao and Shinjifan. Who else could it be if they weren't them? My cousin is beautiful and kind, and she never makes enemies with anyone. Apart from Yushin family, there are only 2 of them around here. The one who was the closest could not have done anything to her. As for how they harmed my cousin, who knows if they are spiritual beasts with special abilities? Wu Tianzong, who was holding Lu Qingqing's body, also had a sinister look on his face. He shot toward Shinjiao and Shinjifan with venomous eyes. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, You killed my fiancé. Neither the Lu family nor the Wu family will let you go. Yours! I will let your entire Shin family be buried with my fiancé. Good guy. This has risen directly to the level of the entire family. You are despicable and shameless. You just frame people without knowing why they died. Shinqiyu had jumped angrily. Shinjiao and Shinjifan were also confused. They just listened to Shinqiyu's words and set up a stall properly. How come they were involved in a life-threatening lawsuit and also involved the family? This was not okay. The 2 of them immediately panicked and stammered their explanations. It's not us! It's not us! Don't panic! Shining Huan had walked over at some point and was standing beside them. She looked coldly at Jin Jinjin and Wu Tianzong and said 2 words in a calm voice. When Shinjiao saw her, he immediately seemed to have found a backbone, and shouted with bright eyes, Sister Huan! However, Shinjifan's ears were burning. The unruly boy turned away his eyes in embarrassment. But he couldn't help but looked at Shining Huan cautiously. He felt a little unhappy. He was obviously the elder brother, but he was reduced to being comforted by his sister. The important thing was that he saw her. In the end, I really didn't panic anymore. My brother's dignity was severely hit. He pursed his lips, feeling a little depressed. But he quickly regained his composure and said stubbornly to Xininghuan, "I'm not panicking." Then he strode forward, stood next to Shen Qiyue and taunted Wu Tianzong. "Don't even think about scaring us by shouting. Catch the thief. If she is closer, she is the murderer. Then you are the closest to her. Aren't you the biggest suspects? Especially you, Wu Tianzong. Don't think I don't know. You are eating the food in the bowl and looking at the food in the pot. You are engaged to Lu Qingqing, but you miss Lu Qingqing's sister. Are you finally tired of watching it? This fiancée wanted to be with her sister, so she killed her and put the blame on us. Killing two birds with one stone. I knew you were not a good person. You treat your fiancée so harshly." These words seemed to have convicted Wu Tianzong. Xininghuan raised her eyebrows and smiled on her lips. The onlookers were in an uproar, pointing at Wu Tianzong. "I thought it was just a grudge, but I didn't expect it to be some sexy news. I know that Wu Tianzong likes his sister-in-law." He looked guilty after being pointed out by Xininghuan at the gate of the military area. He must have liked his sister-in-law and didn't run away. What this young boy from the Shen family said makes sense. Lu Qingqing might have been killed by Wu Tianzong. I accidentally heard them quarreling before. Wu Tianzong wanted to break off the engagement and marry Lu Qingqing's sister. But Lu Qingqing refused, and Wu Tianzong slapped Lu lightly in anger. And I could hear the slap clearly. Oh, now that you say it, Wu Tianzong is really a scumbag. If you don't tell me, I really thought Wu Tianzong was a good fiancé. Seeing how ugly he was holding his fiancé's body. It seems that Lu Qingqing is dead now, and there is no need to cancel the marriage. He might be secretly thinking about it. Happy. Jing Yao mingled with the crowd to stir up trouble. And soon Wu Tianzong was labeled as a scumbag who killed his fiancée and coveted his sister-in-law, while laughing while holding his fiancé's body. The crowd was outraged and his reputation plummeted. Shuijun Jing Yao, hiding his fame and fortune, quietly returned to Longxinglu and smiled at him. "Okay. The task you assigned has been completed. TSK. I didn't expect you to have a day where you were at a loss. I thought you would just stand up and help them." Chapter 248, known as a debt collector. Long Xinglo looked at Xininghuan standing in the center of the crowd with his deep eyes, and said in a low voice, "The time has not come yet. And besides, it would not be a good thing for them if I stood up directly." After he finished speaking with some profound meaning, he turned his eyes to Chai Haoji, who was standing in the crowd. His dark eyebrows slightly frowned. After not seeing him for 2 days, the aura on his body became even more dangerous. "What's wrong?" Jing Yao followed his line of sight and looked over. When he saw the annoying Chai Haoji, he immediately turned his eyes away in displeasure, silently calculating in his mind when the next secret realm would be opened. At that time, he would have to repay the Chai family for being in the mysterious realm. You can't plot against him in the Moon's secret realm. He has grown so big, and this was the first time he was beaten so badly. Even Suzuka's hair became bald, and he still hasn't recovered yet. Long Xinglo pursed his lips and frowned in confusion. "I didn't see Chai Jiyuan." Jing Yao's face dropped. "Humph. That bitch from Chai Jiyuan is very thief. He must have gone back to the upper star territory. No, I can't swallow this in my heart. I don't know if I can run into him in the secret realm next time. I have to ask the old men in my family to collect some interest for me first. And you, please quickly inform your parents and family. Your family is famous for being good at collecting debts. I will ask the old men in my family to get involved too." Longxing Tower, thinking of his family's virtues of begging for money and their eagerness to collect debts. He nodded decisively and agreed. While the two were talking, Wu Tianzong, who had been accused by thousands of people, looked extremely ugly. Even Jin Jinjin later switched sides and looked at him with a hesitant expression, as if he wanted to ask whether he killed the person. Wu Tianzong cursed an idiot in his heart. Seeing that it was impossible to blame the Shen family, he picked up Lu Chang and left quickly with a dark face. Xininghuan and the others didn't stop them either. After all, the Wu family and the Lu family were really not easy to mess with. Shen Qiyue looked at their backs and sighed regretfully. What was wrong with Lu Qingqing? Why did he die suddenly? If only we had waited a little longer. Maybe the business of Wang Lian Fo Shui would have been completed. Shen Jifan was speechless as he listened to her muttering. It's not unlucky for you to still want to do business even though everyone is dead. Shen Qiyue glared at him dissatisfied. You know nothing. You can resell it dozens of times. And you will make tens of millions less by doing one less business. Shin Jifan exclaimed. Tens of millions. Is Wanglianfo water so valuable? Are you daydreaming? Ah. You are just daydreaming. If you don't believe me, just ask Shininghuan. She also knows. As Shin Chiyue said this, she looked at Shininghuan and saw that she was sitting in the stall. Her head lowered, and she didn't know what she was doing. Shin Chiyue dragged Shin Jifan over suspiciously and took a look. Hey, where did the bug come from? Is it another goo bug? I saw a black bug about half the size of a palm lying on a small wooden board in the stall, struggling for its life. The ice silkworm above it, which was a circle smaller than it, was using its great strength to press down on it like a mountain. Shininghuan raised her head and glanced at her. Without answering, she took out an empty box and put the ice silkworms and black insects in it. She put it into the space, then stood up and looked at Shin Chiyue. Is your stall ready yet? Shin Chiyue plucked her hair and said depressedly, No. Those people didn't dare to go towards us because of the commotion just now, for fear that we might seek wealth or death. So we should go back first. Okay. You guys close the stall and follow. Shin Chiyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly called Shin Jile and Shin Jifan to close the stall. Shin Jile and Shin Jile were full of questions and didn't understand. Didn't they just go to Xianyu's secret realm for 7 days? Why is it that there seems to be a generation gap between him and her? Why does Wanglianfo water sell for tens of millions? What kind of insect? However, both of them knew the rules and didn't ask here. Every time after the secret realm ends, some stalls will be set up to sell the proceeds from the secret realm on the spot, because the things brought out of the secret realm attract people's attention. If they are not so powerful that people dare not offend, then they are likely to be targeted. So it is better to do it in time. Sell it and convert it into Shaolin coins for safety. So this is also the reason why the small market outside the secret realm was formed. The reason why Shin Chiyue is so happy is because Shininghuan has a powerful fortune-making team behind her. With them here, no one dares to target her. But this time Shin Chiyue miscalculated. Even with the fortune team, they were still attacked and almost lost their lives. A few people were riding Gong Shan's white tiger and Mi Shi's unicorn on their way back to Zishu Academy. Zishu Academy was located in a remote area, and they had to pass through a small wilderness area on their way back. When they first entered this area, they were suddenly struck by something. Large swaths of golden arrows that covered the sky flew towards them unexpectedly, and their density was so dense that they turned them into a hornet's nest. Gone! Who dares to even attack Fortune Squad? Shin Chiyue, who was sitting on the white tiger enjoying the light, looked at the deadly arrows in the sky and couldn't help but curse. Go down! Gong Shan shouted coldly. Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan responded and hurriedly jumped off the white tiger, while Shininghuan jumped down holding Shin Jile's back collar. Roar! The white tiger, who was no longer burdened, roared. Golden light exploded from his body, and after his whole body was covered by golden armor, he kicked his legs and flew towards the golden arrows. At the same time, the golden dragon of Longxing Tower, Shintu Lei Xuanwu, Jing Yao Suzaku, and Jin Hesong's Pishio appeared together with Mi Shi's unicorn. The six-headed beasts were already the top combat power in the lower star territory. As soon as it appeared, the whole place exploded, and all the golden arrows in the sky were wiped out. It stands to reason that most people would give up after seeing this battle. But the people in the dark did not. The golden arrows that filled the sky only stopped for 3 seconds, and then struck again with greater intensity. With strong murderous intent and coercion, they instantly swept the entire place, setting off strong winds, and the surrounding sand and soil were rolled up, which was eye-catching. The visitor is not good. After Shininghuan and Long Xinglo looked at each other, they came to the same conclusion together. You guys go and hide under Xuanwu. Shininghuan turned around and said to the 3 bastards around her with a solemn expression. This battle is probably for Longxing Tower and the others. When the big guys fight, the little guys will suffer. Shin Chiyue, Shin Jile, and Shin Jifan, even the aftermath may not be able to withstand it. The 3 people who had a strong desire to survive obeyed and ran in the direction of Xuanwu. However, the short distance of a few steps made them feel that they were so close to each other. There were too many golden arrows, and from time to time, fish that slipped through the net were shot towards them, making them scream in fright. The straight line turned into 18 bends on the mountain road. Shin Chiyue was unfortunately shot through by an arrow. Immediately, blood flowed out of her arm uncontrollably, and she rolled her eyes and fainted. Back then, he was pricked by thorns and turned into a bloody man in the Xianyu's secret realm. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body, but he was still strong. Now he fainted with just one arrow, which shows how powerful this arrow is. Chapter 249 Giant Black Beetle. Sister Yu! Sister Yu! Shinjiao caught Shinchiyua's fallen body with quick eyes and hands, and shouted several times with an anxious look on his face. Seeing that Shinchiyua was still fainting peacefully, he couldn't help it, so he turned around to ask Shinjifan for help, because his own arm had also been injured just now. A bloody mark was scratched by the golden arrow. One arm was so painful that it was numb on the spot. Half of the body was soft. It was impossible to carry a person weighing more than 100 kilograms. But what he didn't expect was that Shinjifan was even worse than him. He was already lying on the ground with a golden arrow stuck in his abdomen, and red blood was constantly pouring out. Good guy. He couldn't even survive one wave, and he fell down too immediately at the beginning. Shinjiao's heart stopped in fright, and he immediately grabbed one of Shinchiyua's arms and dragged him in the direction of Shinjifan. When he got there, he threw Shinchiyua away, hurriedly knelt down, and nervously put his fingers on Shinjifan's neck. Arterial probing. How's it going? Shininghuan looked coldly and walked over quickly, panting heavily. Her beautiful eyes, which were always calm and deep, were filled with anxiety and concern. Shinjiao quickly raised his head. His face looked paler than before, and he answered hastily. He's still alive, but it will be dangerous if the blood continues to flow like this. Shininghuan frowned and handed the little snail lying on his shoulder. You help him pull out the arrow. The little snail can heal him. I use defensive spiritual patterns. This position is still safe for now. Okay. Shinjiao nodded solemnly and took it. The situation was urgent, so the two of them didn't say much. After speaking, Shininghuan turned around and continued to face the enemy. This wave of fast-paced sneak attacks is really powerful. The golden arrows are scattered out as if they are free, and they are densely packed one after another, which is better than thousands of troops. Long Xinglo and Jingyao, who were blocking the front, were all entangled and couldn't get away at all. Only Shintu Lei's Xuanwu could breathe a little because of its strong defensive capabilities. Moreover, this arrow is so powerful that as soon as it is hit, the body will react. It can be as severe as Shinchiyua fainting, or as light as Shinjiao's body going limp. Even Nishi can't avoid being injured. The situation of the battle is far beyond everyone's imagination. Shininghuan stood behind a few people and stood on the second line of defense. Only then did she have time to arrange defensive spiritual patterns and take care of the situation of Shinchiyua and the others. If she rushed to the front like Longxing Tower, she would probably fall down now. There was thick fog in her eyes, and her brows were furrowed deeply. Who is it that secretly planned the sneak attack, hiding one's head and showing one's tail? He didn't show up yet. Long Xinglo in front obviously thought the same way. Since the man in the dark won't come out, then force him to come out. I saw him frowning, his aura rising steadily, and thunder and lightning crackling all over him. The five-clawed golden dragon let out a loud and far-reaching dragon roar, and then soared above the clouds. Immediately afterwards, the clear sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds condensed, and the sky was dull, carrying the dangerous atmosphere of an impending storm. Countless purple thunder and lightning burst from the sky. It fell down, and a powerful thunder pool opened. The golden arrows that filled the sky seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and their momentum suddenly declined, as each golden arrow was struck by lightning and broken at the waist. The defeat of the golden arrow array was already foreseeable. The situation on the scene began to change. There was a flaw in the aura hidden in the darkness in the distance, and it was about to move, but he soon held back, feeling vaguely like leaving. Shininghuan, who had been paying close attention with nervousness, sharpened her eyes, and then her mental power burst out, piercing the direction where the man in the dark was hiding. Ah! A short sharp exclamation sounded, interrupting the black-robed man's escape. At the same time, Gong Shan had withdrawn from the battle at some point and chased after him. The man in black robe was trapped by Shininghuan's mental power for a moment and lost the best opportunity to escape. He happened to be chased by Gong Shan. Roar! The white tiger roared, and Gong Shan fought with the man in black robe. When Shininghuan and others were chasing after them, they happened to see the man in black robe summoning a giant black beetle, which was twice as big as the white tiger. It was dark and hard as black iron. Even the sharp claws of the white tiger could not break through its defense. It can rub out hot and dazzling star sparks. In addition, more than a dozen black-robed figures sprang out from various hiding spots. They all summoned giant black beetles in exactly the same way. The insects were large and small, but they were all of the same species. and without exception, they had all the defense capabilities. It's extremely strong, and it can compete with Shin2 Lei Xuanwu head-to-head. Only the most powerful five-clawed golden dragon could break through their defenses. Long Xinglu and the five-clawed golden dragon were able to contain half of the giant black beetles at the scene. The burden on Gong Shan and others is reduced, and each of them only has to fight one. Shining Huan was taken care of, and only got the smallest one. However, her mind was a little distracted at this time. The surprise in her eyes never left the moment she saw the giant black beetle, because she had just seen a half-palm-sized version of this black beetle. When Lu Qingqing died before, Shin Qingyu and Shin Jifan were arguing with Wu Tianzong and others in front. I Silkworm quietly took the little butterfly to activate the concealment and abducted a black beetle from Lu Qingqing, saying it was a goo insect. She guessed that Lu Qingqing's death was because of the black beetle. But it was a pity that the black beetle was stupid, could not speak or move, and just obeyed the instructions of the ice silkworm. She could not get more information from it. And now I actually see giant versions of black beetles here. Are these also goo insects? Recently, I had a run-in with a goo bug or something. I encountered him 4 times in 3 days. Shining Huan's eyes were furrowed. After instructing Big Yellow Ermao to take turns to attack, but unable to break through its hard SHL, she simply used her mental power to stab the black beetle directly in the brain. In just one click, the black beetle made a long and sharp cry, followed by a series of small black legs struggling, then lay down and stopped. Shining Huan? Jingyao, who is still gritting his teeth and trying hard to burn insects to break through the defense next door. Died? How did you die? He let out a low cry of surprise, fought off the black beetle that rushed towards him, and then took small steps toward Shining Huan to learn from it. Shining Huan recovered from her surprise. Her expression was a bit indescribable. She herself did not expect that the black beetle's physical defense was so strong, but its brain was so fragile, and could be broken with a single poke of mental power. Moreover, this blow was just for testing. She didn't mobilize much mental power at all. Only 20% at most. Don't be in a daze. Share it with me. I can't stand it anymore. Damn it. This insect is flying. My Suzaku's bald hair is not cured yet. If the feathers fall off again, I'm afraid it will be. You are going to break up your contract with me. Jingyao wailed and urged. His evil face couldn't hold back. From his peach blossom eyes to his most seductive thin lips, he expressed the word, no. Chapter 250. Maybe it's a poison. In midair, Suzaku flapped its wings like an angry bird, spitting fire at the enemy while cursing violently, scolding Jingyao from his hair to his toes, and finally even made Jingyao wet the bed when he was only 5 years old. Everything was shaken out. As she listened, Shining Huan's expression gradually became weird. You wet the bed when you were 5? Jingyao's face stiffened. His eyes widened. How did you know? Did Suzaku say that? He gritted his teeth. His expression twisted, and then he turned to look at Suzaku fiercely. Very good. Your red flame fruit is gone today, and I will return the feather dye to you. Suzaku felt guilty, and his wings were stiff. He fell several meters from the air, and was almost knocked out by the giant black beetle. Then he staggered and flew again. The hind beetle stopped fighting, and hurriedly flew over to please his master. You can dispense with the red flame fruit, but the feather dye cannot be returned. Shining Huan, who was watching the whole process, said, Very good. Humans and spiritual beasts both share the same virtue of beauty. It seems that the contract cannot be broken. Then she focused on the giant black beetle that followed Suzaku, and once again tentatively mobilized her mental power to stab it. Just like the feeling just now, the black beetle's brain is just a little bit bigger, as if the cerebellum is shrunk, and it's very brittle, and it will break if you prick it casually. The black beetle screamed in pain and fell from the air on the spot. It struggled violently on the ground and pulled a few times before becoming motionless. Jingyao and Suzaku immediately looked toward Shining Huan with bright eyes. Shining Huan twitched her lips at them and said with a smile, You can't learn a unique skill. Then she left the one-person bird alone and continued to attack the other giant black beetles. Although these black beetles have great defensive advantages, they also have great weaknesses. She specializes in attacking the weaknesses, one after another. In a short time, the black beetles fell to the ground. Easily. Easier than solving math problems. Except for the last one. The giant black beetle that Gong Shan faced was summoned by the man in black robe, who was captured at the beginning. Its brain is different from other black beetles, although its cerebellum is a little smaller. Its mental power pokes through a defensive wall first, Hey, Shining Huan looked over in surprise. The man in black robe also looked towards her. And when their eyes met, Shining Huan could clearly see the true face of this man in black robe. He had a skinny face, sunken eye sockets, and the dark and terrifying eyeballs that were larger than the average person. At this time, he looked at her with surprise and uncertainty. Shining Huan immediately looked up. She knew what the defensive wall surrounding the Black Beetle's cerebellum was. It was also mental power. Only the mental defense wall constructed with mental power could withstand her mental attack. This man in black robe is a person with mental abilities. The black robe man's eyes were sinister, and murderous intent was present. Patterns appeared around him, and moths, fire ants, praying mantises, and more than a dozen spiritual goo attacked her, as if they were free of charge. With strong murderous intent, Long Xingluo's face was gloomy. He was still trying to touch his people in front of him. He waved his hands with anger, and the thunder was deafening. The powerful purple lightning aimed at the spiritual goo and struck down hard. Gong Shan, Jin Hasong and others also reacted and quickly protected Shining Huan from the spirit goo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shining Huan once again mobilized her mental power to directly stab the man in black robes on the head. Since he wanted her own life, she would not be polite to keep him. The man in black robes sensed the murderous intention, and his mental power poured out. The two mental powers directly faced each other in front of the man in black robe, exploding a golden firework. Then both sides increased their strength, and the invisible mental powers began to fight each other. The mental strength of the man in black robe is far beyond that of the person Chai Haoji invited on the Star Network before. Even though she drank the ivory bamboo marrow liquid and recovered some of her mental strength, her winning rate against the man in black robe was only 50-50. After a while, her face became more and more serious, and cold sweat began to break out on her forehead. The man in black robes on the opposite side didn't have a good time either. His sunken eyes were red, and his lips were white. Finally, he became fierce and used a crazy force to strangle Shining Huan's mental power, injuring the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. She was caught off guard, and her face turned pale. The corners of the man's mouth raised in black robes. His eyes were crazy and full of excitement, and he looked at her with provocation. But he was proud for only 3 seconds before his head was struck directly by a lightning bolt as thick as his wrist, exploding like a watermelon. The mental strength of the battle came to an abrupt end. Shining Huan raised her pale face, slowly raised the corners of her lips, and smiled at his headless body. This is not a battlefield between two people. It is easy to lose if you ignore others. After Long Xingluo finished hacking the person with a gloomy expression, he strode over to support the shaky body of Shining Huan. There was a heavy worry in his deep black eyes. As long as I am here, you don't have to work so hard in the future. Shining Huan was stunned for a moment. Her pale face was hot, and as soon as her raised eyes touched the pair of black eyes opposite, she was sucked in. She subconsciously opened her mouth and said with a shake, Are you? Whoa! The living dead? Shen Lei interrupted Shining Huan's words with a loud voice. Long Xingluo's face turned dark, and he was worried. Is it something? But Shining Huan, who had come to her senses, didn't want to say anything. Her attention was directly attracted by Shen Lei's words. She pulled her arm away from Long Xingluo, walked over, and asked curiously, What? Living dead? Long Xingluo grinded his teeth secretly in his heart and shot towards Shen Lei with murderous eyes. But Shen Lei's heart defense was as thick as Xuanwu, and he didn't feel any murderous aura at all. He walked up to Shining Huan, pointed at several men in black robes, and said, That's them. The black beetles they summoned before are dead. After that, they were like puppets that had lost their control strings. They froze in place and couldn't even move their eyes. Does Miss Shen know what happened? Shining Huan guessed suspiciously. Maybe he was poisoned? She thought of the black beetles summoned by these people, and the black beetles summoned by the mentally powerful men in black robes before. There were obvious differences between the two. The former has no defense, but the latter has a mental wall built by the men in black robes. After the death of the former, the person was motionless, but after the death of the latter, the man in black robe was still fine. It can be seen from this that the mentally powerful men in black robes are humans controlling insects. And now these people who look like the living dead are humans controlled by insects, and are then uniformly controlled by the men in black robes, based on the characteristics and functions of goo insects. This guess is very likely. Shining Huan explained the analysis, and others agreed. What about this living dead? Huan turned to look at Longxing Tower. He frowned slightly on his cold and dignified face, and said coldly, "Take it back and try to cure the poison." Chapter 251. He doesn't even dare to brag like this. Shintalei happily found a rope and quickly tied up the 15 living dead, who were frozen like fools and could not move. They tied them into a string and planned to tie them away in a hurry. But they couldn't move or walk. When the rope was pulled, the whole thing fell down. "Are you stupid?" Jin Hsung laughed and cursed, then called Pichio over to help, and he lifted them all onto his back, which was a bit rude. The last man in black robe was not steady, and he fell to the ground face down. 2 nosebleeds appeared on his handsome and pale face, and his expressionless face seemed to be distorted. For a moment, Huan looked over keenly, but the face was still expressionless and empty. After looking carefully for a while, she still found nothing unusual, so she frowned and looked away suspiciously. Then she thought of Shinchiyue and the other 2 people who were still staying there to recover from their injuries. "Let's go back and pick up people first." Long Xinglo glanced over with cold eyes, stopped Pichio, who was about to run away happily with his hoof raised, and said in a deep voice, "Go back to pick up people first." The arrogant Pichio turned into a coward in an instant. He followed Jin Hsung with his head hanging down and pressed his head against his back. Jin Hsung was pushed and staggered, laughing and scolding to no avail. Then he looked at Huan happily and said teasingly, "Senior Sister Shin, do you want to train with us when you get back? In order to cultivate the team's tacit understanding, we will set aside a period of time every week to train with the spirit beasts. Of course, we all live at Lingxiao District No. 1, so we can train together every day. This is a benefit that others cannot join even if they spend money. However, the only sequelae is that the Star Tower is so fierce that all the spirit beasts among us are afraid of it." Jing Yao also smiled and came over to join in the fun, and sincerely invited, "Shuemei-shin, why don't you come with us? My Suzaku has reached the 9th level, and even me Shi's unicorn, who is least good at fighting, has reached the 8th level and has extraordinary fighting ability, all of which were trained by our Xinglo." Although he was only stating the reality, and at most he was trying to help his brother gain some favorability, but in the ears of others, every word he said sounded like he was showing off. Huan didn't know whether she was tempted or not, but a man lying on Pichio's back with 2 nosebleeds pretending to be the living dead was deeply moved. Damn it. What's going on with the young people nowadays? All of them are incredible. Some of them are at the 7th or 8th level of spiritual beasts, and some have already reached the threshold of the 9th level. He doesn't even dare to brag like that. I think he has worked hard to cultivate spiritual beasts for 30 years. And now he is only at the 8th level. And this spiritual beast is not hacking useful at all. As soon as the black beetle got in, it immediately wilted. If it hadn't been for him, the strong-willed person was not completely confused. And now he is probably like the others, a living dead with hollow eyes. He couldn't hold it in anymore when he thought about the injustice he had suffered in the past few months. Fortunately, the damn man in black robe was dead. Otherwise, he would have been controlled by that insect and become a walking zombie. But who are these young men in black robes, who are so capable? "Arrive!" Huan's voice sounded, and the man's eyes immediately became blank, and he pretended to be a living dead again. At this end, Shinchiyue has woken up under the treatment of Little Snail. At this moment, her face was pale, and pale due to excessive blood loss. She just struggled to sit up. Her eyes were dripping with lasagna, and she didn't look very good. I originally thought that if I followed the fortune team, the robbers would have to take a detour. But who knew that someone would catch them and attack them? And they were so strong that she, a little fish, overturned as soon as they met her, and almost lost her life. Die. What does this tell her? It tells her that it's hard to take advantage of free money. Once you take advantage of it, you'll be in trouble. "Can you get up? We have to go back to the academy." Huan stood in front of her and passed her hand over. Seeing that she was being implicated, she rarely wanted to take the initiative to give her a hand. But Shinchiyue avoided it like a snake and scorpion, and said dryly, No, there's no point in taking advantage. What I mean is that I can get up on my own. My hands are full of blood. Don't dirty your hands." As she spoke, she stuck her butt out and put her hands on the ground, trying to get up without any image at all. Jing Yao and the others looked at each other in amazement. This girl from the Shin family really has a personality. They are not just bragging. In the past, when girls of similar age met them, Every one of them would act very reserved and shy, even if they didn't admire any of them. Some people will subconsciously maintain a good image. How can they be like these two girls from the Shin family? Shin didn't care. There was nothing indecent in front of them. But she didn't take them seriously. She just did what she wanted to do, and said what she wanted to say. She still faced them in Versailles in the Xianyu secret realm. They were sore all night. Shin Chiyue is also weird. And sticking her, but out is considered an indecent move. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful to treat them as outsiders? Each one of them made eye contact happily. So I didn't notice that Pichio on the side was waiting impatiently. It kicked off its hooves and walked back and forth several times. And finally squatted down. As a result, it exerted too much force. And the man in black robe lying at the front rolled directly off its back, which then triggered a chain effect. The other men in black robe were like grasshoppers on a rope. One after another. It rolled down, like a string of gourds. Only the man who remained awake gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. But even if he tried his best, he could not withstand the force of the tug. He could only follow his companions to freedom. Tumbled. Gula Gula turned around twice, and his rolling motion didn't stop until he hit two arms. And Shin Chiyue was hit by him like this. She had lost too much blood and had no strength to get up with her arms on the ground. Now she was knocked down by him and squatted on her, but Shin Chiyue, gone! Who is it that wants to harm me? She looked up angrily. The man in black robe also subconsciously raised his eyes blankly. The two people's eyes met each other, both of them shining with surprise. Uncle 7. Little Yaya. Two exclamations sounded together, causing Shin and the others from Longxing Tower to look over curiously. Is this man conscious? It seems that she was right before. Moreover, Shin Chiyue called him Uncle Chi. Was he from the Shin family? Shin Jifan and Shin Jiao also looked over subconsciously when they saw the familiar face tied up and lying on the ground. They came over with expressions full of surprise and asked, Uncle Chi, why are you here? Still dressed like this and tied up? Chapter 252 Uncle Shinchi Shinwang. Shinwang stopped pretending and sat up. An expression of relief appeared on his handsome and pale face. And then his whole face became full of emotions. He bared his teeth and said happily, I wouldn't have pretended if I had known you were here. But when did you three know each other? There are such powerful young people. Why didn't I know? Uncle Chi, that you three kids are going to be successful? He had an elder's look of relief on his face. As soon as these words came out, Shin Chiyue, Shin Jiao, and Shin Jifan were all a little embarrassed. Uncle Chi, we don't know each other. It's Sister Huan who knows us. The three of us are just passing by. Shin Jiao scratched his head and said sheepishly. Shin Huang was suspicious. Sister Huan? Shin Jiao, she is your real fifth niece. Uncle Chi may not know that you have been missing for so long. Something big happened in our Shin family. Shin Chiyue is fake. Blah blah blah. Shin Jiao told what happened more than 2 months ago, when the Shin family discovered the real and fake daughter, and took the real daughter back to Xyloxing. By the way, he also told about the life and death contract between the Shin family and the Qian family. I was afraid that Uncle Chi would be beaten by the Qian family if he didn't know the situation. Shin Wang's body tensed up suddenly when he heard the words, Edge Star. He had no intention of listening carefully, and his eyes secretly looked at the outstanding-looking Shin Huan beside him with vigilance, as if he was evaluating something. Long Xinglo frowned and took a step forward with some displeasure, blocking most of his sight. Shin Huan was calm and asked calmly without any fluctuations in emotions. Is there anything wrong with the Edge Star? Shin Wang had a surprised look on his face and frowned at her. You know? At the same time, Long Xinglo and Jing Yao also looked over with questions and curiosity. Seeing that there was no one else around, Shin Huan nodded without concealment. You know, I overheard the words of 2 Qian family members when I was in Xianyu's secret realm. She roughly recounted the conversation between the 2 Qian family members, and also revealed that Chai Jiyuan's death and Lu Qingqing's death were also related to Gu insects. This time, Jing Yao and others were really shocked. What? Chai Jiyuan is dead? I still plan to settle the score with him. How can I ask for compensation from the Chai family in Shangxingyu if he dies? They might refuse to admit their debt, or blame the whole thing on Chai Jiyuan. Jing Yao scratched his head anxiously. Long Xinglo also frowned and thought, a dead person has no value, and the Chai family will definitely not be willing to pay compensation for the dead person. Shin Huan blinked. Chai Haoji killed the person. I have evidence, but the Chai family may not know. Maybe you can change the angle and sell the murderer's information to the Chai family. I believe they will not want a candidate for the head of the family to die. Even if they don't want to take care of it, other families will laugh at it. So they will have to take care of it even if they don't want to take care of it. Long Xinglo and Jing Yao's eyes lit up. Jin Hesong's money-making DNA is also ready to move. Jing Yao decisively agreed. Good idea. Let's do it. Long Xinglo nodded solemnly. Even if other families don't know that there is no candidate for head of the family like the Chai family, I will let people push it. Jin Hesong smiled as cunningly as a fox. I remember those old guys from the Chai family really care about face. I'll ask my grandpa himself to make more jokes at them. And I'm sure I can get him to pay more. So the few people decided happily, and Shining Huan sent the video to Longxing Tower with a backhand. They also generously stated that half of the compensation they would receive would be given to her. A great hero. Shen Qiyue, who was listening to the whole process, was filled with envy and jealousy. She also had the video. Is it too late for her to hand it in now? She was so cheap. She didn't want half. But one of the three. No. 1/5 would be fine. Unfortunately, with one glance from Shining Huan, she immediately withered. No future. Shen Wang muttered secretly, and then stared at Shining Huan, his biological niece. This new biological niece was so beautiful. But she didn't look like her eldest brother or sister-in-law. But she looked a bit like her eighth brother. Uncle Qi, it's your turn. After communicating with the people in Longxing Tower, Shining Huan returned her attention to Shen Wang. Shen Wang blinked blankly. Shining Huan, it's time to talk about your experience. Uncle Qi, is there any problem with Edge Star? Shen Wang came back to his senses immediately and slapped his thigh excitedly. There's a problem. It's a big problem. I discovered that the Qian family was sneaky at first. So I wanted to follow them secretly to see the situation. But I didn't expect that I had just followed them into the edge. Xing asked someone to knock him out. And when I woke up, I found him lying in an unknown place. The person next to me was Miao Lai, the man in black robe who you hacked with before. He just listened to the conversation between the new eldest niece and several powerful young men. He knew that they all came from big families and had power behind them. So what are you waiting for? He should tell the truth decisively. The Shen family can't do it as a small family. So let's get the big family to do it together. I don't know how that bastard Mayonnaise thought of provoking such powerful young people. Isn't this just inviting powerful enemies to himself? If he doesn't add fuel to the flames, he won't be able to bear the grievances he has suffered in the past few months. So he went on to elaborate on what he had seen and heard in the past few months. After he woke up, Mayonnaise injected goo insects into his body, and the black beetle controlled him, although his body was completely controlled by that insect. Fortunately, he had one that was not very useful in combat, and was still cowardly. But as a spiritual beast that plays a role in spiritual will, he relies on his own tenacious willpower to prevent him from being completely controlled like others. Occasionally, his consciousness will wake up, and he will know a lot about mage. For example, there was a secret base on the Edge Star that the Qian family went to before, which specialized in cultivating goo insects and goo people. Miao Lai was just one of the small bosses, and there were bigger figures inside. But it was a pity that he had never seen it. For example, the reason why Neos targeted them was because he guessed that there was a lack of high-quality goo materials in the base before. So he targeted them. Miao Lai, whose surname is Miao. Is he really from the Miao ethnic group? Several people in Longxing Tower looked at each other and decided to investigate the Miao clan carefully. Miao Lai's attack on them may not be as simple as Uncle Shenqi guessed. Their spirit beasts were so iconic that it was impossible for him not to recognize them. And it was impossible not to know the energy behind them. But he still did not stop. If it weren't for Shining Huan, a rare soldier who could quickly kill goo insects with his mental power, they might have been caught by Miao Lai. The best time to attack them before the exhaustion in Xianyu's secret realm was fully recovered was Miao Lai's ambush. Their inevitable journey back to Zishu Academy was probably premeditated. What do the forces behind him want to do? Aren't you afraid of facing several of their families directly? Several people's expressions became solemn, and the conspiracy behind the scenes was still far-reaching and treacherous, which made them feel a strong sense of foreboding. Chapter 253 Taking Shen Wang into Zishu Academy. After hearing Shen Wang's words, Shen Qiyue showed an expression of sudden realization. In her previous life, her seventh uncle had always been missing. Even though the Shen family suffered a disaster later, he did not appear. It turned out to be because he was controlled by someone. Thinking about it like this, she recalled a few things that she didn't care about in her previous life. except for the seventh uncle Shen Wang, the third uncle, the fourth uncle, the fifth uncle, and the eighth uncle were also missing, and had not returned to Shen's house. Could it be that they also met Shen Wang? What happened? She was immersed in memories, and she didn't see Long Xingluo's deep eyes looking at her with strange eyes at this moment, with a hint of shock. But this strangeness was soon noticed by him. Hidden away. Only a thoughtful look remained. After a few low-pitched conversations, they decided to go back to Zishu Academy first. Seeing that the current situation was unclear, and they couldn't stay here any longer, Shen Wang listened to their conversation with open ears. A look of surprise and excitement on his face. Back to Zishu College? Xiao Lei, Xiao Fan, Xiao Ya. Are you also students of Zishu College? Shen Jifan froze completely, his expression stiff, and he was very resistant to this title. Shen Jiao was thick-skinned but accepted it well. He puffed up his chest proudly and answered forcefully. Yes! Knowing that his seventh uncle had been controlled by men in black robes for the past few months and had no knowledge of the outside world, and did not return to Xyloxing to participate in their awakening ceremony, he briefly and comprehensively described the general situation at that time, and highlighted Shen Ying's displeasure. Being favored by everyone, and then counterattacking powerfully also showed that the younger generation of the Shen family are all promising this year, and 4 of them have been admitted to Zishu Academy. As expected, Shen Wang's face flushed with excitement, and his eyes shining with excitement when he looked at Shen Huan. Is this new niece so awesome? She is simply his ideal pretentious life. Okay. You are all promising. You are more successful than my 7th uncle, but not as successful as your 8th uncle. The new niece may be able to compete with your 8th uncle in the future. Shen Huan, who was listening on the side, looked a little curious. What kind of person is Uncle 8th? 8th Uncle Shen saying. She had heard many times about this Qiliner of the Shen family, who had only heard of his name, but not his face on Little Star. He was the idol of many children of the Shen family. When she saw Shen, she forgot that she was their elder brother. They all looked proud of their younger brother, so they couldn't help but ask. The smile on Shen Wang's face suddenly froze. He avoided looking into Shen Huan's eyes, and said hesitantly, It's just very powerful. Just think of it according to Long Aotian's version. Your grandfather won't let us talk more about your 8th uncle outside, so don't ask any more questions about your new niece. This aroused the curiosity in Shen Huan's heart. Her eyes flashed and her lips smiled. However, she did not embarrass the 7th uncle. She nodded slightly and said, Then I will ask Grandpa later. Then she turned around and reminded the people in Longxing Tower that it was time to leave. Then Uncle Qi, what should you do? Before stepping out, Shen Jiao glanced hesitantly at Shen Wang, who was sitting on the ground with a sullen face and 2 tubes of red nosebleeds, and asked tentatively, How about Uncle Qi go back to Xyloxing first? Shen Wang immediately turned serious and shook his head like a rattle. No, I can't go back. My identity must have been exposed. If something happens to me, I'll lie. The people in the Edge Star base will definitely pursue it. If I am alive and awake, going back will definitely bring trouble to the Shen family. What should we do? Shen Jiao, Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan looked at Uncle Qi's begging eyes with embarrassed expressions. But we are in Zishu College, and the college cannot bring outsiders. Jing Yao laughed and said, That's not that strict. You can't bring people out. But outstanding students living in Lishao District No. 1 still have privileges. One of them is that they can be sponsored by students from Lishao District to bring in a student. Those outside the school can stay for up to 3 months. Shen Jiao's eyes lit up. It is indeed not as safe to go to Zishu Academy when returning to Xyloxing. Sister Huan, you live in Lishao District. Can you bring Uncle Qi in? Shen Huan also immediately looked at Shen Huan eagerly and excitedly. He didn't expect this new niece to be so awesome. He had also heard of Zishu Academy's differentiated treatment based on strength and performance. Lishao District is considered the top of the Zishu Academy's pyramid, and all students who can be arranged to live here are without exception. They are all the best. And the fact that the new niece can live here shows her ability. He didn't expect that he, an uncle, could take advantage of his niece and go to Zishu Academy, one of the 3 top universities. When he went back to show off to the brothers of the Shen family, he would definitely be proud of her. However, Shen Huan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, You don't have to go to Zishu College. The middle school students in Zishu College have no idea when they fight, especially Lishao District, which is the hardest hit area. If Uncle Qi is beaten by those who don't know, the students were seriously injured. And I, as my niece, would be embarrassed to explain it to my grandfather. After saying that, she turned her head to Long Xinglo and asked, Those black-robed men will definitely not be brought into the academy. Where do you plan to arrange them? Why don't you bring my seventh uncle with you? How could Longxing Tower have any objections? He immediately nodded solemnly and agreed. Okay, I'll find a safe place to place them. And he is also a vengeful person. This seventh uncle's attitude towards Huan was not good at first. When Shen Wang heard this, his face immediately fell, and his brows drooped like an abandoned puppy. He hurriedly said, No! What's the fun in staying with those living dead? My new niece. You take care of me. I'll go to Zishu Academy together. If you get hurt, it's your seventh uncle, and I'm incompetent. Your grandfather, and I will definitely not blame you. Shining Huan. But? Shen Wang finally understood that this new niece was tough and had a good idea that was not to be trifled with. No wonder Xiao Yeye was so timid. If it were him, he would be a bit timid. So he decisively realized the current situation and begged Junjie for a few words to lower his stature. And then he was finally agreed to be taken into Zishu Academy. There were no more unexpected ambush on the way back to Zishu Academy. And they returned to Zishu Academy smoothly. With Long Xinglo and Gong Shan, the presidents of the Law Enforcement Hall, Shining Huan's application to bring her family in was quickly approved. After they handed the black-robed man to the Long family, they took Shen Wang directly into the academy. Shen Wang felt so beautiful that he not only got a white tiger as his mount, but also entered Zishu Academy and received looks of admiration and envy from countless students. This was simply the most glorious moment in his life, and it made him feel really happy. I even drooled at the five-clawed golden dragon hovering above my head, thinking that it would be better if I could ride on it. It would be very majestic. Unlike Shinchishu, who enjoys the attention of everyone, Shining Huan does not like it, especially the looks of hatred and jealousy from the crowd, which are even more piercing. Although they are not afraid, they are uncomfortable. Long Xinglo seemed to sense her impatience and immediately asked Bai Hu and Unicorn to speed up. They quickly got rid of the onlookers and returned to the number 1 Lixiao district dormitory. Chapter 254, Battle with Wu Tianheng. This is your dormitory? In Lixiao district number 1. Shen Wang stood in front of the ruins, blinking with a blank expression. Shining Huan gritted her teeth and laughed angrily. It was before, but not now. She turned around to find the person who destroyed her dormitory. Looking at the dust that had not yet dissipated on the ruins, she was sure that her dormitory had collapsed not long ago, and the culprit must not have been away for long or was still nearby. Sure enough, she found 2 suspects fighting fiercely on the roof not far away. The owner of the house was jumping up and down on the ground, angrily shouting at the 2 of them to get off his roof and not to collapse his dormitory. Okay, I'm sure the 2 people who destroyed her dormitory must have escaped. Shining Huan pursed her lips and walked over with anger in her eyes. When she took a closer look, she saw that one of the 2 people was her 4th senior brother, Wei Siyuan, and the other was Wu Tianheng, who had not been separated for long at the exit of Xianyu's secret realm. How come his future sister-in-law Lu Qingqing died, and he returned to the academy so early, and even got into a fight with his 4th senior brother? Old and new grudges came to mind, and veins on Shining Huan's forehead jumped. She immediately wanted to go up and beat the 2 of them violently. She even beat up her 4 senior brothers together. But before she could make a move, Long Xinglo grabbed her arm with a big hand and said in a calm voice, Wait a minute. If you go over and join now, you're just fighting each other, so they don't have to pay for it in the dormitory. And you have to come too. If you are punished by the Law Enforcement Hall, it is better to hand it over to Gongshan Lai. If you are angry and want to hit someone, you can invite them to the fighting stage. I can help you arrange a fight and ensure that they will not refuse. Shining Huan turned to look at him, took 2 deep breaths to calm down. Okay, let them compensate me first. I spent a lot of money to renovate my dormitory, and they must compensate me in full. There was only 1 bed in her home, so she lied. Without blinking an eye, she reported all the furniture and decorations in her home, choosing the most expensive one she had asked about on the street. Anyway, the house has collapsed into rubble. Can they still dig through the rubble to prove that she is lying? If they could really pull it off, she could give the ruins another blow and blow them up to pieces to see how they turned over. Asking is everyone's responsibility to help the engineering team. Long Xinglo listened to her thoughts, and there was a hint of smile in his voice. He nodded slightly and said, Okay. Then he turned to look at Gong Shan. Your department is responsible for this matter. We, the people in the fortune team, cannot suffer any loss. Gong Shan looked at the two people on the roof in the distance, with a kind smile on his gentle and distant face. Don't worry. I will pay you according to the standard of compensation before. As a miser, Long Xinglo could never escape the compensation that was offered to him, and he could even tear off a piece of flesh for others. So according to his standards, the compensation must be the highest, so high that it would make a person's face. I've already turned green. I won't dare to do anything in front of him next time, and I'll just shy away from him. Therefore, the entire number 1 Lishao district is his dormitory area, which is the safest and most intact. It is even regarded as a restricted area by other students. Everyone has a common acquiescence in the rule that no soil or force is allowed around his dormitory. Wei Siyuan and Wu Tianheng were brought in front of Xininghuan and others by the law enforcement team. After hearing the compensation paid by Gong Shan, their faces turned green. What? 3 times the luxury decoration of the latest model of StarCraft? That has to cost 90 million. How can Xininghuan, a poor man from a small family, afford such expensive decoration? Wu Tianheng questioned fiercely, obviously not believing it. Even the 4th senior brother Wei Siyuan showed a surprised expression. No one else knew about the financial status of the junior sister. But he, as a senior brother, could not know if the junior sister really had the money to decorate the latest full-scale luxury decoration. What would happen? You may even be reduced to picking up the used yellow paper from the master and redrawing spiritual patterns with various functions for the 3rd senior brother to sell to his girlfriend's fan group for money. But when he saw Wu Tianheng's furious look, he felt relieved. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of heavenly materials and treasures during his trip to the Xianyu secret realm. Even if he gritted his teeth at 90 million, he could still take it out. It was a gift to the little one. Junior sister is a welcome gift. So he said righteously and resolutely, as the president of the Law Enforcement Hall, Mr. Gong must be fair and just. I believe that I paid the 90 million. But Wu Tianheng and I have nothing to do with each other. The 90 million does not include his share. We each have if he doesn't pay the full amount. He's a coward. He doesn't abide by the Law Enforcement Hall's regulations and is of a bad nature. He'll be punished by cleaning toilets until he graduates. Wu Tian's veins popped out in anger, and he glared at Wei Siyuan fiercely. Feeling extremely angry, he originally planned to take Wei Siyuan to the Xianyu secret realm and kill him directly. Who would have known that something went wrong in the Xianyu secret realm this time? And the teleportation was scattered. The internal agents he had arranged were completely useless. No one tipped off Wei Siyuan's location. He couldn't find him in the Xianyu secret realm. The trap he had laid out so hard before had no effect at all, allowing this guy to escape the disaster. Now he was asked to join forces with Xininghuan and Gong Shan. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Xininghuan was quite happy to see this. The 4th senior brother was so good at it that he delivered the small spirit coins to her door and helped her make an extra fortune, so she wouldn't care about the collapse of her house this time. One versus a group of people. In the end, Wu Tianheng couldn't twist his thigh with his arm, so he had to grit his teeth and take out the compensation in anger. Xininghuan was in a good mood after receiving the transfer, but she still had no intention of letting Wu Tianheng go so easily, and decisively proposed to him to fight on the stage. Wu Tianheng didn't expect that such a good thing could happen. Xininghuan, a freshman, dared to ask him to compete on the competition stage. This was not because he was overestimating his abilities. There was malice in his eyes, and he decisively agreed without the help of Longxing Tower. In his opinion, Xininghuan was praised too highly. Later, he hung out with the fortune team and thought so highly of himself that he couldn't see clearly. He never expected that Xininghuan had the strength to defeat him. Things developed so fast that Shen Wangren on the side was stunned. Before, he was still immersed in the excitement of his new niece getting 2 huge sums of 90 million. The next second she was going to have a date with someone. He had just seen the combat prowess and spiritual master level of this student named Wu Tianheng. He was a 6th level senior spiritual master and a 5th level senior beast master. No matter how talented his new niece was, she could not compare to him. How many years older is he still such a strong senior? Shen Wang was worried and hesitated to speak, but he wanted to persuade her. But he was a little afraid of the new niece's aura, so he shut his mouth again. In Wu Tianheng's eyes, he looked worried and guilty. Wu Tianheng looked down on Xininghuan even more. He raised his chin and squinted his eyes, urging her to get on the stage quickly. He also took the initiative to ask someone to clear the relationship so that they could get on first. for fear that Xinhuan seemed to regret it temporarily. After arriving at the competition stage, the two sides stood still and immediately attracted countless students to watch. It's Xinhuan again. This time we actually met Wu Tianheng. He is among the top 10 in the 3rd grade and is very powerful. Xinhuan won't be beaten badly. Right. I heard that the fight between Wu Tianheng and Wei Xiyuan destroyed her dormitory. So she was so angry that she proposed a fight. Oh, that's understandable. If someone ruined my house, I'd have to fight with him. Some people disagreed and said, you have to be angry, but you also have to be rational. Wu Tianheng is not a parallel importer like Jin Jinjin. If he doesn't get angry and gets beaten up, that will make him even more angry. Chapter 255. It would be nice if there were more fools like this. Xinhuan stood beside him with his ears twitching and nodded again and again. Yes. Yes. Why is the new niece so reckless? What a beautiful girl. What if she gets divorced? So he turned his eyes to the people in Longxing Tower aside, but immediately looked away. These young men were so powerful that he didn't dare to speak. He could only cower in despair. Then he silently turned his attention to Xinjiao and the other 3, who had returned to the dormitory first and then followed them after hearing the news. He said anxiously, why don't you try to persuade me? Little Huan, can you come down from this competition platform in advance in case you get beaten? Shen Jifan crossed his arms, although there was a bit of worry in his eyes. It was not shown on his face. The handsome and flamboyant young man's face was full of defiance. Huh? Isn't it just a fight? At most, you will get a few more injuries, but no one will die. Yes, you can make progress only by beating yourself up. That's what Grandpa said, Xinhuan retorted. How can this be the same? Your grandfather must have said this to a brat like you. Xiao Huan, a girl, must have different requirements. Xinjiao comforted him with a cheerful face on the side. Uncle Qi, don't get angry in a hurry. Wait until the competition is over. Sister Huan is not a person who makes random mistakes. I believe her. Xinhuan couldn't help but rolled his eyes at his cousin. Could it be a matter of trust or disbelief if he was beaten up and his appearance was ruined? Then he could only turn his attention to the last hope. Shen Qiyue. Shen Qiyue's expression was complicated and a little weird. Uncle Qi, maybe you still don't understand Xinhuan's fighting ability. This is a 6th level intermediate spiritual master and a 4th level senior beast master. Although the spiritual master level is a small level lower than Wu Tianheng's, and the beast master level is also a large level lower than Wu Tianheng. There are so many spiritual beasts that she can't hold her back. The number of chaos can completely crush Wu Tianheng's alone, making up for the lack of level. In addition, the spirit beasts have healing, attack and defense. It is difficult for Xinhuan to lose even if she wants to. What's more, she felt that Xinhuan was not bad at all, especially when she was wielding her sharp machete. She was 1.8 meters tall and had a strong fighting ability. It would not be easy for Wu Tianheng to beat her. This was indeed the case. When Xinhuan looked at his 3 nephews and nieces and asked them to persuade them, the battle on the competition stage had already started, and it ended quickly after it started. It ended with Xinhuan kicking Wu Tianheng in the butt and knocking him off the stage. Even the spirit beast and machete that Shen Qiyue had been analyzing for a long time were not used. After Wu Tianheng hit the ground with a bang, the competition stage was silent for a moment, and a group of people were speechless. Xinhuan's eyes widened in shock, and his voice trembled. Is it over like this? Isn't this a bit too fast? Wu Tianheng, who was kicked to the ground, was also confused. He didn't react at all. It wasn't until the sound of sighing came from around him that he blushed, got up from the ground, and faced Xinhuan on the stage. He said sadly and angrily, That doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. You took the opportunity to make a sneak attack. If you have the guts, let's compete again. Xinhuan raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at him condescendingly, and said in a casual tone, I want to save face, but unfortunately, I don't have time. Time is money. But this absolutely sincere refusal seemed to Wu Tianheng that she had a guilty conscience. He immediately angrily stated the condition. It's just money. I'll give you 2 million for another match. Okay. Deal. Xinhuan steps towards the bottom immediately stopped and Ma Lu nodded. If you agree even for a second, it is disrespectful to Xilinquan. It would be nice if there were more idiots like this. Long Xinglo in the audience was all jealous when he saw it. Unfortunately, he had gained a lot of prestige in Zishu Academy. Not to mention people in the same grade No one even in the senior graduating class dared to compete with him on the stage, let alone pay him to fight. Only Chai Haoji, the enemy who had set up a trap on the Star Network to kill him, spent a lot of money to lure him into the trap. It's a pity that such a good opportunity to make money only came once, and it is now out of print. He was a little envious of Shining Huan. She had a face that could eat a bowl of rice. There might be many more opportunities to make money like this in the future. Wu Tianheng sensed something was wrong. But before he had time to think about it, he was heckled and pushed onto the stage by other people in the arena. Seeing this, some people who were next in line were willing to give up their seats and let them compete first. So the second game of Wu Tianheng versus Shining Huan began. This time Wu Tianheng learned his lesson and did not dare to be careless anymore. He did not underestimate Shining Huan. He summoned chaos from the beginning and took the initiative to attack first. When Shining Huan saw this, she became serious, following her summons. Gorgeous and complicated formations lit up around her. 4th level advanced Haha Dog. The 4th level advanced colorful Black Tiger. The 4th level advanced Blue Hidden Butterfly. 3rd order high grade White Snail. The 3rd level advanced Desert Giant Eagle. The 3rd level advanced Desert Monitor Lizard. As soon as the 6 spirit beasts came out, they instantly occupied half of the competition platform, making the single chaos opposite them look weak, pitiful, and helpless. Everyone in the arena took a breath of cold air. Damn! There are so many spiritual beasts. The key is that they advance so quickly. Yes! Shining Huan's pug named Ermao was still at the 2nd level intermediate level when he took the college entrance examination more than a month ago. I was still shocked that a 2nd level spiritual beast had so many useful and flexible skills. Now it's only been a little over a month since he reached the advanced level. It's said that the qualifications of the pug are low. How difficult is it to advance? There is also the colorful Black Tiger. It is said that he only entered the 2nd level in the college entrance examination. Now he is in the 4th level. Where did Shining Huan study the spiritual beast cultivation course? Take me with you too. My spirit beast hasn't been promoted to TUT for a year. But what surprised them even more was what was happening below. Shining Huan herself had advanced to a 6th level intermediate spiritual master. She even carried a sharp machete and beat back Wu Tianheng, a 6th level advanced spiritual beast, able to turn attack into defense. The whole person was suppressed. Every time he wants to take action, Shining Huan always sees the opportunity to suppress him. But he is so frustrated that he can't do anything about it. In the end, Wu Tianheng was kicked off the competition platform in the same posture and angle. His chaos was also bullied around by 6 spiritual beasts led by Da Huang Ermao, and was ultimately defeated. The difference between this game and the humiliation of losing them all in the last game is that in the last game Wu Tianheng could still use the excuse that he was not prepared and was caught off guard. But this game was actually fought under the sharp eyes of his classmates. Shining Huan defeated her in an honest manner and sent him off the competition stage. This time, he couldn't find an excuse even if he wanted to. Wu Tianheng's blood rushed to his head with shame and anger. He couldn't stand the mocking eyes of the crowd. So he simply lay down and fainted. Chapter 256 Dragon Scale Grass Stewed Dragon Meat. Everyone sighed, and finally turned their attention back to Shining Huan, the big winner on the competition stage. And the heated discussions gradually spread. Awesome! Shining Huan is actually a 6th level intermediate spiritual master. How did she do it? I heard that she went to Xianyu's secret realm before. Could it be that she took some miraculous medicine in Xianyu's secret realm? I've never heard that eating any kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure can make someone jump 3 levels in a row. Could it be some ancient elixir or a cultivation secret? Damn it! If I had known, I would have gone to Xianyu's secret realm for a visit. What a great opportunity! It's okay if the risk is higher. Shen Wang grabbed Shen Qiyue's arm and was even more excited than Shining Huan. The client. I won! I really won! How come my new eldest niece is so powerful and has a career in making money? She is just like her 8th uncle. She is so amazing and beautiful. It's a pity that her 8th uncle didn't have it after he went to the Upper Star territory. The news. Otherwise he will definitely be willing to guide the younger members of the clan. And the new eldest niece may be able to reach a higher level. Shen Qiyue responded absently, saying, Yes, while thinking about the abacus in her heart. Shining Huan became famous in this battle and gained a lot of limelight. It is estimated that her popularity in Zishu Academy has also opened up. Zishu Academy has always been rich in fighting maniacs. If there is no accident, more people will come to challenge after this battle. If there is a charge then. Seeing Shinning coming down from the competition platform, Shin-Chi immediately greeted her eagerly and said, "Sisters, do you want to do business together? I will be your manager to diplomatically screen those who challenge you. And you will be responsible for fighting. Just give me a 1% commission." Shinning immediately understood the meaning of her words, and then laughed and said, "Okay, I will leave it to you to negotiate the price from now on. I will not accept the invitation if the cost of a fight does not exceed 2 million. Wei Siyuan and several fighting enthusiasts, who were eager to come up and have a fight, froze after hearing the words of the two sisters. 2 million is a bit expensive. Is it worth a fight? While they were thinking about it, Shin Chiyue and Shinning had already turned their attention to Wu Tianheng, who was lying on the ground. Shin Chiyue, he will be the template for the future. 2 million must be collected. Shinning nodded, then looked at Wu Tianheng and asked suspiciously, "How did he faint? Was he trying to avoid paying?" "The corners of the mouths of the people around me are twitching, and they are like shrimps and pigs. Sisters." Just now Wu Tianheng woke up with his eyelids trembling. But the two sisters fainted due to his anger again. Tut tut. In the end, Wu Tianheng was woken up without mercy. After paying 2 million, Shinning and Shin Chiyue let him go. The engineering team arrived quickly, and Gong Shan went through the back door to add more manpower. Before dinner, Shinning dormitory had been rebuilt, and even the decoration inside was completed. The cost only required 2 of Wei Siyuan, and Wu Tianheng's just 1/9 of the 9 million in compensation would be enough. That night, Shinning and Shin Wang successfully checked in. As the morning dawned and the warm sun shone, Shin fell into a deep sleep all night. Finally, he gradually woke up to the scent of meat and medicine. He sniffled, his mouth watering from the delicious scent, and finally climbed out of bed, wearing the pajamas that Shin Chiyue and the other two had pooled their money to buy for him. He grabbed the chicken coop and walked out of the room. The aroma came from the pot on the stove in the yard. There was a table next to the sea, and Shinning was standing there drawing spiritual patterns. After drawing one piece, he put it aside. Then he bent down distractedly, picked up a large spoon with one hand, and opened the lid of the pot with the other. As soon as the lid of the pot is opened, the aroma that hits your nostrils becomes even stronger, and the person who smells the aroma is in a state of ecstasy. Shin Wang's eyes widened. He slurped his saliva and trotted over quickly. He reached out flatteringly to take the big spoon in Shin Wang's hand and said flatteringly, "Let me come! Let me come! My niece, Xiao Wu, you are busy with your work in the kitchen. Your Uncle Qi is the best at this job." Shinning was not polite. "Let go and let Uncle Shin-Chi take the big spoon away," and said with a smile, "Then I'll bother you, Uncle Qi." Shin Wang shook his head repeatedly, and Pai Dian said while stirring the cauldron, "No trouble, no trouble. As an elder, I should take care of my niece, if it can be divided." Before he could say these words, Shinning Wan's voice rang out again. "This is the healing medicinal meal I made for myself. It's not convenient to share it with Uncle Qi, but there are ingredients sent by Shin Chiyue and the others in the kitchen, as well as a few things I prepared. Since Uncle Qi is good at these ingredients, I'll leave it to you to make it yourself. You can use the ingredients as you like." Shin Wang choked, and the second half of the sentence was stuck in his throat and could not be uttered. But he did not dare to object. People had to lower their heads under the eaves. It was already very good to have ingredients to cook and eat. In the past, because of his pocket, Kong Kong couldn't even afford food and could only drink nutritional liquid. Shin Wang looked at the red-colored meat in the cauldron, licked his lips, struggled to move his eyes away, and silently said to himself that a person should be content. After he finished turning the contents of the big pot, he felt his growling stomach and quickly ran back to wash up, and then went to the kitchen to get busy, smelling the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. Shinning raised her eyebrows. Her cooking skills were indeed good. Then she lowered her head and looked at the big pot next to her. What she said just now did not lie to Shin Wang. This pot of dragon scale grass stewed with dragon meat was indeed treated by her. Dragon scale grass was the second medicine to treat the damage to her soul, but she was asked to dryly chew the 99 plants. It's really impossible. This dragon scale grass doesn't taste good when eaten raw. Later, when he saw the dragon meat that Jin Hsung shared, he had an idea and came up with dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat. After Baizé personally certified that it was okay, she started cooking it, but she didn't expect it to taste so fragrant. However, most of the medicinal effects of dragon scale grass are in the soup. and it is not enough to divide it into a bowl. After drinking the soup and eating the dragon meat, the medicinal effects of the 99 dragon scale grasses can be considered complete. When the dragon meat was stewed in a pot of dragon scale grass, her belly became round. Long Xinglo, Jing Yao, and other members of the fortune team were chatting and laughing as they came to find Shining Huan to train with them. However, before they arrived at Shining Huan's dormitory, they saw a group of people lingering at her door from a distance. The people in Longxing Tower immediately became vigilant and hurried over, blocking the door with serious expressions and shouting, "What do you want to do? Xu Meishan is a member of our fortune team. If you want to cause trouble, think about it first." The group of people who were drooling greedily sipped their saliva quickly and took a few steps back with sarcastic faces. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. We didn't want to find fault. It's just that classmate Shen's cooking was too fragrant. We were attracted by the aroma accidentally. And then we wanted to ask classmate Shen what he was cooking and if he could sell it to us. A little? Chapter 257 Advancement to the 7th Level Senior Spiritual Master. Long Xinglo and Jing Yao looked at each other. Not expecting this, they also subconsciously sniffed the fragrance remaining in the air. And their eyes lit up. It was indeed very fragrant. No wonder it attracted such a group of drooling gluttons. There was a somewhat suspicious look in Long Xinglo's deep eyes. The smell of dragon scale grass. Because his dragon brother needed to eat dragon scale grass all year round, he was very familiar with the taste of dragon scale grass. Even if the dragon scale grass remained after cooking, the scaly didn't have much flavor. But he could still tell it. At this time, the closed door opened from the inside. Shining Huan, who heard the noise coming from outside, came over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, some of the residual smell inside wafted out again. The group of people at the door were confused by the fragrant smell, and they all opened their nostrils and inhaled hard without being explicit. Even Gong Shan, the gentlest yet most distant and polite person, and Mishi, the shyest, couldn't help but take a few more breaths and glance inside subconsciously. Shining Huan was caught off guard by a group of people whose eyes were glowing green and looked like wolves, as if they were about to pounce on her and bite her in the next second. She was startled. Then he glanced at Long Xinglo, who was standing at the front, and asked, "What are you doing at my door?" Long Xinglo coughed lightly, indicating that he was not familiar with the greedy Jing Yao and the others, and said in a serious voice, "I came to train with you." "Oh," Shining Huan responded, then looked at the others suspiciously, and planned to close the door and follow them. Jing Yao couldn't hold it any longer, and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile to please. "Don't close the door, Senior Shen. We came to train with you. But as soon as we arrived at the door, we met these greedy people in front of your door. You have made some good things in there. Can you sell some to us?" Shining Huan glanced at him in surprise, and then looked at the group of people behind him who seemed to be confused by the fragrance. Some of them were the same ones she had encountered before. One day a day. One day an hour. A small day. She wished that the whole number 1 Ling the fighting maniacs, who had plowed all the dormitories in Shao District, were like beasts with their claws put away, with obedient expressions on their faces, and they all looked at her with eager eyes. In addition, there were several senior students among them who did not care about being reserved and squeezed into the crowd, looking at her with shining eyes, showing their true foodies. Counting the number of people again. Good guys. 1/9 of the entire number 1 Li Shao district has come, and only a few have not come. Shining Huan? Is dragon scale grass stewed with dragon meat so powerful? Do you really want to buy it? A group of people nodded in unison without hesitation. But it's very expensive. Several chefs in the crowd immediately waved their hands proudly. It's nothing expensive. As long as you can have a bite of this delicious food, it's worth it. 2 keen seniors among them also saw the medicinal effects contained in the fragrance. The dishes cooked by Senior Shen are not only delicious, I also smelled aura and a special energy in them, which should be beneficial to us. Physical training also has great benefits. Shining Huan smiled and nodded. It was indeed beneficial. Although the main function of stewed dragon meat with dragon scale grass is to repair damage to the soul, it is also of great benefit to cultivation. Let's put it this way. Cultivation is not only about absorbing spiritual power, but also about having understanding. The dragon meat stewed with dragon scale grass not only contains powerful spiritual repair effects, but also the energy of strengthening the body in the dragon meat and dragon scale grass. Taken to the extreme, drinking a bowl not only brings a sense of spiritual enlightenment, but also strengthens the body. A two-pronged approach. The effect is remarkable. Who wouldn't love this effect? Xininghuan loved it anyway. Just now, she drank one pot, and the imprisonment in her body was once again released. Then its effectiveness was also reflected. She was directly promoted from the 6th level intermediate spiritual master to the 7th level senior spiritual master, and jumped directly in a short time. A large step plus a small step. You must know that after reaching the 6th level of spiritual master, the spiritual power and energy required to advance are far from being as simple as advancing from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, or from the 3rd level to the 4th level. After drinking the first medicine, Iori bamboo marrow liquid, she jumped 2 major steps in a row. This time she only went up 1 major step. But the quality was different. Seeing that the senior sincerely wanted to give money, Xininghuan neither agreed nor said she disagreed. She only stated the facts. Since the seniors all want to buy it, I won't hide it. The soup I just stewed is called dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat. The raw materials are as you can tell from the name. They are 99 10th grade high grade dragon scale grass that I carefully selected, plus 10th grade elementary dragon meat. Not to mention the special unique craftsmanship I used in the middle. Let's just say the price of these raw materials is at least tens of billions. Now the price of a dragon scale grass on the market can exceed 100 million. If the market supply exceeds demand, the price will rise even higher. What's more, there are 10th level elementary dragons that can only be encountered in the lower star field. It is no exaggeration to say that a small piece of meat can be worth more than 100 million. A group of people took a breath after hearing this. Especially the 2nd senior brother Bao Yonghua and the 4th senior brother Wei Siyuan, who just came over to join in the fun. They didn't expect that the little junior sister would go from poor to rich after taking a trip to the Xianyu secret realm. She could stew and eat tens of billions of things whenever she wanted. Bao Yonghua, who was already rich and not poor, was envious. Hearing the noise inside the door, Xinhuan came out with his rice bowl. His jaw dropped in shock, and he almost dropped the bowl without even grabbing it. It shocked his whole family. That pot of food was so expensive. I'm afraid it wouldn't be worth the price even if it was sold to him hundreds of times. He actually wanted to buy a bowl just now. But luckily he didn't. Otherwise he would have been kissed. Dad was beaten to death. One pot costs tens of billions. But one bowl must cost more than 10 or 2 billion. Do you still want to buy it? Xininghuan asked sincerely. Most of the poor people immediately shook their heads like rattles. But there are still some knowledgeable people among them, such as the people from Longxing Tower, and the 2 seniors who had keenly understood the special energy contained in the fragrance before. They all refused to give up. Their intuition was that they would be afraid if they missed this time. I will regret it for the rest of my life. So they followed their instincts without hesitation. Long Xinglo is not particularly embarrassed. Anyway, he has the raw materials, and he can just pay the processing fee for his own craft. Anyway, his dragon brothers all need dragon scale grass, and they eat a big basket at a time. Recently, they eat it raw. He is tired of eating it and refuses to eat it. If it is stewed into soup and made delicious, it will not reject it, and he will have a bowl of it when the time comes. Jing Yao, Gong Shan and other members of the fortune team also had the same idea. Now that they have the raw materials, they are willing to pay some processing fees. After all, they have gained quite a lot from this trip to the Xianyu secret realm. Although the 2 keen seniors were rich, the raw materials were really expensive for them. So they roped in a few familiar classmates to jointly buy a pot. After a few words of discussion about bidding and distribution, they decided he decisively planned to place an order with Xininghuan. Chapter 258 Star Network's real career has a double harvest. In addition to the group of seniors just now, a few more seniors couldn't bear it anymore and formed a team to jointly purchase. So, in addition to the orders from the Longxingla people in the fortune team, Xininghuan received 3 more orders. If she hadn't run out of raw materials, there might have been more orders. Xininghuan had never expected this development. She thought they would not be taken advantage of and spend such a large price to buy it without seeing concrete results. It can only be said that the seniors in number 1 Lishao district are really secretive. There are many rich people, and there are also many people who are willing to spend money. But they themselves don't think they are stupid. Dragon scale grass and dragon meat are hot-selling items that you can't even buy in the market. Even if the 2+1 soup has no effect, their respective essences are still there. You won't lose too much if you eat it. After receiving the deposit, Xininghuan was not in a hurry to start the stew. He first went to morning training with a few people from Longxing Tower, and then came back to prepare for action. after seeing the destructive power of the students from Zishu College when they destroyed the house. Shinwan was afraid that he would be affected when he went out and get into trouble. So he stayed at home quietly and did not go out. He also diligently helped Shinwan clean up the things in the yard. The spiritual plants were planted again. When Shinwan came back, he had just finished planting the land and planned to go to the kitchen to work in order to ensure that his niece, a wealthy woman who knew how to make money, would have a hot meal when she came back. Seeing Shinwan walk in, he hurriedly greeted her with a bright smile. "Xiao niece, you are back so early. I was planning to cook for you. Whatever you want to eat, Uncle Chi will cook it for you." Shinwan didn't expect that Uncle Chi was quite capable of doing things. So she smiled and said, "Uncle Chi can do whatever he wants. And I can eat whatever he wants." Shinwan nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll make you my best garlic vermicelli shrimp. And Fan just brought some shrimp over." Shinwan's eyes lit up slightly. "Okay, let's eat this. By the way, I still need your help with something, Uncle Chi." As an elder who lives with his niece and eats his nephews and nieces, Shinwan is also very embarrassed. When he heard that he needed help, he didn't even ask. He nodded and agreed in a hurry. "Niece Shiwu, tell me, whether you go to Daoshan or get out of the frying pan, Uncle Chi will definitely help you do it." Shinwan, "There's no need to make such a big sacrifice. I just want Uncle Chi to help me cook dragon meat stewed with dragon scale grass. The stew takes a long time. I'm a little busy recently, and I'm afraid I won't have time. So I can only leave it to Uncle Chi. Is you?" Shinwan's face turned pale, and he trembled. "Is that a pot of dragon scale grass stewed with dragon meat that costs tens of billions? What if the stew goes bad? I can't afford to pay for it if I sell it." Shinwan, "I will write down the recipe for the medicated meal. As long as Uncle Chi you follow the steps above, it won't stew. Besides, Uncle Chi, you are a good cook, so it will definitely work. I believe Uncle Chi." But he doesn't believe in himself. Shinwan's face was downcast. Even with his niece's chicken soup for the soul, he was still scared. But under his niece's eyes, "If you don't agree, do you still want to continue to eat for free?" He still agreed with a heavy heart. After finishing lunch, he tensed up, mustered up his energy, showed a serious attitude that he had not seen for more than 40 years, and carefully started to stew according to the steps of the medicinal diet recipe without missing a second. During the soup, I stared at the cauldron with a more serious and pious attitude than I stared at my ancestors, for fear of missing any details. He didn't dare to breathe a little bit of relief until the familiar aroma came out of the pot. But his body still didn't relax, and he would never relax until the last moment. In fact, Shinwan didn't dare to feel too reassured. She came over twice to check it out. After seeing that nothing was wrong, she felt relieved and went back to the room to log on to the holographic star network. The training course she had collaborated with An Hua had already recruited students, and she was about to start the course. Just after a few days of not seeing her, her strength has risen several levels. As soon as An Hua saw her, she slapped her thigh with regret and wished she could raise the price even higher, jumping 4 major levels in a few days. What a great recruiting sign! However, although both of them wanted to make a lot of money, they did not intend to make a one-time deal. If you want long-term development, you can't do it without paying attention to credibility. So this training course can only be charged at the original price. But as long as the students complete the course this time, their reputation will increase, and students will not keep coming. The next training course, it would be reasonable to charge more. Therefore, Shinwan was very serious about teaching this time. She even called Bai Zhe to help him formulate training courses for the students in the training class. The final results were naturally remarkable. All the students in the training class were promoted. Even if you can't advance to a big level, a small level is enough. With such a good reputation, I didn't have to worry about enrolling for the second training class. The people who signed up came by themselves. There was no place in the class, and some had to be persuaded to drop out. Shinwan's career on Xinguang is in full swing, and her real career is also going very well, which is very good. Shin Chiyue has some talent as an agent, and she actually talked to a few people who were willing to spend 2 million to fight with her on the fighting stage. However, they were not the fighting madmen they thought before, but some people who were not very friendly to her. People. Some are jealous of her joining the Fortune Squad. Some are secret admirers who are unhappy with her getting close to the Fortune Squad and want to teach her a lesson. And some are dissatisfied with her because her third senior brother Gao Yu is dissatisfied with her. In short, every time they go to the competition stage, They are the bottom. The ruthless one. Regardless of the reason, Shinning-1 accepted all the orders, because Shinchi-Yu's arrangement was also very reasonable. The people she picked were all about the same strength as her, or a little higher than her. But they were all pretentious and on par with her. It won't pose a particular threat to her. Fighting these people with all her strength can just consolidate her level that has been promoted too quickly, allowing her to quickly grasp the skyrocketing strength, and also allow her to accumulate more combat experience. So she never stopped the people recruited by Shinchi-Yue. And there were at least 1 or 2 competitions on the fighting platform every day. As she walked down the stage from competition to competition, her reputation in Zishio Academy grew day by day. Not only the 3rd graders, 4th graders, and even some weak 5th graders were no match for her. She has now completely distanced herself from the first-year freshmen. Her head teacher Tang Chainan directly gave her an excellent evaluation. Practical classes are exempted, and she no longer has to attend classes with the first-year freshmen. The students in Class 1, Grade 1, had previously thought about killing the monitor and taking over the position themselves. But after seeing Shinning-1's terrifying advancement speed and ferocious performance on the competition stage, they all gave up competing with her. The difference in strength was so great that they couldn't even muster the courage to compete, and could only look up to them as gods. Chapter 259, Awesome Medicinal Diet for Advancement. Today is another day for Shinning-1 to kill everyone on the competition stage. After killing a senior in the top 10 of the 3rd grade, and a senior in the bottom of the 4th grade, she is now fighting against the leader of the 2nd grade. The students in Class 1 of Grade 1 below the stage were already feeling numb. But at the same time, they were proud. Shi-Wei, a fighting maniac, even praised Shinning-1. Classmate Shin has become more and more powerful recently. Her ability to control spiritual power and her tacit cooperation with spirit beasts have become more and more sophisticated, especially since she has so many spirit beasts. Every time her attacks are all different and hard to guard against. It would be great if I could fight her more times. His eyes glowed with scarlet excitement, and his whole body was eager to try. It's a pity that you have to pay 2 million per time. If you go up, you may only be able to fight with 1 move and be beaten down. Is it worth it? Jing Luo's voice sounded faintly, and Duotu poured a basin of cold water on him on the spot. The perverted smile on Chi-Wei's face froze. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he struggled to say 2 words. Not worth it. There was too much difference in strength. He would just go through the motions and not experience the fun of fighting at all, let alone improve and consolidate himself in the battle. In short, for him now, 2 million Shaolin coins can be exchanged for 1 time to fight on the stage. The opportunity is really not worth it. Unless his current spiritual master level and beast master level reach the same level as Shinning-1, it will be worthwhile to go up and fight. Then is there any way to quickly level up? He really wanted to go up and fight Shinning-1. Originally, he thought that since everyone was in the same class, there would always be a chance to fight against Shinning-1. But since the Xianyu secret realm opened and Shinning-1 went in, things developed like this. It was a wild horse that ran away, never to return. Shinning-1 had completely broken away from their first-year class, and was now on par with the outstanding students at the top of the pyramid in Zishio Academy. Jing Luo pondered for a moment. Maybe this is true. Shi-Wei looked over in surprise, his eyes shining brightly, and asked anxiously, What is the solution? Jing Luo glanced at him with a smile and said dryly, Actually, I don't know whether it's true or not. Not long ago, many seniors suddenly appeared in Lishao District No. 1, where we live, and advanced together on a large scale. Some people suspect that they have some way to quickly improve their strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to advance together with such a lucky group of people. Chi-Wei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It really can't be such a coincidence. And the seniors in Lingxiao District No. 1 have been behaving very strangely recently. The main manifestation is that there used to be fights every day. And the fights were very crazy. And they would not stop until a dormitory was demolished. However, there have been fewer fights recently. And there are even fewer applications from people in the No. 1 Lingxiao District to compete on the stage. In the past, No. 1 Lingxiao District ranked first among the 7 accommodation areas in terms of the number of fights they made every day. But now the number of fights in No. 1 Lingxiao District has become the lowest in the past few days. Before, he heard the registration clerk a bit at time muttered whether the people in Lingxiao District No. 1 had changed their gender and no longer wanted to fight. Bai Doutai had been feeling a lot lonely recently. After there were fewer fights in Doutai, their attention to the secret realm and their enthusiasm for making money suddenly increased sharply. If there were only 1 or 2 seniors like this, it might not matter. But almost most of the people in the number 1 Lishao district, all of them are like this. Which is a big problem. It's a pity that these seniors kept the information tightly secret. And even if they went to inquire, they couldn't find out anything. Even Jing Luo, his younger brother, couldn't get any useful information from his brother Jing Yao. It can be said that brotherhood is fragile. And his brother is too ruthless. Jing Luo's heart was full of resentment towards his brother. And he even complained about his brother to Qi Wei. Standing next door were several seniors from Lishao District Number 1 who knew the inside story. They listened silently to the conversation between these two people, feeling secretly happy in their hearts. Dude, how can I just let you guys know about this awesome medicinal diet? Otherwise, what if there are more people grabbing it? As for why they stopped fighting, isn't it because money is tight recently? If things are damaged in the fight, you can't pay compensation. Compensation can't cost Shaoling coins. Save this money and buy the delicious and very effective dragon scale grass stew later. Isn't the dragon meat delicious? Anyway, they have changed their ways recently and no longer want to fight randomly. The effectiveness of stewed dragon meat with dragon scale grass is there. People who have used it before have all advanced in strength, especially those who have been stuck in the bottleneck period for a long time. After a bowl of dragon scale grass stewed with dragon meat, the effect is immediate. The pole saw the shadow, and he was promoted directly on the spot. As soon as the promotion formation pattern was revealed, not to mention the onlookers, even the person involved was shocked. According to the description of the person involved, they were promoted to the next level without any effort at all. Who wouldn't be greedy for such a shortcut to break through the bottleneck? Those who had not ordered the dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat before were filled with jealousy. They only regretted that they hesitated to start late. But Xininghuan no longer had the raw materials, and they could not order it even if they wanted to. So they could only find a way on their own. They have been paying so much attention to the secret realm recently, and are interested in making money. Isn't it just to find dragon scale grass and other spiritual beast meat that can replace dragon meat? They came to the competition stage specifically to find Xininghuan. They wanted to pay some money to get in line in advance, so that they would not have to wait in line as soon as the raw materials were in place. It can be said that because of this mouthful of dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat, Xininghuan's status has been directly promoted in the hearts of the wealthy seniors in the number 1 Lishao district. And she has become a being who cannot be offended. Compared with her previous status, as a member of the fortune team it works fine. When Xininghuan won the battle and came down, the people around Jing Luo hurriedly left, catching up with Xininghuan and approaching her. They all spoke around her with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Jing Luo and the other first-year students were dumbfounded, pointing and muttering at Xininghuan's circle of people with weird and strange expressions. Isn't that the 5th grade senior? Iceberg. It is said that he has never smiled since he entered the school. Why is he smiling so enthusiastically now? Could it be that he likes our monitor and is her suitor? No, that's not right. The senior sister next to him also smiled brightly. That senior sister is famous as the exterminator. She has a rigid and serious temperament. But now she smiles like a flower. If it weren't for the fact that her face looks the same, I even suspected that she was switched or she had a twin sister. Oh, my idol, the senior who is known as the veteran cadre, has also changed his face. Look, his smile now is so damn sweet. Don't use words blindly. People who laugh will get a stomachache. So what kind of magic does our monitor have that can make all the seniors bow to her? Chapter 260, the third medicine, Tianguang glazed fruit. After Xininghuan collected money to help several seniors make reservations and queue up, she left the arena and planned to go back and make something delicious to reward herself. Recently, due to the Star Network training class and the reality competition platform and the medicinal diet of dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat, the 3 items have been extremely profitable, with a total income of more than 20 billion. So she has all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures brought out from the Xianyu secret realm. I am not in a hurry to sell them, but I am trying to make them into different medicinal foods. If the medicinal diet is effective, the income will definitely be greater than selling it alone. And with the signature dragon scale grass stewed dragon meat, she doesn't have to worry about her customer base. Recently, even the red blood ginseng stewed snake soup she drank before has been bought by many people. She has also made a lot of money with this, and made a fortune. Everyone in the team was envious of her speed at making money. Sister Huan! Sister Huan! Hearing the shouts from behind, Xininghuan stopped and turned around to look, only to see brother and sister Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaochun running after them. When they came closer, Shining Huan raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhu Dachuan gasped. And after 2 seconds of calming down, he scratched his head and said with a smile, "We just want to ask Sister Huan if you want to go back to the Edge Star with us. We plan to send the Dean back. And we also picked up one by the way. The mission was issued by His Highness the First Prince across the entire galaxy. His Highness the First Prince's sweetheart disappeared near the Edge Star not long ago. So he was willing to take out 3 11th grade skylight glass fruit as a reward for finding his sweetheart and ensuring that she was intact. Now many people have taken up this task, and we have followed suit. Anyway, we can investigate it along the way. And if we are lucky, we will make money." Skylight glazed fruit, a heavenly material treasure with the lowest level of 11th grade, has the effect of improving bloodline. If a spirit beast eats it, its potential value will increase a lot. If a spirit beast with a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast eats it, the effect will be even better. There is also a chance of stimulating the bloodline of the mythical beast. And there is even a slight possibility that the spirit beast can be directly reborn and become a real bloodline of the mythical beast. Therefore, the Tianguang glazed fruit is so popular that all beast masters and spirit beasts flock to it. Every time it appears, it will definitely trigger a bloody rush to buy. Moreover, it has always been monopolized by the upper star field and the lower star field. The probability of star territory getting it is extremely slim. Now it actually appeared in the lower star field, and 3 of them were shot at once, which shows how generous it is. Moreover, the person who took out these 3 coins was His Highness the First Prince. According to the poverty of the royal family of Dragonborn, the First Prince's generosity also proved that he valued his sweetheart. But even if you don't look at the effectiveness of this skylight glazed fruit, just looking at its 11th grade level can make people crazy. Even the 10th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the lower star territory are pitiful, let alone the 11th grade. Once this reward is released, there will definitely be many people taking up the task. When Shining Huan was thinking about whether to go, Bai Zhe in the beast controlling space became agitated. Tianguang glazed fruit, the 3rd medicine. If you need 3, your soul repair progress will be completed by 50%. If you get it, you must get it. Shining Huan immediately raised her eyes to look at Zhu Dachuan and nodded solemnly. "Go! Where is the mission? I'll pick it up." Zhu Dachuan was stunned by her sudden serious attitude and did not dare to say anything else. He hurriedly turned on his optical brain to display the screen and taught Shining Huan to go to the star network to accept the task. Shining Huan glanced at it and followed the operation. When she was about to exit after taking the task, she accidentally clicked on the hot headlines of Star Network. The number 1 search was the task of finding her sweetheart posted by His Highness the Prince. The comments below were already queued. There are hundreds of millions of floors, and every one of them has said that they have accepted this task. Look, the number of people who have taken the mission has exceeded 10 million. There are so many people screaming. Shining Huan was shocked by the number of people. Zhu Dachuan grinned with white teeth and said, "Yes, there are indeed a lot of people. So we just stopped by and didn't hold out much hope." Shining Huan glanced at him. This attitude was not good. She was determined to get these 3 skylight glazed fruits, no matter how many people competed. They could not stop her. However, with so many people pouring into Edge Star, it was unclear whether the base for cultivating goo worms on Edge Star was still hidden or not. She suspected that the disappearance of the eldest prince's sweetheart might be related to this base. "When are you going to leave?" Zhu Dachuan turned to look at his sister, and Zhu Xiaoqun said slowly, "Tomorrow. If Sister Huan has something to do with you, we can postpone it a little bit." Shining Huan immediately shook her head. "No, just tomorrow. Too late and things will change." After separating from Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaoqun, Shining Huan was not in the mood to make any medicinal food. She hurried back to the dormitory to draw spiritual patterns and make some preparations. She had a feeling that this trip to the Edge Star would not be easy, and would even be very dangerous. It was always a good thing to be more prepared. Xiao Wu's niece. As soon as Shining Huan walked through the door, Shin Wang trotted over with a worried look on his face, holding a note in his hand. Shining Huan looked at him. Her eyes fell on the note, and asked curiously, "What is this?" Shin Wang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly handed over the note. "This note was just thrown in not long ago. I thought someone was playing a prank. So I chased him out and took a look but found no one. Then I spread the note and found there are words written on it." Shining Huan lowered her eyes and saw what was written on the note. "Don't go to Edge Star. It's dangerous." There was a surprised look on her face. Does anyone know that she is going to Edge Star? She only confirmed this a few minutes ago. Who gave her the early warning? Was it a warning given to her in anticipation of her going? Or was it a warning given after knowing she was going? If it's the latter, then the person who threw the note is really powerful. Ni Xiaowu, are you going? Xinhuang watched eagerly from the side. Xinhuang, go! The warning could not sway her determination. Xinhuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, then I will join you. My sixth brother, your sixth uncle, has disappeared on the Edge planet. Your grandfather asked me not to tell you, but I think I still have to tell you. His Xiaowu niece is the most promising one in the Shin family after his eighth brother. In addition, her ability to make money and the fighting power she has shown on the competition stage these days are better than his uncle. Maybe she can find her. As for sixth brother, how could he hide it from her? Xinhuang's face darkened, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Uncle Six is missing. What's going on? Uncle Six was the first elder she met when she came to this interstellar world, and he was kind to her. She had an unusual feeling for Uncle Six, and she thought about it when she heard that he was missing. Xinhuang was frightened by her eyes and shrank his neck. According to reports, it is said that he went after the people who fled the Qian family and then disappeared. I suspect that he might have been caught by people from that base like me. Chapter 261 News from Edge Star. After learning that Uncle Six was missing, it was even more imperative for Bian Xing and his party to go. Moreover, this matter also concerns the eldest brother of Longxing Tower. Several members of the Fortune team also planned to go to the Edge Star to look for him. So their team suddenly grew in size. On the next day, Xinhuang, Zhu Xiaochun and Zhu Dachuan were added to the Fortune team, plus an old dean who was afraid of society. They gathered at the Starry Sky port and boarded the starship to head to the Edge Star. The main star is the farthest distance from the Edge Star. Even taking a starship takes 7 days. In addition, Xinhuang no longer has the room fee. So this time, she bought a starship ticket for a single room and planned to have one. People live. As soon as Xinhuang entered the starship, she planned to go to her room and stay there. Wait a minute. Senior Shin, don't leave in a hurry. Let's talk about things about the Edge Star. Senior Sister Shin has lived in the Edge Star for a long time. She should know a lot about the Edge Star. Tell us about it so that we don't look at each other. Discredit knows nothing. Jing Yao's peach blossom eyes smiled and called out to the person who was about to leave. Xinhuang paused, turned to look at him, then frowned and carefully searched for the information about the original owner's life on the Edge planet that had been pushed into the corner. Then she sighed helplessly. I'm actually not familiar with Edge Star, although I have lived on Edge Star for nearly 18 years. The situation on Edge Star is chaotic. My adoptive parents have been watching me very closely since I was a child. As I grew up, later, in order to prevent my appearance from causing trouble, I didn't go out unless I could. The scope of my activities was the 3-acre field at home. I really don't know what's going on in other parts of the Edge planet. After listening to her story, Jing Yao and others all showed shocked expressions. Did she actually live in such a closed condition since she was a child? It's so complete that you can't tell at all. It is said that the environment during childhood affects a person's future structure. Logically speaking, children born in such an environment should be timid and shy, as if they have never seen the big world. In short, they are unable to stand up. But what does Xinhuang have about her? Up there? She's so excited. Isn't she? She is not timid at all. On the contrary, she is very bold and has ideas. Whether it is cultivation or training of spiritual beasts, she has unique insights. She is promoted faster than ordinary people. Not to mention novel things such as medicinal food. She can be a bumpkin who has not been informed since childhood. Can it be done? If they hadn't told her about her origins, they would have thought that she was an elite trained by a big family. Xinhuang's expression remained unchanged, and she let them look at her. No matter how much they thought about it, they would never have imagined that she had a different core. Even if they were suspicious of the probe, there would be absolutely nothing they could find out if the body was still Xinhuang's. Seeing everyone's eyes staring at his sweetheart like light bulbs, Long Xinglo frowned dissatisfied and coughed slightly in displeasure. Jing Yao and the others hurriedly looked away, pouting inwardly. They just looked at this jealous man a few times, and they almost felt sour to death. Xining smiled and moved her eyes around their faces and said, You might as well ask Dean Wei or brothers and sisters Dachuan and Xiaochun. They are also from the Edge Star. When his name was called, Zhu Dachuan quickly stood up and showed a naive smile. I often run out to play from the orphanage. So I do know a little bit. So brother and sister Ju Dachuan and Ju Xiaochun had been pretending to be invisible since they appeared together. Dean Wei, who had not even said a word, was invited to the luxurious 6-person room booked by the Fortune team to start a detailed discussion. Shen Huan also sat aside and listened carefully. As the name suggests, the Edge Star is the most remote planet on the edge of all the planets in the Empire. It has little spiritual energy and is on the verge of extinction. The life of the planet is expected to be less than 10 years. Anyone who knows how to practice is not willing to stay there any longer. Therefore, most of them are poor people who have no money to leave, or ordinary people who cannot practice cultivation. There are also some people who are extremely vicious and avoid disaster. The situation is complicated and chaotic. The natives above all live with their tails between their legs, and don't even know how to practice spiritual masters. The extremely vicious people from outside show off their power, and live a good life. The polarization is extremely serious. The orphanage is under the protection of Director Wei. And since they are poor and not very valuable children, life in the orphanage is not bad. No one comes to make trouble. People in the orphanage often go out and run around, walking around the streets buying candies. The Fortune team here also found some basic information about the Edge Star. For example, the star owner of this planet is just an unknown ordinary person named Chao Lei, who inherited the inheritance from his dead father not long ago. Since Edge Star fell into his hands, the signal tower, which was originally in tatters and had intermittent signals, was completely destroyed. Edge Star has also been completely isolated from the world and cut off from the outside world. How can this be problematic? After some discussion, several people agreed that the fringe star Lord Chao Lei was definitely not a good person. After the exchange, Shen Huan returned to her room and went to the informant network in a familiar manner, intending to buy some information about Edge Star. She is not short of money now, so she doesn't feel too bad about spending money to buy news. Input: message about the current situation on Edge Star. The little robot turned around and quickly gave the answer, which cost 10 million. Shen Huan showed a solemn expression. The fee was a bit high, which showed that things in Edge Star were indeed not simple. She pursed her lips and paid. The news came out quickly. The situation on Edge Star is complicated. Ever since the old Star Master began, he has been deliberately reducing contact with the outside world, and even deliberately strictly controlled the inflow of information from the Star Network. For example, the basic version of the spiritual cultivation method was deliberately blocked, making it difficult for the indigenous people on Edge Star to contact less than. The reason is that the old Star Master is an ordinary person and cannot cultivate spirits. So he is perverted and does not want the people on the Edge Star to cultivate spirits and have the opportunity to become a sparrow and become a phoenix, free from his control and oppression. Therefore, the life of the lower-class indigenous people on the Edge Star is difficult. Their labor force is squeezed. Their information is deliberately controlled. They pay more and get less, like slaves who are deliberately kept in captivity. On the other hand, in order to make money, the old Star Master provided a good shelter for the most vicious criminals and reduced communication with the outside world. The purpose was also to prevent the information about these people from being exposed and attract arrest. The old Star Lord died not long ago, and the new Star Lord Chao Lei came to power. He was more ambitious than the old Star Lord when he was in power. He did not hesitate to collude with a mysterious force on the Edge Star to reach a complete cooperation agreement. And the Edge Star became the property of this mysterious force, completely cutting off the connection between Edge Star and the outside world, lying that the signal tower was broken and there was no money to repair it. According to the information provided by an informant who did not want to reveal his name, the mysterious force has established a base on the Edge planet for more than 10 years. Someone in the base deliberately cultivates poisonous insects and cultivates poisonous people controlled by insects to charge into the battle, deliberately capturing outstanding geniuses as experimental materials. Those captured into the base either become useless experimental subjects and die, or have been manipulated and mastered, becoming murderous knives in their hands. Chapter 262 9th Level Senior Spirit Pattern Master. In addition to this, the base of the mysterious force also engages in the business of buying and selling people. Some talented girls with good talents and qualifications will be captured and transported to the upper star domain, and sold to certain big families who value outstanding heirs very much, and become the ones who cultivate outstanding heirs. The mother body. Recently, boys with extremely outstanding talents and qualifications are no longer safe. They are also sent to the upper star field for sale, and become a machine for cultivating outstanding heirs. Seeing this, Shining Huan took a breath. The water of this mysterious force was actually deeper than she imagined. Being able to be connected to the upper star territory proves that the danger of this base is indeed extremely high. She pursed her lips and continued to look down with a solemn expression. According to information provided by another informant who did not want to reveal his name, the mysterious base on the Edge Star also cooperates with several families in the Empire, such as the Qian family. The Qian family transports family children to the base for free as experimental materials. The base then helped the Qian family improve the qualifications of the Qian family's children, although it seems to be a fair transaction. In fact, the qualifications of those Qian family children who are used as experimental materials are improved at the cost of lifespan. The powerful insects contracted by the Qian family are also goo insects. They are in the hands of the base. There are also goo insects. They are unstable and will devour their masters. The base intends to cultivate powerful goo kings in their bodies. A sarcastic sneer appeared on Shining Huan's lips. The Qian family probably didn't know about this. They regarded the base as Bai Yueguang who helped them. But the base regarded them as living blood cells that cultivated goo worms. It's no wonder that Qian Hongtao was attacked by Ice Silkworm before. The only difference is that the Ice Silkworm seems to have its own ideas and is out of control of the base. According to the information provided by the third informant who risked his life to get the information. This time His Highness the First Prince made the matter so big in order to find his sweetheart that he drew everyone's attention to the Edge Star. But no one in the base don't panic. There seems to be a conspiracy to get big votes. They plan to capture all the people who enter the Edge Star, sell the best ones to the upper star field, and keep the others as experimental materials, turning them into gus for them. Charge into battle. At present, the base has set up dragnets at all the star airport docking points of the Edge Star. The first batch of people who went to the Edge Star have all been arrested and become lambs to be slaughtered. Warning: do not enter the Edge Star without a foolproof strategy and strong strength. Shining Huan was really shocked when she saw the news. She never expected that this mysterious base would be so bold. Did they just want to finish this job and stop? The large-scale disappearance of so many people will definitely attract attention in the Empire. And this matter also involves two princes. It can also be seen from this that the base should use all its strength to kill everyone. Those who enter the Edge Star will definitely be in danger. Could it be that the person who sent her a note of warning at Zixu College did so because he knew the inside story? Who was that person? Why remind her? However, she didn't think about it for long before she put the doubt aside for the time being, and then copied all the messages and sent them to Longxing Tower. Although it will be revealed that she has special channels for knowing the news. This trip is dangerous. Although the Fortune team members are strong, they are not strong enough to be omnipotent. So it is better to prepare early. At least Edge Star has been completely occupied, and the news that entering it is dangerous must not be kept secret. But what made her happy was that Long Xinglo didn't ask her about the source of the news. After accepting it silently, he directly told the others the news. When others asked, he didn't say it came from her, which made her feel happy. Others mistakenly thought it was Longxing Tower's own news channel. Very good. You can add a chicken drumstick to him. Then Shining Huan left the matter to Long Xinglu and the others to worry about, while she hid in the room and drew the spiritual patterns. The Edge Star was far more dangerous than she imagined, and what she had prepared before was not enough. Her strength as a spiritual master has now soared, and her level of drawing spiritual patterns has also risen rapidly, because what limits her ability to draw spiritual patterns has never been the sudden enlightenment and understanding, but the spiritual power of the spiritual master. After the strength of the spiritual master increases, the improvement of spiritual pattern level is also a matter of course. Now she can draw 9th level advanced spiritual patterns, and her level in spiritual patterns has surpassed her master Zhu Gu and Mi Lao from the Jinding Academy next door. Soon, 9 level advanced spirit patterns were drawn, including teleportation spirit patterns, defensive spirit patterns, and several enhanced versions of her innovative spirit patterns. The main purpose was to protect one's life. 9th level advanced spirit patterns? Shen Wang looked at the dozen thick spirit patterns handed to him, his eyes widening in shock. Then he looked at Shining Huan as if he were looking at a god. The highest level of spirit pattern master he had ever heard of in the entire empire was only an advanced 8th level, and he was also his niece's master. But now his niece can actually draw the 9th level advanced spiritual pattern. This is a skill that is better than the master. And how long did his niece study with that elder? According to the information he found at Zixu Academy, it was only 3 months at most. Moreover, his niece was not as focused on learning spiritual patterns as her fat second senior brother. She also went to the secret realm. She went to the Star Network. She made medicinal diets for business. And she still fought at least 3 times a day on the fighting platform. It can be said that her moral, intellectual, physical, and artistic skills were fully developed. And the time allocated to spiritual patterns was pitiful. Just like that, she was able to draw the 9th level advanced spiritual pattern, become a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. Even his 8th brother, who was astonishingly talented, couldn't achieve this kind of ability. What a happy event. A great happy event. The old Shen family has another extraordinary talent that shocks the heavens. Shen Huang rubbed his hands in excitement, but still asked a little unsurely, "Really gave it to me? It would be valuable if you sell it." Shen Huang raised her eyebrows. "Uncle Qi doesn't want it? Then I can just sell it." Shen Huang quickly grabbed it and grinned from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ears. "If you want it, why don't you want it? It's a 9th level advanced spiritual pattern. Only fools don't want it." Shen Huang raised her lips slightly, and then said with a bit of solemnity, "I'm here to protect you, Uncle Qi. The Edge Star is no more dangerous than before. I also want to persuade Uncle Qi to think carefully about not going. You can take a break on the way. Luo Xing is getting on and off the starship. And now Edge Star is busy arresting people. So they shouldn't be able to take care of you, Uncle Qi." Shen Huang immediately shook his head like a rattle. "How could I not go there because I have taken over the 9th level high-level spiritual patterns? Go. I must go. I have to save Brother 6. And I am also familiar with that base. I can show you the way." Shen Huang saw that although he looked a little timid but determined, she sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. Then she took other 9th level high-level spiritual patterns to Long Xingluo and others, intending to divide the things. The brothers Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaochun, as well as the old Dean Wei, did not forget it. They all treated them equally, and each received a large portion. Chapter 263 9th Level Advanced Machete. A room in the accommodation area on the 1st floor of the starship. 9th Level Advanced Spirit Pattern. "Sister Huan, did you draw this?" Zhu Dachuan was completely stunned, showing the same shocked expression as Shen Huang. He stared at the 3 large handfuls of spirit patterns in front of him with bright eyes. There must be dozens of them here, and their value must be well over several hundred million. His innocent-looking face was shocked and became even more stupid. And then his eyes looked at Shen Huang again, full of excitement and excitement. This golden thigh hug was really worth it. However, after taking a reluctant look, he still refused with difficulty. "Sister Huan, no, there is no need to give it to us. The Dean has also prepared 9th level advanced spiritual patterns for us, which can save our lives." Shen Huan glanced at the old Dean, who was sitting on the bed making no movement in surprise. She didn't expect that Mr. Wei could even take out this thing. But it was understandable considering his high level of refining spiritual weapons. Who hasn't gotten over it yet? He must have been a big shot in the field in the past. So it wouldn't be a surprise to have a few life-saving spirit patterns. "Then how many do you have on you?" Shen Huan asked. Zhu Dachuan choked. How many more cards could there be? At most. It was only 1 per person. Who could be as wealthy as you? Who could buy 3 handfuls at a time? Shen Huan understood as soon as he saw his expression. And after emphasizing the danger of the Edge Star again, Zhu Dachuan no longer refused this time and accepted the thing seriously. "Wait, Sister Huan." After Shen Huan said goodbye to the spirit pattern, she turned around and left. But before she had taken a few steps, Zhu Dachuan hurriedly chased her out. He also held a sharp machete in his hand, which was smaller than the one she was using now. It was thinner and thinner, and the snow-white lines painted on it exuded a mysterious aura. It looked more exquisite and beautiful than her original one, and it was also more powerful. "Sister Huan, this spiritual weapon is a return gift from the Dean to you. It is a 9th level advanced spiritual weapon." Shen Huan's eyes lit up. What a knife! It was higher than her original 6th level advanced sword, and it should be more powerful. Shen Huan was not polite to them, but happily took it. "Thank you, Dean Wei. For me." After saying that, she happily took the knife and left. It was lunchtime now, and there were a lot of people coming and going on the starship. Some people who didn't like eating outside bought lunch and went back to their rooms to eat. Not long after Shen Huan came out of Zhu Dachuan's room, she ran into a strong man who hurried over with a dinner plate in his hand. He was dark and tall, with a fierce face and a tattoo on his forehead. The hideous scars looked like new wounds. Shen Huan subconsciously glanced at him twice, especially his vicious eyes. which made him look like a very vicious person. At this moment, the door of a room passing by suddenly opened from the inside, and a figure jumped out suddenly. She was about to bump into Xinning. She subconsciously moved forward to avoid it. Who knew that the big man who happened to be holding the dinner plate sped up? The footsteps, now good, happened to hit each other. The dinner plate in the big man's hand was shaken by the impact, and the soup inside immediately splashed out. Xinning sleeves were stained with large oil stains, and the clothes on the chest of the big man holding the dinner plate were also splashed, and the soup was instantly stained. A large piece, with a few vegetable leaves attached. The big man's face immediately darkened, and his tone was stern. Don't you have eyes? You don't know who's in front of you. Little bitch. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Xinning, who was about to apologize, immediately closed her mouth, frowned, turned to face the culprit who suddenly appeared, and cursed. Don't you have eyes? You don't know there are people outside. You bastard. Believe it or not. Miss, I'll kill you. The ferocious man on the other side said. Why the H? I do these words sound so familiar to you? Slender man. The big man and the thin man looked at each other, and then both eyes fell on Xinning face. The thin man's eyes gleamed when he looked at it, and then his eyeballs flickered with a dark light, and he rubbed his hands to please. I'm sorry. Girl, I was in a hurry to eat just now, and didn't expect there was someone outside. Your clothes, if you don't take it off, I'll clean it for you, or I'll pay you. Xinning looked at him, and from the corner of her eye glanced at the big man holding the dinner plate, whose face was ugly, but his eyes were clearly looking at her. She felt disgusted in her heart, but pretended to be arrogant and said, You still want me to take off my clothes? I don't care what you are. Just pay for it. 30,000 Shaolin coins. I bought this dress at a big price. The thin man hesitated for a moment. This is a bit expensive. I really can't raise so much money right now. I don't know when this girl is going to get off the starship. I'll try my best to get the little girl before she gets off the starship. Collect the coins. Xinning eyes darkened slightly, and there was a bit of vigilance on his face. It has nothing to do with you when I get off the starship. I will give you an account directly, if you collect the Shaolin coins and transfer it to me directly. It's okay. The thin man still smiled flatteringly. I'm not thinking about you. Girl, I'll give you a time limit first. If I cheat and refuse to admit my debt, it's better for us to still be on the starship so that you can come to me to ask for the debt. I am preparing to launch the starship on the Edge Star. Xinning raised her chin arrogantly. If what you say makes sense, I am also under the Edge Star. You just collect the money and transfer it to me before the starship arrives at the Edge Star. That's fine. The thin man's eyes lit up, and he muttered in a low voice. Under the Edge Star? Then there's no need for us to do anything. What did you say? The thin man immediately shook his head and said with a smile. Nothing. I said under the Edge Star. I will have more time to collect money. Xinning also pretended not to hear his muttering, turned on the optical computer, and added a stranger communication with him to facilitate transfers. Just when I had set up the communication and was about to leave, there was a sudden bang. When the door was opened, there was suddenly the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, and the sound of struggling. She immediately stopped and stretched her neck to look inside the door. But the thin man and the big man holding the dinner plate took the lead to block the door. Xinning frowned. What are you doing? Is there something shameful hidden in the room that you won't let me see? The thin man quickly explained with a smile. We are serious citizens of the Empire. How could we hide something shameful? It's just that my spirit beast was a little naughty and fell to the ground. My spirit beast is afraid of strangers. It will be angry when it sees strangers. If I bite someone, it's for the girl's safety. Xinning looked at his weird and changeable face. Her eyes flickered. Then she snorted and said angrily, Humph! Just don't watch it if you don't want to. You really think I want to look like that? Just remember to pay for it. If you don't return it when we get to the Edge Star, I will come to find you. The thin man nodded quickly and bowed. Don't worry. I will definitely return it. Xinning tossed her hair and left arrogantly. Chapter 264. Let me show you something good. The thin man suppressed the smile on his face and turned back to the room. The big man carrying the dinner plate followed silently behind him. As the door closed, a flash of blue light entered the room. At the same time, Xinning hurriedly walked back to the room. On the way, she met Long Xinglo, who was looking for her. She also grabbed the person's arm and brought him into the room. Long Xinglo was stunned for a moment. But he still obediently moved his long legs to follow her. After the door to the room was closed, Shining Huan immediately summoned the blue hidden butterfly and asked it to open the screen transmitted from the clone. This is another ability that Lan Yindai has gained after his advancement. Previously, the clone could only transmit voice messages, but now it can transmit pictures, commonly known as videos. This skill of the blue hidden butterfly is better than camera surveillance. The camera is easy to detect, but the blue hidden butterfly has the ability to hide and is not easy to be found. People with lower levels than it will not notice it at all. People with higher levels than it will not be noticed at all. Without abilities similar to it, it would be difficult to see through its concealment and discover it. While waiting for the clone to pass the picture, Shining Huan pulled the tall man, who was still stuck in place, and said in a mysterious tone, "Come and sit here. I will show you something good." Long Xinglo glanced at the big bed sitting under her, but with red ears. His sexy Adam's apple rolled twice unconsciously, and his eyes flickered. "This is not good." Shining Huan forced him to sit down, sat on the bed next to her, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Look, it's about to start." Long Xinglo followed her smiling gaze, and saw a blue butterfly with complicated and colorful patterns on its wings flying in a circle in the air in front of them, followed by a projected video appearing in front of him. The video shows a thin man and a tall, strong man. Long Xinglo, so this is the good thing I showed him. The heart that had been beating so fast suddenly calmed down. Then he looked at the screen with his eyes, his deep eyes looking critically. Can the two men in it be as good as him? Or is he in better shape? He thought sourly in his heart. But soon the scene in the video changed, and 4 girls tied into rice dumplings appeared on the screen. They all knew these 4 people. Shen Qiyue and Jin Jinjin are the 2 that Shining Huan is most familiar with. There are 2 others that she is not so familiar with but knows. One is Jin Kai, the cousin of Lu Xian who Shining Huan met during the college entrance examination. The girl's truthfulness once made Lu Xuan's head smoke, so Shining Huan was quite impressed by her. The last and 4th girl is Shi Mingyu, 3rd senior brother Gao Yu's confidant, and a 2nd-year student at Zishu Academy. On the first day of school, when she was riding the 3rd senior brother's angel bird to compete with the rebounding spirit pattern drawn by the experimental master of the fighting platform, she was when Shi Mingyu saw it. She immediately became jealous and looked for trouble. But she was a smart person and didn't make a fuss in the end. How could the 4 of them be arrested together? Long Xinglo also had a surprised look in his eyes. "Is this?" Shining Huan spread her hands and said, "I don't know what happened. I met those 2 men when I came back. I thought they were a bit weird, so I acted in a play with them to find out. It is indeed very problematic. The thin man was shrewd and asked me which station I had disembarked from the starship at in exchange for compensation. Looking at their eyes, they probably wanted to arrest me. So I thought of the base on Edge Star. That base also arrested people for sale. I let the blue hidden butterfly go over. Now it seems that they are indeed doing that. And they also want to arrest me." Long Xinglo frowned and looked at her disapprovingly. "You know they want to arrest you, but you still put yourself in danger?" Shining comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry. They won't take action against me after I told the starship that the station is on the Edge Star. I think they have something to do with the mysterious base on the Edge Star and have it run away." Then the 2 fell silent and watched the video in midair carefully. The one who just hit the ground and whined was Jin Jinjin. When the 2 men came in, their faces turned ugly and gloomy when they saw her. The big man even picked her up with a fierce expression and threw her back on the bed without mercy, scolded in a voice as sinister as thunder, "If you dare to make trouble again, be careful, I will chop you up." Jin Jinjin was so frightened that he trembled all over, shook his disheveled head, and shed tears. Seeing that she was scared, the 2 men showed a cruel and satisfied smile, and then started talking. The thin man opened his mouth and said with a nasty smile, "The girl at the door just now has good skin, better than the 4 of us here, but I don't know what her talent and qualifications are. If she is above S level, then she is top quality. The base will definitely like it." The big man also showed a sinister smile. "Her looks have sold her to the upper star field. Even if she has no talent or qualifications, there are still many people snatching her up. What are you going to do? Just kidnap the person on the starship?" The thin man, "No. She landed on the starship on the Edge Star. Then she is from our base. If we are on the starship, we will attack first. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the base, so we should go first. Send a message to the base and let them catch it themselves. and we'll just get an intermediary commission. The big man also nodded. You are still thoughtful. We can't handle the base's tactics. Besides, there are other teams competing with us for the chance to be appreciated by the base. We can't let them seize the opportunity. Otherwise, things will happen later. After it's over, we can't move to the star territory with the base. Well, the 4 we caught here are not bad. They are all students of Zishio Academy. Their talents and qualifications should not be much different. They are also good looking. The base will definitely be satisfied. For a moment, both of them had smiles on their faces. Dreaming of getting promoted and receiving salary increases after bringing people to the base. Xininghuan raised her eyebrows. She was really from the base. Judging from the meaning of their words, it seems that there are several teams out to arrest people like them. TSK. They have really big appetites. Long Xinglo straightened his back and looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression. Your previous news is true. This base is indeed arresting people and selling them to the star territory. What are you going to do? Save them? Xininghuan looked at the 4 people in the video who were tied into rice dumplings and fed nutrient solution one by one, and then shook her head. They have contact with the base, so don't save them now, so as not to alert the snake. Anyway, the 4 Shinchiyue can't die now. They just have to suffer a little. Long Xinglo nodded, agreeing with her idea. As for pity for women, except for his sweetheart, he had no such feelings for other women. He even thought that it would be good for Jin Jinjin to suffer a little. But who told him not to deal with Huan? Men are so partial. Chapter 265 Jin Jinjin is unreasonable. Xininghuan and Long Xinglo did not hide the news that these 2 people were related to the base from the rest of the Fortune team. After watching a short section to confirm the identities of these 2 people, they told him. Xininghuan also got Lan Yindai into the 6-person luxury suite of the Fortune team. With Little Butterfly's current level, it is no problem to play 20 hours a day on super long standby. The members of the Fortune team were there to monitor whoever had time. Needless to say, Little Butterfly followed the 2 of them the whole time and monitored them, which really helped them hear some useful information. At least they were right not to arrest the 2 of them directly before. These 2 people had frequent contact with the Edge Star and helped the base monitor and explore the situation of the entire starship. Once the 2 were caught and lost contact, the base there will definitely be something noticed over there. And what will be waiting for them when the starship docks at the starport is probably enhanced firepower. Therefore, the Fortune team members were very careful in the next few days, deliberately hiding their whereabouts and not appearing in front of the 2 people. The starship will arrive at Edge Star in another hour. Xininghuan, brother and sister Ju Dachuan, Ju Xiaochun, and old Dean Wei gathered in the 6-person room of the Fortune team. They all looked solemnly and discussed the next action while watching the scene being played in the air. At this time, the tall and burly man was as angry and fierce as a strong black bear, dragging Jin Jinjin in from the door and striding in. As soon as he walked in, his big palm slapped her face hard, causing her to roll over. The fierce look in his eyes was revealed. Bah! You stinky bitch lied to me and wanted to run away. Not a single thing that falls into my hands can escape. Huh? You are so disobedient. You will definitely cause trouble for me when you get to the base. I will teach you what it means to accept your fate now. Otherwise, you really think that you are still the pampered and popular young lady before. After roaring, his crimson eyes looked at the woman who fell to the ground. Revealing his white teeth, he stretched out his thick arm to grab her waist and threw her onto the empty bed outside. He grabbed his waistband and bullied him. Jin Jinjin waved his limbs, struggled desperately, and let out an ear-piercing scream. Inside, on the bed near the wall, Shen Qiyue, Jin Kaikai and Shermingyu, whose hands and feet were tied up and treated much better than before, were also frightened by this turn of events. Although the skinny man and the big man who tied them up before had a bit of a fierce look in their eyes, and the way they fed them nutrient solution was a bit rough, and the look in their eyes made people feel a bit hairy. But fortunately, they didn't do anything else to them, and their behavior was pretty good. Rule. They also breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Jin Jinjin. The other 3 of them were very smart and careful in cooperating with the 2 of them, and did not dare to make unnecessary moves to anger them. The 2 were also very satisfied with their obedient performance, and gradually relaxed their control over them. From the strict method of tying rice dumplings to the current method of tying only their hands and feet, allowing them to drink nutrient solution by themselves. But they never expected that today, the 7th day after they were kidnapped, Jean Jinjin went out and tried to escape under the pretext of having a stomachache that needed treatment, which aroused the violence in the man's bones and directly attacked her. Although they were usually dissatisfied with Jean Jinjin's brainless look and didn't bother to get along with her. But now they couldn't help but feel worried and anxious when they saw her being insulted. Especially Shi Mingyu. Her face was pale. Her eyes were solemn and uneasy. And she was thinking further than the other two. Because Jean Jinjin aroused the anger of this big man. There is no guarantee that this big man will turn around and stare at them after finishing dealing with Jean Jinjin. Everything is difficult at the beginning. But once there is a beginning, it may be out of control. She had also heard a lot of the conversations between the thin man and the big man in the past few days, and guessed that they would be sold as goods to the upper star territory. So her eyes sank, and she made up her mind and said loudly, "Brother, please forgive me." When Jean Kaikai heard this, she quickly came to her senses and nodded repeatedly with tears in her eyes. "Yes, yes, yes, let her go. Just give her a few more lessons and that'll be fine." The big man stopped his movements, tilted his head, and looked at them with crimson and crazy eyes. His white teeth showed in a vicious smile. "Why? You don't deal with this stinky bitch, but you still plead for her?" Jean Kaikai shrank her neck in fright and twitched her mouth. But in the end, she didn't dare to make a sound. Shi Mingyu, however, held up her pale face and spoke kind words with cold eyes. "We are thinking about the two eldest brothers. Since it is to sell us to the upper star territory, it is natural that the better the goods, the higher the price. The big shots in the star territory must also like it to be clean." The thin man who was watching calmly at the door gave her a satisfied look, then looked at the big man and said with a smile, "Old Scar, this girl is right. Cleaner goods sell better. So you should still stop moving. Little girl, there's nothing interesting about this movie." The big man snorted coldly, but he didn't move any more. He got up, looked at Shi Mingyu with his scarlet eyes, and said with a sinister smile, "You are quite a smart woman. I will ask someone to help you. If you choose a good family, you might be able to make a name for yourself in the upper star territory in the future. But don't forget us two brothers." The thin man also nodded in agreement. The two of them were very enthusiastic about the star territory. In their hearts, no one could refuse to go to the star territory. Unfortunately, it was not possible to go to the star territory just if they wanted to. So they naturally thought that a woman like this, a smart person, would definitely want to go to the star territory. When she does well, she might even thank the two brothers for sending her there. Shi Mingyu nodded calmly and agreed. Okay. The two of them were indeed satisfied with her answer. And after a few threats to stop them from escaping, they locked the door and went out together. Jean Jinjin sat on the bedside with no courage to breathe. After everyone left, her face was stained with tears. She stared at Shi Mingyu with red eyelids and shouted with dissatisfaction in her voice that was hoarse from crying. "You are the only one who knows how to please people. Why didn't you speak out earlier? My innocence was almost ruined by that disgusting piece of shit. If my innocence is gone, Brother Rong will dislike me even more." As she said this, she wiped her neck in disgust and glared at Shin Chiyue, who was silent at the side. She hummed and said unreasonably, "Did you deliberately not save me? I have lost my innocence. You two, sister and Brother Rong, can be more stable together. Bah! Vicious and insidious. I won't let you succeed." Shi Mingyu gritted his teeth. His face turned pale and ugly. After what happened just now, this person didn't know how to restrain himself and repent. He is really a scumbag teammate. He doesn't distinguish between good and bad. She shouldn't have spoken out to save people just now. It would be good to let her be ruined like this. Maybe now he didn't dare to make trouble, but instead bit her and said she was too slow to speak out. Chapter 266, If I Like Her, I'll Cry Without Thinking. Shin Chiyue rolled her eyes at Jean Jinjin. She didn't like her at all, so she opened her mouth to reply. "You idiot! What's wrong with you? When are you talking about Brother Rong now? And the Jean family is crippled? You still blame me. And you scolded me? I just regret that I didn't stop senior sister Shi from opening her mouth to save you, and didn't add fuel to the fire and let the strong brother hack you directly, so that you still have the time to talk nonsense. You?" Jean Jinjin's face turned pale with anger, and he stared at her fiercely. Shin Chiyue ignored her, turned to look at Jean Kaikai beside her and gossiped. "I heard that you and this Jean Jin are really sisters. Why are you so smart? Your sister is so stupid. Her parents gave birth to her. I didn't give her a brain when I was there." Jean Kaikai couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Shermingyu's face looked a little better. After laughing enough, Jean Kaikai tilted her head and rubbed her shoulders, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes and said, I don't know what happened to her. I have never seen her parents. My mother said that my cousin is not we. The Jean family were adopted by my uncle and aunt. I don't know what happened to my uncle and aunt. My biological daughter doesn't like her, but she likes her as an adopted daughter. Maybe she will cry if she likes her. Shinchiyue laughed so much that she gave her a thumbs up appreciatively. Sister, you understand very well. I also think that may be the case. Seeing the two singing along, Jean Jinjin jumped off the bed angrily, stamped his feet, and screamed angrily. Stop talking. You know how to laugh at me. Believe it or not, I won't help you untie me. Now I am not tied up. If I don't help you, it depends on what you will do. At this time, the door was pushed in, and a slender figure walked in from the door. When he opened his mouth, Jean Jinjin's advantage was completely eliminated. It's really a no-brainer for you. Just let me help them. Shining Huan. Seeing the person coming in, the four people in the room shouted in shock. It's really you. I heard your voice at the door before. I thought I heard it wrong. I didn't expect you were really on this starship. Shinchiyue looked at her with bright eyes, full of surprise, and then urged, Hurry! Hurry! Help me untie them. It will be troublesome if those two men come back. They don't know what kind of medicine they gave us. We have no spiritual power, and are so weak that we can't even untie the rope. Shining walked over with a smile, bent down to help them untie the rope. It's not that they were drugged. It must have been poisoned. Bewitched, Shinchiyue raised her voice, and immediately thought of Qian Hongtao, who was backbitten by the eye silkworm, and Uncle Qi, who was controlled by the voodoo. Her whole body trembled, and her heart became cold. Shermingyu and Jean Kaikai had not seen goo insects with their own eyes like Shinchiyue, but had only heard about them, so they were more curious about goo insects. Yes. Shining Huan nodded casually and asked after untying them. Can you leave? Leave here with me first. The three of them nodded hurriedly. Okay. Okay. But my legs will be weak, and I will walk slower. Jean Jinjin frowned dissatisfied and asked Shining. You were clearly standing at the door when you heard the noise in the room. Why didn't you come in and take a look? If I came in, I wouldn't have to be beaten or scolded. And those two stinky men have treated me like this these past few days. If you had come to save me earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer this. Seeing that Shining Huan ignored her, she became more and more confident. She grabbed Shining Huan's sleeve and continued to angrily question. Did you already know that it was us inside? So you didn't come to save people earlier on purpose? Shinchiyue and the other three also paused when they heard this and turned to look at her. Shining Huan put aside Jean Jinjin's hand and raised her eyebrows indifferently. I have indeed known for a long time that the people inside are you, and I deliberately came to save you today. Then she looked at Shinchiyue and the other three, folding her arms across her chest and raising her chin slightly. Are you still leaving? Shinchiyue and the others looked at the cold expression on her face with no emotion. They were silent for less than half a second and nodded quickly. Let's go! Now they are worse than ordinary people, and have to rely on others to run. How can they question the request? It's not like Jean Jinjin is brainless. Jean Jinjin was angry and screamed. Why are we leaving? It's just those two guys. If I recover my spiritual power, and I can let the spirit beast bite them to death, why should we leave? Shining Huan, you are not a parallel importer. Are you? You performed so well in Zixia Academy. Could it be that you paid those people to help you fight the match fixing? But you couldn't even beat those two people. Seeing Jean Jinjin, who was unreasonably delaying time again and again, Shermingyu frowned and said with a cold tone, If you like to stay here, then stay here. The three of us can go with classmate Shin. Jean Jinjin looked at her with wide eyes. You are still siding with Shining Huan. You obviously hate Shining Huan the most in Zixu Academy. Huh? I get it. You just have no backbone and are trying to please her in order to save your life. Yes. Those two stinky men did the same to Shining Huan. Shinchiyue tried her best to suppress her laughter. It was rare for Jean Jinjin to speak more pleasantly, and Shermingyu was indeed quite flexible. Shermingyu, the person who was being insulted, was not happy, and the anger in his heart was high. He was really aggrieved by Jean Jinjin's poke in the center. The veins on his forehead were jumping in anger, and his tone lost his usual calmness. You idiot. Shut up. Shining Huan must have a reason for choosing to come to the rescue today. Didn't you hear the conversation between those two people before? There is a mysterious base behind them. How do you know that there are only 2 of them? I might have killed these 2 and made the matter bigger. They will have more people chasing them. By then, Sheninghuan will be unable to fight with her 4 fists. So how can we run away? Before, the 2 of them had always gone out one by one and watched us. Today they both went out. Obviously there was some special situation today. Sheninghuan took advantage of them both going out today to secretly rescue us. If you continue, if you're stupid enough to delay here, then you don't have to run away with us. Or are you just working with the 2 of them and deliberately delaying? If you are really on the same side with them, then there is no need to run away with us. Just kill them. Otherwise they will betray us and tip them off. Jean Jinjin was stunned by the rebuke. When she heard that he wanted to kill her, she immediately retorted in a panic. How? How is it possible? How could I be in the same group with them? If I were in the same group with them, how could they beat me and scold me like that? I almost lost my innocence. Sure, Mingyu snorted coldly. Who knows if you are deliberately teasing us or killing the insurance company? Jean Jinjin was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. He looked toward Sheninghuan in fear. When she gave her a cold look, the pores all over his body suddenly trembled. Run. Run. Run now. Chapter 267. Come to her grave to dance. Sheninghuan looked at Mingyu with a smile. He was smart. He should give strong medicine to fools. If they scare them, they would not dare to make trouble. Then she led the 4 people, who looked like soft-legged shrimps, to the original room, where Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaoqun were a few rooms away. You guys sit down first. And I'll try to help you get rid of the poison first. Good. Shin Chiyue and the other 3 nodded obediently. And Jean Jinjin also sat down with her neck hunched, peeking at Sheninghuan from time to time, fearing that she would not like her. So she would take this opportunity to follow Mingyu's words and slap him. Sheninghuan noticed this look, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and then summoned the ice silkworm, letting the ice silkworm start working. And she took advantage of this time to curiously ask Shin Chiyue, how were you captured? Zishu Academy should be very safe. Shin Chiyue's face suddenly fell. I wasn't arrested in Zishu Academy. I was arrested when I went out to watch the road and hold Qingqing's funeral. She was very disgusted with Lu Qingqing, the man who stole her second sister's ex-boyfriend and indirectly caused her second sister to die young in her previous life. She heard that she was going to have a funeral, so she had to hurry out and have a look. Wait. After finding out where she is buried, we can bring people to her grave to dance in the future. But who knew that as soon as she squeezed into Lu's house with the funeral crowd, her vision suddenly went dark and she lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she was tied into a rice dumpling and thrown into this strange room. There were 3 rice dumplings with her, who were treated the same way. MMP, is this retribution for her having fun at someone else's funeral? Shin Chiyue slumped on the sofa like a salted fish, extremely depressed. At this time, Jean Kaikai said in surprise, I also lost consciousness suddenly at my cousin's funeral, and then woke up here. How did those 2 people do it? I remember that I was following. There is no way those 2 people from the Jean family could kidnap me under the eyes of my clan. Jean Jinjin whispered. I also lost consciousness at the funeral. Only Mingyu was different. She frowned lightly. Before I lost consciousness, I left Zishu Academy with Chai Zian. I originally thought it was her fault. But if it's like what you said, then the 2 of them can do it in public. If someone is kidnapped, it may have nothing to do with Chai Zian. Sheninghuan raised her eyebrows and said thoughtfully, That's not necessarily the case. The Chai family is deeply involved with goo insects. They have seen insects controlling people before. When they lost consciousness in public, they may not have been knocked out by others, but were controlled by goo insects. In this way, they could act on their own and successfully boarded the starship without attracting any attention and leaving the public sight. You must know that boarding the starship also needs to go through a level of checkpoints. If they are tied up, they will most likely not be able to get on, unless there are people from that base on the starship who can also control the starship and help secretly. But obviously the former is more reasonable. What do you mean? Mingyu frowned and looked at Sheninghuan and asked. Sheninghuan shrugged. It's just a guess. When you go back, you can carefully check whether Chai Zian has anything to do with this matter. Then she warned. In 15 minutes, the starship will arrive at the Edge Star Airport. My companions and I will disembark immediately. You just stay here and don't move. In 5 minutes, the starship will return directly. When you arrive, then you can return to the main star. Although they did not catch the 2 people in advance to expose the conspiracy of the Edge Star, and deliberately let the Edge Star relax their defenses, They would not let the entire starship take the risk together. After the starship arrived, a quick return should not affect the people on the starship. Moreover, Edge Star is poor and backward, and does not have much spiritual energy. The number of people who will come can be counted on one hand. Even if they come because of the eldest prince's mission reward, they have made some preparations before. Long Xingli got the news from Shining Huan and knew that the Edge Star was intending to arrest people. So he took action and asked people to deliberately guide them on the star network. His Royal Highness's sweetheart was not on the Edge Star, but on a planet near the Edge Star. The news that His Highness the Grand Prince had previously said was that people disappeared near the Edge Star. But that does not mean that the person is there. There are also many small planets around the Edge Star. As long as His Highness the Great Prince has searched for the Edge Star, he has not found the person. If you find it, then as long as you are smart, you will not stare at the Edge Star, but will divert to other surrounding planets. Facts have proved that this trick is very effective. Many people have landed on the planets in front of the Edge Star, and there are very few people left. After hearing what Shining Huan said, Shin Chiyue and the other four smiled happily, knowing that the two people were going to take them to the Edge Star. They didn't want to go to the Edge Star at all. It would be great if the starship could return directly. Shin Chiyue looked actively at the small ice silkworm lying in her palm, and asked excitedly, "Are you ready? Can you get the goo worm out of my body?" Shining Huan looked at the bulging muscles on her arms, and said with a smile, "Almost." When the bulge reached her wrist, Shining Huan immediately took out a sharp machete, raised the knife with her hand, and directly picked out a small red insect covered in blood from the bulge. The four of them were startled by the machete that suddenly came out, and almost thought their heads were going to fly off. Shining Huan took out a glass bottle, and put the picked insects into the glass bottle, then looked at them with a machete in her other hand. "Who will come next? Hurry up!" Jean Kai Kai and Jean Jinjin immediately forgot about the threat of the machete and their disgust at the little red bugs, and hurriedly said, "I'll do it! I'll do it!" Shining Huan saw that Jean Kai Kai was more pleasing to her eyes, and named her. Jean Kai Kai looked at her with excited eyes, then glanced at the machete in her hand, and asked cautiously, "Idol, can we discuss it and change it to a smaller knife or dagger?" Shining Huan nodded politely. "Okay." Then she put away the 9th level high-level machete she had just obtained, and took out a fruit knife of no rank. Jean Kai Kale's eyes curled up with laughter. "Idol is so good." This time, the ice silkworm was very fast. Practice makes perfect. In less than a minute, the goo worm reached Jean Saicai's wrist. Shining Huan used a fruit knife to make a small shallow wound, picked it out, and put it into a glass bottle. When Jean Jinjin saw this, he immediately pushed aside Jean Kai Kai and stretched his hand in front of Shining Huan. The smile on Shining Huan's face fell, and she glanced at her expressionlessly, then put the fruit knife into the space, and carried the sharp machete in her hand again. The chill emanating from it shocked Jean Jinjin's whole body. Shivering. Chapter 268. The starship was bombed. Jean Jinjin shrank his neck. "Can I also change to a smaller knife?" Shining Huan rejected her. "No." Jean Jinjin wanted to be angry subconsciously, and her delicate eyebrows wrinkled in dissatisfaction. But when she glanced at Shining Huan's emotionless black eyes, the anger in her heart was like a bucket of ice cubes poured on her, cooling her down. "Yeah, it can't get hot at all. I can't afford to offend him, so I can only submit in humiliation." Fortunately, after using the machete, the wound was only a little bigger than a fruit knife, and the blood flowed happily. There were no other side effects, and her whole hand was not chopped off. Jean Jinjin felt relieved. He covered his wrist and moved aside. When it was Shermingyu's turn, Shining Huan still had that killer face that showed no emotion, and she still had the machete in her hand. "Shermingyu." She held out her hand silently. After all four people's poisonous insects were dealt with, Shin Chiyue looked at Shining Huan, who put away the machete with sad eyes. Why was she still treating her differently? Treat her differently. Just treat her differently. Shouldn't the person being treated differently be her? A sister of the same race who shares the same sorrows? Why is it Jean Kai Kai? In terms of familiarity, Jean Kai Kai should be the person who has been in contact with Shining Huan for the shortest time. When Shining Huan glanced at her, she looked away in a hopeless manner. Forget it. Shining Huan is not an emperor and needs to be treated equally. So just treat him differently. At this time, the radio on the starship rang. "Passengers on the starship, please pay attention. Passengers on the starship, please pay attention. The starship will arrive at the Edge Star in 3 minutes. According to reliable news, there is a group of extremely vicious gangsters hiding on the Edge Star. They kill people and set fires without mercy. They do evil things. Human trafficking, human experimentation, no matter the old, weak, sick or disabled. Now they have ambushed the starry skyport. The starship route can no longer turn around and can only stop at the starry skyport. For the safety of the passengers on the starship, the star captain decided to dock and enter the Edge Star airport and return immediately after 1 minute. Passengers who need to continue on the Edge Star are asked to wait at the door of the starship and seize the time to get off the starship. Didn't you say the stop would take 5 minutes? Why was it shortened to 1 minute? Shin Chiyua and the other 4 people stood carefully with their ears raised. After the radio sound stopped, they looked at Shining Huan in confusion. Shining Huan looked in the direction of the door and frowned. Maybe something happened. Then she turned to look at the 4 of them. You stay here and just follow the starship back. Don't worry about other things. The 4 people immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Even if they were asked to do so, they didn't want to do anything about it. Shining Huan hurriedly bid farewell to the 4 of them and walked quickly to the starship command room. On the way, she also helped Jing Yao, grabbing the thin man and the strong man who wanted to run away after hearing the announcement, and escorted the 2 of them together. Arrive at the command room. The command room was in chaos at this time. The starship staff looked pale and panicked, walking back and forth hurriedly. There were 2 red warning lights on the control screen, and there were 5 people wearing starship work clothes lying on the ground. The blood under the 5 people had flowed out, and their chests had not risen and fallen. They were obviously dead. There were many bloody footprints and scattered papers around their bodies. The ground was mottled and bloody. What's going on here? Shining Huan knocked the thin man in her hand unconscious and threw it to the ground. She walked in with a frown and asked. Mishi, the obedient gatekeeper, walked out from behind the command room door, looked at her with bright black eyes, and said shyly, Shuemation, you are here. We just caught 5 traitors who were hiding in the command room. They wanted to destroy the starship. Fortunately, the system was discovered early by our captain and can be rescued now. Shining Huan was surprised. She didn't expect that there were actually people hiding on the starship. And there were only 5 of them. However, Lon En Dai had been following the thin man and the big man. These 2 people obviously knew nothing about the traitor hiding in the starship. Is the shortened docking time of the starship also related to this matter? Mishi nodded with a smile on her face. Yes, the captain can repair it, and it can also improve the system flexibility in the starship, allowing the starship to return home faster. Moreover, there is a traitor in the starship command room. It can be seen that there are no more starships. It's not necessarily safe. So the captain plans to improve the performance inside the starship so that it can reverse course as soon as possible. Shining Huan had a surprised look on her face. She didn't expect Longxing Tower to have this skill. Then she found Long Xinglo in front of a starship control console with a serious expression and his fingers flying around to quickly repair the system program. A man who works hard is quite handsome, especially since this man's side profile is almost perfect, which is even more pleasing to the eye. After the beautiful man admired them for a few seconds, she coughed lightly, looked away and asked Mishi, what about the other people in the team? Mishi, go to the starship to check for other safety hazards. Then I'll help too. Shining Huan nodded at him, turned around and left the command room neatly. When Jing Yao, who was still standing at the door guarding the big man, saw this, he also hurriedly knocked the man unconscious and followed Shining Huan out of the command room. But before the 2 of them could take a few steps out, there was a loud bang, and the entire starship began to shake violently with the explosion, and more than half of the screens in the command room lit up with red alarm lights. It's dazzling, and the sirens are shrill and piercing, making people's hearts beat violently. Shining Huan and Jing Yao looked at each other and walked back to the command room with ugly expressions. The staff inside were in a mess, with ghosts crying and wolf howling rising to the sky. It's over. It's over. The entire spiritual power conversion system has been blown up. It can't be repaired. Even if it is repaired, it has to climb outside the starship to repair it. Oh, the engine is broken. The drives are all ruined. And the entire starship is ruined. If it's broken like this, it's better to just buy a new one. Ah, come on. Come on. Your Highness, the second prince, we can only make an emergency landing at the Edge Star Airport. Who the H.L. blew up the starship? This is a new one, and is worth more than 500 billion. The star captain cried with snot and tears and leaned next to Long Xinglo, lamenting the passing of the starship. Shining Huan had a tense face. Walked quickly to Long Xinglo, lowered her head and asked, "Is there really nothing we can do?" Long Xinglo frowned and nodded with a heavy expression. "Yes, Captain Star is right. It seems that the Edge Star base is hidden deeper than they imagined. And even the starships controlled by the Empire can hide their people. No, maybe they use goo insects to control the starship staff. No matter which one it is. It proves that the base is far more powerful than they thought. And its methods are more unpredictable." The two people looked ugly. This discovery raised their vigilance to the highest level. The tough battle at the Edge Star airport might be more difficult than they imagined. At this time, news came from Jin Hisung's side, and Guang now rang. "Xinglo, I caught the two people who bombed the starship. They were ordinary passengers. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop them in time. They are bleeding to death from their orifices now. They must be controlled by goo insects." Long Xinglo's voice was low. "Don't worry about them. Join Gong Shan and the others and return to the starship hatch immediately. Prepare to disembark from the starship in 1 minute. Captain Star, broadcast an emergency announcement to inform everyone of the situation of the starship. Let them rush to the nearest hatch of the starship within 1 minute and prepare to go down. Otherwise, they will be destroyed together with the starship." "Yes." After the two orders were issued, people on both sides quickly executed them. Chapter 269, Fiercely Shooting Cold Arrows. After hearing the broadcast, Shin Chiyue and the others realized something was wrong. They stumbled to the starship hatch amid the violent shaking of the starship, and then saw Shining Huan standing there at a glance. They rushed forward and asked with panic on their faces, "What's going on? What's going on? Didn't we agree to return in 1 minute? Why did we all get off the starship again?" Jin Jinjin was even more frightened and screamed, "It's all your fault. It's all my fault that you didn't come to save us earlier. If you could have saved us earlier, we would have landed on starships on other planets. How come we are here? I don't want to go down to that shitty place. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go to that shitty place like Edge Star." Shining Huan and Jin Jinjin staggered, holding on to the wall next to them to steady their steps. Then her frowning eyebrows deepened, and she couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She scolded Jin Jinjin. "Why are you so crazy? If you don't want to go down, don't go down. Stay here. Come down and live and die with the starship." After she finished speaking, her cold eyes swept over Shermingyu and Shin Chiyue, who also had a bit of panic and dissatisfaction on their faces. Finally, her eyes fell back on Jin Jinjin's face. Her cold voice was as sharp as a knife, like a serial cannon. It seems to follow closely. "Did I kidnap you here? What do you have to do with me that I have to save you? I saved someone, but the person who was saved didn't know how to cry with gratitude and said that I saved him too late. Do you think it's appropriate? It's time to stop going crazy at the wrong time. If you're not satisfied that I saved you, then how about I help you get the goo bug back into your body and then lock it back in the original room?" "No." "Then shut up." Jin Jinjin shut her mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Her lost mind finally found her home, and she shrank like a quail and didn't dare to say anything. "Humph." Shining Huan, who was still in a bad mood, tilted her head and snorted. Jin Jinjin's body trembled, and she leaned back in fear. Just as the starship shook, she became unstable and fell to the ground. The surrounding starship staff quickly backed away, determined not to back her up, and then looked at Shining Huan with awe in their eyes. But the episode of watching the movie ended here. Time was tight, as the starship crashed directly into the Starry Skyport and made an emergency landing with the help of the Starry Skyport's resistance. The starship was once again severely damaged. A red alert sounded throughout the starship. The lights sounded, and the lights flickered on and off. The next moment, the closed hatch finally opened. The starship staff guarding the door immediately pulled their necks and shouted, "Quick! Get out!" The star captain said, "The starship will start the countdown self-destruction program after the emergency landing. And there are still 30 seconds left." As soon as he finished speaking, the self-destruction program started to sound inside the starship, and a 30-second countdown began. The word Shin Chiyue and the other four were about to open their mouths to ask questions were immediately suppressed. They immediately followed the starship staff and Shining Huan and ran for their lives, fearing that they would perish together with the starship. A group of people poured out through several hatches. As soon as they exited the starship, various spiritual beasts appeared and fled out with the force of a tiger descending the mountain. Shining Huan also condensed her eyes and summoned rhubarb. Shin Chiyue and Jin Kaikai were held in hand, tiptoeing to the ground, and quickly jumped on Rhubarb's back, followed by Huzi flying out like a sharp arrow. Next door, level with Huzi, was Mi-Shi's unicorn. Mi-Shi was also holding Sherming-Yu in her left hand and Jin Jinjin in her right hand, sitting on the unicorn and running away quickly. 10, 9, 8, 7 inch. The mechanical sound inside the starship can be heard outside. As the countdown reaches 0, the sound of the scorching fire exploded behind them. And the explosion caused by the huge starship was also particularly heroic. The entire starry skyport of Edge Star was affected and shook violently. And the sparks splashed by the explosion were even more eye-catching in the starry skyport. There were fires everywhere inside. In the blink of an eye, thick smoke rose from the outermost edge of the starport as the trigger point, igniting a fire, and then swept across the entire starport. The most surprising thing is that there seems to be something flammable and explosive hidden in this starry skyport. When the fire of the explosion spread, a series of explosions followed. The starry skyport instantly became a hell on Earth, and the sea of fire spread wantonly. Everyone who was lurking in the starry skyport suddenly stood up when they saw the prey appear, and they were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Damn it! What happened? Why did the starship explode? So the hungry wolves who originally pounced on the lambs with bright eyes howled and quickly braked, then turned around and ran away with the people who escaped from the starship. The power of a starship explosion is no joke. Whoever touches it will die. No matter how many people there are, it won't make any difference. What's more, not all of them are very useful. Some of them rely on goo insects to show off their power. But except for a very small number of goo insects, other goo insects are afraid of fire. So what are you waiting for? Just run away. Let's talk about it later. As soon as they started running, the scene immediately became chaotic. Sheninghuan and her group took the opportunity to run out with the chaotic crowd under the light of the fire. This was a plan they had thought up when they discovered that the starship could not be repaired and could not be saved. Since the starship was useless, they should use its last remaining heat and use self-destruction to make a big noise to lure away the people ambushing in the starry skyport. And then they took the opportunity to break through a hole in the defense line surrounding the starport. Break through and escape. What they didn't expect was that there would be a series of overture explosions, and the noise would be even greater than they imagined. Moreover, although there were many people on the other side, none of them were very courageous. They all ran away screaming, and there was no trace of them at all. Even the task of arresting people was forgotten. This, in the chaotic crowd of fleeing people, Sheninghuan faced the scorching firelight behind her and took the opportunity to fire arrows and kill several enemy people. She also urged Shinchiyu and Jin Kai-Gai, "Don't be stunned. Let's move together. Kill a few more and catch up later. There are only a few people who will kill us. If you really can't kill them, then stop them and slow them down. The second wave of big explosions will come soon, so leave them in the explosion." Jin Saitsai's big bright eyes widened, with a learned expression on her face. And then she also straightened her little face, and followed up by firing cold arrows. Shinchiyu had already followed Sheninghuan, and she was faster than Jin Kai-Kai. As soon as Sheninghuan finished speaking, she understood the essence and started to move quickly. Use cold arrows to cut off the legs of those many-legged insects, and see how they run. If they run too slowly, they will die in the explosion. Almost all the bugs that were summoned to run as mounts had long legs and multiple legs. The target was very easy to aim. You could kill it with one hit with your eyes closed. As soon as the bug's legs were broken, 3 or 4 people were dismounted in an instant. Chapter 270 Escape from the Encirclement. Mi-Shi, who was on the unicorn next door, also heard the new knowledge imparted by Sheninghuan. His delicate and shy face had a pair of bright black eyes, shining with eagerness to try. Following a stream of light blades flying forward, backward, left, and right, they pulled down a group of enemy troops, and received countless curses from their fathers, mothers, and ancestors. But he smiled happily. Jin Jinjin looked at his expression and felt depressed. Classmate Mi had also followed Sheninghuan's example, but it wasn't impossible to give it a try. She rolled her eyes, rubbed her hands, and secretly fired cold arrows. She looked at the fallen people and the cursing voices. Not to mention, it was quite refreshing. Sherming-Yu was much more organized than her. Not only did she calmly start firing cold arrows early, but she also released her own spiritual beasts to work together. Her spirit beast is a red sparrow with the fire attribute. It is not afraid of fire, and can sneak attacks while hiding in the sea of fire. The red sparrow is petite, and has the cover of fire. It is not to mention very nimble in its movements. Every time it emerges from the fire, it can take away a life. Shining Huan also felt that the work alone was not enough. So except for the small snails, small lizards and small white mice that were not lethal, all the other animals were released in the animal control space. After following Shining Huan for a long time, one after another, chicken thieves who learned about spiritual beasts were good at sneak attacks in troubled waters, interspersed among the fleeing crowds and herds, and made mischief, and thieves slipped through. But the most powerful one is the eye silkworm. It is the king of goo. Even if it is of low level, it still sits on the throne and commands all the goo in the goo worm pile. Therefore, as soon as its special aura spreads, many people around it have poor ability to withstand pressure. The goo insects all fell down one after another, and in a blink of an eye a large area fell. The people riding on the bugs didn't know what was going on, so they all looked ferocious and cursed, telling them to get up and run away. But they had no chance to run again. Boom! The second big explosion sounded, taking away those goo insects and their masters, who had prostrated themselves on the spot, leaving only a scumbag behind. Shining Huan and a group of people and spirit beasts ran out 3 seconds before the second wave of starry sky port exploded, and successfully joined forces with Long Xinglo and others who came out first. Those who were behind them were all blown away, causing numerous casualties. The speed of life and death. The timing is just right. After Long Xinglo's cold and nervous eyes saw the person running out of the fire at the last moment, his heart relaxed. But he had no time to speak and care for him. He immediately turned the faucet and rushed to the perimeter to guard. There were people and countless insect armies, and the sound of fighting suddenly sounded. Shining Huan looked around and was frightened by the dense crowds of people and insects. The total number of people aboard their starship plus the starship staff was no more than 50. But the number of people surrounding the front ranged from 1,000 to 100. Even more numerous than the people were the huge army of insects. Visually, there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them, which made people scalp numb just by looking at them. Especially among them were the extremely defensive black beetles they had seen before, which formed a row of defenses at the front. As long as they could not break through the defense line formed by them, they would not be able to break through the siege and break out. Shining Huan's brows were cold, and her expression was ugly. She didn't expect that not only were there so many people ambushing the starry skyport, but there were also so many people and insects guarding the starry skyport outside. They were even more difficult to deal with than the group of people inside the starry skyport. If I read it correctly, the group of people outside the starry skyport were all dressed in black robes and had empty eyes, just like the group of people controlled by goo insects that they saw when they met Uncle Seventh. They are not afraid of life and death, and will only continue to obey orders to kill and kill. There is no other way but to kill them hard. This made Shining Huan have to suspect that someone had tipped off the information. The Edge Star base had long known that the second prince, Long Xinglo, was on board the starship, so it sent extra personnel to guard here, intending to catch the turtle in the jar. But now is not the time to suspect a traitor. The most important thing is to run away. Although Edge Star is a small planet, it actually covers a large area. It is impossible for the mysterious base to control the entire planet. There are also places on Edge Star that are not under their jurisdiction, and that is where the natives of Edge Star live. They were restrained and kept in captivity by the former Star Master of the Edge Star. They were large in number and had no spiritual cultivation. They were all ordinary people, and ordinary people had no value at all to the base. So the base did not pay attention to the control of indigenous people at all. So they fled there. If they go, they will still have a chance to breathe. This information was later provided by the informant network. After Shining Huan told Longxing Tower, their previous plan was to escape there and hide. Let's go down and run by ourselves. Shin Qiyu and Jin Kai also saw the big battle ahead, and their hearts trembled with fright. They never expected that they would encounter such a big thing just because they were kidnapped. They quickly expressed that they wanted to come down so as not to delay Shining Huan's fight, and that they themselves would also go to fight together. One more person and more strength. Even though their dozens of people are a fraction of the opponent's thousands of people, they still want to fight to the death. Shining Huan glanced at them, nodded to them, and let them dance by themselves. After the two of them got off, she immediately urged Da Huang to come forward, and at the same time, she was mentally ready to go. These black beetles are indeed the same batch as the ones we met before. They have pitifully small brains, and their brains can be crushed instantly with just a stir of mental power. So a group of insect controllers, who had just escaped from the sea of fire, rushed behind the black beetle. pretending to be a tiger, when they suddenly found that the insect in front suddenly lay down, pulled its short legs a few times, and then stopped moving. Pest controller? What's going on? Why did he die? What about the black beetle's defense that was said to be #1? Didn't you see anyone beating them? There are no scars on them. But Long Xinglo and other members of the Fortune team, as well as Shen Qiyue and Shen Wang who had witnessed it with their own eyes, knew what was going on. Shen Huan exerted her strength. Jing Yao and the others, who had been fighting the black beetle for a long time, suddenly became energetic and said, "Brothers, we have gods to help us. Keep rushing forward." The uncharged insect controller opposite? What god? Where did the gods come from? Why didn't they see it? The people on our own starship were also confused. They are already in the interstellar space, but they still care about being like gods? But regardless of whether they were gods or not, they only knew that the black beetles blocking the front were immobile, and the people controlled by them were finished. In an instant, the number of opponents was reduced by several hundred, and it was time for them to launch a counterattack. So each and every one of them rushed forward bravely, as if they were beaten to death. Although it was easy to kill those bugs with shrunken brains, killing so many at once would take a lot of mental energy. Shen Huan rubbed her temples and calmed down a little before continuing to attack. Their goal was not to kill all the people and insects, but to open a breach and break out, which would be much easier. So Shen Huan focused on launching mental attacks at the weakest points of the defense line. Long Xinglo opened the way in front and acted as the leader of the attack on the surface, while she hid in the rear and acted as the actual path opener. The two cooperated tacitly, and soon they were able to fight their way out, breaking through the siege. Success was imminent. Everyone on the starship's eyes lit up, and they all gathered towards the breakthrough. Dozens of people concentrated their efforts, and after a bloody and hoarse fight, they finally saw the light of day. Dark clouds shrouded and thunder and lightning flashed. After the last few huge and powerful bugs blocking the front were scorched to death by the powerful thunder and lightning from the Dragon Star Tower, they finally broke through and successfully escaped from the encirclement of the Starry Sky Port. Chapter 271. The Immortal must not have escaped. The mysterious base of Edge Star. In a certain room in the experimental area with pale and cold lighting, people with hideous faces and wailing in pain were tied to white experimental beds. At the front of the room, in front of the experimental table with various bottles and jars, a man wearing an iron mask was sitting there, exuding a gloomy and sticky low pressure. Under the mask, there were a pair of scarlet and sinister eyes, staring at the person opposite. Lei Lei was furious. "What did you say? He ran away?" The two men in black robes who were lying on the ground shivered and buried their heads lower, their voices trembling. "Yes! Yes! Trash! So many people and my army of goo insects have gone. But you can't stop those 30 or 40 people. What are you going to eat?" The man in the iron mask was furious, and a glass bottle on the table exploded with his voice. Glass flying everywhere. The black robe lying on the ground was so frightened that he fell to the ground and said in a frightened voice, "Master, calm down. Master, calm down. It's not us who are too useless. It's them. They have gods to help them." The man in the iron mask looked at them with scarlet eyes and said in a cold voice, "Gods? Where did the gods come from?" The man in black robe on the left hesitated. "We haven't seen anyone here, but he does exist." The black person on the right quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. You can't see half of the human figure, and there is no damage on the black beetles, but they are dead, and dozens of them died at one time, and they fell down." A large piece. This is nothing but a fairy. The immortal must have not escaped. Those people on the other side were calling immortal. I heard it with my own ears. With the help of the gods, we are said to have the strongest defense. The black beetle that cannot be broken by 10th level spiritual beasts is just gone. The people behind us can't guard against His Highness, the second prince's 5-clawed golden dragon, and the strongest thunder and lightning. And then, they are killed by them. He broke out of the encirclement and ran away. As soon as the two sang and harmonized, they wanted to hammer down the immortal. But the man in the iron mask turned livid with anger, and the veins on his forehead were twitching. He stood up and cursed loudly. "Idiot! Idiot! What kind of god? That is a special attribute of mental power. Only mental power can directly destroy my black body. The brains of the beetle babies make them die instantly. But it's really powerful to be able to kill a large number of them instantly." His expression turned serious. With the army of black beetles, He was not afraid even if he encountered the five-clawed golden dragon of the second prince of the empire, as long as the army of insects was large enough. Even the five-clawed golden dragon would be difficult to match. But if a powerful spirit, it's different when the powerful are there. The key to controlling goo insects is mental power. Among the Meow clan, the stronger the mental power, the higher their status, and the greater their achievements in controlling goo in the future. With a calculating light in his eyes, he said, "Send people to continue chasing and find the one with spiritual attributes. As long as he is willing to join our base, I will not kill him. I will also teach him how to control goo insects." The man in black robe raised his head tremblingly. "Then, what if he doesn't agree?" The man in the iron mask had murderous intent in his eyes, and said in a cruel and cold voice, "Then kill him. The boys from Longxing Tower and Shining Huan also need to be captured alive. The latest goo worms I cultivated need the best test subjects. What about the others? Catch them alive if you can, and kill them if you can't." "Yes." After the two men in black robes took the order, the man in the iron mask lowered his aura, and glanced at the bottles and jars containing the poisonous insects in front of him with cold eyes. Then he picked up the glass bottle containing the poisonous insects, and headed toward it. A few people in the room, who were not wailing but still asleep, walked over. His eyes scanned the faces of the people on the experimental bed, and finally selected a man with closed eyes, a handsome man with green stubble on his chin. Seeing him pulling off the bottle cap, he was about to lure the worms to the man, when suddenly there was a knock on the door and a respectful voice saying, Master Qian wants to see you for something. He said he figured it out." A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the man in the iron mask. He glanced at the goo worm in his hand, put the bottle cap back in, then turned around and walked quickly out the door. "Let the old guy wait for me in laboratory number 1. As he spoke, the footsteps followed away, and finally the experimental door was closed. Half of the room was filled with wailing, and the other half was silent. In this silence, the heroic man who was almost poisoned by the man in the iron mask suddenly opened his eyes. Cold sweat broke out on his angular and heroic forehead, and he opened his eyes with lingering fear, as if he was surviving the disaster. If Shining Huan were here, she would definitely recognize that this was the sixth uncle Shin Xiao that she was worried about before. Shin Xiao lay on his back on the experimental bed, looking at the pale and dazzling light above his head. After calming down for a while, he became anxious again. He just heard that the idiot mentioned the name of Xiao's niece and sent people to chase them. Why did Xiao's niece come back? This indifferent marginal star? Did she come to save him after hearing about him? Or did she come to find her adoptive parents? No. He can't sit back and wait for death like this. This base that colludes with the Qian family's murderers must have nothing to hold back. Xiao's niece is the hope of their Shin family's future, so she must not be caught and beaten by these idiots. The pervert was tortured, listening to the shrill wails coming from his ears. Shin Xiao felt creepy all over. But now, he is so weak and tired that he can't even mobilize his spiritual power. How can he escape from this base? During the college entrance examination, a group of candidates in the Huansha secret realm were poisoned by the centipede and couldn't move or use spiritual power. It was Xiao's niece who suggested that eating qingling grass could temporarily alleviate the problem. I wonder if he can use it in his current situation. He chased the Qian family to the Edge Star and happened to pick some qingling grass. He picked up a lot of them based on the idea that no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. He kept 2 or 3 plants with him. They should not have been raided now. Walk. Here Shin Xiao is planning to escape. On the other side of the Edge Star, Shining Huan's group of people who escaped felt that their numerical target was too large, and now they have divided into several groups and escaped. Shining Huan was with the Fortune team and Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaochen, while Shin Qiyue and the others ran away with the Star Captain and others. Of course, they were unwilling at first, and wanted to pester the Longxinglu people. After all, they were the most powerful. Who wouldn't want to follow the boss and be led to victory? But the pursuers aimed at the boss as their main target. Dude. And the big guys have also made it clear that they want to build a base. It can be said that the future will definitely have nothing to do with safety, and they may even face death at any time. Naturally, Shin Qiyue and the others didn't want to live such a frightening and high-risk life, so they settled for the next best thing and ran away with the team of Captain Xing, the second strongest 8th-level senior beastmaster besides Longxing Tower. Shining Huan and others were very happy to see their burdensome person leaving. Chapter 272, Stingy can't catch up with his wife. Shenning Huan and his party diverted the largest wave of pursuers, headed south, and rushed into the rocky jungle with the most complicated terrain. It took them 3 or 4 hours until dark before they finally got rid of the pursuers temporarily. Began to rest in place. Uncle Chi, how are you? Is the wound serious? Let me ask Senior Mishi to treat it for you. Shenning Huan looked at Uncle Chi Shenwang, who was lying half dead on the ground not far away. She rubbed her temples, which were aching due to excessive exertion, and walked over and asked with concern. Shenwang was lying on the ground with more air coming out and less air coming in. When he heard about the treatment, he cheered up and nodded repeatedly. Okay. He is so miserable and in desperate need of treatment. It was probably because Shenwang didn't get along with the Edge Star. As soon as he came to the Edge Star, he started a troubled survival mode. He suffered all kinds of misfortunes. First, when he ran out of the starship, he was stepped on from behind. He lost his shoes and slowed down a beat. Because of this slowness, he was directly thrown away by the self-destruction explosion of the starship, and his back was severely burned. However, because he flew too fast and took a shortcut, he actually rushed into the ambush group at the forefront of everyone. Oh my god! I have fallen into the enemy's nest. Fortunately, the situation was chaotic at the time, and since he had been in the base, he was able to penetrate into the enemy's interior with just a few words and run away with them. Later, someone from the base very enthusiastically invited him to ride on a giant spider and run with him. But just as he was about to run out of the starry sky port like a sea of fire in purgatory, a white light suddenly flew from behind and cut off 2 people. A spider leg. The spider lost its balance, causing him to roll off the spider and fall to the ground. He was stepped on several times by the escaping people, who accurately stepped on his burned back, causing pain. He howled when he finally followed the comrades in distress, who had fallen off the spider to support each other and climbed back on the spider's back. The spider also climbed up with a weak body and strong will to run away again. Suddenly, for some reason, it fell down again, with all 5 legs stretched out. It prostrated itself on the ground and knelt down with its whole body. No matter how much the master who controlled it yelled, it still couldn't get up after pulling with all its strength. If Shenwang hadn't made a quick decision and quietly left his comrades in distress behind and ran first, he would have been taken away by the all-out explosion of the starport along with them. After that, he finally no longer had to mix with the base team. After following the round with his own team, he originally thought that a happy life would begin and unlucky things would be far away from him. But after all, his thoughts were too beautiful. He was probably controlled by black beetles. Those black beetles seemed to be particularly love for him and wanted to chase him. The starship staff around him turned a blind eye and chased him around the door outside the starry sky port for more than 10 times. The blood flowed out from behind, attracting several small goo insects to follow his wounds and burrow into his flesh, which frightened him into screaming again. Fortunately, his wails were loud enough for Shenning Huan to hear them, and she helped him kill those goo insects. Do you think this is over? How is it possible? When they broke out of the encirclement and escaped, the pursuers behind them kept chasing them. But for some reason, the attacks of those pursuers couldn't hit the other people on the same mount as him. So they focused on his back. Hit hard. His injured back was so red that it was used as a target. Or something? Why don't you know how to turn your eyes away and hit others even if the rain and dew hit them? Listening to his extremely depressed thoughts, everyone around him was suppressing laughter. Unlucky. Indeed a bit unlucky. It's really miserable. If he hadn't known the terrain of the base, Shenning Huan would have wanted to persuade him not to take risks with him. Otherwise, he would still be so unlucky. Mishi, who was helping him treat him, didn't smile, and even blushed, feeling very embarrassed, because the white light that cut off the spider's legs and made him roll off the spider, and his back was trampled and suffered secondary trauma, must have been thrown by him. He looked hesitant to speak and wanted to apologize. Shenning Huan also touched her nose and turned away her eyes. It was the eye silkworm that made Spider worship her, and she was the owner of the eye silkworm. It's better not to tell Uncle Chi. He has serious external injuries now, so it's better not to add internal injuries or anything like that. While thinking, Long Xinglo came over and sat next to Shenning Huan, touching the back of her hand with his hand. Shenning Huan turned her head subconsciously and looked at him with a pair of translucent black eyes, as if asking what else? Long Xinglo's deep eyes had a soft color, and then he handed over a beautiful jugua and said, Here you go. Shinning Huan lowered her eyes and glanced at the fruit in his hand, her eyes flashing brightly. Zhu Gua is a 9th grade treasure of heaven and earth. Its output is very small and can hardly be seen in the lower star territory. However, it has an excellent effect of replenishing mental power. Did he see her rubbing her temples just now? She was indeed exhausted from mobilizing so much mental energy before, and her brain was throbbing in pain. But it was bearable, so she didn't show much pain. Warmth flashed across her eyes, and then she couldn't help but ask, "Is it free?" Long Xinglo, did he leave Huan Huan with the impression that he was stingy towards her? This is not good. If you are stingy and cannot woo your wife, his father and brother are the best verifiers. So he nodded decisively. It's free. Everything I give you in the future will be free. In the dark night, the treetops in the jungle were rustling, and scary beast roars came from the distance. The atmosphere was cold and scary, but Shinning Huan felt a little sweet. After several battles, her little girl was still very white and clean. A touch of rouge slowly appeared on his face. Then with a smile on her lips, she took the Zhu Gua and nibbled on it. It's very sweet and delicious. People around me, I'm suddenly not very hungry. What's going on when I'm full? As Shen Wang's injuries were gradually healed, and the minor wounds of others were slowly repaired, they returned to the topic and focused on their future plans. They didn't plan to run very far, and even wanted to follow the people back to their base. Shen Wang knew the terrain of the base, but he didn't know where the base was. This still required them find it yourself. However, these people who are chasing them will not give up for a while, and they should not retreat to their base at the moment. At this time, Zhu Xiaoqun, who had no sense of existence and had been in a daze like a bookworm, suddenly spoke. After this jungle is the southern area where our orphanage is located. Why not go to our orphanage to hide for a while? If you want to find the specific location of the base, you can ask Teacher Yu of our orphanage. Teacher Yu likes to stay on the edge of the planet. Wander around, and you might know something. Chapter 273. Younger brother Shen Wu. Jing Yao looked towards her, worry flashing in his peach blossom eyes. Is your orphanage safe? Now the entire Edge Star is almost controlled by people from the base. You two brothers and sisters have good talents and qualifications. Are the children in your orphanage safe? Also, he hadn't finished what he said, but everyone understood. Those ordinary people are looked down upon by the base. But it is different if they have children with spiritual powers who can practice. Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaoqun knew that the children in the orphanage must be cultivating spirits and out of the scope of ordinary people. The base even sent a team to catch people outside for experiments. How could they let go of the children on the Edge planet? Zhu Xiaoqun glanced at him and said calmly, Our orphanage has a large spiritual pattern defense formation, and Teacher Yu is guarding it. If there are no accidents, even a 12th level spiritual master who wants to break in will be able to break in. Disaster. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that such a small orphanage could be so full of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, that its defense capabilities were as good as those of some upper-class families. Shinning Huan glanced at Dean Wei, who was sitting there quietly wearing a bamboo hat, and was not too surprised. Isn't this the great master of spiritual weapons who is not obvious? So a few people discussed it, and decided to go to the orphanage to hide out tonight to see if Teacher Yu knew anything. Then they would return to the jungle early tomorrow morning to continue playing hide-and-seek with the group of pursuers in order to avoid the orphanage was implicated. After avoiding the people who were chasing them, and meeting a few low-level spiritual beasts that were not very useful on the road, the group of people successfully arrived at the orphanage that Zhu Xiaoqun had mentioned. The facade of the orphanage looked very dilapidated, as if it had just experienced a battle. Even the signboard of the Edge Star Orphanage had fallen off and was hanging on top, crumbling, although it was already dark now. Everyone was a spiritual cultivator and could see in the dark, so they also saw the mess and mottled blood at the door that had not yet been cleaned up. The faces of Dean Wei, Zhu Dachuan, and Zhu Xiaoqun all changed. Something happened! Zhu Dachuan's honest face was full of anxiety as he rushed into the orphanage. But as soon as he got close to the gate, he seemed to have hit an invisible wall. He fell down and squatted down, and a red and swollen mark appeared on his forehead quickly. Big bag. But the anxiety on his face faded a lot, and he murmured happily, It's okay. It's okay. It feels like the defensive wall created by Teacher Yu's spirit beast. Teacher Yu is still there, so the orphanage must be fine. Zhu Xiaoqun, who was walking slowly, also breathed a sigh of relief. He came over to help Zhu Dachuan up and glanced at Dean Wei, who had also calmed down and stood beside her. Then he turned to look in the direction of Shining Huan and Long Xingluo. He said, "Let's wait here for a while. Teacher Yu's spiritual beast turtle sh. I was touched. Teacher Yu will definitely come out to check the situation. There's nothing we can do about it." Who told the base to damage the signal tower? Their optical brain can't even send messages. Yeah. Shining Huan stopped a step away from the invisible wall and nodded. It's already here. So what else can it do? The next second she looked keenly towards the entrance of the orphanage, and saw a young man hiding behind the big iron gate, his dark eyes looking in their direction warily in the dark night. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him? Zhu Dachuan, holding his butt that hurt from the fall, also noticed the young man inside the door and glanced at him several times. Zhu Xiaochun looked at the young man and shook his head, and said hesitantly, I don't know. Maybe Teacher Yu just took it away after we left. Teacher Yu has always hated brats. He thinks their ears hurt when they cry, so he likes to pick them up. It's too big to take care of. The two of them couldn't recognize each other, but Shining Huan felt that this young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes looked familiar. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Shining Wu? Shining Huan suddenly remembered that this was Shining Wu, the younger brother of the original owner's adoptive parents whom she had longed for. Why is he in an orphanage? Shining Wu, who was hiding at the door and looking around, suddenly heard his name, and his eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw that she was an extremely beautiful girl, he was stunned for a moment, and then a look of confusion appeared in his vigilant eyes. Look, why does she know her name? Zhu Dachuan asked this question for him. The corners of Shining Huan's lips curled up slightly, and she said without teasing them, This is the son of my adoptive parents when I lived on the Edge planet before. He is also my younger brother Shining Wu. Shining Wu, who was inside the door, also heard these words. He trembled with excitement and looked at Shining Huan eagerly. But when he looked up and down, left and right, she didn't look like his sister. His sister was frail and sickly, slender and small. When she applied ink on her body, she was dark and small. After washing, she was also pale and thin. This person looked healthy at first glance, and was better looking than her elder sister. However, she did seem a bit similar. I wanted to see her again. He looked carefully, but the dark night blocked his view, and he couldn't see clearly. At this time, a young man walked out of the orphanage again. He looked at them with the same vigilant eyes. The next second, his face was filled with joy, and he jumped out. Dean, Brother Dachuan, Xiachun, Sister, you are back. Because he was so excited that he forgot about the defensive wall blocking the door. He slammed into it, and fell down like Zhu Dachuan. Shining Wu quickly ran over to help him. Brother Xiaofu, are you okay? Zhu Dachuan also took a few steps forward anxiously, and asked with concern. Xiaofu, are you okay? Zhu Xiaofu stood up holding his buttocks, grinning and saying, It's okay. It's just a fall. Brother Dachuan, wait a minute. I'll open my defense and let you in. After a while, the invisible wall blocking the entrance of the orphanage disappeared, and it rose again after a few people successfully entered. Zhu Dachuan couldn't wait to ask, Where are Teacher Yu and the other brothers and sisters? Why are you two the only ones out? Hearing this, Zhu Xiaofu's smiling face fell down. His mouth pursed, and his eyes were red, and he said, Teacher Yu fainted for some reason. A few days ago, some vicious people came with some giant insects. They arrested us and asked us to join some base. Teacher Yu started a fight with them to protect us. He obviously won easily, but for some reason, he suddenly fell into a coma the next day. He has been comatose for almost 5 days now. We haven't woken up yet, and we are afraid that those people will come to the orphanage to arrest people. So we take turns to send people to guard the door every day. Brother Dachuan, you went to the main star to study and gain knowledge. Can you revive Teacher Yu? Zhu Xiaochun's eyebrows had been furrowed since he heard that Teacher Yu was unconscious. Seeing this, he said, Take us to see Teacher Yu first. Chapter 274 Uncle Shin to You. Shining Wu has been following Shining Huan, peeking at her with his little eyes. Shining Huan raised the corners of her mouth and looked at him sideways. Why? We don't know each other? When you were 15 years old, you wanted to eat meat and carried your parents to the mountains to make a trap. But you fell into it. Remember? Shining Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. He was afraid of being scolded by his parents. So even his parents didn't know about this matter. Only his sister knew about it. So his sister must have not run away. He immediately became excited. It's really you, sister. How can you become so beautiful now? I don't even dare to recognize you. Shinning had a smile on her lips. This younger brother was quite good at talking. Then she stopped smiling and asked seriously, Aren't you in the village? Why did you come to the orphanage? Where are your parents? Did something happen? The association with orphanages always makes people think of something bad. Shin-Ingwu quickly shook his head like a rattle and explained. No, nothing happened to my parents. I just met Brother Xiaofu before, and Brother Xiaofu saved me. I also wanted to learn some skills to protect my parents. So I followed Xiaofu. Brother Fu came to the orphanage together. Teacher Yu said that I have some talent in spiritual cultivation and may become a beast master in the future. Hee hee. When I become a powerful beast master, I can protect my parents and you. My sister? Shinning-Huan's nervous heart relaxed, and she was in a good mood. He was a good brother. Then she encouraged. Then keep working hard and protect me in the future. Okay. Shin-Ingwu suddenly felt as if he had been given a shot of blood. His fighting spirit was high and his dark eyes were blazing. He wanted to practice immediately. Awaken the spirit beast space. And contract with powerful spirit beasts. Long Xinglo followed the two of them. His thin lips pursed tightly on his handsome face. And he felt sour in his heart. This is not his biological brother, but his adopted brother. Why are you so close to them? Why are you so happy? Just as the two siblings, who had reunited after a long separation, were talking, a certain vinegar jar overturned again. They had already arrived at a room that looked simple, but was neat and clean. Lying on the single bed in the room was a beautiful uncle with a tall body like jade and delicate features that could be called beautiful. His eyes were closed at this time, and he was lying unconsciously with a pale face. But his expression was very calm. There was no joy in the pain. If you hadn't looked carefully at the slight rise and fall of his chest, you might have thought that there was a corpse lying here. Uncle Shintu Lei, who was following a few people, suddenly let out an exclamation. He originally just glanced at it casually, but he never expected that the person lying on the bed turned out to be someone he had never returned to Shintu's house after traveling for more than 10 years. My brother-in-law Shintuyo. His brother-in-law often played with him when he was a child. He has been his favorite since he was a child. He also took many photos of his uncle taking him out to play. So even though they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, he still recognizes him at a glance. Recognize people. He hurriedly pulled Mishi to the bed and said, Hurry! Help my uncle! Mishi nodded solemnly with a delicate face and said solemnly, Don't worry. Then he began to condense the healing white light on his hand and began to examine Shintuyu's body. Zhu Dachuan looked at it for a moment, as if it was nothing to do with him. Zhu Xiaoqun also scratched his head blankly, looked at Shintu Lei, and then at Teacher Yu who was lying on the bed. He was puzzled. Their uncle and nephew looked nothing alike. They were a fool with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The boy is a handsome young man who is as lazy as jade. Even his facial features are not similar at all. She used to think that Teacher Yu had jumped out of a rock. He had not left Edge Star for more than 10 years and lived a retirement life here. She had never seen Teacher Yu mention his family. It turns out that Teacher Yu has a family. But why haven't they contacted or mentioned it? Could it be that there was some conflict between Teacher Yu and his family? Is that why you ran away from home? Zhu Xiaoqun's thoughts were like wild horses running away. Running further and further away. Jing Yao came over to talk quietly, with a joking expression on his brows. We really came to the orphanage at the right time. Look, we have already recognized 2 couples and kissed them. Do you think there is a third couple? Think about it too. Do you have any brothers or sisters who are living abroad? Long Xinglo pushed his head aside in disgust. Don't be so playful. Uncle Shintu hasn't been rescued yet. Mishi seems to have encountered a problem. Jing Yao was startled, suppressed the smile on his face, and looked in the direction of the bed. Under the dim light, Mishi's brows were furrowed, sweat dripping from his forehead and face. After a while, he looked like he had just been fished out of the water. As if coming out, the healing light group in his hand flickered, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. How is this possible? Mishi's unicorn is at the 8th level. Even if Mishi uses the power of the unicorn to heal, it is still at the 5th or 6th level. This power can heal even the most serious trauma. But Shintu the uncle made no move. Senior sister Shin. Suddenly Mishi shouted, full of urgency. It's a voodoo. It's a voodoo. It's located at the heart. It can absorb my healing power and grow up. But once I let go, It may become anxious and backfire on Shintu's little child. I don't dare to take the risk of stopping. Can you take out this poisonous insect? Shinning quickly squeezed through the crowd at the back to the bed and said seriously, I'll give it a try. Then she summoned the ice silkworm, the Goo King, and the ice silkworm cocoon from her palm to Uncle Shintu's chest and began to exert force. Ice energy visible to the naked eye seeped into the chest. The time lasted for 5 minutes. And me, she could hardly hold on anymore. She could only summon a unicorn to help. But the ice silkworm still did not move. The atmosphere in the room became more and more solemn, and Shinning-Huan's face became more and more serious. The previous goo worms, ice silkworm, could be easily solved, but this time, there was almost no movement. Is this goo worm in Uncle Shintu's body so troublesome? Master, this human's goo is also a Goo King, and its level is higher than mine. We have been fighting for 800 rounds, and it just won't move, and it hurts my heart. Master, I need your help. Shinning-Huan stared at the ice silkworm strangely. It was just a silkworm. Where did it come from? But saving people is more important now. How do you want me to help you? Mental power. Those powerful people use mental power to control goo insects. Please help me disrupt it. Okay. Shinning-Huan agreed immediately. Then one person and one silkworm started to deal with an insect without any martial ethics. 2 against 1. Although the process was a bit difficult and the battle situation was very dangerous. Fortunately, the ending was good. Together with the ice silkworm, she forced the Goo King from Uncle Shintu's heart to the other half of his chest, leaving the heart. Then Shinning-Huan stopped waiting and immediately took off his clothes. Using a dagger with concentration and precision, it opened a long gash in his chest. Chapter 275 leaves some money for the dean to buy underwear. Red and black blood burst out. And at the same time, a centipede that was only slightly thinner than the wrist flew out from the wound and rushed toward Shinning-Huan. Shinning-Huan frowned, raised her hand, and the blood on the dagger splashed in an arc in midair. Following the sound of a clang, the dagger drew violent sparks on the centipede SHL. And the next second the dagger broke. Everyone in the room looked at the black and red centipede in surprise, which looked extremely strange at first glance. And they looked nervous and wanted to come over to help. But Shinning-Huan was faster. She threw away the broken dagger, and in the next second, a sharp machete slashed forward. The 9th level advanced spiritual weapon. The centipede was completely unable to withstand such a sharp weapon. It fell directly from it was split in the middle, and I received a lunchbox on the spot. The centipede was unwilling to die and made a sharp cry. Unwilling to give up. The centipede sprayed green venom toward Shinning-Huan before it died. Shinning-Huan had a cold face and was dragged back several steps by Long Xinglo. People around him also covered their mouths and noses and stepped away. Fortunately, they moved quickly enough, and no one was sprayed with venom. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the centipede that was split in half fell to the ground with a clatter. And then Shinning-Huan saw with her own eyes tiny black particles. Things jumped out from both halves of its body. No! They are goo insect eggs! Hurry! Kill them quickly! If they are parasitized by them, we will also be infected. Shen Wangjing's expression changed greatly. He had stayed in the base and knew the situation of some goo insects. Some goo insects died, and there were still goo insect eggs in their stomachs that could be recultivated. Moreover, when these second-generation goo insect eggs grew up, they were even larger than the new generation is stronger and more terrifying. How can he not be afraid of this? Everyone in the room immediately became nervous. The Shinto family possesses Xuanwu, and its defense is ranked first. This can cause the goo insects to sneak into the body silently. How can they prevent it? They immediately lowered their heads anxiously. Look around the room for scattered goo insect eggs. Shinning-Huan also knew the seriousness of the matter. So she quickly pulled the ice silkworm back from Shintuyu's chest and asked it to help find it. As the king of goo, it was too easy for it to find the same kind. But there were too many goo eggs. It takes some effort. So when Shintuyu woke up, he saw a hole in his chest, blood flowing happily, and a group of people inexplicably appeared in his room, rummaging around for something. He was shocked at that time and sat up in his dying bed. Who are you? Dare to break into my room? He looked pale and raised his eyebrows in annoyance. Uncle, are you awake? Shintu Lei, who was closest to the bed, immediately straightened up excitedly when he heard the sound and looked at him with bright eyes. Brother-in-law? Are you Xiao lazy? Shintuyo paused. His eyes widened slightly. He looked up and down at the young man in front of him, who was stout and stronger than him, and spoke suspiciously. Shintulei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It's me. It's me. Uncle. Why are you on the Edge planet, and you haven't come home yet? Grandpa has been thinking about you for a long time, and said that when you go back, he will take your tortoise SHL. All broken. Ahem. Shintuyo's eyes flickered with guilt. I have something to do, so I won't go back for the time being. Then he immediately changed the subject. You little lazy. Why did you bring a group of people to search my room? When did you become a thief? Does Grandpa know? And how did you get in? With my vigilance. There's no way I didn't know when you came in. And who made this gash on my chest? Shintuyo frowned more and more, thinking something was wrong. Several people in the room, who were looking for poison eggs, paused, and all looked up at him with strange eyes. It seemed that Uncle Shinto didn't remember what happened at all. When Ju Xiaofu heard this, he quickly recounted what happened before, including how he couldn't wake up after lying down and what happened. Uncle Shinto felt angry when he heard this. He took another look at the two halves of the dead centipede on the ground that he hadn't had time to clean up. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited out his overnight meal. Such a big thing has been hidden in his body for more than 3 days. It may have grown so big because of eating his blood. His pupils were trembling. His heart felt chilly, and his whole body felt bad. Then he slapped the bedboard hard and said angrily, It's unreasonable. I've come here to retire, and you want to plot against me. I went and smashed their doghouse. Then he said angrily to the room full of people, Stop looking for it. I don't want the house where the insects have crawled. It's very painful. Just burn it. Burn. Burn? Ju Xiaofu opened his mouth in surprise, and it could fit a big duck egg inside. Shining Huan and others were also very surprised. Is it so simple and crude? They turned their heads and looked at Shintulei. Shintulei scratched his head and smiled dryly. His uncle's fiery temper had not changed at all. Shintu didn't pay any attention to their flirting. He immediately got up from the bed, rolled up his sleeves, and did what he said. First he kicked everyone out of the room, and then without a trace of hesitation, he set the whole house on fire. Fortunately, his house is an independent building in the orphanage. Be careful, and it will not affect other buildings if it burns. So, when other children in the orphanage woke up from their sleep and hurriedly ran out of the room to put out the fire, they saw their teacher Yu holding a torch and setting fire to his own house arrogantly. Children, has teacher Yu finally gone crazy and wants to report to the newspaper? They hurriedly ran over to hug his legs, hugged his arms, and urged each other. Teacher Yu, you are not sleepwalking. Are you? Wake up quickly. If the house burns down, we will have no house to live in. It costs more than 300 small spirit coins to build this house. We have no money to build anymore. Yes, the dean works too hard to make money. He can't even bear to buy underwear. He wears one pair for several years. Let's leave some money for the dean to buy underwear. Dean Wei, wearing a bamboo hat and hiding silently in the shadows. Very good. He was so scared that he died again today. Shintuyo's jaw dropped in shock. Did the director actually pay so much for the orphanage? He turned and looked in the direction where the dean was standing. Dean Wei silently stepped back. It's not me. I don't have it. Don't come over here. As if feeling the dean's embarrassment, Shintuyo coughed lightly, looked away, and then explained to the children hanging on him. If this house burns down, just burn it down. We won't be able to live here for long. Teacher Yu, what do you mean? Why can't we live here much longer? Is it because of the bad guys who came to catch us before? Ju Xiaofu stood up, raised his head, and asked with a nervous expression on his face. Chapter 276, found the location of the base. Shintu shook his head, his expression slightly solemn. No. Even without them, we can't live here for long. I went out to investigate before, and found that the core of the Edge Star was exhausted, and there was not much spiritual energy left. It was almost consumed. Wait. I'm afraid it will explode and be annihilated in the universe in a month or two. So we have to leave this planet. Shining Huan, Long Xinglo, and other spectators all looked shocked. Is the Edge Star going to perish and be annihilated? Long Xinglo frowned. He had not received this news at all on the main star before. According to estimates, the Edge Star could survive for another 2 or 3 years, and it would not be annihilated so quickly. But Uncle Shintu would definitely not lie. They still have to prepare as soon as possible. Otherwise the entire planet may have to be buried with them. Jing Yao watched him pick up the optical brain, leaned over and asked, Can you contact the outside world? Long Xinglo frowned and shook his head. No. The signal from our royal family's special channel cannot be sent out. This edge star not only has a broken signal tower, but also uses a powerful shielding weapon. And the person who did this must have not escaped from that base. Therefore, we must get rid of the base as soon as possible in order to contact the outside world and have people send starships to help the Edge Star relocate the entire planet. So when Uncle Shinta rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to the base to hack them that night, Shining Huan and others, who had originally planned to rest in the orphanage for a night, did not stop them, but raised their arms and followed them. But before that, they sent the children from the orphanage to Shiningwu's home, Shining Huan's adoptive parents, under the cover of night without attracting any attention, and asked them to hide them first. The orphanage has been targeted, so we can no longer stay here. The adoptive parents' home is not too far from the orphanage, and it only takes more than 10 minutes for the Desert Eagle to drop off. Shining Huan didn't even have time to see her adoptive parents, so she sent them to the door, told Shin Yingwu a few words, stuffed him with a spatial spiritual weapon, and then hurriedly flew away in the Desert Eagle. Shin Yingwu held the ring-shaped space spiritual weapon tightly in his hand. He was dumbfounded on the spot. His eyes widened. His sister has become rich. This is a space spiritual weapon. Only the director and teacher Yu in the orphanage have it. It is said that it takes hundreds of millions of small spirit coins to buy one. Their family has been growing sweet potato seeds for hundreds of years, and they can't even afford them. He silently counted on his fingers using the mathematics taught by teacher Yu recently. How many years would it take for the sweet potatoes to be sold before he could buy them? It wasn't until Zhu Xiaofu pushed him that he came back to his senses and knocked on the door. But the smile on his lips never dropped. He is both happy that his sister has really developed, but also frustrated that he may not be able to catch up with his sister, who can already buy space spiritual weapons. Xiao Wu, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to stay in an orphanage for a few days? Father Shen and Mother Shen heard the knock on the door and came out to open the door. They immediately saw their son standing at the door. Shen Yingwu quickly explained in a low voice, Father! Mother! Something happened. Let's talk about it inside first. Okay. Father Shen and Mother Shen hurriedly stepped aside to let their son in. Unexpectedly, a group of children followed behind his son, cheering. This, after the child who walked at the end carefully closed the door. Shen Yingwu couldn't wait and said excitedly, Mom and Dad, I have met my sister. She is now white and beautiful, and she has become a beast master. Just now, it was my sister and her spirit beast who sent us here. Father Shen and Mother Shen also showed an expression of surprise, and said happily, Okay. It's great to become a beast master. But where is your sister? Why didn't you follow me in? It's too dangerous outside. The villager said that the nearest section of our village's strange faces often appear around the clock, and they all look like very powerful people. They may also be beast masters. Your sister has only become a beast master not long ago. What if you run into them? Those people don't look like them. What a good person. The faces of the two elders were worried. Shen Yingwu hurriedly comforted him, and tried to calm his parents down. Shen Yingwu and Zhu Xiaofu are both smart people. They can also hear the sense of crisis from the words of Shen's father and Shen's mother. The strange faces that appear in the village are probably related to their captors. So a group of their children will be arrested in the next few days. Shen Yingwu hid in the Shen family, and did not show up. Even Shen Yingwu himself did the same. All matters were left to Shen's father and Shen's mother to handle. This move indeed allowed them to escape safely for the past few days. It was not until a group of people escaped from the village that something unexpected happened, and Shin Huan and others had already reached the base location under Shin Tiyu's guidance. This base was also arrogant. It was built like a royal palace and the Forbidden City. It was splendid and brightly lit. It looked very fat at first glance. Shin Huan felt greedy at a glance from a distance, and wanted to pry off all their roofs and pack them away. The base is in front of me. I encountered it when I was wandering around. Their buildings were incompatible with the poor and marginalized stars. I took a few more glances at that time. One of the dogs who came to our orphanage to catch people a few days ago, this thing is the watchdog here. And I recognized it at a glance. In the grass, Shintiyu lowered his voice, glared at the location of the base ahead, and gritted his teeth angrily. Then how does Uncle Shinta plan to destroy this place? Long Xinglo asked with a serious expression. Shintiyu was stunned for a moment. Is this going to go in? The mouths of Shin Huan and others around him twitched. Uncle Shinta's brain really didn't match his shrewd face at all. Breaking in? It's not easy to fight. Look! There are 500 people patrolling outside the base. A team of 50 people is divided into 10 teams, patrolling back and forth around the outermost edge of the base. This does not include those bugs. The number was already dozens of times theirs, and they were exhausted by the time they got inside. What's more, this is just the outside, and there are still many people guarding it inside. Just as a few people were thinking about ways to sneak in with frowns, rustling footsteps and yelling suddenly came from the intersection in the distance. You bastard! You bastard! Let me go! Let me down! You're arresting someone! You're robbing a decent woman! Help me! In the grass, Xininghuan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She opened the grass and carefully looked out. Sure enough, she saw Xinqiyu being carried by a man. She could move her mouth all over her body, and the man carried her with his own BGM, making even the deserted and lonely night lively. Xininghuan glanced behind them a few more times. There was no one else except the man and Xinqiyu who was being carried. For a moment, her eyes looked at Xinqiyu with sympathy. How could this child be so unlucky? She was the only one who was caught after running with a large group of people. It seems that she still has the aura of a misfortunate heroine. Chapter 277. I wish I could get as close as possible. Xininghuan suddenly had a plan in mind and lowered her voice and said, I have a spirit beast that can completely disguise itself as another person. The probability of being discovered is very low. I can try to sneak in first. Long Xinglo disagreed and retorted with a knitted brow. No, it's too dangerous. In addition to appearance, there may be other ways to identify people in the base. If you are recognized, you will have to take the initiative to send them to the door. Perhaps he thought his words were too harsh, so he lowered his voice and said, I'm just worried about your safety. Can you change me to look like that man? I'll go in with you. Xininghuan was not angry. She glanced at him and then nodded. Okay, but you can't stay too far away from me. Otherwise my spiritual power will not be maintained, and you will show your true form. Long Xinglo's eyes lit up with joy in his deep eyes, and he promised seriously, Don't worry. I will definitely not leave you. He wished he could stick as close as possible. Xininghuan was a little hesitant. But you are not familiar with the terrain. Why don't you let my seventh uncle come? He is more familiar with the terrain of the base. How could Long Xinglo agree? He argued with reason. But he is weak. If his identity is revealed, he cannot protect you and escape. Instead, you may have to protect him. Xinhuang's face turned red. Could he save some face? After all, he was also an elder. Xinhuang felt resentful in his heart. He probably wasn't that weak after all. Well, it was a bit embarrassing to rely on his niece to protect him. Long Xinglo didn't even notice that he had offended someone. His dark and serious eyes were fixed on Xininghuan's face the whole time, for fear that he would be abandoned. Xininghuan felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her. She turned away her face slightly and thought for a moment. What you said makes sense. Then you can go in with me. Stop talking. People are coming. Then the two of them flew out in perfect harmony. One of them quickly covered his mouth and dragged the two of them back into the grass. Xinqiyu's eyes widened in shock. Just when she was about to struggle, Xininghuan whispered to her ear, Scold. Keep scolding. Xinqiyu quickly nodded excitedly. She knew that her life should not be cut off, and she would not be easily trafficked. Ha ha ha. Xininghuan was really her lucky star. After Xininghuan removed her hand, she immediately continued to curse passionately and passionately. The curse was true and full of ups and downs. She wanted to curse all the curse words she had collected for more than 10 years, but she didn't have much time to perform at the moment. After knocking the man unconscious, Long Xinglo carried Xininghuan out of the grass, quickly took over their original positions, and walked towards the base in a swagger. Xinqiyu shut her mouth knowingly under the signal from Xininghuan's eyes, and then watched Xininghuan leave without her scolding. Whether it was her voice, tone, or curse words, they were exactly the same as Xinqiyu's. Xinqiyu almost thought she was seeing another version of herself. So this quick and neat trick of substituting one thing for another was completed smoothly. Several people hiding in the grass looked at it for a while, and watched helplessly as the man in disguise in Longxing Tower and the people from the base patrol fought with ease. After saying H-Lo, he walked into the base gate easily and calmly. In the grass, Xintuyo looked at Long Xinglo's retreating back with fierce eyes, just like the face of his father-in-law whose daughter was carried away by a stinky gangster. Xintu Lei, who was squatting next to him, looked at his uncle with a somewhat suspicious expression. Uncle, Why do you look like you want to eat someone? Are you hungry? Shintuyo quickly looked away, coughed lightly, and then nodded seriously. I am indeed a little hungry. I haven't eaten anything in the past 3 days, and I was already so hungry that I could eat 3 cows. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of nutrient solution and poured it into his mouth. He asked as if he was pretending to be casual. Is that a boy from the Dragonborn clan? Which gene did he inherit? He has always been a carefree person. He looks a bit flirtatious to me, and he always says the same thing to tease the little girl. But unfortunately, that pretty girl must not be deceived. As he spoke, he was still worrying about himself. That little girl just saved my life and is my savior. I can't watch her fall in and be ruined by that brat. When they come out, I will definitely you have to remind her to keep her eyes open. Shintulei's jaw dropped in shock, and he quickly stopped him and said, No, 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 uncle. Brother Xinglo is not that kind of person. Apart from his aunt, the closest woman to him since he was a child has been Shinshueme. And Shinshueme is his destiny. If a person is going to fall into it, he will fall into it first. And he is already in it very deeply. Shintuyo frowned, but still snorted dissatisfied. His destined person must be with him. The little girl still has the right to make her own choices. There are many good men in the outside world, so there is no need. If I have to hang myself from a tree and decide so early, I still have to take a look before making a choice. Besides, the girl is still so young. He muttered vaguely, as if he had assumed the role of an old father. And the more he looked at his son-in-law, the more he disliked him. Shintulei broke into a cold sweat after hearing this, and was at a loss as to which side to speak to. Shinchiyue complained to the side that Shininghuan was so lucky. This wild man who didn't know where he came from had met Shininghuan a few times, so he just helped her speak. Then she suddenly remembered something important. After Shininghuan left, who could help her get rid of the poison? The man who captured her just now injected another poison into her body in order to control her so that she couldn't move. What should she do? When she thought that there was a disgusting bug crawling around inside her body, she suddenly felt bad. After the gossip, everyone in the grass returned to the topic, chattering and discussing how to sneak into the base. But they didn't expect the opportunity they wanted to come so quickly. Some fierce man drove a black armored tank to attack the base. When a cannon went down, the ground was shaken by the explosion. The patrol team at the entrance of the base was dead, and the door was also closed. It was scorched. But this defensive weapon, which was probably costing a lot of money, was scorched and blackened. But it didn't move at all. But even so, there was still chaos at the entrance to the base. At the same time, Long Xinglo, carrying Shininghuan, has successfully entered the gate level and the phase scanning level, and is now in the 3rd level, the goo insect detection. As long as everyone in the base has cultivated goo worms, the goo worm detection has become the best proof to verify the true identity. Shininghuan, who was being carried, was worried. She had known that no matter how tight the time was, she would have got the poison out of the man. She pursed her lips and tapped Long Xinglo's back solemnly with her fingers, asking what to do. Chapter 278 The murderous intention is revealed. Long Xinglo tapped her calf with his fingers. His eyes were deep. If he couldn't find a way to sneak in, he would have to force his way in. He glanced vaguely ahead. There were 10 people in the inspection department. One was the leader, with a higher status, and the other 9 were juniors. Shininghuan tried her best to ignore the tingling sensation on her calf, pursed her lips uncomfortably, and then raised her head slightly, using the cover of her hair to observe the situation behind her. 15 people and 15 giant black beetles were staring at them eagerly. Follow them, and once they make a small move, a group of people will rush forward. Different from the insect-controlling black beetles we encountered before. They are bigger and look to be of a higher level, and the people around them are not as empty-eyed as those we encountered before, but full of energy. It is obvious that this 15 are not pests controlling people, but people controlling pests. This is difficult to deal with. The biggest weakness of the insect controller is that the cerebellum of the insect is atrophied and fragile. It is easy to kill the insect with mental power, but it is different for humans to control the insect. The man in black robes we met on the main star was a human-controlled insect. His own mental power should not be underestimated, and he was slightly better than her. It was difficult to kill such a person. I just don't know how the people here control insects compared to the black robe people on the main star. Who will win and who will lose? Since she ate the dragon meat stewed with dragon scale grass, She has recovered a little and her mental strength has increased a lot. If she can deal with the black-robed man easily now, why not try her hand at controlling insects with these people? But as soon as she had this idea, there was a violent bombardment outside. And then another one after another. One after another. Continuing without any intention of stopping. The base in the dark night suddenly came to life. The piercing alarm sounded. And the head of the detection department's expression changed. And he sat up suddenly in shock. Quick! Quick! The enemy is attacking, and has already collapsed the outer city wall. Many brothers have died. Go and help. But there are still people queuing up here to wait for testing. It's a damn test. They're all familiar faces. The first one went on patrol with me a few days ago. And the second one drank with me. You two went with us to fight the enemy outside. The third one reported to me that he caught a girl and came in. This must be no problem. Let him go in and lock up the captured person first. This is the goods that the Upper Star Territory is interested in. If we are implicated, we will die. No matter what the loss. Let him go quickly. Yes. Yes. Brother Bao. The head of the detection department anxiously gave the order. And the people below nodded quickly to execute it. The Dragon Star Tower was the third one in line. Even if he wanted to turn around and not go in, the people at the base wouldn't let him go. They had to urge him to go in. It would be impossible if he didn't go in. So he carried Shining Huan in without any hindrance. The people he met after that were all in a hurry. They looked at him carrying someone, with a look of understanding on their faces, and then urged him to pick up the goods. After locking him up, he ran away in a hurry. No one came to question him at all. It went so smoothly that it was incredible. Long Xinglo carried Shining Huan to a corner where surveillance was blind and put him down. Shining Huan's body shape changed. From Shen Qiyue's appearance to the appearance of the head of the inspection department just now. Long Xinglo also changed his appearance, becoming one of the bad guys in the inspection department. Let's go! Xiao Fang. The firepower from the enemy attack outside is too strong. We have to report to the people above. Shining Huan put her head in Brother Bao's face and said with a bit of arrogance and anger. Long Xinglo curled his lips and smiled, accompanying him in the show dotingly. Yes, Brother Bao. Shining Huan's serious expression was a little unbearable, and she looked at him dissatisfied. You have such a good temperament. You don't look like a bitch at all. Why don't you bend down a little? As for smiling, he smiles so flatteringly. I don't want to embarrass you. You just don't speak if you don't speak. Long Xinglo touched his nose, a little happy to be praised, but also a little embarrassed to be held back. It seemed that he would have to learn some acting skills in the future. Then the two of them walked in with two faces that were familiar to most people in the base. The base was connected in all directions with many roads, and each fork in the road led to a different direction. They wanted to find the control room and turn off the shielding weapon. He sent a message outside, but also wanted to find the location of the experimental subject and save his sixth uncle Shen Xiao and the eldest prince's sweetheart. But now, they simply walked around with their eyes closed. Brother Bao obviously had a higher status than the man who was carrying Shen Qiyue just now, and he was also embarrassed. Many people passing by in a hurry called Brother Bao to say "Lo." Shining Huan imitated Brother Bao's look at the examination room and nodded arrogantly. But no one noticed anything unusual about her. That's the control room. As soon as they passed a fork in the road, they saw a large room with "Control Room" written on it. Their eyes lit up immediately, and they didn't expect to find one of their goals so quickly. They walked over and opened the door directly. Many people were busy inside, and screens were lit around the room. There were surveillance inside the base, surveillance at the entrance of the base, and surveillance at the Fringe Star Airport. Shining Huan and Long Xinglo were immediately attracted by the surveillance at the entrance of the base. A black armored tank was spreading fire and bombardment there, and a small part of the tall and heavy city wall had been destroyed by it. People and bugs came out to besiege it one after another at the entrance of the base. Now the black armored tank no longer bothered to bombard the city wall, and began to deal with the people who besieged it. However, it was unable to support itself alone, and soon it fell into a disadvantage. In several places white smoke was emitting from the base's fire. Everyone in the base cheered and taunted. But before they could be arrogant for long, a giant basalt emerged from the grass. Its green turtle I was like a huge copper bell, covered from above. The entire turtle was covered with a green and transparent luster. The black armored tank guarded the center, intimidating all directions and full of power, completely blocking the attacks of everyone in the base. This is not what Shentule can do. Then Uncle Shintu takes action. And just when everyone's attention was focused on the sudden appearance of the turtle SHL, a few more people quietly ran out of the grass. And the dog walked furtively toward the direction of the collapsed city wall. Brother Bao, why are you here? Someone in the monitoring room noticed the two of them, and looked towards them immediately. Shining Huan pretended that Brother Leopard snorted in displeasure. Let's check the surveillance to see if any little mice sneaked in. Sure enough, there was. The fat-faced man who was in charge of the surveillance at the entrance of the base immediately smiled. Why bother Brother Bao to come and see it in person for such a trivial matter? When I notify the newly refined batch of goo people to come out and try their hand. Brother Bao, you still... Hey, that's not right. Isn't the person leading the goo people to fight at the entrance of the base Brother Bao? Why are there two Brother Bao? As soon as he said these words, the whole control room could hear pins drop for an instant. And then the murderous intention appeared in the next second. Chapter 279 Find Shin Xiao. The people in the control room looked ferocious. And they all showed ferocious looks and wanted to take action. But Shining Huan and Long Xinglo had already taken the initiative when they entered. The mental power condensed into thin threads and entangled everyone like a spider web, blocking their opportunity to summon goo insects. The tiny thunder and lightning swimming in the air expanded in an instant, piercing the temples of those people. In an instant, everyone in the control room had their foreheads blackened, and their whole bodies were shaking as if they were suffering from epilepsy. Then, their eyes widened with anger, and they quickly fell to death. In less than 3 seconds, everyone in the control room died, and only the two of them were left alive. No. In addition to the two of them, there was a third breathing sound in this space. Shining Huan and Long Xinglo looked at each other, and then walked warily towards the direction of the breathing. It was a secret door, and it would be difficult to find it if you didn't look carefully. Shining Huan signaled with her eyes that she was about to open. Long Xinglo's black eyebrows were gathered together. His eyes were fixed on the secret door, and he nodded solemnly. Then the back door was opened with a swipe, and bright light from outside came in instantly, illuminating the dark and narrow space behind the secret door. Shining Huan directly looked into the eyes of the person hiding inside. Uncle Six, Shining Huan exclaimed, and was frightened into a layer of white hair sweat in the next second. She immediately stopped the mental power that was originally attacking the opponent. But her attack just now was too quick and decisive. Even though she quickly relieved her strength, she still had some mental energy. The force filament was tied through. The mental power was invisible and colorless, and Shin Zhao's brain was buzzing with nausea and dizziness. In a daze, he seemed to hear a female voice from the ferocious man standing opposite him, calling him Uncle Six. He resisted the urge to feel sick and vomited. A look of horror appeared on his pale face, and he strategically took 2 steps back. Don't come over here. I don't have a niece with arms thicker than mine. At the same time, there was a sizzling sound in his ears, like an electric current colliding, and his brain was buzzing again. Shin Xiao guessed that he must have had a concussion, which was why he was hallucinating just now. Uncle Six, Shining Huan shouted again. Shin Xiao looked wary, his dizzy eyes trying to stare at her, as if he was trying to identify something. But the guard in his eyes was getting deeper and deeper. Shining Huan had no choice but to remove the spiritual disguise from her body, and return to her original appearance with Long Xinglo. Shin Xiao covered his head and looked at the two people who had transformed into living beings in front of him with a shocked look on his face. Ni Xiaowu, why are you here? But soon, he shook his head and looked at the two of them suspiciously. No. Ni Xiaowu will definitely not appear here. Do you have new abilities? I tell you, I won't believe it. Shining Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Six, it's really me, not some goo insect. She kept talking and recalled what happened on Xyloxing, and finally convinced her sixth uncle that she was Shining Huan. Why are you here? Did you get arrested too? The people in this base are all perverts. They like to plant bugs into people's bodies. No, we have to escape quickly. Shin Xiao shook his dizzy head and tried to pull Shining Huan out with a serious expression. Shining Huan held him back and explained quickly. Uncle Six, don't worry. They didn't arrest me. I sneaked in on my own initiative. We planned to destroy this base. But Uncle Six, why are you hiding here? Here? Seeing that Shining Huan didn't seem to be lying, and dead people were lying on the ground outside, he finally believed her words, and then talked about his own affairs. When he was caught lying on the test bench, he wasted a lot of energy and ate the Qingling grass. Unexpectedly, It was really useful. The strength and spiritual power in his body had recovered a little. And then he took advantage of the Iron Masked Man before he could eat it. When he came back, he broke free from the restraints on the bed and escaped. However, the base was tightly guarded, and it was difficult for him to escape. By chance, he discovered the secret door of the pipeline hidden in the base. He crawled in the pipeline for a long time before finally finding the secret door in the control room. Hiding here was originally he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill them, then destroy the surveillance system and escape from the base. But he didn't expect that his two nieces would take advantage of him. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows. Her sixth uncle was quite capable. If Uncle Six wants to go out, I'll send Uncle Six out first. There happens to be chaos in the base, so it's a good time to go out. Xin Xiao shook his head. No. I won't go out now. I'll stay and help you. I also want to destroy this base. The people in this base are not good people. There are all the people lying in the laboratories. They were experimental subjects who were tortured by all kinds of insects. When they died, they were burned to death on the spot. Or even the corpses were left alone to continue the torture. It was too cruel. What's even more despicable is that they also used some pregnant women and children as experimental subjects just to breed babies with excellent talents and qualifications. There was an expression of resentment and disgust on his face, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to kill all these vicious things in the base. Shining Huan and Long Xinglo also had ugly expressions on their faces after hearing this. So the twosome decided to become a threesome. Long Xinglo was a little regretful that their world ended so quickly. But when he thought that if he had been slower just now, he would have killed the sixth uncle of the Shin family, he felt guilty and did not dare to refute. Silently following his uncle and nephew, the two came to the monitoring platform behind them. Not only did the battle at the entrance of the base not end, but it intensified. The tank had 3 more tank helpers bombarding the walls of the base. People and insects came out of the base in waves. However, with Shin 2 used Turtle L defense, no matter how many people there were in the base, there was nothing they could do. They could only surround the tanks to prevent them from rushing into the base gate. And the people who sneaked into the base were not only the group of people from Fortune Squad Xinhuang, but there were also a group of people besides them. Long Xinglo recognized the handsome man leading the group of people at a glance. It's his eldest brother Long Xinghao. But he didn't have much surprise. He had suspected that his eldest brother's sweetheart was captured by people from the base. He had been anxious since his eldest brother's sweetheart disappeared. If he knew the news, he would definitely make a trip here in person. The tank at the door was probably his eldest brother's work. Long Xinglo withdrew his eyes from his elder brother's surveillance screen and looked at others. Unfortunately, these surveillance screens were all on the corridors inside the base. But there was no surveillance in the laboratory room. They wanted to know more about the base. It's impossible. They have to find laboratory subjects and victims themselves. But the good news is that the shielding spiritual weapon is indeed installed in this control room. When Long Xinglo walked over, he didn't waste it and destroyed it. Instead, he dismantled it and put it into his own space spiritual weapon. You can use it in the future. And even if you don't use it, it's still worth a lot of money. After all, it is a spiritual weapon that can shield the entire Edge Star. And its level is not low. Chapter 280 A Lot of Crimes. Shining Huan and Xin Xiao looked at his deft movements, and immediately felt a sympathy for each other between poor people. Long Xinglo met their fiery eyes, and invited them with a calm expression on Jun's face. Would you like to join us? We will share the items collected from the base equally after they are sold out. In other words, Shining Huan and her elders had this kind of treatment, and he wouldn't be willing to share it with anyone else. Shining Huan and Xin Xiao nodded with bright eyes. So Xin Xiao, who was really poor now, and Shining Huan, who had experienced the hardships of being poor before, immediately began to search quickly. Take the projector with you. Monitor, take it away. Remove the entire console and take it away. After a while, the control room was stripped clean, like locusts crossing the border. The burglars had to say 666 when they came, which gave them no chance at all. After searching the control room, Longxing Tower sent out a message asking people to come and pick up the people from Edge Star to prepare for the relocation of the entire planet. Then he followed Shining Huan, his uncle and nephew, into the secret door where Xin Xiao was hiding just now, and climbed up the pipe that Xin Xiao climbed through just now. One advantage of this channel is that you won't meet anyone. You don't have to waste time dealing with people in the base. And you don't have to do the disguise just now. With the participation of Shen Huan and Long Xinglo, Xin Xiao has a little more confidence. He doesn't have to be as cautious as before. And he doesn't dare to breathe. There is a pipe going down in front. It should be a secret door leading to one of the rooms. Do you want to go down and have a look? Xin Xiao led the way and said, "Go!" Shen Huan nodded without thinking. With the strength of her and Long Xinglo, even if they couldn't kill everyone, they could still escape if they wanted to. So a few people climbed down the pipe and entered the secret door. They first observed secretly, and made sure that there were not many people inside, and then acted quickly. Shen Huan used her mental control to stop them from summoning goo insects. A lightning attack from Longxing Tower killed several people in the room quickly. After watching the two of them cooperate to kill everyone, Xin Xiao suddenly became quiet. He knew why he had a concussion, nausea and dizziness just now. It was all the fault of the fifth niece and His Highness the second prince. Fortunately, the fifth niece was in time. I found that he had stopped his momentum. Otherwise, he would have died quietly, and suddenly like these people. Horrible. After shaking his body, he immediately walked out of the secret door to check the situation. This is a room filled with all kinds of bugs. Scorpions, centipedes, moths, butterflies, etc. All classified into containers to kill and devour each other. The most disgusting thing is that they also imprison living people inside, allowing those poisonous insects to bite their flesh and blood. Several of them were still children no more than 10 years old. Shen Huan even saw a familiar face in one of the glass containers. She was the girl named Qian Min whom she had met in the Xianyu secret realm. Half of her body had been chewed to bits of flesh and blood, revealing the cold white bones. The flower-like girl's face was so pale, and her dilated pupils died with fear. The goo worms that devoured her flesh and blood slowly grew in size under their noses, and the scene caused extreme discomfort. Shen Huan and the other three looked grave. Were all the large goo insects in the base bred this way? How many people will die? Their disgust for the base deepened. And then they released spiritual beasts to break the glass and kill the goo insects. Unfortunately, when we went to check on those people, they were all dead and could not be saved. After coming out of this room, the three of them were much silent, and they moved to the second room much faster. Maybe they could save a few more people if they went there earlier, but they were still too naive. The people in the base did not regard those people as human beings at all. The second, third, and fourth rooms they entered were all the same goo insect breeding rooms as the first room. All the people they fed were people, and they were all dead when they went there. The fourth room is even more of a purgatory on Earth. The goo insects inside have already decided the winner. Only 3 giant black beetles are left, devouring each other and competing to be the strongest. The room was already piled with bones, and the floor was covered with bone fragments. It could be seen that there were definitely many people who died in this room. At least no less than 100. And this is just the tip of the iceberg in the base. The tens of thousands of black beetle armies that we have seen before are all piled up with human lives. The huge number is shocking and makes people feel numb. This base is far more sin-ridden than they imagined. The 3 people who originally liked to search were no longer interested in collecting wool from the base, so they just kept speeding up and rushed to the next room. Compared with their smooth flow, which allowed them to break into 15 rooms in half an hour, Jingyao and the others did not go smoothly. Even if Shen Wang leads the way, there are too many obstacles on the road. Not long after they sneaked into the base, they met a group of people rushing out to support the base gate. The two sides stared at each other, and after confirming that the other party was not one of their own, they immediately started fighting fiercely. Their whereabouts were thus exposed, and it was no longer possible for the dogs to be sneaky and sneaky. The result of his whereabouts being exposed is pursuit. Pursuit after wave. Reinforcements were coming in continuously from the base, and they were stuck in place, almost unable to move. At this moment, several people were already red-blooded. They no longer cared about saving people secretly or not. They simply killed and it was over, as long as they killed everyone in the base. Why didn't they worry about not being able to save anyone? The situation on their side was exactly the same as that of Long Xinghao and his group, who had been blocked one after another by people from the base. But unlike Jingyao and others, Long Xinghao was in a hurry right now, trying to save his sweetheart. He didn't have the time to spend time with these people here. He just got angry and tore up these roadblocks, forcefully fighting a bloody path. The battle was much more brutal. Even those goo insects were agitated by the murderous aura from his side, and began to retreat uneasily. This also allowed Long Xinghao and others to seize the opportunity to advance a long distance and successfully found a laboratory. His Royal Highness the First Prince. It seems that someone has already come to this room. The power of thunder and lightning was used to kill those people. It may be from His Highness the Second Prince. The subordinates checked the room and hurriedly came to report. Long Xinghao was full of bloody and murderous aura. And his aura was full of energy. He kept a cold face the whole time and nodded casually before going to the next room. He was thinking about his sweetheart who might be tortured. So what else could he care about? Brother. Unless his brother finds his sweetheart first. But as soon as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and said, "Let's go the other way." Chapter 281. The man in the ghost mask was robbed. Long Xinglo all the way. Long Xinghao all the way. The brothers divided into two groups and marched quickly in the base. They moved quickly and with great momentum, getting closer and closer to the main area of the base. A man in black robes hurriedly ran to the main laboratory of the base, knelt down and said, "No, no, no, Master, the control room has been destroyed, and the shielding weapon has been turned off. I'm afraid our bases the news has been known to the Empire." Obsessed with the study of goo insects, the man with a ghost mask playing with a miserable and wailing pregnant woman didn't even move his eyes. He waved his hands irritably and snorted. "So what if the Empire knows about it? We have to move anyway. We're in the Upper Star territory. Let them go." Seeing this, a handsome young man standing next to the man in the ghost mask chuckled and said, "Master He, Master Miao asked me to tell you that one of the people who broke in this time is your favorite experimental subject." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the man in the ghost mask immediately pulled out his eyeballs from the pregnant woman and looked at the young man next to him. He asked with excitement on his face, "Is the boy from the Dragonborn clan what the elder brother is talking about coming?" There was an evil curve on the lips of the handsome young man, and he nodded with a smile. "Yes, and not only is the eldest prince here, but also our second prince is here. Master Miao said that as long as you can catch someone, that person will be yours. He will bear the responsibility if something happens." The man in the ghost mask licked his lips excitedly. "Okay, I didn't expect that guy from Longxing Tower to be here too. With two experimental subjects, I don't have to worry about getting damaged. So I can let go of my hands and feet to experiment with goo insects. Just in time. I caught him before the woman who arrived must be the sweetheart of the boy Long Xinghao, and he threatened her as a hostage. So he was not afraid that the boy would not obey." Then he paused as he stepped out, turned around and looked at the handsome young man who was still standing there and said, "Prince Wu, I didn't entertain you well this time. I have to arrest people first. Those batches of fresh people in the warehouse, I'll give the refined goo to Prince Wu as an apology." The comely young man raised his lips slightly, bowed and accepted it. "Okay, I happen to be short of a batch of goo worms, so I won't be polite. Thank you, Master He." As he spoke, the formation patterns under his feet lit up and disappeared. After seeing the others leaving, the man in black robe, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and approached the man in the ghost mask. His eyes flickered and he asked curiously, "Master, who is that person?" The man in the ghost mask sneered. "I'm just an errand boy like you. But I'm an errand boy from the Upper Star territory, and my status is a bit more noble than yours. Okay, this matter is not something you can interfere with." The man in the ghost mask lowered the corners of his mouth, and his whole aura became cold and terrifying. The man in black robe suddenly trembled all over, and calmly retreated to his position, not daring to ask anything. Then the man in the ghost mask, whose eyes were like fire under the mask, raised his hand and waved. A group of pregnant women lying on the test table immediately stopped wailing, and then they broke free from the restraints with great strength. And one by one, they got off the bed like walking zombies, lined up and followed the man. A master, a servant, and a group of pregnant women walked towards the outside of the laboratory. 10 minutes later, a man with a ghost mask and a group of people blocked in front of Long Xinghao. He looked at him with fiery eyes and said in a cold and arrogant tone, "Your Highness, your sweetheart is now in my hands. If you just surrender and let me go, and I will reunite you two lovers." Long Xinghao's eyes darkened, and the murderous aura in his body spread. "How do I know if you lied to me?" The man in the ghost mask let out a soft chuckle, then clicked on the light brain, and a projection was immediately placed in midair. It was a closed room, with an unconscious and beautiful woman lying in the center, and she was surrounded by a group of large goo worms with scarlet eyes and drooling saliva. However, maybe for some reason, they never came close to the surrounded ones. The woman in the middle, Long Xinghao's heart skipped a beat, and all his composure was gone. An anxious look was visible on his handsome face. And he immediately said, "Okay, I'll go with you, as long as you don't hurt her." After saying that, he sincerely dropped the long sword stained with bright red evil spirit and walked over. The man in the ghost mask subconsciously took a step back. He didn't expect that this kid would give in before he even said the second sentence. Even if it was to save his sweetheart, he wouldn't be so eager. Right? Is it a scam? This kid wants to hold him hostage at close range. Thinking that this was very possible, he immediately lowered his face and scolded. "Stop!" The subordinates, who were following Long Xinghao, looked familiar, as long as they didn't see Miss Rong. His Royal Highness was still the calm and wise prince. But once they saw Miss Rong, he is a love brain whose brain is all muddled. If he is asked to wipe his neck, he will not wipe his wrist. This is the time for subordinates like them to use their sharp tongue to persuade people. But this time, the man in the ghost mask opposite him actually asked His Highness the First Prince to stop. He was a little surprised and waited for them to take another look. Long Xinghao narrowed his eyes and looked at the ghost-faced man displeased. "Why do you want me to stop? Do you want to regret not letting me reunite with a Rong?" Thinking of this, the cold and murderous aura on his body hit him again and again. The ghost-faced man found him more and more suspicious, and looked at Long Xinghao with gloomy eyes, wanting to see what this kid was planning. But after staring at each other for a while, he realized something was wrong. The kid opposite stopped staring at him, and instead stared at another location. He subconsciously followed his line of sight, and saw that in the secret room on the screen, there were 3 more people, and several spiritual beasts, who were dealing with a group of good baby goo worms he had cultivated. One of the spiritual beasts, the 5-clawed golden dragon, was particularly familiar to him. Wasn't it the contracted spiritual beast of the second experimental subject he was eyeing? The man in the ghost mask stared wide-eyed and roared angrily. "What's going on? How did they find that room?" That was one of the most hidden rooms in the base. Except for him, his eldest brother, and his third brother. No one else knew that in order to hide this weak spot that could threaten Long Xinghao, he deliberately locked people in this place. But he never expected that his plan was about to succeed, and his house would be stolen from behind. Damn! It was stolen in front of Long Xinghao. How could he threaten people? "Quickly! Send someone to intercept them!" The man in the ghost mask was so angry that he had a heart attack, and roared angrily with a dark face, unlike his angry state of mind that wanted to chop people off. Long Xinghao on the opposite side raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the screen with excited eyes. The youngest son of the father-in-law and mother-in-law was not born in vain. Fortunately, he did not stop them from having a second child at that time. Otherwise, this younger brother would not be able to save his sister-in-law today. I will give him a credit. Chapter 282 failed to cleanse the stingy impression. Just when Long Xinghao was about to continue taking a look to ensure the safety of his sweetheart, the man in the ghost mask was not happy and turned off the optical brain directly, and then commanded the group of pregnant women behind him to rush forward to arrest him. Since that weakness is useless now, he will use the backup plan he prepared before. A group of innocent pregnant women. As the eldest prince of the empire, can he do it? Although his method was crude, it was indeed effective. Long Xinghao and the others were restrained by this group of pregnant women, and accidentally received a lot of scars on their bodies. However, Shining Huan and Long Xinglo went very smoothly. After killing the group of bugs in the secret room, they took Rong Di and escaped into the pipe before the people who intercepted them came. And there happened to be this room. The man in the ghost mask, who was monitoring the situation, turned off the monitoring and missed the opportunity to discover the pipeline. Due to such a mistake, Shining Huan and the others are still an elusive and unpredictable force. In the pipe, Shining Huan and the other 2 people frowned around the unconscious woman. They checked and found that there were no poisonous insects on this woman, but she was still unconscious, which made it inconvenient for them to take people with her. Shining Huan raised her eyes and looked at Shin Xiao, who was a little pale and out of breath, and said, "Uncle Six, why don't you stay and guard this Miss Rong? Wait for His Highness the First Prince, and then hand over Miss Rong to him, so that I can complete the mission and get the reward from His Highness the First Prince. But those 3 skylight glazed fruits are of great use to me, so I can't share them with you. Can I exchange them with you for other heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" Shin Xiao looked confused. "What mission? What skylight glazed fruit?" He was locked in the laboratory and had no idea what was going on outside. Shining Huan didn't mean to deceive Uncle Six into monopolizing the reward, so he explained the mission. Xin Xiao quickly shook his head like a rattle. No, don't give it to me. I haven't contributed much, Shining said with a smile. Uncle Six, you don't have to be so humble. If you hadn't slipped and accidentally fallen into that long pipe just now, we wouldn't have gone down that pipe, and we wouldn't have been able to find this secret room. That's right. Uncle Six, you have the greatest contribution. Saying that, Shining Huan couldn't help but take out her optical brain and give her sixth uncle 300 million. She also took out a space spiritual weapon, which contained 2 small bottles of Wanglianfo water and 3 large baskets of 7th grade flame roses that Uncle Six's fire dog needed. This, so much! Xin Zhao's eyes widened, and he looked at the balance of his optical brain account for a while, and then looked at the space spirit weapon that was thrust into his hand, and his jaw dropped in shock. He has never seen such a large amount of small spirit coins and this space spirit weapon in his life. Are they just given to him? Xiao Wu's niece is so rich. The second elder said that the 5th niece is a waste of money, and she is really right in making money wherever she goes. How long has it been since then that hundreds of millions of space spiritual weapons, and high-level heavenly materials, and earthly treasures were taken out without blinking an eye? However, although Xiao Wu's niece is rich now, she can't be so loose. There will be many places where money will be needed to advance and cultivate spiritual beasts in the future. Xin Xiao advised earnestly, and gritted his teeth to return the space weapon. Shining Huan smiled and pushed back. Take it, Uncle Six. It's because you are my Uncle Six that I gave it to you so readily. If it had been anyone else, it would be nice if I didn't cheat him. Recalling her previous behavior on Xiaoluoxing, Xin Xiao laughed. Xiao Wu's niece was so kind to him. Then Shining Huan turned her attention to Longxing Tower. Sixth uncle had already divided things, so it would be unreasonable not to separate them. He and the 5-clawed golden dragon had contributed a lot to those insects before, but they were not as much as sixth uncle's contribution. Long Xinglo understood what she meant. He immediately straightened his back and shook his head decisively. Don't blame me. I didn't contribute much. It's all because of Uncle Lu and you. This time, he must clear his stingy impression in her mind. At least towards her. He will never be stingy. Shining Huan didn't see what he meant, and thought that this man was imitating his sixth uncle to retreat in order to advance. So he also took the initiative to forcefully transfer money to him, and stuffed him with treasures from heaven and earth. The amount was 1/3 less than Xin Zhao's. If Longxing Tower didn't accept it, Shining Huan straightened his face. If this person quit, Uncle Six would definitely be embarrassed to accept it. So he had to accept it. In the end, Long Xinglo, who was filled to the brim, could only accept it depressively. It was the first time he received money so unhappy. Failed to clean up the stingy impression. After dividing the things, Shining Huan and Long Xinglo rested for a while, drank a few bottles of nutrient solution, and then set off again. This base is really big. They dug like moles in a tunnel all night, and still couldn't find the main laboratory. But their energy and spiritual power couldn't keep up. The spiritual power of the Edge Stars is almost exhausted. If they want to replenish their spiritual power, they can only rely on the treasures of heaven and earth they carry. But these things are limited. The most important thing is that the people in the base have discovered the existence of the pipeline, and have been chasing and intercepting them, so that they have to exit the pipeline and fight with them openly. Long Xinghao was not as reckless as before after meeting his sweetheart with Xin Xiao. Moreover, because of the group of pregnant women, he and his subordinates were seriously injured, and had to choose to avoid their sharp edges. In comparison, more and more base reinforcements and insect armies had reacted, chasing them and running around in the base, fighting them in a guerrilla war for several days. Shining Huan and others were trapped in the base, and could not get out. The base had a secret method, and could not use teleportation spirit patterns. Similarly, they could not break into the heavily defended main area of the base. But the people in the base have gradually gained the upper hand, pushing them to physical and mental exhaustion. If no one from the Empire comes to rescue them, it will only be a matter of time before they are caught. In a corner of the laboratory, Shining Huan was leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. Her bloodshot eyes showed her exhaustion, and her hair unconsciously fell on Long Xinglo beside her. The condition of Long Xinglu was not good either. There were blood stains on her clothes. The most bleeding areas were the heart and abdomen. Both of these were blocked for her. If she hadn't met me, she and the others in time, the one that was only a few meters away from the heart would have been blocked. An injury of 3 centimeters would become his fatal injury. But the man didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, he looked at her distressfully, raised his hand to press her head on his shoulder, and said in a low and hoarse voice with tenderness, "You take a rest for a while. I'll stay here." Xininghuan blinked her dry eyes, shook her head, and said sullenly, "No, I can't rest. The bugs are chasing me again." As she spoke, she gathered her mental strength and stabbed him, and the battle began again. Long Xinghao and others immediately stood up and started fighting with their tired bodies. However, there were too many bugs this time. The base obviously had no patience to accompany them. They used all their hands to surround the laboratory, make the final arrest. Suddenly, the situation fell into crisis. Chapter 283, Who Wants to Kill Her? The fighting unfolded in the messy laboratory, with blood splattering and broken limbs flying everywhere. To make matters worse, a group of masked men in black stabbed in from the collapsed hole on the right side of the laboratory. Their eyes were sharp, penetrated the chaotic crowd. The murderous aura on his body was like an unsheathed ice sword, heading straight for Xininghuan in the battle. Xininghuan turned on her mental power and immediately noticed these unusual people. So even though the ice energy came at lightning speed, she reacted immediately. He tilted his head, and the bone-chilling cold air brushed past his ears. A strand of black hair was neatly cut off by the sharp edge, swept by the strong wind, suddenly lifted into the air, and then flew down. Long Xinglo immediately sensed something was wrong. His heart tightened, and he quickly stretched out his hand to fish it out, pulling Xininghuan behind him. At the same time, the floor where Xininghuan was standing had been cracked by successive ice blades, and the large insect behind Xininghuan was cut into 10 or 8 sections, which was extremely tragic. Xininghuan poked her head behind Long Xinglu and watched the scene. She couldn't help but shrink her pupils slightly, and felt that those masked men in black came specifically for her. Their next actions also confirmed her thoughts. They only targeted her alone in the whole process, and their attacks were killing moves, and they went straight to the fatal point. Who wants to kill her? He actually took advantage of the chaos in the base to take action? The bloody smell in the air became thicker and thicker. As time passed, both Xininghuan and Long Xinglo, who was protecting her, had more and more wounds, and their faces became more solemn. These masked men in black are very strong. They look like Li Nin. They have not summoned spiritual beasts, but they are spiritual masters of a very high level. Their combat effectiveness also seems to have been specially trained, and they have a very high level of killers. Puk! There was the sound of a sharp object piercing into the flesh. Mao, who was standing in front of Xininghuan, was severely pierced by a sharp sword. Mao whimpered and hot blood splashed all over Xininghuan's face. Mao, she shouted anxiously, her eyes filled with a layer of intense scarlet. After quickly taking Mao back to the beast control space to recuperate, she raised her head and glared at the masked men in black opposite her with fierce eyes. Immediately after, she gritted her teeth. She unleashed all her mental power and exploded, like a rain of arrows from the sky that almost solidified and rushed toward the opposite side. No matter it was the masked man in black, the bugs besieging them, or the people in the base, they were all treated equally. In an instant, the masked man in black held his head in pain. His movements froze. The first few people who bore the brunt were directly stabbed in the brain by the mental power. They fell down bleeding from their 7 orifices and died miserably. At the same time, the remaining mental power was like a harvester. A whole swarm of insects fell down and died instantly wherever they passed. The lethality was powerful and spectacular. But Xininghuan, who had almost drained her mental energy, felt uncomfortable. She was dizzy and staggered as she became unsteady. Long Xinglo took a step forward, walked over to her with eagerness, grabbed her waist, and held her in his arms. Looking at her pale and weak face, his heart ached. The strong emotions caused the thunder spiritual power beside him to riot and crackle. He raised his eyes. Thick dark clouds rolled under his eyes, and his handsome face with sharp edges and stained with blood was like a murderous god, killing. In an instant, the thunder spiritual power surged up and washed out. Purple thunder and lightning struck down densely, carrying the force of thunder. At this moment, the roar of thunder and lightning resounded through the base, and the purple light reflected the ferocious and painful faces. There were countless dead and injured, and wailing was everywhere. The 2 masked men in black who had luckily escaped were unable to fly this time, and were directly killed by that a series of thigh-thick thunderbolts struck his head, blowing off his skull. 5 minutes later, the large-scale lightning disaster disappeared, and the surrounding area became a living H.L., broken limbs and legs, and the corpses of people and insects were piled on the ground. Blood spilled from Long Xinglo's lips. Then he picked up the person in his arms, and said in a cold voice, "Let's go!" Xin Xiao and others woke up from a dream and quickly agreed. "Let's go! Let's go!" The main room of the laboratory. The man in the ghost mask was furious. "Trash! We can't catch them with so many people. Add more people. Send more people. We must keep them in the base. And take out the goo people I refined before." The iron-masked man sitting in the main seat was relatively calm. He looked at the people running away on the screen with a perverted smile on his lips. Especially the crazy look in his eyes that fell on Sheninghuan, who was being held by Long Xinglo. More obvious. "This woman is the spiritual powerhouse. Ha ha. She is very courageous. She came to the door by herself and even killed those people. Ha! She was so good at killing me. She actually dared to kill me right under my nose. Killing people in the base." Hearing this, the man in the ghost mask stopped roaring, turned to look at his elder brother, and asked suspiciously, "Brother, who are those masked men in black clothes? You seem to hate them. Why do you let them enter the base?" The man in the iron mask snorted coldly, with disdain in his gloomy eyes. "If Prince Wu's people weren't protected by the people above, how could I have allowed him to be so presumptuous? However, even a brat who has never done anything dares to step on my territory. Shit! But why did that boy kill that woman? Is it his own grudge or in order to go to the Star Realm? I originally planned to accept this woman as my apprentice. She has a very strong spiritual talent. If she can be used by me in the future, she will become a powerful one. Goo Master, don't worry that we won't have a place to establish ourselves in the Upper Star territory in the future." The eyes behind his iron mask were full of ambition. The ghost mask man's eyes widened. He didn't expect his elder brother to speak so highly of that woman. He asked tentatively, "Does the eldest brother still plan to accept her as his apprentice now?" The iron-masked man's eyes flickered, and he finally made up his mind. "Stop it. We can't rely solely on Prince Wu." After the decision was made, the two brothers began to plan how to make Sheninghuan willingly be used by them. She couldn't die yet. Looking at several more black-clothed and masked killers appearing on the screen, the two brothers looked unhappy. But they couldn't confront them head-on, so they could only secretly order someone to protect Sheninghuan and not let her die. Until they saw a group of people from Longxing Tower running into one of the passages painted with red lines. The two brothers immediately couldn't sit still. "Not good. You can't go in that place." The two of them spoke anxiously. But it was too late. Long Xinglo was holding Sheninghuan, and Long Xinghao was holding Rong Di, and fell into a black hole that suddenly formed on the ground. Brother Shen Wang and Xin Xiao, who were running behind them, didn't have time to break, so they also missed the mark and fell in. Chapter 284. The 12th level ancient beast is in good health. Why can't we enter that place? In the main laboratory, a handsome young man walked in leisurely from the door. There was a smile on his lips, and his handsome and smiling face looked innocent and harmless. But the two iron-masked brothers felt terrified in their hearts. Their pupils shrank as if they had seen evil spirits, and they stammered, You, why are you still here?" The handsome young man tilted his head and asked with a suspicious smile, "Why can't I be here? I haven't left all this time." "Brother Miao He and Brother Miao, what place were you talking about that you can't enter?" Miao Miao and Miao He looked at each other with a look of sadness in their eyes. Miao Heiqiang smiled and said, "The place where the two boys fell from Longxing Tower is dangerous. They probably won't survive if they go in. So my experimental subject will be gone." The handsome young man smiled and didn't care about the repulsive attitude of the two brothers at all. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down, then continued to ask, "Oh, why? Is there any secret hidden in your base that I don't know about?" Miao He had a smile on his face, but in his heart, hey, he is so brave and wants to know all the secrets of their base. "Huh. I will scare you to death if I tell you the secret." At this time, Miao Miao spoke. "There is no big secret. There is a 12th level ancient god beast in that black hole." The handsome young man was shocked. The 12th level ancient divine beast was still Dangkong. It was rare even in the upper star territory, especially Dangkong, which had almost disappeared. He didn't expect that there was still such a beast hidden in the lower star territory. And it was still there, in Miao Miao's hands. No wonder Miao Miao didn't completely surrender, and wasn't as respectful to him as he seemed. It turned out that he had such a trump card. And Miao He immediately understood that his eldest brother told this secret to increase his leverage and to intimidate, showing that the two brothers were not people who could be manipulated casually. So he also puffed up his chest and continued proudly. This Dankon beast is very powerful. Back then, my eldest brother and I, together with the army of thousands of insects, were no match for it. And we were almost killed by it. It would be very easy for it to kill the 2 boys from the Long family. Not to mention that the 2 boys from the Long family are at the end of their strength. Even I can kill them easily. As he spoke, he sighed, feeling quite sorry for the death of these 2 high-quality experimental subjects. As for Shining Huan, the brothers didn't mention it at all. Anyway, the probability of survival is low. So he must hide the fact that he wanted to take her as his disciple to offend Prince Wu. At the same time, Jing Yao and the others, who were watching the man fall into the black hole, almost went crazy with anxiety. When they wanted to jump in together, the black hole disappeared, and the pursuers chasing them had already caught up with them. Being behind the scenes, they had no choice but to run away. During this run, they were lucky enough to encounter rescuers sent by the Imperial Legion. The rescue team of more than 10,000 people did not delay. As soon as they landed on the Edge Star, they rushed all the way to the base and went straight to Huanglong. Relying on their iron-blooded style and strong numerical advantage, they quickly broke through the gate of the base that Shintu and the others had been attacking for several days. Afterwards, another 25 boys, Brother Bao, betrayed them on the spot and helped lead the way. The Imperial Legion rushed in at a very fast speed and seized the outer defense of the base. Yes, this well-hidden second-year-old Brother Bao is the same Brother Bao who was sneaked in by Shining Huan at the testing office. In fact, his true identity is an informant, an internal agent, but only Shintu knows it. The reason why Shining Huan and Long Xinglo were able to sneak into the base so easily was because of Shintu's tip-off and Brother Bao's practical operation. So they could sneak in quietly. Jing Yao and others ran and met up with the rescue team. When their relatives saw their relatives, their eyes welled up with tears. They immediately cried with joy. But soon the joy on their faces turned into anxiety. They didn't have time to take a breath and said, Hurry! Hurry up! Save the people in the Savior building. They have fallen into a black hole. Brother Bao immediately came out and asked, Is it the black hole that suddenly appeared in a passage filled with strange red lines? Jing Yao nodded, looking at him eagerly with red bloodshot peach blossom eyes. Yes. Do you know something? The people around him, including those from the Imperial Legion, all looked at him. Leopard Brother suddenly felt the pressure, but he still nodded bravely. I know a little bit. It is said that there is an extremely ferocious beast locked there. The base spent more than 10,000 insect troops to capture it. Before anyone who falls in will be dead, and no one will come out. Jing Yao and others immediately became anxious upon hearing this. What should we do? The Star Tower has fallen, and His Royal Highness the First Prince has also fallen. If anything happens to these 2 people, the Imperial family will be extinct. Hearing this, everyone in the Imperial Legion changed their expressions. If the Imperial Royal family had no heir, then their empire would be ruined. If the Emperor, who they had long wanted to abdicate and take the Emperor and Empress to travel around, hears this bad news, will he simply give up and leave? The people of the Dragonborn clan are all gentlemen. They don't care about their reputation as paupers and stingy people. They make money in a down-to-earth manner, and they don't fish for people's wealth. However, if it were people from other families who were in power, they wouldn't be so conscientious. Therefore, the safety of the 2 princes of the empire is related to the future of the entire empire, and they are worried. Shintu, who happened to come over, glanced around Jing Yao and his group, but did not see Shining Huan. His heart skipped a beat. Where is Huan? Where is Shining Huan? When Shin Jiling, who came with the Imperial Legion, heard the name, his stern face showed an anxious expression. Jing Yao looked dejected. I also fell in together. Suddenly, Shintu's whole body exploded, and he looked at Brother Bao with scarlet eyes, which made him tremble in fear. In fact, it's not a completely fatal situation. He spoke quickly and quickly explained. That ferocious beast has a weird temperament and likes to hatch eggs in its nest. As long as the eggs are in place, it never makes a fuss. I don't know what agreement it signed with the base, but now it is helping to incubate them. Insect eggs. I know a person in the base who set insect eggs inside. According to him, although the beast is fierce, it is not too murderous. After entering, unless its eggs or insect eggs are broken, it will only then will he get angry and furious. The rest of the time, he will generally remain motionless and turn a blind eye to anyone who comes in. As long as the few people who fell didn't touch its eggs and insect eggs, they might still have a chance to survive. Shintuyu calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "How credible is this news?" 80%. Chapter 285. When Kong is Wuwa. The huge room was in a mess. A large area of insect eggs on the ground had been trampled, smashed and burned to death. Scarlet and dark green liquid splashed everywhere. In the center of the room, 2 dragons, one green and one gold, let out dragon roars and attacked a huge wild boar below. It was covered in black hair, sharp and hard, and its 2 white tusks were even more terrifying. A pig howled, and the whole room suddenly shook. One of the brothers, Long Xinglo and Long Xinghao, had his arm pierced by the fangs, and the other had his thigh pierced. They were covered in blood and looked very miserable. But that's it. The 2 brothers still rushed forward without hesitation. Even if they were knocked out, they still got up again and again, and rushed up again and again, over and over again, as tenacious as Xiuqiang, who could not be beaten to death. And the reason why they refused to fall down was because the person lying behind them was their sweetheart. If they couldn't stop Dang Kong, who was rushing towards them, then their sweetheart would be the unlucky one. This is definitely not possible. For love brains, even if they die, nothing will happen to their sweetheart. For the safety of their sweetheart, they can risk their lives. Shen Wang, who felt like he was falling apart after being knocked away twice and couldn't get up, lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face because of emotion. "I agree to this marriage." Lying on the ground with broken hands and legs, and serious internal injuries, Shen Xiao endured the excruciating pain and paid some attention to his brother, whom he had not seen for a long time. He breathed in the cold air and wondered, "What kind of marriage? Our niece Xiaowu and that boy from Longxing Tower." Shen Wang wiped his tears and tried to get up from the ground with a grin on his face. It felt awkward to let the junior hold up in front while he lay flat in the back. After hearing this, Shen Zhao's pupils trembled, and he felt like a bolt from the blue. His whole body was feeling bad. Their juicy cabbage had only been raised at home for a few days, but it was taken away by the pig? "No, I don't agree to this marriage. My niece is still young." Shen Xiao had a dark face and shook his head firmly. "I thought that the second prince was holding Xiao Wu's niece because he was taking care of his teammates. But he didn't expect that this thief kid actually had this idea in mind." "Why am I still young?" Shining Huan rubbed her temples, and when she woke up, she heard her 6th uncle and 7th uncle muttering not far away. However, due to the sequelae of her mental exhaustion, her head was throbbing, she was dizzy, and she was still confused. "I have a little tinnitus, and can only hear a few words clearly." "Niece Xiaowu, you're awake!" Shen Wang and Shen Xiao immediately turned around in surprise. Shen Wang purred, broke the bones back, and crawled to Shining Huan. His eyes were bright on his sloppy face, and he looked at her eagerly. Shining Huan had a pale face, put her hands on the ground, and sat up with difficulty. This movement made her head feel dizzy, as if she had been rolled hundreds of times in a drum washing machine, and she opened her mouth without saying anything. "I couldn't hold back my nausea and retched twice." Shen Xiao was shocked and said, "Don't you have niece Xiaowu? Damn it! I'll kill him!" With a ferocious look on his face, he performed a medical miracle directly in front of Shining Huan and Shen Wang. He got up from the ground with a brush and glared fiercely at Long Xinglo, who was fighting with Dang Kong in the distance. He raised his knife and planned to rush forward. "Kill people." Shen Wang quickly hugged his calf and persuaded, "No, 6 brother. Don't be impulsive. That boy has a thief heart but not a thief courage. Besides, I'm guarding our niece Xiaowu. I guarantee that the boy is at most I hugged him and didn't do anything else that crossed the line. Besides, even if you don't kill brother 6, he will be miserable enough now." Seeing Longxing Tower being knocked out again and falling to the ground, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood, Shen Wang couldn't help but twist his facial features, and his whole face wrinkled up. Feeling pain for him, Shining Huan followed the eyes of the 2 uncles and saw that Long Xinglo was in a mess, as if he had been fished out of bloody water. His hands and feet were weirdly twisted, and his bones had obviously been knocked crooked. As if aware of her gaze, Long Xinglo subconsciously raised his head and glanced in her direction when he turned over and was about to get up. That handsome face was stained with blood, but his eyes lit up astonishingly when he saw her. Emotions of joy, longing, and relief came from his eyes. But soon these emotions turned into perseverance. He stood up again with his arms on the ground, and then resolutely continued to rush to the battlefield. Xin Xiao fell silent. If nothing else was said, this boy's perseverance was admirable. Shining Huan looked at his figure, who had lost flexibility in the battle, and his movements were somewhat delayed. She pursed her lips, and felt a little sour and distressed in her heart. Then she turned to look at her two uncles with a solemn expression. What happened to Uncle 6 and Uncle 7 just now? What happened to Dankong over there? Shen Wang slapped his thigh. He had too much to say. But before he could open his mouth, there was a sound of recognition like a pig was heard. Master! Master! Look at Wu Hua. They are blocking Wu Hua from seeing his master. Wu Hua is going to be beaten to death by their two bad two-legged beasts. Shining Huan. She rubbed her temples. If she didn't hear clearly, she listened again. Hey master. Don't you recognize Wu Hua? The nervousness in Shining Huan's heart suddenly subsided. Oh my god. Her little Xiang pig Wu Hua, who will never grow up, is actually more promising than Rhubarb Ermo. She found the body of an ancient mythical beast. She quickly got up and walked over. When Shen Wang and Shen Xiao saw her, they quickly worried and persuaded her. Nishiwu, don't go there. That's the 12th level ancient beast Dankong. It just tried to come to us. I don't know if it's targeting you or the person lying next to you. That girl, after all, is definitely a perverted pig. If you go by like this, you're going to put yourself in the pig's mouth. Yes, yes, yes. Don't waste the efforts of the two boys from the Long family. Don't be impulsive. We have contacted the outside world. Rescue from the Empire is coming soon. Your eldest brother, Ling Xiuzi, is also here. Wait a moment. Wait a minute. The entrance is in the main area of the laboratory, and they can come in to help after they capture the main area. Shining Huan glanced helplessly at her two uncles, who were trying to dissuade her, and said comfortingly, Uncle 6th and 7th, don't worry. I have no intention of going up there and fighting for my life. I may know Dankon on the other end, so I'll go up and try to reason with him. What? Do you know Dankon? Shen Xiao and Shen Wang were shocked. Then she watched helplessly as Shining Huan walked around them and ran over in vain, shouting, Stop! Stop! Stop all of them! Stop fighting! Dankon immediately stopped sprinting and laid down on the ground with a huge pile of hemp. His big black eyes were cute, but his ferocious and huge body was still very threatening even if he didn't move. Chapter 286. People look at you as if you are guarding against wolves. Both Jin Long and Long Xingla listened to Shining Huan. Although they didn't understand what was going on after hearing her shouting, they still stopped. But Long Xinghao and Qin Long, who were not familiar with her, didn't understand why, so they didn't stop the car and attacked one person and one dragon. Dankong was hit twice immediately, with two ice spears pierced on his back and his nose. It was stabbed by Long Xinghao's ice pick, and it howled in pain. It hurt so bad. The bad two-legged beast has no martial ethics and conducts a sneak attack. The big one cries and wants to rush into Shining Huan's arms to be petted like it did in the previous life. But now its head is several times bigger than Shining Huan's. It just nudged it a little, and its body was weak and unsteady. Shining Huan was pushed directly onto her buttocks and fell to the ground. A tingling pain came through the tailbone. Long Xinglo panicked and hurriedly limped over to block her, staring at Dankong in front of her with fierce and sharp eyes. The golden dragon was entrenched above him. Although its tail was dripping blood, it still tried its best to widen its eyes. You dare to hurt the sweetheart that my master Ba Xi and Ba Lung wants to protect. You are destined to die. You fat pig. The big five-figured head shrank with some guilt. The ancient beast that was so majestic just now was now like a child who had done something bad. His eyes flickered, and he took two timid little steps back, looking pitifully, wearing Shining Huan. Long Xinglo looked at it, frowning, not knowing why. Shining Huan's ears felt hot, and she glared at Wu Hua. Then she grabbed Long Xinglo's hand and used his strength to stand up. I'm fine. You? Don't worry. Let's treat your injuries first. As she said that, she summoned a little snail to help Long Xinglo heal. Long Xinglo glanced at Dankong warily and saw that it was behaving well, with its head curled up. Then it turned its attention to Shining Huan. He raised his hand to put the little snail on his shoulder back to Shining Huan's shoulder and expressed concern in a deep voice. He said, I'm fine. I'll treat your injuries first. Are you okay if you were unconscious for so long? Is there something wrong with your mental strength? As he said that, he took out two red fruits from the space spirit weapon and handed them over. You eat them first. and I will find them for you when you get out. Shining Huan glanced at him with twinkling eyes, and her eyes stayed in his deep, worried black eyes for a few seconds. Then she lowered her eyes slightly, took it and nibbled it politely. Thank you. She really needs this now. Compared with the trauma on her body, the sequelae caused by the drain on her mental energy are more uncomfortable. 2 red fruits would be a drop in the bucket for her now, and her mental strength would not be restored at all. But fortunately, her brain was not as dizzy as before, and her ears could hear clearly. Then she sent the little snail back to Long Xinglo. Let's treat you first. Your injuries are many and severe, and the bones in your hands and legs are misplaced. I'll help you break them back and treat them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very ugly for such a handsome guy to become a cripple. After saying that, she pulled the man to sit on the ground and began to break his bones. The bones were broken with a crackling sound, which made people feel pain. But Long Xinglo, the person involved, didn't feel it at all. He didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows, and looked at the girl opposite with affectionate eyes and giggled. Yes, this kid is hopeless. Shen Xiao and Shen Wang, who were supporting each other and walking over, shook their heads. They looked at his worthless and stupid look, which was really disgusting. Long Xinghao, the eldest brother, was extremely envious. His younger brother's sweetheart was helping him heal his bones, but his sweetheart was still lying down. He was really jealous of this kid. No, he can't read anymore. He also wants to find his sweetheart to post some messages. But he glanced warily at Deng Kong not far away, and frowned. He was worried that this thing was stuck here like this. Seeing its glaring eyes and fierce face looking at his younger brother, he was afraid that he didn't notice any of them. If you live here, you will rush over and kill your younger brother. But fortunately, it didn't happen until Shining Huan broke off Long Xinglu's bones, and the minor injuries on his body were healed. But when the major injuries couldn't be cured and he stopped, Deng Kong was still lying down peacefully, and he seemed to be still alive. The feeling of grievance could be seen in its fierce black eyes. Long Xinghao rubbed his eyes, and took another look to confirm that he had read it correctly. Then, with full of doubts, he limped Qilong over and looked at Shining Huan and asked, Brother and sister, are you and this guy Kong Yu? Origin? Sister-in-law? Shining Huan's brain was numbed by this title. Shen Xiao also jumped up and objected fiercely. What younger sister-in-law? Don't scream. Don't scream. My 5th niece is an innocent girl. Your brother hasn't reached that level yet. Shen Wang also nodded. Yes, although he agreed to the marriage. The marriage has not yet been completed, but he must not ask someone to determine the identity in advance. Otherwise his girl will suffer a disadvantage. Long Xinghao was not annoyed by Shen Wang and Shen Zhao's attitude, and gave his younger brother a sympathetic look. It seems that your boy's identity has not been decided yet. It really embarrasses our Long family. Long Xinglo cast a dissatisfied look and said, Someone who has been chasing my sweetheart for more than 10 years has no right to dislike me. You haven't met my sister-in-law's family yet, and you haven't been officially recognized. What are you talking about? Long Xinghao was unconvinced. Oh, you did meet your younger siblings' families, but people look at you as if you were guarding against wolves. Longxing Tower is stuffy. Just now, the brothers were working together to advance and retreat together, but now they are starting to hurt each other. It's so exciting. Not understanding what the 2 brothers were planning, Shining Huan simply stopped thinking about it and waved to Wu Hua. Then, under Long Xinglo's worried eyes, she walked up to Wu Hua and touched its obediently lowered big head with a smile. He turned around and introduced to the 4 people. Let me introduce to you. This is Wu Hua. What happened just now may be a misunderstanding. It must have recognized me when it rushed towards me. Wu Hua felt a little guilty. At first, it went crazy because the fallen people smashed its eggs. Later, after seeing its owner's face, it rushed over there to find its owner. But it couldn't say these words. It could only accept Shining Huan's words, and nod its big head obediently. Seeing its obedient appearance, like a tame pet, not as fierce and sturdy as before, not only the Long Xinglo brothers, but also Shen Wang and Shen Xiao were even more surprised. Niece Xiaowu, how do you and this Deng Kong know each other? Of course, Shining Huan couldn't say it was a previous life, so she just smiled and told the reason she had just made up. Didn't I live on the Edge Planet before? I rescued Wu Hua once, and we got to know him after we went back and forth. Shen Wang and the other 4, why don't they believe this reason? The 12th level ancient beast still needs a little girl like you to save it. Shining Huan was really weak when she was still on the Edge Star. She didn't have any spiritual power. She would fall down when the wind blew, vomited blood after taking 2 steps, and probably couldn't even lift one of Dang Kang's toes. Chapter 287: The Banner of Beautiful People and Kind Hearts. Imperial Star Network. #explosion. There is a group of extremely vicious abductors on the edge of the planet, who specialize in abducting beautiful boys and girls. It is really hateful. #shock. Human traffickers are so bold. According to insiders, a certain star captain said that the group is still in the starport and intends to kidnap the entire starship. Even he, an elderly and beautiful uncle who has a wife and an elder, will not be spared, and even destroyed the starship with the intention of destroying the corpses. Fortunately, His Highness the Second Prince saw through their conspiracy early. Fortunately, with the help of gods, they were able to escape from the hands of human traffickers and expose their crimes. His Royal Highness the First Prince and His Highness the Second Prince took the lead in chasing the traffickers to their den. Their current whereabouts are unknown, and their lives and deaths are uncertain. Please ask the gods to have mercy on them again. Oh my god. The old and young star owners of Edge Star are not human beings. They colluded with the human trafficker gang to control the entire Edge Star and imprison the star people as slaves. The current star owner Chow Lei was arrested, and the imperial court sentenced him to jail. Hope all the stars the Lord takes a warning. Edge Star's spiritual energy is exhausted, and the entire planet is facing explosion and annihilation. The Empire has sent troops to carry out a large-scale migration of the entire planet. The project is huge, and there are countless refugees. The Imperial Finance Department hereby opens a fundraising channel. We hope that the citizens of the Empire will actively donate. Anyone who donates, everyone can get a beautiful people and kind hearts banner as a reward. Things develop beyond imagination. After the shielding spiritual weapon was removed, even though there was a problem with the signal tower on the Edge Star, and it was inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, the news about the Edge Star still spread out. Although the news spread, it got lost. But it is also true that it has attracted the attention of the entire Empire. The Star Network has been extremely lively in the past few days. All kinds of true and false news or changed news are making a fuss on the Star Network. The people of the Empire are jumping up and down like melons in the melon field, eating the melons with great joy. Main Star. It was rare for Shinjile and Shin Jifan to come out of Zishu Academy and get together with the young Shin family members in other academies on the Main Star. Shinjile looked at the endless news on the Star Network with a worried expression on his face. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is at the Edge Star, and Sister Huan must be there too. I don't know how Sister Huan is doing. She agreed to pick up her adoptive parents, but she didn't. To think that she could encounter such a big case of human traffickers. Sister Huan is so beautiful. Will she be targeted by those traffickers? Shin Jifan snorted. She has 9 lives like a cat, so she will definitely be fine. She went into such a dangerous place as the Xianyu Secret Realm before, and not only did she come out intact, she even jumped several levels of strength. Now she is a 7th level senior spiritual master. If someone targets her, the person who targets her will definitely be the unlucky one. What? Shinning Huan is already a 7th level senior spiritual master. Shin Qifei screamed in surprise. Her eyes with delicate eyeliner widened in disbelief. How is it possible? How could she advance so quickly? She entered a small secret realm in Feishing Academy a few days ago, and was lucky enough to get the highest level treasure in the secret realm to help her break through to the 4th level. Today, she met a family gathering, and she dressed up carefully, and her face was full of joy. When she came, she just wanted to show off in front of Shinchiyue and Shining Huan. Even if she didn't enter Zishu Academy, she could still advance quickly. But she didn't expect that her show-off was misplaced, and the 2 real owners didn't come just when she was planning to secretly show off to other tribesmen. Shin Jifan unexpectedly revealed this shocking news. Shining Huan was already at the 7th level of advanced level. What the hell is this promotion speed? It was not long before Shining Huan started spiritual cultivation, but it's only been a little over 3 months. Shin Jide and Shin Jiluan couldn't help but look proud on their faces. The losers they had looked down upon a few months ago, the people they had competed with in the awakening ceremony, had actually left them far behind. Now Shining Huan is in a world that is completely beyond their reach, and she is actually involved with His Highness the Second Prince. Who is His Highness the Second Prince? That is the existence at the top of the pyramid of the entire lower star territory and the entire empire. The favored son among the favored sons of heaven, with a noble status, which is completely incomparable to their small Shin family. But Shin Jifan and Shin Jiao said it as if they were used to it. Is this just one step behind and one step behind? The students from the 3 top universities have distanced themselves from the students from other colleges across the Milky Way, as if they live in 2 different worlds. The two looked at each other with an annoyed and bitter smile on their faces. Shin Qifei was still unwilling to give in. Shin Inghuan couldn't compare. What about Shin Qiyue? She didn't come today. What level is she at now? Shin Jifan could see the sister's unwillingness at a glance. But he didn't let her go, and gave her a hard blow to make her realize the truth. Shin Qiyue is now a 4th level senior spiritual master. And she has also entered the Xianyu secret realm and brought back a lot of heavenly materials and treasures. Shin Jiao and I are doing business with her. She eats meat, and we drink soup. Currently, we have deposits in our account. It's already over 7 figures. 7 figures? Over 1 million. Shin Qifei, Shin Jide, and Shin Jiluan were shocked again, looking at their own account balances. The 4-digit figure was already as high as the sky. Shin Jide's eyes were filled with jealousy, and his tone was sour. You two are so rich. Why don't you donate to Edge Star? Shin Jifan and Shin Jiao quickly covered their wallets, and shook their heads. This small amount of money can be used to buy some heavenly and earthly treasures for the spirit beasts. So I won't donate it. Yes. And there is no benefit to donating money. It's just a banner. Shin Jide's voice was faint. The finance department could obviously do nothing. But it still gave us a banner, thinking on the bright side that it might have some special effect. Shin Jifan was determined not to fall for it. If you think so, you can donate yourself. Shin Jide's face was gloomy, and he groaned for a long time before holding back a sentence with red eyes. I have no money. I am poor. So after this clan gathering, which was similar to a class reunion, Shin Jiao and Shin Jifan stole the show and became the winners in everyone's hearts. As for Shin Inghuan and Shin Qiyue, they have become the existences that the younger generation of the Shin family yearns for after being promoted by Shin Jifan and Shin Jiao. Even if they cannot compare with Shin Inghuan, they can still work hard to catch up with Shin Qiyue. As for why Shin Qiyue didn't come, people in the Shin family completely ignored it. Shin Jiao and Shin Jifan didn't realize that they had been kidnapped when they lost contact. Shin Qiyue also lost contact once before when she secretly went to Xianyu's secret realm to make money. So this time the two of them thought she had found some good way to make money, and went quietly. Chapter 288. Shin Qiyue was arrested again. As for Shin Qiyue, who was ignored by Shin Jiao and Shin Jifan, she was not feeling well now, and she was caught again. After escaping with Captain Star, she was the only one who was caught by people from the base, but was lucky enough to be rescued by Shin Inghuan not far from the entrance of the base. Then she followed a group of people and hid in the grass. After removing the poison and being able to move, Uncle Chi gave her 2 options. One was to attack the base with them, and the other was to let her escape on her own. She had just escaped from the clutches of the devil. How could she still send him to the door by herself? So she decisively chose the second one and ran away by herself. But she never expected that she would not run far before she encountered a small team of human traffickers from the base who were wandering around. It was like they had seen a flower girl in their childhood, and they immediately chased after her with their eyes shining, and howled after her. Ran into a village in a panic. Who would have known that? By chance, that village was the home of Shin Inghuan's parents. The ball was over now. After 3 days and 2 nights of playing hide and seek, she was caught hiding in an abandoned house. Shin Inghuan's parents' children were also found and arrested as well. She felt guilty and scared. If Shin Inghuan knew that it was because of her that her adoptive parents were beaten and injured, and her younger brother was arrested, would he be so angry that he would blow her head off? No. She had to make amends quickly. Little handsome guy. The handsome guy next door. Shin Qiyue was carried on her back, her head turned upside down like a green onion, and she turned to look at Shin Ingwu, who was also carried on his back next door. Shin Ingwu glared over with fierce eyes. Shin Qiyue smiled coquettishly at him, avoiding his glare with a guilty conscience, and said flatteringly, Little handsome boy, I am a member of your sister's tribe. My name is Shin Qiyue. Shin Ingwu's eyes bulged. Are you just a fake daughter who has changed her identity with my sister and occupied the magpie's nest for 18 years? Shin Qiyue opened her eyes in surprise and took a breath. How did you know? Shin Ingwu snorted, and his face, which was bruised and swollen after being beaten during the resistance, looked very foul. When Uncle Shinlu came to pick up my sister, we asked, What do you want me to do? Shin Qiyue was suffocated. Why did her sixth uncle reveal her information? Then how could she fool this boy Shen Wu? I originally thought that the country bumpkin who grew up in Bianxing was easy to fool. But I didn't expect that this boy was not stupid at all. She tried hard to clear her name. Actually, we reconciled later. My relationship with your sister is now very good. I even worked as your sister's manager and made money with her. By the way, your sister saved my life before, so I don't have any bad intentions. You don't have to be so defensive about me. Shen Yingwu looked at her warily. Really? Shen Qiyue looked serious. Really? Seeing that Shen Yingwu's expression had softened, she muttered a few more words about family matters, and finally said, What about that? When we get to the base and see your sister, can you say goodbye? Tell me how you were caught, so as not to distract her. If you haven't practiced, you don't know? The most important thing when using spiritual power is to concentrate. If you are distracted and don't use your spiritual power properly, you are likely to be injured. This is the case in battle. Too dangerous. Shen Yingwu got a taste of it after listening to it. He raised his brows and his eyes widened. You lied? I'm not that easy to lie. I will definitely tell my sister about this. You are the one who brought people in. In the village, my parents were beaten, and we were arrested. Zhu Xiaofu, who listened next door, also responded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. I also want to tell Sister Huan that it was all your fault. The other children also started making noises and shouting. It's all you. It's all you. Tell Sister Huan. Tell Sister Huan. The chirping sounds were like demonic sounds piercing her ears, making Shen Qiyue feel bad all over. Why are today's little brats so hard to fool? It wasn't until the people carrying them scolded them fiercely that the little brats covered their mouths and stopped obediently. Shen Qiyue feels tired and doesn't love her anymore, so she might as well pray that she won't meet Shen Yinghuan after being caught. This time her prayers really worked. Instead of running towards the previous base gate, they entered the innermost part of the base through another extremely tight secret passage. And then she was separated from the group of brats. Sent to two places. The little brats were sent to the laboratory to become Gu Masters, while she was sent to the rear starship, ready to be sent to the upper star field for sale together with the high-quality men and women caught earlier. Shen Qiyue's pupils were shaking. Damn it. Shen Yinghuan and his gang haven't killed the base after so many days. How can they still be asked to send people to the upper star field? No. She doesn't want to be a fertility machine. Wouldn't it be worse than her previous life? She doesn't want to lose her heart or kidneys. She just wants to focus on her career in this life. Shen Yinghuan didn't hear her cry for help. And the Imperial reinforcements, who were attacking the base, didn't notice the secret passage at all, let alone her cry for help. At this moment, they were fighting in full swing, as if they were attacking a city. This base has spent a lot of money on the defense of the inner perimeter. It even deployed 10th level large-scale defensive spirit patterns. After they killed the army of insects guarding outside, the defensive spirit patterns were activated immediately. They were harder than Shintuyo's Xuanwu. The SH. I was still strong, but they couldn't break through it despite all their efforts. A group of angry people yelled and cursed outside. In particular, Shintuyo, who was worried about Shen Yinghuan, had the most explosive temper and scolded the most fiercely. And Shintu Lei, a nephew, couldn't hold him back. Uncle, you seem to care about Senior Shen very much. Why? Shintu Lei scratched his head and asked the question he had been observing for a long time. Shinta paused for a moment, then said confidently, Why else? She is my savior. I should pay more attention to her. Shintu Lei was suspicious. But uncle, your attitude towards Senior Shen doesn't seem like you just met her. It seems like you've known her for a long time. Shintu sighed inwardly that this nephew looked at Hanen's silly look. But he was quite sharp. But he didn't want to say it. Or maybe it wasn't the right time to say it. So he casually said, Because I'm familiar with it. Ah. Shintu Lei. Without continuing the topic, the uncle and nephew walked over and planned to discuss how to break the turtle SH. They felt comfortable using the turtle SH. Themselves. But they felt uncomfortable watching others use it. But as soon as they lifted their steps, there was a sudden violent impact from underneath the ground. The entire ground shook, causing them to fall on their backs. Quick! Get out of here. The group of people dispersed in a hurry. At the same time, in the center of where they were standing, the ground cracked and a large mound appeared, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Chapter 289, Directing Wuhua to Work. Everyone looked in that direction with vigilant eyes. and saw a huge creature rushing out of the ground and leaping into the air. Its black mane and plump body almost covered the sky, and its white fangs were cold and sharp, as if it could. It's totally fine to wear it like a gourd string for a person of 17 or 18 years old. Everyone screamed and backed away. Shintuyu also shrank his pupils when he saw it. Dankong, is this the ferocious beast you are talking about? Brother Bao's eyes were blank. I don't know exactly what is locked up. Brother, do you think this is the ancient divine beast Dankong? Isn't Dankong an auspicious beast? Shintuyo's mouth twitched. You have to ask yourself. Brother Leopard scratched his head and muttered. I didn't go down there to see it with my own eyes. I knew it was very ferocious. I thought it was a ferocious beast. I didn't know. Hey, Dankong seemed to be sitting on his back. Several people. Shintuyu immediately looked over attentively, and then his eyes lit up. It's them. Huan and the others are coming out. After Kong Luo landed and squatted down, a group of people gathered around him, but they didn't dare to get too close. They only formed a cautious circle from a distance, led by Shintuyu, Jingyao, and the Imperial Rescue Team. A big man with tendons all over his body and a hearty smile, known as General Lin, came over tentatively to take the lead. Shen Wang sat on Dankong's back and looked at the few people who were walking towards them cautiously, grinning and waving at them with a big smile. Come here. Come here. It's okay. This Dankong is a friend of my niece Xiaowu. Don't be afraid of those who do it. Suddenly, a pair of eyes were shocked. Then they went to take a look at the pig. Sure enough, they had no intention of attacking. The boss was lying there, looking at the thief fiercely. But they were stunned to see the cuteness on the face of the black-haired pig. It had a pair of eyes as big as copper bells. Z was still looking at them curiously. Good guy. How did you make friends like this? Is it by exchanging egg-hatching experiences? Jingyao looked around Dankong up and down, and guessed with surprise. After Shintuyu was surprised for a moment, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. After all, she was that person's daughter. She was not too surprised that she had the ability to make friends with all beasts. Then he looked at Sheninghuan and saw her pale and weak look, with a distressed look in her eyes. Then he glared at Longxing Tower with no blame. How could he protect the person and let her get hurt like this? But when he saw Longxing Wenlu look miserable, he paused and fell silent. It looked worse than Huan, which made him relieved. What about the experience of hatching eggs? No. These are the friends my fifth niece made when she lived on the Edge Planet. Shenwang jumped off Dankong's back, gritting his big white teeth, and his face was full of pride. Said, as expected of her niece, she could still get to know such a powerful thing even if she hadn't returned to the Shen family. There is no one other than his niece who can make the 12th level ancient beast take the initiative to bow his head and make a contract. He is so proud. Shen Xiao also nodded again and again, and turned to gossip with Jingyao and the curious young people about what happened after falling into the black hole. He still has some storytelling skills, and what he said is called a cadence, which is called human beings. In this situation, especially when the two princes and royal highnesses were beaten like two rags, Sheninghuan woke up as if a god descended and shouted, Stop! This is my friend! This section is wonderful. Even General Lin, a big man with a strong back, blushed when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and wished that a 12th level ancient beast could be friends with him and make a contract with him. That would be so majestic and honorable. And Sheninghuan, the client who was being praised and almost said to be a legendary hero, blushed. She supported Long Xinglo, a seriously injured patient, and walked over to hold me, she who was listening intoxicated. Here you go. Help them treat them. My little snail can only treat some minor injuries. The remaining moderate and serious injuries must be treated by you, Senior Mishi. Mishi's delicate and shy face blushed slightly. Her eyes shone with admiration as she glanced at her. And then she nodded solemnly. Okay, Senior Shen. Don't worry if you leave it to me. Then, he took Long Xinglo's arm from Sheninghuan with a sense of mission, and gently comforted him. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely cure you, and make sure you don't lose any arms or legs. Long Xinglo, who was being helped away from Sheninghuan, rolled his eyes silently. I think your shortcomings are more important. You didn't bother to separate him from Huan. Long Xinglo's eyes were full of resentment. And then he looked eye to eye with Long Xinghao, who was also forced to separate from his sweetheart and receive separate treatment. After confirming their eyes, they are the ones who understand each other's feelings best. Come on. Don't let the eldest brother laugh at the second brother now. Let's just accept the treatment obediently. Shin Jiling also walked up to Xininghuan at this moment, raised his hand to help her, and said with concern, "Fifth sister, are you okay? Do you need treatment?" Xininghuan's face was pale, almost transparent, and she shook her head with a slight smile on her lips. "No need, brother. I just have a little headache, and the injuries on my body have been treated." Then she looked up at the defensive shield in front of her that was covered with a golden halo. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Brother, what is the situation now? Is that the central area of the base over there?" Shin Jiling frowned slightly, and his eyes became more solemn. "Yes, that's right there. That's the 10th level spiritual pattern defense array. We're trying to figure out how to break it. What's so difficult about this? I'll let Dangong help you. It's just a 10th level defensive shield." "Just do it." Xininghuan immediately directed Wu Hua to work. Wu Hua also obeyed, stood up, and scratched the ground with his hooves. Without technology or hard work, he just rushed up to the defensive shield. Giant pig attack. Boom. The powerful energy generated by the collision radiated outward, impacting both inside and outside the defense shield. The rescue team was knocked backwards by the shock. The walls of the main area of the base collapsed due to the impact. Stones fell, and the entire building shook. Miao Miao and Miao Hei were gathering in the main laboratory at the moment, injecting goo insects into the Qian family's children presented by the Qian family's head, and preparing to create a powerful army of goo people to go out and kill the Imperial rescue team. The Qian family has long been cooperating with the base, and most of the Qian family's children are contracted with insects, and their bodies have been subtly modified to be the most suitable to accommodate the goo insects. Making them into goo humans will be more suitable and powerful. Previously, the Qian family was defeated by the Shin family, with numerous casualties. The head of the Qian family could only take all the remaining money and family members to the base to seek life and return for revenge. But where are the Miao brothers from the Virgin Mary? Patriarch Qian is helping the family for free. They don't like the spiritual coin reward that Patriarch Qian said. They are members of a money-hungry family. Chapter 290 Spirit-Loving Insects. The Qian family. What a good container for poisonous insects. They have been planning it for a long time. This time, they finally have the opportunity to take them into their pocket. How can they let it go? As an absolute egoist, the head of the Qian family decided to sacrifice the children of the Qian family and turn them into mindless bewitches to save himself after repeated calculations. This is the deal between the Miao brothers and the head of the Qian family. Now the Miao brothers are using the bodies of the Qian family's children to create the most powerful goo army. With them, even the more than 10,000 people from the Imperial rescue team need not be afraid. Their base can be defended for a few more days. It can give them more time to transfer important things in the base. But what they didn't expect was that one part of their long-prepared plan went wrong. The defensive shield was broken in advance, disrupting their hands and feet. Their strongest goo army had not yet been completed and could not compete with the Empire's rescue force. What broke their plan turned out to be Dangkong, the ancient mythical beast they used as their trump card. It rebelled, and not only did not kill the two boys from the Long family who fell, but it also escaped with them, and in turn helped as the Imperial army broke through their defensive shield. Miao Hei was furious and roared angrily. "What are you talking about? Say it again. The one attacking the defensive shield is Dangkong. How is that possible? How could it help those people?" The man in black robe, who came to report, raised his head tremblingly. "Really? It's really it. We saw it right. And it is now being directed by the woman named Xininghuan to rush towards the main experimental area. That's 10, the second level ancient beast. Our army of poisoners can't stop it at all." It was late and then fast. Not long after he finished speaking, the sound of rumbling and shaking came in, as well as the footsteps of huge creatures running towards them. It must be the one from Dangkong. No more running. Miao Hei turned to look at his eldest brother with an ugly face. His eyes filled with fear. "What should I do?" Miao Miao was more sullen than him, and quickly ordered in a cold voice. "Go to Prince Wu. We don't want those things in the base. Let's take Prince Wu's starship and go directly to the star field. Quickly, activate the Qian family's goo people that have been injected successfully. Let's go!" Okay. At the speed of life and death, part of the goo army in the main test area flowed out to block Dangkong, while part escorted the two Miao brothers to the private starport in the rear and fled in a hurry. "It's right in front." Chase. Xininghuan, riding on Dangkong, saw the two masked men at the front who were protected by men in black robes. as well as the head of the Qian family, and immediately sent a reminder to the rear. General Lin immediately shouted angrily, "Where are you going? Brothers, hurry up and catch up!" Countless blood-spattered bugs and human corpses were everywhere. Shining Huan and a group of people stepped on these corpses to catch up. The goo insect army was defeated like a mountain. They were about to reach the starship. The countdown light for the starship was already on. However, the people from the Imperial Legion behind were chasing after them. They were pressing forward step by step. They were about to catch up. The head of the Qian family squeezed towards the two brothers of the He family, with the vicious greed in his eyes clearly revealed. In order to survive, he even pushed them as support under the frightened eyes of the men in black robes. "Damn it!" Miao Hei's face was gloomy. He wished he could skin this old guy alive. He shouldn't have taken this old guy with him just now. Ah! The screams from behind were getting closer and closer. The situation was imminent and irreversible. The Imperial army was likely to catch up with them before they boarded the starship. Miao Hei's face also darkened. His eyes were fierce and crazy, and he rushed towards him under the frightened look of the Qian family leader. You can't give up on me. We have already made a deal." The head of the Qian family panicked and wanted to hide, but he couldn't hide even if he ran quickly. His face immediately became sinister and ferocious, and there were veins on his forehead unwilling to give in. Roared angrily, "Even if I die, I will make you a backer." As he said that, he directly launched his killing move. But Miao Hei's face evoked a sinister laughter, and he allowed the Qian family leader's killing move to rush into his body, causing blood to spatter in an instant. Second brother, Miao Miao turned around and shouted in an angry voice mixed with sadness. Miao Hei had a smile on his lips, and a crimson look of madness surged in his eyes. He turned towards him and said, "Brother, let's go! I'll stop my brother here and drag these Imperial troops to bury him with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body exploded, and black bugs flew out of his body. As soon as the owner of the Qian family, who was closest to him, touched these insects, he was immediately sucked into a human body. Under their noses, his spiritual power passed away. His flesh and blood disappeared. And finally, he became a mummy and fell to the ground. The same was true for the nearest men in black robes. They were all sucked into mummies by these little black bugs and fell one after another. Seeing this scene, Shintayu's pupils trembled, with shock and disbelief in his eyes that he could actually see such an insect here. After coming back to his senses, he immediately shouted frantically with bulging veins and at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Stop! These are spiritual insects, as dangerous as spirit-devouring beasts. Don't use spiritual power. Don't come into contact with them. They will swallow your spiritual power. Retreat! All retreat!" Shining Huan was stunned for a moment, and immediately took Dang Kong, who could no longer stop the car, back into the beast control space. Long Xingluo, riding a golden dragon behind him, caught her as she fell down. The golden dragon carried the two of them and swung its tail flexibly. Back away. The people who rushed in front and couldn't stop the car were all injured, and they became mummies like the head of the Qian family, and died immediately. Now everyone was scared and backed away crazily. They could only watch helplessly as the man with the iron mask and several men in black robes ran onto the starship at the critical moment and escaped from the edge planet with the activated starship. Damn it. He ran away. But Shining Huan and others had no time to care about the people who were running away. They were now looking solemnly at the more and more black insects entrenched in the distance. As they absorbed the spiritual energy from the corpses on the ground, they had began to reproduce rapidly, and within a few seconds a small patch of bugs turned into a large one. How did Mr. Shinta know about this spiritual insect? Why have we never heard of it before? Shin Jiling's delicate and gentle face was now as cold as frost, and the coldness was clearly revealed. He is in the Imperial Legion fighting against the soul-swallowing beast, and he understands the soul-swallowing beast better than the average person. As the greatest danger to the Empire, the soul-swallowing beast can only be driven away, but not eliminated. The ability of the soul-eating insect is comparable to that of the soul-swallowing beast, so its the degree of danger can be imagined. Shintayu had a complex expression on his face, and said with some memories, "I met him once by chance in the Upper Star territory. Many people died at that time. I was lucky enough to survive with the help of 2 friends. So I know it." Chapter 291 Dean Wei. This old boring gourd. Shining Huan glanced at her eldest brother, and then asked with a heavy face, "Does Uncle Shinta know how to eliminate them?" Shintuyo frowned and shook his head regretfully. "There is no solution. We can only expel it, and it needs to be expelled as soon as possible. They will devour the spiritual energy when they encounter it. If there is no spiritual energy, they will also look for the spiritual energy. If I guess correctly, wait until they have absorbed the spiritual energy from the ground. The spiritual energy in those corpses will then attack us, or attack the planet's spiritual core. The planets are all formed by the gathering of spiritual energy, and the planet's spiritual core is the heart of the entire planet. Once the spiritual core loses its spiritual energy, it is equivalent to the human heart stopping beating, and what awaits the planet is death and annihilation. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids jumped, and they finally understood what the ghost-masked man meant by dragging them to be buried with him. When these spiritual insects devour the spiritual core of the edge star will self-destruct and die. Then they, and the others, won't the people on the edge star be buried with them? Fortunately, Shintuyu, a person who knows these spiritual insects, is here. Otherwise, if they didn't know the news and didn't know that the fringe star would die faster, they might not have time to evacuate. After understanding this logic, everyone present couldn't sit still, especially when they saw a few small black bugs burrowing underground. They felt even more terrified. General Lin said anxiously, "I will contact the starship and relocate the star citizens of the Edge Star as soon as possible." Long Xinghao also acted resolutely. "General Lin, take the rescue team to help the star citizens relocate. Be sure to let them know the seriousness of the matter. Just leave the base to us." Good. After the two parties negotiated, they immediately dispersed, and Long Xinglo and Jing Yao followed to help. Although the mastermind in the base has escaped, there are still many goo insect legions and goo people left behind. Those who were captured and imprisoned in the base need manpower to rescue them. Shen Wang and Shen Shao were not idle either, and followed them intending to contribute their own strength. In order to speed up, Shen Huan gave Danka to Long Xinglu. So the only people left behind were Shen Huan, who was weak and had been persuaded by Long Xinglo not to need help and to evacuate on her own. Shen Tuyo and Dean Wei. The three of them were silent for a few seconds. Shen Huan glanced at the other two people, her eyes flashing, and finally she looked at the old man who was standing there motionless and asked, "Do you have any ideas for Dean Wei to stay?" After some tossing, the bamboo hat on Dean Wei's head was still intact. When he heard Shen Huan's voice, the gauze on his bamboo hat shook, and he turned to Shin Tuyo. Slowly he said, "As long as they don't come into contact with the spiritual energy, they can't swallow it." Right. Shin Tuyo had been getting along with Dean Wei for many years, and he immediately understood what he meant. His eyes lit up. "Yes. Do you want to give it a try?" "Yes." Dolly nodded. And then he saw Dean Wei take out a large table from the space spirit weapon, and then all kinds of materials were put on it. It doesn't look like the aura-filled materials of this era, but rather like the iron lumps, screws and other parts that have no aura in Shen Huan's previous life. Then she and Shin Tuyo watched Dean Wei quickly assemble something simple and similar to a vacuum cleaner with his bare hands. The suction port of the long tube was connected to a tightly sealed iron bucket. It was not driven by spiritual energy, but the magnetic field interaction generated by the motor coils that she had seen in her previous life. Shen Huan's eyes shone. She didn't expect that in this life, where spiritual energy was used as energy, she could still see technological products from her previous life. "I'm here to help," Shen Huan said excitedly, then walked over and took the extra-long tube of more than 100 meters long from Dean Wei's hand, pointed it in the direction of the spiritual insect, and pressed the switch. Suddenly the pipe made a sizzling sound, and a strong suction force came from the mouth of the pipe, and countless small black bugs were sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, a large area of black mass in that direction was sucked out. Looking at the intact iron bucket, there were already many small bugs running rampant inside, but they couldn't get out. Shin Tuyo couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the insect that had been bothering him like a nightmare for a long time could be caught so easily. "Dean Wei, what kind of spiritual weapon are you making that is so effective? If I make 10 or 8 of them and carry them with me in the future, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of this thing?" Shen Huan's lips curled up in a happy mood. "This is not a spiritual weapon. If it contained spiritual energy, this iron barrel would have been long gone. Dean Wei should have used another scientific system, which did not use spiritual energy at all. So this iron barrel to be intact. And this thing only works well on the Edge Star, a place where the spiritual energy is almost cut off. On other planets with sufficient spiritual energy, the spiritual energy will be sucked in together with the spiritual energy. with the blessing of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy cannot be contained. Well, besides, they are only temporarily imprisoned and cannot be killed. Thinking of this, Xininghuan suddenly had an idea. And an idea came to her mind. Since the spirit-loving insects can grow and reproduce by absorbing spiritual energy, what if their spiritual energy is cut off? Will they starve to death? The reason why spirit-eating insects and spirit-devouring beasts can show off their power and cannot be eliminated is because of the ubiquitous aura in this interstellar world. Even the planets are evolved from aura. But once the aura becomes extinct, the spirit-eating insects and spirit-devouring beasts, the beasts have lost the food they depend on for survival, and they will probably disappear and become extinct. Of course, this idea is not realistic. Once the spiritual energy is extinct, the planet will also die, and humans will also be finished. It has not yet reached the point of perishing together. What if we change the situation to a smaller one, such as locking the spirit-loving insect in a place with no spiritual energy? Will it starve to death? Maybe she can study a forbidden spirit pattern and create a space with no spiritual energy similar to a vacuum. But unfortunately, there is no time for her to conduct research and experiments now. Unaware of the bold thoughts Xininghuan had in mind at this time, Shintuyo's originally bright eyes dimmed again after hearing her words, and he felt a little more disappointed. But when he saw Xininghuan, he had an admiring smile on his face again, and he praised without hesitation. Huan knows so much. Dean Wei, an old boring gourd, can actually see through the works of this old boring gourd at a glance. Dean Laominghu Lukai. The hat trembled, and she looked towards him. Shintuyu quickly looked away and changed the subject. Oh my! What should I do if this bucket is full? Dean Wei silently withdrew his gaze and walked towards the table, planning to assemble another one. Xininghuan turned off the switch and strode over quickly. I'll help you together. Faster! Time waits for no one. The faster you move, the more spiritual insects you can catch, which will reduce the number of spiritual insects that penetrate into the core of the planet. The spiritual energy in the spiritual core will last longer, leaving more for the rescue team and the people living on the edge of the planet. Time. Chapter 292, Thoughts on Giving Away Spiritual Weapons. Xininghuan picked up the parts on the table. From the beginning, she was a little unfamiliar, but made no mistakes. Later, she gradually became more proficient and started to assemble it quickly with her fingers. Shintuyu looked at it in amazement and gathered around Xininghuan with his eyes shining. Huan, you have learned this before, and you seem to be very skilled. Are you still a spiritual weapon master? Dean Wei looked over silently with his eyes hidden under his bamboo hat. Xininghuan was a little ashamed. She had struggled a lot in her previous life and grew up in a courtyard. She had not learned a few repair jobs. It was just that she had a better memory than ordinary people, stronger hands-on skills, and she got started faster, coupled with some knowledge about electromechanical equipment that I learned when I was in school. I was able to repair some broken electrical appliances at home. And naturally, I also learned how to assemble some parts and circuits. Of course, I couldn't say this, so I could only smile and shake my head. No, I'm not a spiritual weapon master. It's probably because of my memory. I learned it after just one look when Dean Wei was assembling it just now. Shintuyo gave her a complicated look. Good guy. Are you sure you're not in Versailles? Little girl. Shintuyu complained silently. Don't be so modest. Although your eyes may tell you that you have learned it, your hands can't keep up. It's completely different from you. I think you have some talent as a spiritual weapon master. Dean Wei also nodded his hat, seeming to agree with Shintuyo's words. After assembly, when the simple vacuum cleaner started working again, he took out a big black book 3 bricks thick from the space and handed it to Xininghuan. Xininghuan looked down at the book handed to her and was stunned for a moment. For me? Dean Wei nodded. Xininghuan was confused. Why did he give her a black book? And it's so thick. But Shintuyo knew what it was, and his eyes shone with excitement. He snatched the big black book from Dean Wei's hand and stuffed it into Xininghuan's arms. He said in an excited tone, Hurry up! Take it up! This is Dean Wei's experience in making spiritual weapons in his life. It's rare for him to give you a good thing that can't be bought for hundreds of billions. Xininghuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Dean Wei is a master spiritual weapon master. You can imagine how important such a thick book of experience he has accumulated is. It is nothing less than a rare treasure. Now I give it to you like this. Xininghuan felt happy and solemnly thanked her. However, Dean Shifeng Wei kept retreating. He only touched his bamboo hat and stood there without moving. After sucking all the spiritual insects that could be seen into the iron bucket, Shinning-Huan and the others did not stay there for long. Turned around and ran towards the base. The base was in chaos at this time. Many of the rescued people had collapsed and were shouting and tossing. Some of them, who had been made into goo people, were still executing the orders given by the two Miaohe brothers. It was all about fighting. So controlling the people in Longxing Tower was more troublesome than killing people. And it took a long time to sort out everyone in the base. Shinning-Huan immediately joined the rescue team to search the base, releasing Da Huang Ermao and other spiritual beasts to search room by room. There is also a little lizard. This time, this treasure-hunting lizard also made a great contribution and found a deeply hidden secret room in the base. There are a large number of spirit stones stacked in this room, estimated to be no less than 1,000 pieces. There are also patterns similar to the awakening spirit patterns drawn in the room. These spirit stones are probably used to activate the spirit pattern array. And the two ghosts, the masked man was probably in a hurry, so he didn't have time to deal with it and took advantage of her. After Shinning-Huan collected the spirit stones, he violently destroyed the wall and entered one of the main laboratories. There are many people imprisoned in this laboratory, some of whom have been injected with goo worms to make goo humans. And there are also survivors who have not yet had time to be planted with goo worms. Shen Wu and his group of underage children were placed at the back because they were too young and were not as good as other adult spiritual masters when they were made into goo people. Therefore, they were still huddled together soberly at the moment. When they saw the broken wall, when Shen was so excited, several children's eyes immediately lit up, and they shouted excitedly, Sister Huan Huan, are you here to save us? Shinning-Huan turned around when she heard the voice, and saw her younger brother and other children nestled in the corner. The corners of her mouth that were raised immediately dropped, and she glanced coldly at the few white coats and a group of goo people rushing towards her. He just recovered a little mental strength and stabbed directly. Da Huang Ermao and several other spirit beasts immediately rushed over in cooperation, and instantly a bloody fight broke out in the laboratory. Shen Wu and a group of children immediately became excited and came to help one after another, making small sneak attacks from behind. A group of kids are weak but pretty smart. If they know they can't beat a group of people, then they gather around and beat one of them. By the time they finish beating them all with wounds all over their bodies, Da Huang Ermao and Long Xinglo, who were worried about pursuing them, had already finished beating the others, killing some and knocking them unconscious. Sister, Shen Wu, with a bruised nose and swollen face, ran up to Shinning-Huan with excitement and shouted with a grin. Seeing him jumping around, Shinning-Huan's anger calmed down a little, and then asked, Why are you here? Shinning-Wu's originally excited face immediately turned anxious. A group of people broke into our village. They found out that we were practicing spiritual cultivation and they arrested us. They even injured our parents without knowing it. How are your parents doing now? Shinning-Huan frowned. It was true that she had not thought carefully. She originally thought that having so many spiritual patterns would be able to protect her adoptive parents and these children. But she did not expect to be caught anyway. Long Xinglo, who was beside her, saw the worry on her face, and touched her head comfortingly, with a gentle voice. Don't worry. I sent a message to the rescue team before, asking them to pay attention to your adoptive parents. He has been safely transported to the starship, and his injuries are not serious. Shinning-Huan looked up at him. Her eyes flashed with warmth, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Thank you. She didn't expect that the man was more careful than her and thought far ahead. Long Xinglo pursed his lips and smiled softly, looking at the girl in front of him with a pair of soft black eyes. It would be better if there was no one nearby to disturb the situation. When Shen Wu heard that his parents were fine, his eyes immediately brightened, and he thanked Long Xinglo loudly and sincerely. Long Xinglo twitched his lips, glanced at his brother-in-law who was not too sensible, and replied dryly, You're welcome. Behind Shen Wu, Zhu Xiufu and several children covered their mouths and snickered. However, Shen Wu, the person involved, had no idea what was going on. He also scratched his head and laughed stupidly. Then his face suddenly changed slightly. That's right. Also arrested with us was the fake daughter Shen Qiyue. Sister, have you seen her? Chapter 293 focuses on a reunion. Shinning-Huan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Longxing Tower. Long Xinglo frowned slightly and shook his head at her. I haven't seen her. Maybe I haven't found her yet. Shen Wu scratched his head and said awkwardly, I heard that she was caught on some starship in the back and sold to the star field. How about we go to the back and have a look? Although the woman took over his sister's identity and deceived the child, he was a person with clear grudges, and it would not be too late to file a complaint after you rescued the person. Xininghuan's face showed surprise. The starship is sold to the star field. Is it the starship that escaped just now? Can that starship be intercepted in outer space? Long Xinglo looked solemn. No. We haven't received any news of intercepted starships so far. The Edge Star is located at the border of the Empire. Most of our cruisers have been transferred to relocate the people of the Edge Star. The current defense in outer space is not very strong. The chance of escaping to the upper star realm is very high. Shen Ying was silent happily. If Shen Qiyu was really on that starship, she would probably be sold. She was really destined to go to the star territory. She was caught and rescued. Rescued and arrested again. And finally ended up in someone else's hands. At this time, Shen Qiyu was really on that starship. She looked at the Edge Star getting farther and farther away, with a look of fear and uneasiness in her eyes. And then she couldn't help but shed tears of sadness and regret. If she had known this would happen, she should have gritted her teeth and followed Xininghuan and the others to attack the base instead of running away by herself. Go in. There was a scolding at the door. And then the hatch was opened, and 3 people tied into rice dumplings were thrown in from the outside. Shen Qiyu's tears fluttered in the wind. She looked over with blurred eyes and saw her 3 troubled sisters. Shi Mingyu, Jin Jinjin and Jin Kai. Her eyes suddenly widened. Good guy. How did we capture them from the main star before? Now there are no less of them. The main thing is that they are all neat and happy. Shen Qiyu gloated. Didn't you run very smoothly before? Especially you, Jin Jinjin, who even pushed me out to block the gun for you. Why are you still caught now? TSK. This can't be done. Now I was a villain before. Jin Jinjin was so angry that he vomited blood and gritted his teeth with resentment. Why are you so proud? You have been arrested. We are all grasshoppers on a rope now. We should think about how to escape. The 2 were arguing lively. But Shi Mingyu, who was sitting in the corner, was frowning. The current situation was not optimistic. From the internal distribution of the starship she had seen before, she knew that the chance of escape was slim. The entire starship was how could they escape under the control of those people? Even if a second Xininghuan comes out of this starship, it will be impossible for them to escape. Unless the entire starship is intercepted, they will have a chance to be saved. She was gloomy. But Jin Kai beside her was so happy that she could sing. Why are you so happy? Shi Mingyu frowned and gave her a puzzled look. Jin Kai chuckled. This starship is sending us to the upper star territory. There are people in my family in the upper star territory. They will come to rescue me soon after they know the news. Shen Qiyu immediately put aside the idiot Jin Jinjin and looked at Jin Kai with bright eyes. Good sister, please take me with you. Jin Kai. It's easy to talk about. Jin Jinjin's face was distorted, and the jealousy in her eyes could not be hidden. Although her surname was Jin, except for the favor of her parents, she could not compare to the real Jin family. Therefore, she did not have the confidence that Jin Kai had, so she could only keep it in her heart. And this starship was indeed unable to intercept it as Long Xinglo expected, and it escaped to the upper star field. But at this time, they had no time to worry about it. The annihilation and self-destruction of the Edge Star was very close at hand. They raced against time and finally boarded the starship just a few seconds before the star's self-destruction. The starship was violently thrown away by the energy of the planet's self-destruction, and some external parts were scratched. But fortunately, there was no major damage, and the starship could still operate. Xininghuan stood in front of the starship observation deck, watching the planet in the distance disperse like a fireworks explosion in an instant, and then returned to calm in an instant. The grand fireworks still remained in her eyes, bright but with a bit of darkness under the light and shadow. Those people just came for me. When they were about to retreat to the starship, they had plenty of time, but a group of insect controllers came out of nowhere and attacked them, delaying their progress. So they were embarrassed. He caught up with the starship in the last few seconds and almost died in the self-destruction along with the Edge Star. Although this team did not attack her specifically, just to delay their steps, Xininghuan had a hunch that this was aimed at her. Long Xinglo also nodded solemnly, and then said, Jingyao just captured a person, and I will interrogate him carefully after I undo the poison. However, after being controlled by the insect, not everyone has the time to wake up like Uncle Shenqi. Will remember some things. Don't have high hopes. Of course Xininghuan understood this. I know. By the way, when will the Tingwang glazed fruit be given to me, as the reward that His Highness the First Prince said? Does he have it with him now? Long Xinglo raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you in a hurry now? Xininghuan nodded. Yeah. Of course she was anxious. The wave of black-clothed and masked men in the base were obviously coming for her. Coupled with a wave of insect controllers just now, she felt that she was in danger. But her mental strength has not been restored yet. And she is very weak. She must regain her strength to be able to protect herself. After all, not every time Long Xing Tower can be by her side to protect her. Long Xinglo, let me ask for you. Following his movements, Xininghuan also saw the bloody mess on his back. The burnt back was also mixed with rags, which was very tragic. She exclaimed, "Did you protect me from the explosion and get burned just now? Why didn't you say anything?" This man's endurance was so good. Even after being hurt like this, he didn't say a word. He stood here with her, with his back straight, and watched the explosion. And he still spoke so calmly. "Quick! I'll accompany you to the medical room. I'll take care of your wounds first. I'll talk about my Tingwang glazed fruit later." Long Xinglo followed the strength of her support and leaned half of his body against hers. The corners of his lips unconsciously raised, and he smiled softly. "I'm fine. Just some minor injuries." Xininghuan carefully put a hand around his narrow waist and rolled her eyes. "It's okay. Then go to the medical room by yourself." Long Xinglo immediately lowered the corners of his mouth. Looking weak and weak. In a blink of an eye, the tough guy turned into a little girl. "I just lied. I'm in trouble. I'm seriously injured. Huan, please send me to the medical room." As he spoke, he leaned closer to her again and buried his head in the crook of her neck. If he wasn't so big, he would have wanted to stuff himself entirely into Xininghuan's arms. Chapter 294 Red Thread Goo Insect. After watching the whole process, Jing Yao opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes were really open today. He was really convinced that Long Xinglo had such a weak, pitiful and helpless side. He shrugged his shoulders and just raised his feet to follow, when he noticed a cold murderous intent coming from beside him. He turned around and saw Uncle Shintu with a ferocious expression, gnashing his teeth and glaring in the direction of Longxing Tower. He was so angry that he wanted to kill people. The look of being eaten alive was worse than Uncle Shenlu next door looking at him. Jing Yao's passionate peach blossom eyes twinkled. Uncle Shintu was really strange. Could it be that he had really known Junior Shin before? Do you still treat her like a daughter? Otherwise, why would he look like his daughter was hacked by a pig? These two people were both an edge star before, so it is not impossible for them to know each other. But from the look on Senior Shin's face, it was obvious that she didn't recognize Uncle Shintu. Just as he was thinking, the starship suddenly shook violently. A harsh red alarm sounded, and the expressions on the group's faces immediately became serious. Long Xinglo also immediately straightened up from Xininghuan's arms, put his arms around her waist, and protected her in his arms. He looked ahead with vigilant eyes, followed by the roar of the golden dragon, and flew out. Immediately following the attack from the front, several large moths started fighting. Those big moths were not strong, and were no match for the five-clawed golden dragon. It could kill several of them with one claw, but they were better in number. After a while, they were densely packed into the entire observation deck. 5 flowers! Xininghuan yelled in surprise and anger, and a pink and tender pig immediately landed on the ground. If Dankong appeared in his complete form, there would be no room for it here, so it mimicked what it looked like in its previous life. As soon as it landed on the ground, the coercion of a 12-level ancient beast immediately suppressed the moth's movement, and the people present seized the opportunity to knock them all down and kill them. At the same time, there was another siren, glaring red and urgent. Xininghuan's face was ugly. Her eyes were cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "They may be planning to attack the entire starship." "Yes." Long Xinglo's eyebrows were stern. His thin lips pressed tightly. He picked her up by the waist and ran towards the command room as fast as flying. Jing Yao people also followed suit. When we arrived at the command room, it was indeed a mess. There were several corpses on the ground, stained with blood. Fortunately, this starship is an Imperial cruiser, and the people on board are all excellent commanders and Imperial soldiers. The situation is still under control. The chief commander has already led everyone to start repairs, and the few people who caused the trouble were arrested. Imperial soldiers wearing Imperial Legion uniforms blocked the other side of the command room and were not allowed to approach the console. Xininghuan looked at the few people who were standing up. 2 of them were wearing rags. They should be star citizens on the Edge planet. And 3 of them were Imperial soldiers, who were also wearing uniforms. Their eyes are empty. Their movements are crazy. They have no sense of defense at all. They only know how to attack. And you can tell at a glance that they are being controlled. Soon these 5 people were subdued and held up with their arms trapped by the Imperial soldiers. Shin Huan keenly discovered that after the 5 people were captured, their bodies were like toys that had lost their starters. They collapsed completely and stopped moving. She narrowed her vigilant eyes and summoned the ice silkworm. With a swish, one after another ice balls were shot out, aiming at the Imperial soldiers who were escorting people. They subconsciously wanted to hide, but they were stopped by Long Xingluo's serious voice. "Don't move!" Their bodies froze, and they watched helplessly as the ice balls hit their hands, arms or pants. It was like being hit by a pebble. To a well-trained Imperial soldier, this pain was like being bitten by a small insect. It was nothing at all. Dong dong dong. The ice dumplings rolled down and fell to the ground. Shin Huan walked over and picked up one, then pointed the ice dumpling at the light and looked at it. When Long Xingluo and Jing Yao saw it, they also followed suit and picked one up, shining it into the light. "Hey! There seems to be a small red line inside," Shin Xiao shouted in surprise after grabbing one. Jing Yao was also surprised and said, "I also have this one. Xingluo, where's yours?" Long Xingluo tensed his jaw, nodded slightly, and then said with cold eyes, "I also have this one. The one here should be the goo insect that controls those people." The expressions of the Imperial soldiers who were escorting the 5 people changed immediately. The ice dumpling did not touch those 5 people just now, but hit them and rolled down. Doesn't that mean those goo worms were attacking them just now? On your body? They glanced at the people they were escorting, and their faces were dark. It seemed that the goo worms had crawled out of these people and planned to change their host bodies and board them. This realization made them feel hairy all over. They were frightened for a moment when they thought that they were almost targeted by a goo insect just now, and would turn into those empty-eyed people who only wanted to kill violently. Then, they looked at Shin Huan with grateful eyes. Shin Huan smiled at them, and handed the ice dumpling in her hand to the ice silkworm. It was so excited that the whole worm was wrapped around it. Then the ice dumpling melted, and the red thread goo worm inside disappeared without a trace. It must have been eaten by the ice silkworm. The silkworm absorbed it. Ice silkworm is the goo king. In addition to absorbing spiritual energy to upgrade, it can also swallow goo insects to upgrade. Before, it quietly swallowed many small goo insects in the base. It did not swallow the big ones, and could only stare at them with greed. And now this kind of large red thread goo worm is just in line with its appetite. Shin Huan had a hunch that more and more goo insects would be encountered in the future, so it would be better for Ice Silkworm, the Goo King, to upgrade as soon as possible. Seeing this, Long Xingluo also handed over the ice dumplings in his hand, and then turned to the people of the Imperial Legion. "There are probably more than just these 5 red thread goo worms on the starship. Please broadcast to remind the people on the starship to pay attention, and send more manually conduct inspections, and secure various parts of the starship to prevent parts and drives from being damaged." They had suffered a loss before, and they had to be more vigilant this time. "Yes!" The people from the Imperial Legion quickly executed it. Jing Yao and the others also followed them to inspect the starship. The starship housed many star citizens from the Fringe Star, and those from the base, who were under control. There were many places where they could do anything, especially things like this. The red-threaded goo is quite intelligent, and can actively transfer host bodies, making it even more difficult for people to guard against. Shin Huan was worried, and personally took Bingshan and Wuhua with him to patrol the starship. As a pig that has hatched many insect eggs, Wuhua is also quite sensitive to voodoo insects, so bringing it along will also be helpful. As expected, many red thread gus were found throughout the starship. The people they controlled attempted to destroy the starship and bury everyone with them. Fortunately, Ice Silkworm and Wuhua were fast and found them in time. After seeing this result, everyone on the starship cheered and was happy, except Long Xingluo, whose eyes were filled with resentment. When Huan got busy, he had no choice but to go to the treatment room by himself. Chapter 295 Wife. Don't think about dying in front of me. In the starship hall, Shin Huan, who had completed a tour of the starship, was holding a fragrant pork belly in her arms, with ice silkworms lying on her shoulders. One person and 2 spiritual beasts were sitting there to rest. The uniformed Imperial soldiers passing by looked at her with curiosity and awe. After the Battle of Edge Star, Shin Huan's name once again spread within the Imperial Legion. compared to the last time when teachers from 2 top universities competed to give her a golden recruitment order. This time it was even more exciting. When I was an ordinary person, I made a friend with a spiritual beast. It turned out to be an ancient divine beast. And now I have a contract with it. After contracting a goo king, he would pull out the troublesome goo lurking on the starship on the spot, disrupt the enemy's plot, and save them from perishing with the starship. No matter which one she is, it is enough to make her famous among the Imperial Legion. When this matter reached the ears of the eldest brother Shinjiling, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The 5th sister was simply beyond his expectation. A few months ago, he was still thinking that even if this sister was a loser, he, as an elder brother, would take good care of her. However, he did not expect that in just a few months, this sister would grow up. She has completely surpassed her peers in the Shin family. And even he, the eldest brother, is not as good as her. A 12th level ancient beast is enough for the 5th sister to walk sideways in the lower star field. Now it's up to him, the eldest brother, to have his sister support him. Shinjiling looked at the beautiful sister sitting far away. Her gentle and smiling eyes filled with tenderness. And there was no jealousy in her heart, only a sense of pride. Gong Tuo, his friend who is also a major, followed his gaze and his eyes lit up immediately. Then he rubbed his hands, looked at Shinjiling sincerely, and shouted with a lewd smile, "Brother!" The expression on Shinjiling's gentle face was slightly stiff. She glanced sideways at him and said coldly, "Speak nicely." Gong Tuo blinked, smiled and gave him a wink. "Don't be like this, brother. I just want to ask Sister Shin if she has a marriage partner. If not, what do you think of me? I am 29 years old, good-looking and can coax people. Now I have the rank of major like you, and I am still a star. The heir of the Gong family, an ancient family in the domain, has a promising future. He is a young and talented person, and he is a good marriage partner. Your sister will definitely be worthy of marrying me. What do you think?" The corner of Shinjiling's mouth twitched, and his cold eyes shot over. "It's not that good. It hurts my eyes." Gong Tuo's mouth froze, and he glanced at him sadly. "We are all good brothers after all. Your other sister can match your good brother Jiang Shirong. Now why can't your 5th sister match my brother? Okay. We are all brothers, and you still treat them differently. What's more, I am better than that kid Jiang Shirong in every way. I am stronger than him, have a better family background than him, and look better than him. Otherwise, why don't you be more careful? Consider it. When word spreads that our sister has a 12th level ancient mythical beast, the person who wants to marry her may be able to break down the threshold of your family. You have to know how crazy those families are for high-quality future heirs. If our sister is not settled, I'm sure I'll be annoyed by them, and they might resort to any dirty tricks. When the time comes, it's better to consider me, who knows the basics, than to consider other people. And you also know that our Gong family members have a good family tradition. As long as they marry a wife, I will never go out to have 3 or 4 affairs. And I guarantee that I will stick to the end, unless I am widowed." After saying this, Shinjiling pursed her thin lips and frowned, looking a bit pensive. Indeed, it is also a problem that the 5th sister is too outstanding. After the 5th sister became famous in the college entrance examination, many people started to inquire about her marriage, both covertly and overtly. They also planned to start with him, as the eldest brother. He helped to kill a lot of them, not to mention her father's side. The number of people was even greater. Many. Now the 5th sister has a 12th level ancient beast, and she has completed a contract with it that is impossible for ordinary people. You must know that even some big families in the lower star region do not have 12th level divine beasts. So they must covet the 5th sister even more than before. The methods Gong Tuo mentioned are not impossible to happen, and are even very likely to happen. The Shin family may not be able to protect them by then. So, is it really necessary to arrange a marriage for the 5th sister? At this moment, a faint voice came from behind the two of them, interrupting Shinjiling's thinking. "It is better to marry me. I will die for my love. My wife. Don't even think about dying in front of me." Shinjiling and Gong Tuo subconsciously turned their heads, and saw Long Xinglo with a handsome face, looking at Gong Tuo with cold and hostile eyes. A fierce expression that said, "If you dare to steal my wife from me, I will kill you." Gong Tuo was not afraid at all, but instead raised the corners of his mouth with a playful smile in his eyes. "Why? The younger brother of the Long family wants to pry into my corner." Long Xinglo looked at him with cold eyes, and got to the point. "Does one know you?" If you don't know anyone, how can you try to exploit them? Gong Tuo choked, then snorted shamelessly, and said very confidently, "Just because I don't know you now, doesn't mean I won't know you in the future." The two stared at each other, neither giving way to the other. Shen Jilin stood aside, with an indifferent expression, and glanced at Long Xinglo and then Gong Tuo. Although he said nothing, he was not idle in his heart, and analyzed the two of them carefully. In terms of appearance and temperament, Long Xinglo is handsome and cold, and he looks like he should not approach strangers. But he has seen the look in this boy's eyes when he looks at his fifth sister, as if the ice melts and everything is warm, which is better than the brew made by bees. Honey is sweet. As for Gong Tuo, he looks like a crown jewel and has a majestic air, but he is a little worse than Long Xinglo. The only good thing is that he is easygoing and easy to get close to. But this is not what the two of them got married for. Gong Tuo's temperament is not bad, but it is easy to attract bees and butterflies. On the contrary, Long Xinglo is indifferent to others, and is only gentle to his fifth sister. It is good that he will not easily attract romantic partners. You can drive away the peach blossoms. Looking at his family background, Long Xinglo is the second prince of the empire, and belongs to the Dragonborn clan. The Dragonborn clan is also an ancient inheritance family, and it is also a powerful existence that cannot be underestimated in the Upper Star territory. It is said that the royal family is also the direct lineage of the Dragonborn clan, and the five-clawed golden dragon is the symbol of the rights of the Dragonborn clan. The dragon with the five-clawed golden dragon Xinglo's status in the Dragonborn clan must be extraordinary, at least stronger than Gong Tuo, the heir to the side branch of the Gong family. If the fifth sister is engaged to him, it will be more of a deterrent to other families. As for loyalty to marriage, he has no doubts about Long Xinglo's statement about committing suicide for love, because the Dragonborn clan with love brains does have this tradition. Even those who do not commit suicide for love will die alone. So there is no need to worry about him being against it. The fifth sister is not very affectionate. The only thing she needs to worry about is that if the fifth sister doesn't like him in the future, she may not be able to get rid of him. Gong Tuo doesn't need to worry about this. The Gong family is an upright and generous family, even if they don't have feelings. After the couple divorces peacefully, the property will be divided equally. There is no need to worry about not being able to divide it. Chapter 296. At most 8 years old, Shen Jilin frowned, unable to make a decision. It depends on the fifth sister's need for affection. If the fifth sister's need for affection is rational, it would be better to choose Gong Tuo, so that she can get together and relax easily. But if the fifth sister needs unforgettable and undying love, then Longxing Tower would be more suitable. Alas, today is also a day to worry about my sister's feelings. He rubbed his temples and glanced at the two people with big eyes and small eyes in front of him with disgust. No matter how childish they looked, he didn't like it. He decided to leave this choice to his sister. But here you can introduce Gong Tuo to your sister beforehand. If his sister doesn't like either of them, then he will look for other candidates for her. Or some of the boys from the fortune-making team next to my sister can also be used. Forget about the conspicuous one from the Jing family. The boy named Gong Shan, who is a direct descendant of the Gong Tuo family, is still good. He is handsome, has a temperament like cold jade, and is gentle. Although he is aloof and cold, he is said to be upright. He is in charge of the law enforcement hall in Zixu Academy, and is not as easy to attract bees and butterflies as Gong Tuo. There is just one thing to worry about. The boy from Longxinglu is also in this team. It is said that he is still a very good brother. Gong Shan has such an upright temperament and knows that his brother likes his fifth sister, so he may not be with her. Little did they know that Shen Jilin, the eldest brother-in-law, was already thinking about it, and planned to pass both of them, and was preparing to find another partner for Sheninghuan. By now, Long Xinglo and Gong Tuo were tired of playing, staring at this childish game. They all looked away in disgust. Long Xinglo planned to send over the Tianguang glazed fruit that he wanted from his eldest brother, and then look for Sheninghuan to increase his favorability. And he was determined not to give others a chance to take advantage of him. Gong Tuo also straightened his collar, with a chic smile on his lips. He planned to try the temptation of uniform. Take the first step. Get to know people first, and leave a perfect first impression on others. But as soon as they took a step forward, they saw a boy running out of nowhere before them. He ran to Sheninghuan step by step. He had a cheerful smile on his young face and shouted happily, "Sister! Elder sister!" Gong Tuo paused in his steps and pointed in that direction with wide eyes. "Oh! Sister, sister love! Little puppy! Does it mean that sister should prefer someone younger than her? I'm 11 years older than her. I don't know. Is there any help? Long Xinglo glanced at him sideways and disdainfully. Then snorted coldly. It's hopeless. 11 is really too old. I'm 1 year older than her. There's still hope. With that said, he strode toward Xinhuan's direction. Hey, this kid. Gong Tuo looked at Long Xinglo's beaten back and felt unhappy. Then he turned to look at Shen Jilin, slapped his face, and said unwillingly, If you look at me carefully, I don't look old. Although I am a little mature compared to the obviously immature boy. But compared to Long, who could guess that we are 10 years apart from that guy in Xinglo. Shen Jilin stretched out his expressionless fingers, slapped him on the face, and pushed him away. With a cold tone, It really doesn't look old. His mental age is at most 8 years old. In this regard, Long Xinglo looks more mature and stable. Gong Tuo was not annoyed, pressed his hand and came forward with a playful smile. Do you think 8-year-old sister Shen likes it? Shen Jilin. He felt that it was a mistake for him to think carefully about the possibility of Gong Tuo just now. Such a naive person is not worthy of being entrusted to him for the rest of his life. If he really gets married, the fifth sister will take care of him. He felt sorry for the fifth sister who was so delicate. So Gong Tuo, who didn't know that he had eliminated the possibility of his brother-in-law in the heart of his eldest uncle, was still smiling and pulling people toward Xinhuan. Mumbling about asking Shen Jilin to help, he introduced it well. At this end, Shen Yingwu, who ran over to tell Xinhuan that her parents wanted to video chat with her, had already set up the optical brain, and Xinhuan was videotaping face-to-face with the adoptive parents in her memory. The adoptive father's name is Farmer Shen. His rough, dark, old face is now covered with a loving smile, and his eyes, full of vicissitudes of life, are also filled with the emotion of joy and longing. But he was a simple and taciturn person. He was grinning and humming for a long time without saying a word. After trying for a long time, he finally gave up and just looked at her with a silly smile. The adoptive mother's name is Kai Fenfeng. She is a middle-aged woman with a cheerful personality but also a simple nature. When they were on the Edge planet, the family's diplomacy relied entirely on her. Now she is the one speaking. There were tears in her eyes, but there was a joyful smile on her thin, weather-beaten face, and her slightly hoarse voice was choked. Huan, the signal tower on the Edge Star was broken before. Mom couldn't contact you. How are you doing at the Shen family? I heard your brother said that you are already a beast master. Huan is really amazing. Mom has always been. We all know that you are a promising girl. And it's great that you have become so beautiful now. The loving and caring motherly love in her words was clearly revealed, which also made Xinhuan a little at a loss. But she soon calmed down. Although she had never met her biological mother in her previous life, there were many aunts and aunts who were kind to her and treated her like a daughter in the compound. She learned how she treated her elders in her previous life, hugging Wuhua with a cute face, and answered her adoptive mother's words carefully with a smile. I have a good life in the Shen family, and now I am going to school on the main star. Mom doesn't have to worry about me. Okay. As long as you live a good life. Your parents didn't have the ability to train you in the past, so the Shen family just treats you well. If you are wronged in the Shen family, just come back directly. Your parents will not lack for you. Shen Ying laughed happily, like a bright spring, and her eyes were a little softer and more intimate. Mom, don't worry. I'm really living a good life in the Shen family. By the way, Mom and Dad, you can't live on the Edge planet anymore. Have you thought about which planet to go to? The Shen family's little star is pretty good. The Shen family cares about me. I will also take more care of you, Mom and Dad. Or if you want to come to the main star, I have a lot of savings now. I can help you buy a house on the main star, which will be convenient for my brother when he takes the college entrance examination next year. No need to buy it. The adoptive mother waved her hands and shook her head with fear on her face. Buying a house on the Edge Star is already a big deal, let alone the main star, which is the main star of the entire empire. The house price must be astronomical to them, and they don't dare to think about it. But now that the daughter can buy a house on the main star, it can be seen that the daughter is indeed prosperous and living a good life. So the old couple is relieved. After some discussion, the adoptive parents decided to go live on Shaluo's star. Chapter 297. The old man was seriously injured and almost burped. Kai Fenfeng was also satisfied in her heart, since her daughter said that the Shen family was good to her. She had nothing to worry about living with the Shin family. She could also go and take a closer look to see if the Shin family was really that kind to her daughter. Don't think that she doesn't understand because she is a rural woman from the marginal star. She knows a lot. Those big families may be polite and glamorous on the surface, but they may be harboring bad intentions in their hearts. Seeing how beautiful her daughter is, she wants to marry her. She sold it. This is the case with Yu Xiaofeng, who lives next door to her. I originally thought that the old godly woman of the Yu family was a good person. She took care of Xiaofeng and did not let her do any work. She was not as skinny as the other girls on the Edge Star, but she could unexpectedly. The old godly woman raised Xiaofeng to be sold. Not long ago, Xiaofeng was sold to a vicious-looking spiritual master for more than 10,000 small star coins when Xiaofeng turned 18. That girl Xiaofeng was so frightened that she cried and screamed. But she didn't make the old godly woman relent. She even bluntly said that she was raised just to make money. That girl Xiaofeng was so shocked that she was so confused that she was so cruel. The spiritual master carried him away like an animal. She didn't want her daughter to suffer the same fate. Kai Feng was thinking worriedly. When she came to her senses, she saw on the opposite screen that there were 3 more people behind her daughter. They were all young and talented people, and they were very handsome. Her eyes lit up at that moment. She rubbed her hands and looked at Shininghuan, but her eyes kept glancing behind her, and she said with a cheerful smile, "Daughter, have you found the right person? If you have, don't hide it from Mother. Mother will keep her eye on you." Shininghuan was stunned for a moment. A handsome face flashed in his mind, and then he felt a burning look from the left side, and he knew who it was without having to guess. Her ears were slightly red, and she looked at her adoptive mother with a slightly embarrassed face and said, "No, Mother, it's still early." Kai Feng, "It's getting late. You are already 18. If you are still on our edge planet, you will have to find a partner to get married this year. Your mother and I had already married your father when we just turned 18. This is not because Kai Feng is pedantic and anxious, but the laws on the Edge planet are like this. The star owners of each planet have certain rights to formulate laws for their own planets, and the star owners of the Edge Star, for their own selfish desires, in order to raise more slaves to work for him. It was specifically specified that people over the age of 19 must get married. Otherwise they will have to pay the single tax. Therefore, people on the Edge Star get married early and have children early. Ordinary star citizens are not yet married at 19. Too few. Long Xinglo stood beside him. His deep black eyes flashed, and he also thought of this. He was secretly worried. Why didn't the Empire have such a law? Otherwise, he would have proposed to Huan right away. Shininghuan had no experience in urging marriage, so she could only smile dryly. And it was Shin Yingwu, a good brother, who helped her out. "Mom, don't worry about my sister's marriage. Teacher Shinta said that the Empire is different from our marginal star. They don't pay the single tax, so I can marry you whenever I want. Moreover, since I can cultivate my spirit, my lifespan will also increase. It won't be too late to find someone in another 20 or 30 years. People in the Empire are like this now. They only get married when they are 30 or 40 years old." What Shen Yingwu said was clear and logical, and the new world was directly confounded by Miss Kai, who was isolated in the countryside. "Here, that's it. Then don't worry. Don't be anxious. You can take your time and pick things up." As she said this, she reluctantly glanced at the 3 handsome young men. It was a pity that people outside were not in a hurry to get married. Otherwise she would have to ask these 3 young men about their family background. Seeing that her adoptive mother gave up the idea of urging marriage, Shininghuan breathed a sigh of relief. But finding a partner was not impossible. After this thought flashed away, she coughed lightly and quickly came to her senses. Then she pulled Shinjiling behind her and introduced to her adoptive mother with a smile. "Mom, this is my eldest brother Shinjiling. I have another brother in the Shin family. 2 sisters and 1 brother. I'll introduce them to you later." Shinjiling restrained his cold aura, and with a warm smile on his face, he nodded slightly to his sister's adoptive parents and said hello. Kai Feng was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. What a sin. This young man turned out to be her daughter's eldest brother. Just now, she was thinking of asking about the young man's family background to find a partner for her daughter. Fortunately, she hadn't asked the question yet. Otherwise, but it's such a shame. She hurriedly put on a smile, rubbed her hands and replied dryly. "Hello. Lo. Long Xinglo on the side glanced at Xinjiling and silently took small steps forward, also wanting to be introduced. Gong Tuo saw his little move and looked at him with contempt. The little boy just couldn't make up his mind. Then he also straightened his hair, straightened his chest, and moved forward a little bit, hoping to let Xinhuan's adoptive mother take a good look at him. Maybe he would be attracted to her. At this moment, Xin Wang and Xin Xiao ran over in a hurry. "Oh no! 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 The old man is seriously injured and is about to burp!" Xinhuan and the others, who were having a good time with their family, immediately turned to look over. Xinjiling calmed down and put on a sharp look on his face. "What's going on? Why is Grandpa seriously injured?" Xinhuang ran forward, still breathing heavily, and coaxed. A group of hidden people came into Little Luoxing and asked the old man to hand over something. When the old man didn't give it, they beat him seriously, and our clan members also. There were many casualties. Later, another group of people came to help and drove those bastards away. Xinhuan's eyes darkened, and she subconsciously raised her hand to touch her chest. This reminded her of the wave of spirit beasts that happened not long after she traveled to Little Luo Star. At that time, someone took advantage of the chaos on Little Luo Star. She went to steal something from the old man, and what she stole was the statue of Bai Zhe that her grandfather had given her. But that person happened to run into Shinchiyue and failed. Could it be that the group of people this time also came for the statue of Bai Zhe? She frowned, feeling solemn in her heart, thinking about the group of black-clothed masked men on the Edge Star who wanted to kill her, and the red thread goo worms who might have come after her and wanted to drag the entire starship to death together. She wondered about her own life experience. Came to mind again. "Brother, let's go back to Xyloxing first," Xinhuan said. She must find out clearly when she goes back this time. Otherwise it will be too uncomfortable to feel that the enemy is hiding her and revealing her. She has always liked to seize the initiative and take the initiative. Like now, she is in a passive state where she can only be manipulated by others when her eyesight is dark. But no. Of course Xinjiling had no objection, and immediately asked for leave from his superiors and planned to return to Xyloxing. After Kai Fengfang listened for a while, she panicked and comforted Xinhuan. The previously cheerful atmosphere cooled down after the news of Grandpa Shen's serious injury came. Naturally, Long Xinglo and Gong Tuo would not be jealous at this time. Gong Tuo's original plan to leave a good first impression on Xinhuan was completely ruined. Chapter 298 Advance to the 8th level and feed back the spiritual beast. The starship was still 3 days away from Xyloxing. After Xinhuan got the Tianguang glazed fruit from Longxing Tower, she went back to her room and ate it directly, and then started practicing. Things have happened one after another recently, and her pursuit of strength has become more urgent. Insufficient spiritual power in this starship is not a good place to practice. But Xinhuan is not afraid. With the existence of the Bai Zhe statue, which is equivalent to a small spiritual gate, she does not have to worry about insufficient spiritual power. The effect of the Tianguang glazed fruit and the pure spiritual power in the Bai Zhe statue directly helped her advance from a 7th level senior spiritual master to an 8th level junior spiritual master. Don't underestimate this small level. In fact, the 7th to 8th levels are a watershed for spirit beasts and spiritual masters. The 8th level spirit beasts can mimic forms, while the 8th level spiritual masters can feed back the spirits they have contracted. Beast. For spiritual masters of the 7th level and below, the contracted spiritual beasts all rely on the spiritual master to feed them heavenly materials and earthly treasures to grow on their own. But the spirit beasts contracted by 8th level spiritual masters are different. They can receive gifts from their masters. And truly humans and spirit beasts complement each other. As Xinhuan was promoted to the 8th level junior spiritual master, the spiritual beasts, who were training desperately in the beast-controlling space, all had advanced auras on their bodies. Ermao the Baja has advanced from the 5th level intermediate to the 6th level primary spirit beast. The blue hidden butterfly advanced from the 5th level advanced level to the 6th level intermediate spiritual beast. The colorful black tiger rhubarb has advanced from the 5th level intermediate level to the 6th level primary spiritual beast. The white snail advanced from the 4th level advanced level to the 5th level intermediate spiritual beast. The desert monitor lizard has advanced from the 3rd level advanced level to the 4th level advanced spiritual beast. The desert giant eagle has advanced from the 4th level advanced level to the 5th level advanced spiritual beast. The little white mouse advanced from the 6th level advanced to the 7th level junior spiritual beast. Although the ice silkworm is a master-servant contract, it has also gained benefits. Because the swallowing of the goo worms and the master's spiritual power fed back. It directly jumped to the 5th level, making the little lizard next door envious. Originally, among Shining Huan's several spiritual beasts, the eye silkworm was the last one, and it was next. Now the eye silkworm jumped directly in front of it, and it became the little brother at the end. The annoyed little lizard, almost a lizard, cried violently on the spot. Dankong. That is, Wuhua is a 12th level junior spiritual beast. The benefits of feeding back this time are not obvious. The spiritual power required to advance to the 12th level is too much. This little benefit is at best for it, just scratching an itch. Looking at the brothers who were still alive and dead, Wuhua had no ambition at all, and just showed his pig nature. He ate and slept and ate. The only thing he still missed was the eggs he hatched in the cave on Edge Star. In addition to helping hatch bugs, there are also various eggs that it exchanged with the base. It's a pity that the master can't bring it into the beast control space, so it can only be left to the master for safekeeping. Apart from them, the one who benefited the most was Bai Zhe, who was still in the egg. He was originally in silence preparing for the final break of the egg, but now there was a faint crack in the egg SHL, and he was just around the corner to break out of the egg. And when it breaks out of its SHL, it's not like a phoenix bathed in blood and coming back after death. It is practicing while accepting inheritance in the egg. And when it breaks out of its SHL, it will directly enter its adult form in the beast controlling space on the top of the snow-capped mountains. On an edge, exuding pure white aura, an elegant white simple pattern appeared, but it quickly disappeared again. At the same time, in the already vast beast controlling space, a thick fog dispersed, revealing a vast expanse of cliffs, and the space territory expanded a little further. When the giant desert eagle discovered this sudden extra cliff, it immediately spread its wings with joy, let out an excited chirp, and flew in that direction. After circling for several times in the sea of clouds, it finally picked the one that looked the most comfortable. He flew into the hole and planned to use it as his own bird's nest. After feeling the change in the space, Shining Huan felt happy. After the soul was repaired, a small part of the sealed space was also unlocked. This was a good thing. Moreover, she felt that her mental power had also recovered and become stronger. Now she could not wait to find the 4th material to repair her soul immediately. However, Bai Zhe was still asleep at the moment, so she had to suspend her eagerness. After taking a deep breath, she settled down and continued practicing. In the Starship Command Room, brothers Long Xinglo and Long Xinghao looked at the old father, His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire, who appeared on the screen transferred by Star Captain. Their faces suddenly pulled together, and their expressions were not good. They were all on guard and blocked everyone. But they didn't expect that the old father was the old father. He was more skilled, so he asked him to seize the opportunity to appear in front of them. When Long Qingtian saw their expressions, he felt proud, and the smile on his handsome and majestic face became even bigger. Howard! Lure! Why am I not happy to see my father? Just smile and keep a straight face all day long. You guys, my sweetheart doesn't want to see you anymore. My sweetheart never came out after closing the door. Long Xinglo, who hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Long Xinghao, who was kicked out of the room after his sweetheart woke up. Is this my biological father? The moment I say it, it will hit my heart. Seeing the increasingly darker faces of his 2 sons, and the unkind eyes they glared at, Long Qingtian touched his nose and changed the subject wisely. What about that? When will you come back? Your mother's birthday will be in a few days. I plan to take her on a trip. You will take over my job when you come back. Long Xinglo frowned and immediately refused. I can't. I want to accompany my wife home. Long Xinghao was not behind, and followed up with a righteous refusal. My wife is angry with me. I have to coax her. I don't have time to care about anything else. Long Qingtian blew his beard and glared at the 2 unfilial sons, with a strong tone. Your mother is looking forward to this trip. We have agreed to set off in 5 days. You 2 brothers must choose one person. And you don't want to let your mom be sad? The 2 brothers were silent. If their old father just wanted to go on strike and hire them as coolies, they could simply refuse. But they couldn't turn a blind eye to their mother's wishes. So the 2 brothers immediately pointed the finger at each other. Long Xinghao faced Long Xinglo with a serious expression. I am the elder brother. If I want to get married, I will get married first. You go and help your father. I will spend more time with your sister-in-law. Long Xinglo glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. You have been here for so many years, and there is still no progress. so it is useless to give you more time. I am different. This time, I am following my wife to her family residence. I can meet my parents right away, and I might be able to send you wedding invitations when we meet next time. Can you afford to pay for the delay? Long Qingtian touched his chin and nodded. Lure is right. It's more important for him to meet his parents. Chapter 299. My wife really loves her, and the child is an accident. Long Xinghao glared back, unwilling to be outdone. Your sister-in-law is really angry with me this time. If I hadn't coaxed her back to run away, I would have been single for the rest of my life. For the sake of your brother and my lifelong affairs, you should. What's wrong with delaying the opportunity to meet your wife's family? Besides, you may not succeed, and your sister-in-law's family may even hurt you. Long Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. What Howard said is right, but we can't really let our daughter-in-law run away. As for meeting the parents, we have to think about it in the long run. It's better to go when you're ready. Long Xingluo's eyes were heavy, and he glanced at the old father, who looked like a wallflower, and snorted coldly. Then he looked at his eldest brother, and his cold voice also contained sarcasm. Brother, does he have no confidence in himself or his sister-in-law? Confidence? Just an angry person will run away. Did the eldest brother do something to make the eldest sister-in-law so disappointed in you? I have to ask the eldest sister-in-law. And if she can't persuade her, we can break up as soon as possible. Longxing Tower. Long Xinghao shouted angrily, his handsome face so gloomy that water dripped from his face. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at him. You are a promising kid, and you still dare to persuade your sister-in-law to break up with me. Okay. I also need to persuade my younger siblings to keep their eyes open and not to blindly look for a guy like you as a partner. Anyway, you two are not married and have not confirmed their relationship. If your younger siblings don't want to see you, you don't even need to break up. Long Xingluo's black eyes were gloomy and cold, and he pierced Long Xinghao's body like a knife. With a cold tone, are you sure you want to deal with me by injuring the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800? The two brothers looked at each other with dark eyes, sparks of lightning and fire flying everywhere. Everyone in the Starship Command room pricked their ears and screamed for excitement. Is this something they can hear without paying? Long Qingtian, an old father, also happily watched the show and looked around happily. No matter which son he had perfectly inherited his love brain. Then the old father, who was watching the theater, received the boomerangs flying back from his sons. Long Xinghao took the lead to look away, turned his eyes back to his biological father, and said with a smile on his face, Dad, after thinking about it, the relationship between the three of us, father and son, is the most stable between you and your mother. How about you and your mother? You tell your mother to postpone the trip until your wedding anniversary. I believe my mother doesn't want the happiness of your two sons to make way for your trip. Long Xingluo also nodded. Last time, Dad and you went on a trip for your birthday not long ago. It would be more appropriate to take it slow this time and wait for your wedding anniversary. Long Qingtian was furious. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. This year's wedding anniversary has long passed. Next time we have to wait until next year, when our family's tenure year will expire next year, and the next batch of dragons will be replaced. My family has come to guard me and become the emperor. Why are you two unfilial sons still needed? Long Xingluo was unmoved. Then Dad, you and Mom can endure it a little longer, and you can go back to the Star Territory clan next year. Then you can go wherever you want. Long Xinghao nodded in agreement. Yes, Dad. You and your mother are already an old married couple. You can just bear with it for a while and let it pass. Give the opportunity to us young people. Of course, Long Qingtian refused to do it, pointing at his two unfilial sons and scolding them bloody. There are a lot of things to do in the Empire next. And there is also the enrollment of Homing Academy in Star Territory. He doesn't want to stay here and worry about it. He must pass the blame to his two sons. He has to go out and have fun with his wife. Otherwise, he will have two sons. What are you doing out here? For love-minded people like them, a wife is true love and a child is an accident. Long Qingtian is quite self-aware of his own position. In the end, the two sons still couldn't defeat their shameless father. Long Qingtian proved with his strength that your father is still your father. Long Xingluo and Long Xinghao could only admit it in frustration. But among the brothers, they still refused to suffer any loss. In the end, they could only decide that the eldest brother, Long Xinghao, would work for half a month first, and the second half of the moon would be given to Long Xingluo. The conflict between the brothers was resolved by dividing each half. Everyone in the Starship Command Room raised their ears, with surprise and shock on their faces. Good guy. Fathers and sons and other families fought bloody battles for power and status. Killing brothers and fathers was not an issue. However, it was the turn of the father and son of the royal family. No one cared about it, and they were still fighting for the throne that symbolized the emperor. His Majesty's power to execute official duties is pushed out. But when the term expires next year, what will happen if another group of long family members is replaced? A group of people murmured in their hearts. But since His Royal Highness the First Prince and His Highness the Second Prince were still here, and their expressions were not very good, they would not be so conspicuous as to touch their brows at this time. And they all had winks. They closed their mouths. But their flying eyebrows still showed their restless little thoughts, like monkeys flying in the sky. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The starship where the adoptive parents were located arrived on Little Luo's star first. Farmer Shen and Kai Fan Fong bent down, carrying 2 large packages. After all 4 feet landed on the ground, their faces showed nervousness and anxiety. And then, they subconsciously looked back. The starship flew away from the starport in a swish. Farmer Shen's eyes widened, and he swallowed tremblingly. Just the 2 of us here? Kai Fan Fong forced herself to calm down. Yes, it's just the 2 of us. I heard the white-faced young lieutenant said that Luoxing belongs to a private planet and doesn't accept other people. So we still relied on our daughter's blessing. Oh. Farmer Shen hummed and uttered 2 words. And then he looked around nervously, with a curious look in his vicissitudes of life. This is my daughter's little Luoxing. It doesn't look good. But the land is not good. This starry skyport is bare. The weeds have been cleared. And the entrance pavilion in front has collapsed, as if someone has knocked it down. Other than that, it is still deserted. The old couple stood on tiptoes and looked around for several times. But they didn't see even a single building. The 2 of them could only shrink their necks. This look was not as good as theirs on Edge Star. At least there were a few vehicles on Edge Star's starry skyport. There are also people collecting tolls on the dilapidated public express buses. The old couple were greatly disappointed. They heard that the Shen family was still a big family. But this was the result? As a result, the desolate starry skyport directly reduced the old couple's offer the Shen family to the bottom. Hey! My daughter sent us a map. She said that her starship was delayed for a while on the way, and it will take a long time to arrive. She asked us to follow the map and go to her house first. What do you think? Farmer Shen rubbed his hands, with a tangled expression on his face full of ravines. Kai Fan Fong put her hands on her hips and said calmly, Let's go in and take a look as my daughter said. We can also explore the way. Okay. So the old couple took small steps and cautiously started the adventure of little Luoxing. Chapter 300. The position of the head of the family is disliked by everyone. In the Shen family Great Hall, senior members of the Shen family gathered here to discuss how to grit their teeth and spend money to build a defense net. The Shen family shorts had holes in them before, so they continued to wear them. They didn't have to worry about thieves, so their defenses were loose. And it didn't matter if someone sneaked up on little Luoxing. But this time was different. This time, a group of unidentified people were asked to go directly to the patriarch's home. They didn't know it. If the patriarch hadn't sent out a distress signal, they might still be hiding in bed, allowing the parents to drive in and take Xiaoluo away. The star is like everyone's back garden. This incident is undoubtedly a shame for the Shen family. Therefore, this defense network must be built, and it must be built to sell iron. But where will this money come from? Or we should take it slow first. Shen Jingshan, who was originally said to be seriously injured and about to burp, was now sitting on the main seat and suggested in a low voice. The second elder glanced over with a cold look, dragged an interrupted hand, and started to argue with a weak body and a strong mind. Wait a minute. If I hadn't come in time this time, your head would be gone. You're going to be ripped off. You tell me what good stuff you, old guy, are hiding. And people are trying to steal it over and over again. I thought it was the Qian family who was causing trouble before. But this time we have wiped out the Qian family. And those few people who came here don't look like the Qian family at all. They are so powerful that I can't even do it with this arm. How can you still do it? Speak slowly. Wait until next time. Will they really give you a shot? You old guy doesn't care whether you die or not. But you are now the head of the Shen family. And you represent the face of our Shen family. If you are in Xiaoluo if the star is dead, Where can we put our Shin family's faces? It must be built immediately. The other tribesmen nodded one after another. This time they no longer stood with their clan leader, but instead stood with the second elder. Shin Jingshan touched his nose knowing that he was wrong, then looked at his second brother and said, "Then I will pass on the position of clan leader to you." This time he meant what he said. He didn't know who the hidden people were, but he had some guesses. They came to Xiao Luoxing to threaten him to hand over his things, and they might have grasped the clues. Even this time, he didn't let go and didn't reveal any flaws. But those people would definitely not give up easily. And they might even send people to come back a second time or a third time. The forces behind the scenes are crazy, and even a Sang can't do anything about it. A small defense network can't stop it at all, and it will only cost money, and he might not be able to escape. It would be better to pass on the position of patriarch to his second brother now. If the other person is gone, there will be no chaos in the Shin family with his second brother in charge. But this time, the second elder tilted his head with a look of disdain on his face. The Qian family is gone. Why do I still want to be the head of the family? You can keep it for yourself. Then give it to the third child. The third elder smiled and shook his head. I'm not suitable. Brother, you better stop joking. He seems gentle, but in fact, he has a tough attitude towards rejection. Good guy. Before, the position of the head of the family was still a piece of cake, but now it has become disliked by thousands of people. Shin Jingshan scratched his head, feeling unhappy. Hey, someone is at the starry skyport. Coming inside now. The Shin family members in the Great Hall immediately became vigilant. Who is it? It's not like that group of people hiding their heads and showing their tails. Is it? Hurry! Hurry! Copycat. Shin Jingshan looked helpless and quickly reached out to comfort him. You guys are two ordinary people. They should be Huan's adoptive parents. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. I'm going to meet Huan's adoptive parents. As he spoke, he ran away with oil on the soles of his feet. His skills were so strong that it was impossible to tell that he was seriously injured and almost collapsed. The second elder snorted, then stood up and followed. I'm also going to see what the person who trained Xinhuan, that money basher, looks like. If there were also two money baskets, then he would have to deal with them carefully and try to get them into the Shin family. When other people saw this, they also stood up one after another, and they all followed out with a group of cheers. They were also curious like a cat scratching their heads, and they hurried to have a look. At this end, Kai Feng and Farmer Shin had followed the map to where the Shin family lived together. The two of them looked around and discussed as they walked, looking around with curiosity in their eyes. Look! The ground is so dense. It's just like what we planted. Well, this house is a bit novel. It's better than the wooden house we live in. It's clean and tidy. This wisteria is blooming beautifully. Hey, this is my daughter's house. Let's go knock on the door. Well, the two of them nervously rubbed their hands and rubbed their shoes, then carefully stepped onto the clean steps with a large package, then walked over and rang the doorbell. Who is pressing the button? If the door is open and you come in, it's okay. You don't have long hands. Shin Qifei impatiently walked over to open the door in her slippers, frowning with displeasure on her face, especially when she saw a country bumpkin in two shirts standing at the door. The disgust, disdain and impatience in her eyes were even worse. Farmer Shin looked at the familiar big black face in front of him in shock, and shouted tentatively, Daughter! Daughter? Shin Qifei's face suddenly dropped, and she said angrily, Who is your daughter? How can you recognize someone randomly? How can a bumpkin like you give birth to a beautiful daughter like me? Kai Feng frowned and became unhappy. My daughter has clear features even if she darkens her face. She is prettier than you. You are indeed not as good as my daughter. You? Shin Qifei was furious. She pointed at the country bumpkin in front of her and wanted to curse. But as soon as she started speaking, her finger was pinched by someone. She turned around and saw Xinhuan's glowing white face, and her eyes were piercing like a knife. Her pupils shrank, and her aura was suppressed and weakened a bit. You? Why are you back? Xinhuan threw her hand away and snorted coldly. Come back and see Grandpa. You are still so arrogant after a long time. You like to call people a bumpkin, but I don't care if you call others a country bumpkin. But next time you call my adoptive parents, I will do it directly. Break your fingers off. Shin Qifei was so frightened that she quickly hid her hands behind her back and muttered, I don't know that they are your adoptive parents. Just don't scold them in the future. Shin Qifei relented, The atmosphere calmed down, and Shi Ninghuan's anger subsided. She turned around and planned to greet her adoptive parents to come in. But she saw both elders looking at her with tears in their eyes. She was startled. "What? What's wrong?" she cried when she was scolded. "How about I teach her a lesson for you and let her get angry?" Shen Qifei took a step back timidly and quickly shook her head to explain. "I just cursed you as a country bumpkin. It's not like that. It's not like I'm crying. How about I spend money to apologize? Don't hit me." Shi Ninghuan was a 7th level senior spiritual master, and she was afraid that Shi Ninghuan would send her to see the king of hell with just one punch. I couldn't afford to offend Shi Ninghuan before, and I couldn't afford to offend him even more now. Chapter 301. The Big Bastard Who Paid Her Adoptive Parents Money. Shi Ninghuan nodded toward Shen Qifei and said reluctantly, "Okay, I'll give my adoptive parents 1,000 small spirit coins each, and I won't beat you." Kai Feng and the other 2 people froze when they heard that 1,000 Shaolin coins, which together was a huge sum of 2,000 Shaolin coins, opened their mouths in disbelief, and they started to speak too much. But Shen Qifei breathed a sigh of relief and agreed readily. "Okay, then it will be 1,000 for each person." After not seeing each other for a few months, Shi Ninghuan actually started to accumulate virtue. She only had 2,000 small spirit coins to open her mouth. She really didn't have it when she was still on the Edge Star. But after hanging out in the academy for so long, 2,000 small spirit coins are now important to her. It's just a fraction. "Should I transfer money to them directly?" Shen Qifei looked at Shi Ninghuan, and Shi Ninghuan turned to look at her adoptive parents, smiled and suppressed their panicked hands. "Father! Mother! You don't want the pocket money I gave you, but you have to accept the compensation this time." "Well, 2,000 Shaolin coins aren't much." Shen Qifei's face was full of shock. She wouldn't believe it if she hadn't planned this. The co-author regarded her as a big bastard who paid her adoptive parents. Her eyes were sad, but she still quickly transferred money to her adoptive parents, who were persuaded by Shi Ninghuan. "It's okay now." "Huh? Why is the boss so glass-hearted?" Shen Qifei muttered, leaving the door open and ignoring a few people. Turned around and walked in on her own. After receiving the money, Kai Feng's resentment toward Shen Qifei disappeared immediately, and she tugged at the corner of Shi Ninghuan's clothes with some embarrassment, and said honestly in a low voice, "Actually, it's not because of her words. We just feel sorry for you and suffer." "Shi Ninghuan? Where did you come to the conclusion that she was suffering?" However, Shen Yingwu immediately understood what his parents were thinking, and looked at Shi Ninghuan with tears in his eyes. "Sister, you used to be timid at home and spoke softly. It was your mother who protected you and stayed away from the edge. The Star Queen must have suffered a lot to become so powerful now, capable of beating and scolding, and even standing in front of her mother." Shi Ninghuan smiled dryly and said, "Yeah, I didn't suffer much." "Can she say that the change in temperament is due to a change of core?" Shen Jingshan, who hurried over not far away and happened to watch the whole process, scratched his head and became a little doubtful. Could it be that his granddaughter really suffered a lot after arriving? The second elder looked at Shi Ninghuan's adoptive parents with burning eyes. His eyes were shining. He was worthy of being a big money basket who could cultivate small money baskets. He showed his ability to make money when he just came here and made 2,000 small spirit coins in vain. He was very profitable. Money path. He was thinking that he had to bring someone into the Shen family no matter what. It happened that his adoptive father also had the surname Shen, so it was destined to be the Shen family. Shi Ninghuan turned around and noticed their presence. "Grandfather," she shouted, and Shen Jingshan immediately walked over with a smile, ignoring the 2 big boys Shen Xiao and Shen Wang, passed them and walked to Shi Ninghuan, and said happily and excitedly, "Hey, my good granddaughter, you are back." Shi Ninghuan also had a smile on her lips. "Grandpa, are you okay? I heard you were seriously injured before." Her eyes scanned the old man. Although he walked freely, she still keenly observed the problem. His steps were a little frivolous, and his laughter was not as loud as before. His face was not very pale, but not rosy, and his lips' color was also slightly white, and it was obvious that he was really seriously injured this time. Shi Ninghuan couldn't help but frown. Shen Jingshan waved his hands relaxedly and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. My injury has been healed. It's no big deal. Let's entertain your adoptive parents first. They have raised you for so many years. I have to thank them for giving me raised such a wonderful granddaughter." As he spoke, He walked over with enthusiasm and started chatting with Kai Feng. Shin Jingshan was worthy of being the head of the family, and his social skills were first-rate. After a while, he made the two cautious adoptive parents relax. And then, they started talking and laughing, forgetting about the bond between Shininghuan. Shininghuan was not annoyed. She smiled and shook her head, and then said, "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, let's go in first and talk later." "Yes, yes, go in first. Go in first," Shin Jingshan said with a busy smile, and then pulled the two of them towards the house. The second elder, who was secretly planning to turn the two of them into the Shin family, immediately followed with a smile, and joined in the conversation with a very good attitude, chatting harmoniously. Shininghuan looked at the second grandfather several times with surprise in her eyes. When she first came here, her second grandfather looked at her with eyes other than his eyes, and his nose was not his nose. Why were her adoptive parents so enthusiastic when it was her turn? Is the second grandpa's character so warm and hospitable? Isn't this wrong? Long Xinglo followed her, and immediately noticed her strange expression. He raised his eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Shininghuan came back to her senses, smiled and waved her hand to him. "It's okay. It's okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a piercing scream coming from upstairs. "Ah!" Then Shin Qifei ran downstairs cursing, ran all the way to Shininghuan, thrust her big black face in front of Shininghuan, and shouted in panic and anger, "Didn't you say that applying ink can make you white? Why is my face so dark and the ink can't be washed off?" Shininghuan looked at her face, that was still dripping with water. It was true that the ink marks on it couldn't be washed out. She had a weird expression and said, "You really wiped your face with ink?" Shin Qifei went crazy. Her eyes widened angrily. "Isn't that what you said?" Shininghuan, "I've been saying this for a long time. Why are you just trying it now?" When Shin Qifei was dark and thin, she didn't even follow this method. But she only used it when she went back to Little Luoxing. Her meaningful eyes looked at Qifei, until she turned her face away with a guilty conscience before she said, "You have a sweetheart? Do you want to be beautiful for your sweetheart?" Shin Qifei's eyes widened. "You?" But she quickly shut up and looked at Shininghuan with an annoyed look on her face. "You lied to me." Shininghuan straightened up and raised the corners of her mouth. "So what?" Shin Qifei glared at her angrily. "Don't say yes or no. Just tell me how to solve it. It's you who caused me to be like this. You have to pay for it." Shininghuan decisively left her alone and simply said, "It's none of my business. I won't compensate. What's going on?" Hearing the noise, Shin Jingshan and the other 4 people who had already entered the house turned around and came back. Kai Feng threw away the package on her back and strode over, skillfully putting the Shininghuan stood behind her, akimbo and staring at Shin Qifei. "Come to me if you have anything to do. Don't bully my daughter." Chapter 302 Hongming College. Shininghuan, who was protected by the hen like a chicken, was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, feeling in a good mood. But things are not going well for Shin Qifei. Who can bully Shininghuan? This head doesn't have good eyesight. However, she did not dare to retaliate. She only angrily showed Kai Feng her face that was soaked with ink, and accused Shininghuan of being a liar. Kai Feng was not happy that someone called her daughter a liar. This person had just been introduced by the Shin family's grandfather as her daughter's triplets. She was even more unhappy. The triplets bullied her daughter like this. Then the Shin family, are others okay? Sure enough, children from big families are not easy to get along with. But my daughter's grandfather and second grandfather seem to be easy to talk to and are good people, she said with a face. My daughter didn't lie. She was smeared with ink before, but it was specially prepared by our family. If she was wrong, it was her father and I who were wrong. We didn't explain it to her carefully. We just told her that's her ink. Shin Qifei was stuck. You made the ink specially? Do you know how to make things? Where did a country bumpkin come from? Shin Yingwu was also unhappy that this person was questioning his mother. Humph! Why can't we make things anymore? Our ancestor in ancient times was also a beast master, and he even made a contract with the medicine beast. But it was lost later. What happened to some of the prescriptions? Oh, medicine beast. That is indeed a very ancient spiritual beast. It must have become extinct now. Shin Jingshan became interested. The second elder's eyes were shining. He had a recipe, and he didn't know what it was. He might be able to cooperate with the Shin family for a win-win situation. It is indeed a big money basket. He looked at Kai Feng and his wife with even more eager eyes. Shining Huan was also a little surprised. She had never heard that her adoptive parents' family had such a glorious history before. She was not angry that Shen Yingwu knew that she didn't know. After all, she was not their biological child, and could not inherit this bloodline. Bai said. Shen Qifei's eyes lit up. And she asked excitedly, "Can you prepare one of this medicine for me? If so, I can buy it with money. And I don't want Shen Yingwan to pay for it. And I won't call her a liar in the future." Anyway, she knew in her heart that it was probably impossible to get the Shaoling coin from Shen Yinghuan. Hearing that they could make money with ink, Kai Feng and Farmer Shen stopped pushing it. They silently accepted the order, and their attitude towards the customer Shen Qifei was also kinder. As a result, the originally tense atmosphere calmed down again. Shen Qifei was a little polite to the two of them and Shen Yingwu, and she and the second elder walked into the house with the three of them on their left and right, completely forgetting about Shen Yinghuan. Shen Jingshan was speechless and shameless to look at. Except for the father and son Shen Sun and Shen Jilling, who are still in the Imperial Legion and are still busy with the follow-up matters of the Edge Star. Everyone else is here, including Shen Jifan and Shen Jiao, who came back with Shen Qifei after hearing that their grandfather was seriously injured. Shen Yinghuan spent her own money to prepare a barbecue dinner for the whole family. Among them were Long Xingluo, who shamelessly followed, and Mishi, who was dragged along. Although Grandpa seemed to be fine, Shen Yinghuan asked Mishi to check his grandpa and retreat him before he felt relieved. With Mishi's contribution, Shen Yinghuan naturally entertained him warmly. As for the other members of the Fortune team, they followed the starship back to the main star. They all had their own things to be busy with, especially Jin Hasong. On the Edge Star, they have determined that Jin Kaikai has also been caught in the star territory. As a cousin, he must communicate with his family and contact the Jin family in the star territory to rescue Jin Kaikai and Shen Yinghuan. He asked him to help save Shen Qiyue. Under the bonfire at night, Shen Jiao came over with a plate of roasted meat and handed it to Shen Yinghuan. He said with a smile on his face, "Sister Huan, eat it while it's hot." Long Xingluo, who took a step slower and came over with a plate in his hand, had a dim look in his eyes. He strode over with his long and slender legs, pushed past Shen Jiao, and placed the plate in his hand in front of Shen Yinghuan. "I have some here. Both meat and vegetables are cooked by me myself. You can taste them and choose what you like." Shen Yinghuan lowered his head and took a look at the two plates. The Long Xingluo plate was obviously more appetizing. The color was shiny, and the vegetable combination was also very good. Shen Yinghuan picked up one of the bunches of green peppers without thinking. "It's meaty." I took a bite, and it was delicious. "It tastes better than the barbecue in my memory." Shen Jiao was not annoyed. He happily took a bunch of skewers from his plate and squatted next to him to eat. He couldn't stop eating. "Sister Huan, do you know Hongming College? Hongming College is recruiting students." "Hongming College?" Shen Yinghuan paused while chewing the meat. Her eyes blank. She had never heard of this at all. As soon as Shen Jiao saw her, familiar people helped her popularize science. Hongming College is the only college in the Upper Star Territory. It is the most top-notch school. It is rumored that it has existed since ancient times. The secret resources it masters are even more extraordinary. It is one of the great schools inherited from ancient times in the Upper Star Territory, an existence that no one in the family can compare to. With a transcendent status. After entering Hongming Academy, those who can graduate alive are 12 spiritual masters and 12-level beast masters. Therefore, even the children of the big families in the Upper Star Territory are flocking to Hongming College, hoping to become students there. However, Hongming Academy only recruits students every 3 years, and the admission standards are extremely high. Not only is the age limit required to be over 18 years old and under 30 years old, but the minimum standards for students who sign up for the exam must be 6th-level spiritual masters and 5th-level beast masters. Moreover, more than 10 years ago, a condition was added that requires recommendation. The big families in the Upper Star Territory all have recommendation quotas. We in the Lower Star Territory are only allocated a total of 8 recommendation quotas. You can only apply after getting the recommendation quota. And then you must only after passing Hongming College's admissions exam can you finally become a student of Hongming College. Sister Huan, do you want to give it a try? I think you can definitely do it. Sister Huan, the 8th uncle Shen Sang, was admitted to Hongming College and became the legend of our Shen family. At that time, there was no such thing as a recommended quota. So the 8th uncle It was a dark horse that I directly signed up for in the star territory. According to my grandfather, my 8th uncle's ranking was not low at the time.
Shining Huan was surprised, with a strange expression on his face.
When did your grandfather tell you this?
Shinjiao.
Only after I come back this time.
Shining Huan frowned slightly, her dark eyes reflecting the firelight filled with deep thought. However, Shinjiao didn't notice, but Long Xinglo did. But he didn't think deeply about her emotions. He just sighed. He didn't expect that the Shin family had such a powerful person. But why had he never heard of Shinsang before? With Shin, why is the Sangshan family still just a small family and can only stay in Little Luoxing? Could it be that Shinsang has died? Chapter 303, Men with 2 legs are easy to find.
Little sister, what are you talking about?
Shin Qiang came over with a plate of juice and stopped in front of them with a gentle smile on her face.
Would you like some juice? Pear juice squeezed from the newly planted pears at Grandpa Second's house.
Shinjiao immediately raised his hand actively.
I want it. I want it. Give me a drink.
He took the pear juice handed over by Shin Qiang, took a sip happily, and immediately turned his head, winking at Shining Huan with a gossipy face.
Second Grandpa has finally made a breakthrough in the level of spiritual patterns he has accumulated for decades. It is said that not long after we went to the academy, we advanced to the 2nd level intermediate spirit pattern master. For this reason, Second Grandpa was happy to expand the yard and rearrange it. In the spiritual pattern array, a batch of fruit trees with higher spiritual energy content were planted. Our clan leader said that thanks to Sister Huan's guidance, the second grandfather's brain was enlightened, and he asked the second grandfather to give you half of the fruit trees he planted as tuition. However, the second grandfather was so angry that he had a fight with the clan leader on the spot. Who won in the end? No one won. Let those Qin family dogs interrupt.
Shining Huan showed a regretful expression.
What a pity. Then I have to taste the juice squeezed out of second grandpa's precious fruit today.
Then she also took 2 glasses of pear juice from the tray and handed one to Long Xinglo beside her, who took it with a flattered expression. Shin Qiang smiled, picked up the last glass on the tray, and sat next to them.
By the way, second sister, where is the second brother-in-law? Why didn't I come with you?
Shining Huan looked behind her and asked casually when she didn't see anyone. A trace of loneliness flashed across Shin Qiang's face, but she quickly regained her smile.
He was busy with something, so he didn't come back with me.
Shining Huan keenly captured this fleeting emotion. Her eyes narrowed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth dropped a little.
What could be more important than accompanying my fiancé back to visit my seriously injured grandpa? It seems that he has never seen her before. Grandpa.
Shin Qiang's eyes flashed.
She was a little nervous, and she subconsciously covered it for him.
Yes, I have never seen him, but he really couldn't leave. But he asked me to bring an apology and said that he would come to visit solemnly next time.
Long Xinglo's eyes were deep, and his brows were furrowed. What could be more important than meeting his wife's family? If it were him, nothing could stop him from marrying a daughter-in-law and winning the favor of her family. A trace of dissatisfaction arose in his heart towards this future brother-in-law, who was already engaged, but was living in all the blessings. Shining Huan is also very dissatisfied. The second sister is a gentle person and has a strong tolerance. If the second brother-in-law really has something important to do, the second sister will definitely not have this expression. This can only mean that the matter that is holding the second brother-in-law back is a private matter, and also made the second sister sad. So this matter must be clarified.
Second sister, please stop hiding it for your second brother-in-law. If your second brother-in-law really does something that's sorry for you, don't hold it in your heart. If this person doesn't work, we'll replace him. It's easy to find 2-legged men out there. Very. Second sister, you are beautiful, and your talents and qualifications are not low. There are many people who want to marry you. Besides, now that the threat from the Qian family is gone, you no longer need the protection of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaorong has no use value. It's no problem to break off the engagement.
Shin Qiang couldn't help but look shocked. Her expression on her face was about to stop. Sister, is it really okay to be so utilitarian as we say? Although it was true that he was taking advantage of the Jiang family and needed the Jiang family's protection. She turned to look at Long Xinglo. This man had followed the fifth sister back, and he looked like the fifth sister's admirer. She was afraid that he would be scared away by the fifth sister's bold remarks. But what I didn't expect was that he nodded along with a serious look on his face, looking very appreciative. Shin Qiang couldn't help but start to wonder, is she really too conservative? In her self-doubt,
She quickly couldn't resist Shining Huan and Shin Jiao's questioning, and told her why Jiang Shirong didn't come with her. This matter is still related to Jin Jinjin. After the news came that Jin Jinjin was captured and sold in the star field on the Edge planet, Jin Jinjin's adoptive parents really liked this adopted daughter. They not only begged the Jin family, but also he blocked the door and asked Jiang Shirong for help. Although Jiang Shirong had said before that he would never interact with Jin Jinjin again, this time the two elders begged to come to him in a low voice. And Jin's mother even fainted from crying, holding him and not letting go. These two elders were also very good to him before. Moreover, such a big thing happened to Jin Jinjin again. He could not remain indifferent, so he could only stay on the main star to help. Intellectually, it was understandable that he did this. But privately, Shin Qiang was still a little sad and disappointed. After all, it was a big deal for her grandfather to be seriously injured. After hearing this, Long Xinglo criticized Jiang Shirong for being indecisive. Shining Huan also frowned upon hearing this.
How about we change it to another one?
Why would she keep a doggy man who makes her unhappy? If it were her, she would definitely not keep him for the new year. Long Xinglo looked at the ferocious light in her eyes, and couldn't help but feel numb. He immediately tightened his skin, and made a note of this matter, so that he would never do it again. However, Shin Qiang was frightened by her serious tone. She was afraid that she was serious, and really wanted to tell her father about breaking off the engagement. So she quickly waved her hands, and shook her head to persuade.
He is usually very good to me. Just this time, break off the engagement.
Not too good.
Seeing that she really had no intention of returning the goods, Shining Huan could only sigh with regret.
Okay. If he makes mistakes again, and treats you badly, second sister, just tell me, and I will help you break off the engagement.
Shin Qiang nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice.
Okay. Okay.
Then she quickly changed the topic.
Fifth sister. What were you talking about just now? I seem to have heard Hongming Academy.
Shin Jiao answered with a smile.
Yes. We were talking about Hongming College just now. And we also mentioned that the 8th uncle was admitted to Hongming College. Sister Ying, do you want to also participate in this election? We have allocated 8 people in the lower star field. For the sake of fairness, anyone who meets the requirements can sign up for the live broadcast election. It doesn't matter if you are outside the school. Sister Ying, you are only 25 years old, and you can participate.
Shin Qiang shook her head in embarrassment and said with lack of confidence.
Although I am of age, I have not met the minimum enrollment requirements of Hongming College. The level of Beast Master is not high enough. I am only a 4th level Senior Beast Master now. The enrollment requirements of Hongming College are it must be a 5th level Junior Beast Master or above.
Shining Huan said casually while chewing meat skewers.
It's just a small level difference. Just work hard and you'll be fine. When will the registration for the live broadcast election be closed?
Shin Jia was a little hesitant.
About 20 days. Registration will close at the beginning of next month. And the campaign will begin the day after the deadline.
Shining Huan nodded.
It's not too late.
Chapter 304. It's time to tell her.
It's not easy to advance to a small level in more than 20 days. And it's a step from level 4 to level 5.
Shin Jisung walked over from behind while laughing, followed by Shin Jifan and Shin Qifei.
Brother Song, come and sit. Come and sit.
Shin Jiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved to the side, made a place, came out and took a picture, and then asked curiously,
Brother Song, do you have any idea about going?
Shin Jisung came over and sat down next to Shin Jiao, and said with a smile,
Hey, I have an idea, but I'm not qualified. I'm just a 5th level Junior Spiritual Master, and a 4th level Junior Beast Master now. I'm from Hongming College. The admissions requirements are still far away. And even if the minimum conditions are met, there are so many strong people among the participants. Not only is the competition for the 8 places in our lower star territory election this time fierce, but we also have to take an admissions exam for the upper star territory Hongming Academy. That is real geniuses gather together and compete with each other. So I will not get involved in this uncertain matter. It is better to wait for another 3 years and participate in the next Hongming College admissions.
Shin Qiang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and quickly followed as if she had found a soulmate.
I can't do it either. I won't participate.
Shining Huan did not force this, and what Shin Jisung said was not unreasonable. Instead of participating as soon as he met the minimum requirements, it would be safer to wait until his strength is higher to participate, because according to the previous competition rules, life safety is not guaranteed. Shin Jisung looked at Shining Huan with his piercing eyes.
grinning with white teeth, and asked curiously,
Are you going to participate? I heard from Ji Fan that you are already a 7th level senior spiritual master. You should have met the requirements. Right? What level is the beast master at?
Hearing this, Shin Qifei and Shin Jide, who came with him, also pricked up their ears. Shining Huan was stunned for a moment. What level? Do they believe that he is a 12th level junior beast master? The level of a beast master is determined by looking at the highest level spirit beast among the spirit beasts contracted by the beast master. Almost all beast masters follow the rules and contract and cultivate the spirit beasts from their cub stage. It is actually not easy to use this measurement to determine. Mistakes will happen. But the blame is that Shining Huan didn't play her cards according to the rules. She directly contracted an adult spiritual beast. And it was a 12th level junior ancient divine beast. In addition, there is also a spiritual beast named San Mao, who was also contracted after reaching adulthood. San Mao is currently a 7th level junior spiritual beast. In this way, whether she is applying for a 12th level beast master or a 7th level beast master, she will be qualified.
What's wrong? Isn't this question difficult to answer?
Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time,
Shin Jisung scratched his head and felt confused. Shining Huan smiled awkwardly.
It's really hard to answer. My situation is a bit special, but I have indeed met the admission requirements of Hongming College. I should participate this time.
After saying that, she turned to look at Long Xinglo next to her and asked,
Do you want to participate? Why haven't I heard you talk about this before?
Logically speaking, His Highness the Second Prince of Long Xinglo should be the most well-informed, as well as the fortune team. Shining Huan was very sure that none of them had told anything about Hongming College's enrollment. Long Xinglo's handsome face stiffened slightly. This year's admissions exam has been advanced. However, he did not say this out loud. He only bowed his head and admitted his mistake sincerely.
I'm sorry. I forgot. I don't need to participate in the election in the Lower Star Territory. Our Dragonborn clan has a quota, but I can also accompany you to participate in the election.
Shining Huan glanced at him enviously. A big family still has such benefits. Then she refused decisively.
You don't have to go with me. If you go, there will be one more person competing with me for the spot.
Long Xinglo quickly expressed his position and hinted wildly.
I will accompany you. I will give up or lose to you in the end. I promise not to compete with you for a spot.
Shining Huan continued to shake her head.
It was a live broadcast. What if I was cheated? Besides, you are also the second prince of the empire. If you do this, it will have a bad impact. All right.
In the end, Long Xinglo had to compromise and give up this good opportunity to accompany his wife. Seeing the two of them talking intimately together, Shin Jisung, Shin Jide and others, who listened with open ears, had different expressions. Generally speaking, they were mostly envious. Shining Huan's beast master level has actually reached the 5th level. It's really surprising, but it feels like it should be the case. They had been shocked once before when they found out that her spiritual master level was the 7th level. This time, her beast master level had also reached an ascension level. Although they were also shocked, they were not as shocked as before. Maybe he was mentally prepared before, knowing that Shining Huan must be extraordinary. Shin Jisung even felt that his cousin's level as a beast master was higher than the 5th level. But for some reason, she didn't tell him. He was so curious that he was heart-wrenching. It wasn't until the live broadcast of the election campaign started later, and he saw the 12th level beast, that he suddenly realized that it was his cousin, who didn't tell them so as not to scare them. My cousin is so kind. Shin Qifei looked in the direction of Shining Huan, with jealousy on her face. Compared with others, her focus was on Long Xinglo. This is the second prince of the empire. He is handsome and powerful. Women with that handsome face are jealous. Why does Shining Huan have to catch up with all the good things? Compared to the second prince, the sweetheart she met in the academy is inferior. More than a little bit. He is not as good looking as His Highness the Second Prince. And he is not as tall as His Highness the Second Prince. Compared with His Highness the Second Prince in terms of strength and family background. That is the difference between an ugly duckling and a white swan. Suddenly, her love for her sweetheart dropped. And she suddenly didn't like him very much anymore. Shining Huan, who didn't know that she had messed up Shin Qifei's first love, finished eating the barbecue and pulled Long Xinglo along with her, walking towards the spirit beast competition arena surrounded by her tribe. After eating and drinking, don't you have to stretch your muscles and communicate with the tribesmen? As a result, the younger generation of the Shin family once again saw themselves under the control of the big devil. being pushed to the ground and rubbed hard. The last fight between Shin Huan and Shin Ji-sung before leaving Shao Luoxing ended with Shin Huan voluntarily admitting defeat. But this time, Shin Ji-sung was defeated by Shin Huan in only 15 minutes. This also made the people of the Shin family really clear as for Shin Huan's progress in the past few months. If Shin Ji-sung's progress is the speed of riding a bicycle, then Shin Huan's progress is the speed of riding a Hot Wheels car. Shin Jingshan sat in the audience and watched. His eyes full of vicissitudes of life were full of relief. And his eyes looked at him with a trance, as if he was seeing that amazing and talented son through Shin Huan.
Brother,
the third elder said with a warm voice, with a smile on his lips.
Girl Huan has made great progress and is now able to stand alone. It's time to tell her about that. What do you think?
Shin Jingshan came back to his senses. His face became solemn in the dark night, and a low and hoarse voice sounded.
Yes, it's time to tell her that my good granddaughter is growing up faster than I thought.
Chapter 305 Biological Father Feng sang.
Grandpa, why did you bring me here?
In the dark night, Shin Huan walked with her grandfather in the misty forest. The dead branches and fallen leaves squeaked under the feet, and the loud roars of animals echoed around her. However, there was no fear on her face. Instead, the clouds were calm and the wind was light, and her eyes were full of thinking thoughtfully. It wasn't until she saw her grandfather breaking through a very powerful concealment formation that she felt a sense of finality that was finally coming. After the concealment formation was broken, the 1,000-foot mountain peak in the center of the misty forest appeared in front of them. But the place they wanted to go was not the top of the mountain, but the underground. Shin Huan followed her grandfather and watched him break through several formations and go around an underground maze before finally arriving in front of a stone door. The defense is really tight, and ordinary people can't find it here. As the machine formations came into view one by one, the casual look on Shin Huan's face gradually became serious. The stone door of the cave was pushed open, and a hot breath immediately hit her face. Even though she was a spiritual cultivator and her body had been tempered, she still broke out in thin drops of sweat in an instant, and her clothes were soaked. A little?
Come in.
After Shin Jingshan took a deep breath, he said with a heavy tone, and then walked in without looking back. Shin Huan pursed her lips and followed silently. The huge and fiery scene in the cave was also displayed in front of her eyes. The stones in the cave are all red, with white smoke rising. You can faintly see a few red fire crystals hidden in the walls. They are of high quality. With her eyesight, she can tell at a glance that the entire cave is full of fire crystals. Complicated formation patterns are drawn, one circle within another, one circle after another, extremely complicated and profound. The fire crystals were probably also stimulated from these spiritual pattern arrays. And in the center of the cave is a concave abyss, like the depths of a volcano, filled with red gold ooze. The sky is filled with red light, and it is scorching hot. Shin Huan followed her grandfather to the edge of the abyss, lowered her eyes, and immediately saw the ice blue crystal coffin suspended in the center of the red gold slurry. The slurry below formed several thin streams and poured into the ice coffin. But the ice coffin was not affected by it. The influence is still cold and indestructible. Shin Huan took a step closer and saw clearly the person lying in the ice coffin. A man with picturesque features and a lotus face. He was wearing a white flowing robe and had long black hair that looked like an immortal. But at this time, his eyes were tightly closed. His face was pale, and he could hardly see the rise and fall of his breathing. If you didn't observe carefully, you might think he was a dead person.
This is your biological father, Feng sang.
In the scorching hot cave, Shin Jingshan's voice sounded with deep pain. Shin Huan's black eyes flashed slightly. As expected, Shin Jingshan looked at this smart granddaughter with his eyes.
Have you guessed it?
Shin Huan pursed her lips and nodded.
I had doubts before, but now I am sure. Grandpa brought me here today to tell me the truth.
An expression of relief appeared on Shin Jingshan's face.
Yes, I'm going to tell you the truth. Those people can't wait any longer. Even if you are defeated and die by then, you still have to be a wise man.
Shin Huan. The solemn atmosphere disappeared in an instant.
Grandpa, please hurry up and say it. It's getting late. Don't delay going to bed. Especially for you.
You have to accept your old age. So it's better to go to bed early.
Shin Jingshan.
Your mouth is still so bad.
After laughing and scolding, his tone became much lighter. And then he reorganized his words and said,
Lying in the ice coffin below is your biological father Feng sang. He is my 8th son and also mine. The youngest but most talented child. You must have heard some rumors about him in the clan.
Yes, I've heard of it. Shin Huan nodded, and then asked suspiciously, but shouldn't his name be Shin Sang?
Why Feng Sang?
Because our family's original surname is Feng, and we are descendants of the Phoenix clan. Shin Jingshan put his hands behind his waist, raised his chin slightly, and had a proud look on his face. This news caught Shin Huan off guard, and the surprised expression on her face was not disguised. She thought the Shin family was related to Bai Zhe, but who knew that a
Phoenix clan
would pop up?
Then since we have a contract with the Phoenix, why did our family fall into decline and become a small family? Even if it is not as good as the Dragonborn clan that is as famous as the Phoenix, it is still far behind. The threshold for entering the Star Realm is not enough. Not to mention, even in the lower star territory, you are only in the middle and lower reaches?
Shin Jingshan silently covered his chest. This granddaughter knew how to prick the heart. She really pricked wherever it hurt. He said angrily,
your grandfather and I also want to take root in the upper star territory, and also want to become a family with ancient inheritance and show off our power. But this is not allowed by the conditions. Although our ancestors have a contract with the Phoenix. Ancient beasts like the Phoenix, unlike other spiritual beasts. There is only one in the world. Because the Phoenix is a Phoenix, and does not need to reproduce. It can be reborn in Nirvana an unlimited number of times. Each time it reborn, it will carry its inherited memory. The more Nirvana it achieves, the stronger it will be. As long as the Phoenix exists and under its protection, our family can sit back and relax and be proud of all other families. But too much strength will always arouse fear and covetation. Hundreds of years ago, our Phoenix clan was jointly besieged by other families who had contracted with divine beasts. They jointly killed the ancestor of our clan who had contracted with Phoenix, and seriously injured Phoenix. Seal. The despicable Angel Bird clan covets the Phoenix's ability to achieve Nirvana and uses the Phoenix for research. But this also gives the Phoenix the opportunity to die and achieve Nirvana. But maybe the Phoenix's blood was drawn by the Angel Bird clan for various experiments. And the loss was serious. And Nirvana has not appeared for a long time. The ancestors of our clan sought help from the Bai Zhe clan at that time. Bai Zhe predicted that the Phoenix's Nirvana would be delayed for 100 years. And the Feng family's fortunes would decline. Only in seclusion can we retain our lineage. When the next contract owner of the Phoenix appears, the Feng family will only then can he be reborn and regain his former glory. Therefore, our ancestors immediately changed their names and surnames, and withdrew from the Upper Star territory. Only then did they get rid of the pursuit of the big families in the Upper Star territory, and left behind some spark inheritance. But without the protection of the Phoenix, our family has gradually become ordinary. The number of talented children in the family has gradually decreased. Without outstanding heirs to pass on, the family will naturally gradually decline. Those families in the Upper Star territory may have found our family's whereabouts later. But our family is in decline. And the children in the family are becoming more and more useless. There is no one who can fight. So our family can continue to this day.
Shin Huan understood. It was because the Shin family was weak that they could survive until now. If they were strong and got ahead, they might be strangled to death in the cradle. Her biological father was a gifted man with amazing talent and beauty. Perhaps it was because he was in the spotlight that he was lying in this ice coffin. Chapter 306 Wudong. The retainer of the Phoenix clan. Before Shin Huan could ask, Shin Jingshan changed his tone and continued.
It wasn't until your father was born that we saw a turnaround. Your father has been extremely talented since he was born. His innate physical strength is SSS level. And his innate mental strength is SSS level. The innate spiritual qualification is SSS level. After later training and training, the talent potential has jumped up. After turning 18, he has awakened to the SSS level beast control space.
Shin Huan looked surprised.
SSS level beast control space?
Shin Jingshan glanced at her and nodded solemnly.
Yes, it is SSS level. At that time, we had already had a hunch that your father might be the next Phoenix contract master as predicted by Bai Zhe. So we started the awakening ceremony for him alone. It is an SSS level beast controlling space. But for the sake of his safety, it is only declared to be SSS level. Although the SSS class is among the top few in the lower star territory, it is not uncommon among some large inherited families in the upper star territory.
Shin Huan agrees with this. There are many people in Zixia Academy who have awakened to the SSS level beast controlling space. Then she looked at her grandfather and asked curiously,
did father make a contract with Phoenix?
Shin Jingshan showed a proud look on his face, raised his chin and said,
"Of course it's a contract. After your father awakened to the SSS-level beast-controlling space, he saw the Nirvana Phoenix egg in the space. No wonder our ancestors were in Phoenix in the first place. It was nowhere to be found after death. And I didn't expect it to appear directly in the beast-controlling space of the contractor it was interested in."
Shin Huan raised her eyebrows. Bai Zhe also appeared directly in her beast control space. Then her eyes darkened.
Then what happened next? Was it because the big families who persecuted our ancestors discovered the existence of Phoenix that they attacked my father? Did they cause him to lie in an ice coffin?
Shin Jingshan scratched his head and said with an awkward expression,
"Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't."
Shin Huan frowned. "What do you mean?" Shin Jingshan sighed, looked at her strangely and said,
"It might be your mother's fault.
Both parents of this child were cared about by the big families in the Upper Star Territory. So it was no wonder that it was not easy for him to be born." Shin Huan's scalp tingled at the look in his eyes, and she tugged at the corner of her mouth.
"Grandpa, you have something to say. This look is so scary."
Shin Jingshan rolled his eyes. Shin Huan ignored it, returned to the topic, and guessed with a dull look.
"My mother is from the Baize clan. The Baize statue you gave me before is my mother's. Right?"
Shin Jingshan nodded appreciatively.
"Your guess is correct. Your mother is indeed from the Baize clan. And she is also a saint of the Baize clan. The Baize clan is also called a clan. And women are in charge. Every saint is also the clan leader, and controls the highest power of the Baize clan. When your father was admitted to Hongming College as a dark horse, your mother also became a student of Hongming College in that class. The two of them formed a bond during the admissions exam. But I don't know much about your mother's condition. And I've never met anyone. These were all told by the person who later sent you and your severely injured and dying father back."
Shin Huan frowned and asked warily,
"Who is that person?"
Shin Jingshan.
"He is a retainer of our Phoenix clan, named Wutong. He was found by your father when he went to the Star Territory. When he entrusted you and your father to me, he briefly told me about your father and his family. What's going on with your mother in the Upper Star Territory? Your mother's Baize clan is also in decline. Baize knows all things, knows how to best cultivate spiritual beasts to use their abilities, and can also predict. He is also a feared existence. So some families in the Upper Star Territory also said the Zhe clan is suppressing it, which can be dealt with. But the most fatal problem of the Bai Zhe clan is the difficulty in reproduction. Perhaps because the prophecy touches the destiny. There are fewer and fewer Bai Zhe. By your mother's generation, Bai Zhe there isn't even a Bai Zhe in the clan. In order to revitalize the Baize clan, your mother immediately took the Baize clan to participate in the competition for the Origin Star after giving birth to you. The Origin Star was also called the Origin Star of all things, which is the origin of all planets in the Interstellar, and the source of spiritual energy. Some ancient mythical beasts that have disappeared may be born here. This is what your mother had in mind. But what she didn't expect was that there was a traitor in the Bai Zhe clan. After she left, he immediately rebelled and controlled other clan members. He also wanted to kill you, the heir to the saint. Thanks to your father's timely discovery, he saved you. After your father protected you and escaped from the Baize clan, the traitors from the Baize clan started to hunt down your father and daughter. In addition, those who collaborated with the traitors also joined in. In order to survive, your father was involved in a siege. The existence of Phoenix was exposed during the killing, and more people were chasing after you. Your father and Wudong didn't know which family the people who were chasing you were, or if they all had a hand in it. The only enemies that are certain are the Bai Zhe clan and the Angel Bird clan. If you go to the Upper Star Territory in the future, you must be careful of these two clans."
"Yes." Shin Huan nodded solemnly, then rubbed her temples with a headache.
"What about my mother? Is there any news?"
Shin Jingshan.
"According to Wudong, she didn't come out of the Origin Star. She was also surrounded and killed by others in the Origin Star. It was probably a disaster. But I met Wudong, and he later returned to the star. At the end of the domain, in order to prevent others from finding me in the Star Territory, I cut off contact with me for safety. Maybe there will be news about your mother later."
Shin Huan was not so optimistic. There was a siege in the Origin Star, and even if he escaped, there would still be traitors in the clan. It was true that there were many dangers.
"So how is my father's condition? He should still be alive now."
Shin Jingshan nodded, his face a little gloomy.
"Of course. But his current situation is not very good. He was seriously injured and dying when he was sent by Wudong. I used the secret method of the Phoenix clan to intercept most of Xiao Luoxing's spiritual power. The only way to preserve a glimmer of hope is to provide support. If a cure is not found before Xiao Luoxing's spiritual energy is exhausted, your father may not survive.
Shin Huan's eyes narrowed.
Can't we move somewhere? To another planet?
Shin Jingshan shook his head.
No. Your father is already tied to Little Luoxing. Unless he recovers from his injuries, and can be untied from Little Luoxing, he will have to live and die with Little Luoxing.
Shin Huan looked heavy. According to the world line in which Shin Chiyue was the heroine, Xiao Luoxing would self-destruct and annihilate in 3 years. The time was incredibly fast. It turned out to be because her grandfather had done this. Chapter 307 Anyone who makes him a bachelor should die. After returning from the misty forest, Shin Huan lay on the bed tossing and turning. Her mind filled with a conversation with her grandfather in the magma cave. Her heart felt like a huge boulder, heavy and unable to vent. No wonder Grandpa refused to reveal it before. It turned out that there was such a big crisis lurking behind her life experience. Even if she had a strong heart, she couldn't help but feel panicked. The whereabouts of the biological mother are unknown, and her life and death are uncertain. The biological father is seriously injured and comatose, and his life is in danger. Grandpa had to secretly work with his uncle to secretly stuff her into the delivery room of the newly born twins, claim that she was a triplet, and give her an official identity. But the paper was eventually sealed. Unable to hold back her anger, her identity seems to have been discovered now, and the devil who caused her parents to suffer such a misfortune has revealed its claws and reached out to her. However, although these 2 attacks against her were strong, they could still be dealt with. Shouldn't the methods of the big families in the Upper Star territory be so weak? Could it be that they have some concerns or fears and are afraid to make a big fuss? Or maybe it was just one of the smaller and less powerful families that discovered the existence of her and the Shin family, and did not tell the other big families at the time, wanting to attack them first and get the statue of Bai Zhe. Shin Huan narrowed her eyes, feeling that this guess was not impossible. After all, according to her grandfather, her biological father changed his surname in order to hide the existence of the Shin family. Except for the Shin family, no one knew about this amazing person. The beautiful Feng Sang is Shin Sang of the Shin family. If Wudong, the retainer of the Phoenix clan, cleans up everything, it will not be easy even for the big families in the Upper Star territory to find their Shin family. But these are just guesses. Grandpa still knows too little information for her to make a correct judgment. In addition to the black minions who wanted to attack her and Grandpa, who did the group of people who suddenly appeared to save Grandpa come from? With doubts and pressure, Shin Huan frowned and fell into the most uneasy sleep since coming to the Interstellar, so that her face turned pale and ugly. Didn't you sleep well?
Long Xinglo could see her ugly face and low pressure that were different from usual at a glance. He frowned and hurriedly came over to express concern. Shin Huan raised her eyes and glanced at him, with a deep look in her eyes. She subconsciously wondered if the Dragonborn clan had ever participated in the pursuit of her and her father. The mind-reading skill that had not shown its presence for a long time suddenly appeared again. And then Long Xinglo heard this voice. He was stunned for a moment. Then his mind changed. His thinking was quick, and he quickly understood what she was thinking. After having a barbecue last night, he specially investigated Shin Sang of the Shin family. Shin Sang was very low-key in the Lower Star territory and had very little information. However, after knowing that he had also been admitted to Hongming College and appeared as a dark horse, he deduced that it was easy to know at once that Shin Sang was the famous Master Feng Sang in the Upper Star territory. It's just that young Master Feng Sang was later hunted down for unknown reasons, and his whereabouts were unknown together with his newborn child. That child must have been Shin Huan. If those who were chasing her had succeeded, wouldn't he not be able to see Huan Huan now? When he thought of this possibility, Long Xinglo couldn't help but get excited. There was a fierce light in his deep black eyes, and he bit his back molars fiercely. Damn it. Those who were chasing Huan Huan almost made him a bachelor. Everyone deserves to die. Shin Huan immediately noticed the change in his mood and the fierceness in his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she calmly lowered her eyes and said,
I didn't sleep well. Maybe I was too happy to go home.
Long Xinglo glanced at her, but did not expose the truth in her words. Then he handed over the boiled corn in his hand and said,
Eat this first to fill your stomach. Aunt Zhao is already cooking.
After Shin Huan took it, she took a bite thoughtfully and walked out absent-mindedly. Long Xinglo, who was ignored, felt disappointed and distressed, and finally put all his anger on the pursuers. He lowered his head and crackled a message to his family. He wanted to investigate the matter of young Master Feng Sang being hunted down and help his wife take revenge. Long Qingtian, who was traveling abroad and hugging his wife sweetly. What a bastard son. He only knows how to disturb his father from holding his wife.
What's wrong? He looks like he's gnashing his teeth and wanting to eat someone.
Mei Quan's gentle and majestic face came over to take a look at his optical brain with curiosity, and then saw the message sent by his youngest son. She was stunned for a moment.
Why did Lure suddenly want to investigate the person who was chasing young Master Feng Sang?
Long Qingtian snorted with a stinking face.
Who knew this kid would come up with it all the time? He wants to ask me to do things for him for free. It's impossible. If we don't investigate, let him go back to the Star Territory to investigate on his own. Those old men in Shangxingyu are eagerly waiting for him to pass.
The corner of Mei Quan's lips curled up, and she said with a helpless smile,
Is it because I don't want to help my son for free, or is it because I feel uncomfortable when I hear the name Feng Sang? It's been so many years, and I'm still thinking about that matter. I told you that I told Feng Sang back then. It's just a girl crush, and I just like his looks. It's time for your 20-year-old jealousy to evaporate.
Long Qingtian snorted and muttered.
Old vinegar will become sour as it brews. How could it evaporate completely? If I hadn't stalked you back then, you would have caught up with me. What's so good about that pretty boy?
I just have a pretty face. I'm not bad either. Take a closer look.
As he said this, he shamelessly put his face, which he had secretly taken care of every night, up to hers, and secretly kissed her. Mei Quan was so amused that she burst into laughter.
Okay. Don't be a rogue. If I really liked Feng Sang back then, what would have happened to you? It's useless even if you stop me. Wait. When you go back, help your son. Lure has only asked for it a few times when he's so old. As a father, you have to help him. Besides, it's a pity that such an amazing and talented person like Feng Sang is missing. Yes, I also want to know who was chasing him in the first place.
Long Qingtian reluctantly compromised.
Okay, for my wife's sake. It's time to eat. It's time for the beautiful fifth sister to eat.
Shen Jidong rushed over like a calf and bumped into the absent-minded Shining Huan's leg, making her stagger. Long Xinglo, who had just finished sending the message behind him, felt panicked when he saw this. He quickly strode over and hugged her waist. With his other hand, he took the little fat man by the back collar and slid her aside with a cold face. He taught with a serious face.
Open your eyes and look at the road. You are so fat and your fifth sister is so thin and delicate. Don't crash her.
Chapter 308. Are you dating that guy from the Long family? Not far away, Shen Jifan and the others were still suffering from back pain after being pushed to the ground by Shining Huan last night. Is Shining Huan delicate? They would still believe it before. But now? They don't dare to look directly at the word
delicate.
The fat man Shen Jidong was also aggrieved and looked at Long Xinglo helplessly.
Fifth brother-in-law. The beautiful fifth sister is not weak at all. Grandpa said that the fifth sister can hit 500 of me with one punch. She is very strong.
Shining Huan withdrew from Long Xinglo's arms. Hearing this, she turned to look at him with cold black eyes.
Fifth brother-in-law?
Long Xinglo's handsome face was hot, and his heart was a little turbulent. He had an expression on his face that this little fat guy was really wise. But when he met Shining Huan's questioning eyes, he immediately straightened his face and explained with integrity.
I didn't teach him of.
Shen Jidong turned his little head and looked left and right, scratching his head and feeling a little disappointed.
Isn't it the fifth brother-in-law? You are so good-looking. As good-looking as the beautiful fifth sister. The little nephew you gave birth to will definitely be good-looking too. Why don't you think about it again? Consider.
Good guy. This little fat guy picked his brother-in-law based on his reputation. And now he's even getting married. The corners of Shining Huan's mouth twitched. Long Xinglo's eyes were bright, and his eyes softened a lot when he looked at the little fat man. He said solemnly, I don't have to think about it. The most important thing is to look at your fifth sister. I respect her thoughts. Hey, that brat dares to molest Xiao Wu's niece. I won't take care of him properly. Shen Xiao frowned coldly, rolled up his sleeves and planned to rush up and beat him. Shen Wang, who was next to him, stopped him and said with a playful smile,
Brother Six, don't be anxious. Niece Xiao Wu didn't say anything herself. I think this second prince is quite good, and this marriage is a good one. Lao Lu.
Shen Jingshan also frowned and shouted. Shen Xiaofai reluctantly put down his hand. turned his head, his eyebrows on his handsome face furrowed into caterpillars, and looked at his biological father in confusion.
Do you agree with what Lao Chi said?
Shin Jingshan said dryly with a straight face and a cold voice.
That boy is pretty good. Now he is a good choice for my good granddaughter.
As he spoke, he walked over. Shin Xiao looked at his own father's back and scratched his head. He clearly felt that his father was not in a good mood. Right,
Grandpa.
Shining Huan looked at her grandfather, who was walking over, and said low slowly. When Long Xinglo saw it, he immediately straightened his back, clenched his fists, and saw that the old man's palms were sweating nervously. But his face remained steady, and he said calmly and solemnly,
Good morning, old man.
Yes. Shin Jingshan remazed, nodded coldly to him, and then said,
Welcome the second prince to come to Shao Luoxing. Long Xinglo quickly lowered his attitude.
Old man, just call me Xiaolu. I am now Huan's friend and your junior, not some second prince.
Shin Jingshan was still satisfied with his attitude.
Okay, let me call you Xiaolu. From now on, I will ask you to take care of my granddaughter.
Long Xinglo's eyes lit up. He nodded immediately, and solemnly promised,
Don't worry. I will protect Huan Zhou Quan with all my strength.
Shin Jingshan looked at him deeply. Did this kid know something? But this guarantee was exactly what he wanted. Hearing Long Xinglo's serious words, Shin Huan felt hot in her heart, and she woke up from the state of doubting everyone just now. Regardless of whether the Dragonborn clan had participated in the original pursuit, Long Xinglo had never done anything to feel sorry for her. On the contrary, he protected her at all times. She could never forget the times he had been injured in order to save her on Edge Star. After driving his two sons and little Fatty's grandson away from Longxing Tower, Shin Jingshan pulled Shin Huan behind and whispered,
My good granddaughter, you should make love with that boy from the Long family. Cough.
Shin Huan choked and coughed hard. She turned to look at her grandfather with a shocked face.
Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?
Shin Jingshan snorted.
It's not that your current situation is not good. I've thought about it and discussed it with your uncle. It's best to find you a supporter first. This boy from the Long family likes you. The love in his eyes, my emotions almost overflowed. And even an old man like me got goosebumps when I saw it. No, I already have a ready-made backer. The boy from the Long family is from the Dragonborn clan. Their clan is also very powerful and has a high status in the Upper Star territory. If you stand alone, you can crush any big family. With the protection of their clan, those people will be more afraid of you. Moreover, the spirit beast of the boy from Longxing Tower is a 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon is a symbol of the rights of the Dragonborn clan. He is likely to be the next leader of the Dragonborn clan. Even if not, his status in the Dragonborn clan will be very high. If you really fall in love with someone else, the Dragonborn clan will definitely value you. According to their clan's tradition, once you become the partner of that boy from Longxing Tower, that boy will fight to the death to protect you. If you die, he may also die for love. So even for that kid's sake, the entire Dragonborn clan has to protect you like an eyeball.
Although he was dissatisfied that the brat could so easily pick the beautiful flower of his beloved granddaughter, he could only endure it in these extraordinary times. Shin Huan frowned.
Isn't this using him?
She pursed her pink lips. Her eyes shone with tiny light, and there were complicated emotions in her eyes. If she really had no feelings for Long Xinglo, she could just take advantage of him. But now, she was hesitant. Is it really okay to drag him into the water with her? I probably also like Longxing Tower. The long black eyelashes drooped down, hiding the thoughts that were about to burst out of the eyes. No. She had to think again. After confirming that her grandfather had fully recovered, Shin Huan did not stay on Little Luo's star for long and was ready to return to the main star on the third day. Shin Jiao, Shin Jisong and other students who had returned from leave were also there. Early on the third day, a group of people rushed to the starport. Shin Jingshan, Xiao Xuanmei, and the second sister Shin Qiang, who planned to stay on Xiaoxing for a few more days, all came to see her off. Shin Jingshan smiled happily and said,
Xiaolu, next time I will come with Huan to play on Xiaoxing.
Long Xinglo nodded obediently.
Okay.
Zhao Meishuan also looked at Long Xinglu with a mother-in-law look. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. She said in an enthusiastic voice,
Xiaolu, Auntie will steam corn for you next time. You must come next time.
Long Xinglo raised his lips in a graceful manner.
I will definitely come.
Shinjile, the chubby little boy, is the stickiest one, nestling in Long Xingluo's arms. The chubby face is full of reluctance.
Fifth brother-in-law. Will you be my real fifth brother-in-law next time we meet?
Long Xingluo said with a smile.
I'll try my best.
The little fat man also smiled. And then he laid down in his ear and whispered a lot of whispers. And then he was reluctantly hugged back by his mother. Shining Huan looked at Longxing Tower with strange eyes. When did this man become so close to her family? Even Grandpa seems to be smiling from the bottom of his heart. After boarding the starship, Long Xingluo silently wiped his sweat and raised a smile. He spent a lot of money to buy
36 strategies to please the sweetheart's family.
And
he points for an ugly son-in-law to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
From his biological father. The effect is good. Chapter 309. The person who sold her is going to get rich. The starship set sail. As soon as Shining Huan sat down, she received a video message from her cheap brother Shin Wu. When she picked up the message, Shin Wu across from him was panting and sweating profusely. The background behind him was the Little Star Airport.
Sister, you have already left. I'm sorry that my parents and I didn't catch up to see you off.
He still looked like a young boy with an annoyed look on his face. His eyebrows drooped, and he looked very depressed. Shin comforted him with a smile.
What does it matter? You have left Edge Star now. It is not as inconvenient to contact you as before. If you have anything to do, just send me a video. It doesn't matter whether you send it or not.
Then she changed the subject with a smile.
What are you and your parents busy with these days? I can't even find you anywhere.
Speaking of this, Shin Wu immediately grinned and smiled happily.
We are busy with the prescription. The second elder is a good man. He said he would take us to do business together. My parents and I have been integrating these 2 days. The prescriptions left by our ancestors. I have prepared several of them recently and plan to test them first, and then put them on the market after the tests are effective.
Shining Huan was stunned when she heard this. No wonder she always felt that her second grandfather had been sneaky these past 2 days. As soon as he saw her, he immediately showed a guilty conscience and wanted to say something. He was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. And then she ran away. It turned out that she was worried about her adoptive parents' recipe, and they had already negotiated a cooperation behind her back. But this is a good way to help the adoptive parents gain a foothold on little Rose. Otherwise, even with her guarantee and money, the adoptive parents may not be able to live in a safe place based on their temperament. It would be great if they could support themselves. I hope those prescriptions are really useful and can be sold at a good price. She smiled and encouraged a few words, and then chatted with the adoptive parents, who hurried over and were sweating profusely, and persuaded them to combine work and rest, and not be too anxious to make money. The adoptive parents nodded repeatedly, but whether they would listen to the advice was another matter. Shining Huan saw that their eyes were green and black, but their spirits were better than on the Edge Star. She didn't say anything more. She only told her adoptive parents to cultivate their spirits as soon as possible. Not to mention that they would go out to fight monsters and enemies in the future. But they could also strengthen their bodies, keep fit, and increase lifespan. She also said her improved spiritual cultivation methods for their reference. By the time we finished talking, more than half an hour had passed. Long Xingluo sat silently next to him without saying a word, with a look of annoyance on Jun's face. 3 days was simply not enough. Huan's adoptive parents were very busy. He approached and was taken away by Huan without saying a few words. The second grandfather was taken away, even though he had learned all the 36 strategies to please his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He still couldn't use them. If Shining Huan felt something, she turned to look at him after hanging up the call. She felt a little suspicious. Why did she suddenly frown? Was she encountering something difficult? But before she could speak, Shinjile and Shinjifan came over in groups. Shinjile sat across from her and asked with a smile on his face.
Sister Huan, do you know where Sister Yu went to make a fortune? We haven't contacted her for a long time. She asked Brother Fan and I to pay attention to Wanglianfo water. I have heard a lot of news recently. The price of Wanglianfo water has skyrocketed on the market, and is now almost reaching 80 million Shaolin coins.
Shining Huan looked at him with a strange expression. You don't know?
Shinjile looked confused.
What should I know?
Shining Huan.
It's about Shinchiyue. She didn't get rich somewhere. She is going to be sold. And the person who sold her is going to get rich.
What? Shinjile, Shinjifan, who had just sat down, and Shinchifei, who followed, all opened their eyes in shock. Huan looked at their shocked expressions and confirmed that they really didn't know. Then she asked with some confusion.
Didn't you suspect it before she didn't show up? It seems that Grandpa and Mom are also on little Luoshing.
I didn't ask her.
Shinchiyue felt so pitiful when she thought about being forgotten. Shinjal scratched his head in embarrassment.
It's my fault. I said Sister Yu was looking for ways to make a fortune. So they didn't ask any more questions. Sister Huan, do you know where Sister Yu was sold to? Are we going to rescue people now?
Huan waved her hand.
I won't go. I can't go. She must have been sold to the Star Territory. We can't intervene. The Jean family was also kidnapped and sold with her. I asked the Jean family to help save her by the way. Come out. Whether she can be rescued depends on her own luck.
However, she still believed in Shinchiyue's luck. After all, she was the heroine. Although she would encounter some trouble every time, she would eventually overcome the danger. So she was not too worried this time. But Shinjile and others didn't know that. After hearing the news, all of them looked a little heavy. Even Shinchifei, who usually had the least dealings with Shinchiyue, was in a low mood, and couldn't help showing a look of worry on her face. The Upper Star Territory is indeed a place where they cannot get involved. People like them may not even be able to go to the Upper Star Territory in their lifetime. It is simply a fantasy to go up there to save people. In this case, they are really helpless and have to wait for news. It was like this in a dull atmosphere. After returning to the main star, they went their separate ways and went back to their respective academies. Huan quietly summoned the giant desert eagle and flew her. Long Xingluo, Mishi, Shinjile, Shinjifan and Shinjisong back to Zishu Academy. There were no unexpected attacks along the way, and they arrived at Zishu smoothly. The purple bamboo forest outside the college. However, there was a group of people surrounding the entrance to the teleportation array in the purple bamboo forest, blocking the way. Huan and the others from Longxing Tower looked at each other and moved over to watch the excitement. I saw 3 people standing in the center of the crowd. One was a heroic-looking woman wearing a bright and flamboyant red dress. At this moment, she was frowning, and her sharp eyes were full of impatience. Opposite her stood a middle-aged couple. They were dressed very elegantly, but their words were not very pleasant.
Jean Xiaoyu, why are you so heartless? Your sister has been sold, and you still come here to go to school with peace of mind. Come back with me and beg your grandfather to rescue Xinjin. Yes, Xiaoyu, your grandfather loves you the most. As long as you open your mouth, your grandfather will definitely pay more attention to you.
The 2 of them almost wanted to drag the heroic woman away like a moral kidnapping. The woman, who they called Jean Qiu, shook off their hands and looked at the 2 of them with a cold expression. Her tone was almost cold and sharp.
I'll say it again. Jean Jinjin is not my sister. I have no blood relationship with her. Nor do I.
You need to take any responsibility for her. I don't have any objection if you want to keep her or pamper her. But don't bother me.
Chapter 310 Pearls don't have to be fish eyes. As soon as he said these words, the well-maintained middle-aged beautiful woman opposite immediately went crazy and her voice sounded sharply.
Jean Xiaoyu, it doesn't matter. You are my daughter. And Jinjin is also my daughter. Why doesn't it matter? You can't awaken to the beast-controlling space. But Jinjin has. Our family has been supported by Jinjin all these years, giving us a good face. We can have a place in the Jean family. Why don't you know how to be grateful?
The middle-aged man also looked at her with a sad expression, as if he were looking at a sinner. Your mother is right. You who don't have the space to control beasts can only become a victim of the family in the end. We have to support Jinjin well, and let Jinjin support you so that you can get better in the future. But why are you so ignorant? Even this small favor doesn't help. If you complain that we usually treat Jinjin better than you, then we will change it in the future. It's more important to save Jinjin now. So just go back with us and beg your grandfather.
This one mouthful for your own good is simply suffocating. Huan, the bystander, frowned after hearing this. Not to mention the cold-faced and impatient client. Jean Xiaoyu sneered.
How can I, a top 10 fourth grader in Zishu College, support her, a 30-something third grader?
The middle-aged couple suddenly choked.
TSK. These parents are really blind and blind. Pearls don't have to have fish eyes.
Bao Yanbo mingled in the crowd and shook his head while muttering sighs.
Second senior brother.
Huan squeezed over and asked curiously.
What on earth is going on?
Bao Yanbo turned around and saw her, and his eyes immediately lit up.
Little junior sister. You are back. Why don't you stay at home for a few more days?
Xininghuan raised her eyebrows.
Second senior brother knows that I'm home?
Bao Yanhua had a smile on his fat face.
I know. I asked your two classmates whose names are Dachuan and Xiaochun. I met them on the street 2 days ago and asked them. I also know that you are on the Edge planet. What a great achievement. Little junior sister. You are so awesome. You really make our master and fellow seniors proud.
He was so excited that he wanted to pat her shoulder and get closer to ask her about the 12th level ancient beast. But before his hand could touch her, he was stopped by a big hand with distinct joints. Turning around, he saw a pair of dark eyes on a handsome face looking coldly at his hands, as if he was considering how to chop off the pig's trotters. Bao Yanhua was so excited that he quickly took back his pig's trotters. Ah, bah, and smiled at him. I sighed in my heart. I didn't expect that the little junior sister would really become a pair with His Highness the Second Prince, the elusive flower of the mountain. After those cold eyes came over him, his scalp was numb, and he quickly changed the subject.
Young junior sister wants to know what happened to senior sister.
Xininghuan was stunned.
Jin Xiaoyu is the senior sister?
Bao Yanhua nodded appreciatively.
Yes. Jin Xiaoyu is our eldest sister. Our eldest sister's life experience is actually somewhat similar to yours. Little junior sister. You are both misguided daughters. However, eldest sister and Jin Jinjin were kidnapped when they were 8 years old. I found out that the parents of the Jin family were reluctant to let go of Jin Jinjin's fake daughter, because Jin Jinjin's measured talent potential was very good, but the senior sister was very poor. In addition, Jin Jinjin's parents were gone, and all these factors combined led them to keep Jin Jinjin in the Jin family. At that time, these parents were not so partial. On the surface, our senior sister also had Jin Jinjin, but Jin Jinjin could cry, and the children who cried would get candy, while our senior sister was taciturn and unlovable. This pair the parents' hearts gradually turned towards Jin Jinjin. Later, when they were 18 years old, they participated in the awakening ceremony. Jin Jinjin awakened to the S-level beast controlling space, but the elder sister did not. This also made the balance in the hearts of the parents completely tilt towards Jin Jinjin, who loved Jin Jinjin. He was so indulgent that he met almost all the requirements, and even helped Jin Jinjin mess up the engagement between the senior sister and her fiancé, and helped Jin Jinjin steal the senior sister's fiancé.
Xininghuan pursed her lips. The person Jin Jinjin liked was Jiang Xiurong, the second sister's fiancé. Hey, she didn't expect that the relationship would turn around. The second sister's fiancé's ex-fiancé was also with her, and she was also her senior sister. This circle is amazing. So small. Then she looked at Bao Yanhua's confident fat face with some curiosity.
How did the second senior brother know so clearly? It's like a roundworm in the belly of those parents.
Even when their mentality changed, they all said it in a concrete way. Bao Yanhua was disgusted by the word roundworm and snorted.
They made it too obvious. I just guessed it. As for why it was so clear, it's because I am a distant relative of Jin Jinjin's biological parents.
Relatives? I'm Jin Jinjin's distant cousin,
he said with a serious look on his face.
When Jin Jinjin's biological parents died, the truth about the real and fake daughter had not yet been exposed. My parents took the senior sister to live with me for a while. Later, after the news about the real and fake daughter came out, my parents still wanted to. Jin Jinjin took me back. Fortunately, the Jin family's parents were so stupid that they kept me here. Otherwise, I might have been the one who suffered.
Xininghuan glanced at him speechlessly. The fat man, the second senior brother, had no heart. The senior sister was so miserable and was still gloating about her misfortune, thinking that she would die in poverty but not in death.
Go on. Oh! After the 18-year-old awakening ceremony, the eccentric parents of the Jin family regarded the eldest sister as a waste and devoted all their resources to Jin Jinjin. Fortunately, the eldest sister was still protected by her grandfather. In addition, she refused to accept her fate, studied hard and practiced hard, adhering to the spirit of, I have no control over my destiny. She abused scumbags all the way and upgraded her skills. Later, her strength finally caught up with Jin Jinjin, who was spoiled and disgraced, and became the female version of her. Long Aotian counterattacked the script. It's a pity that the parents of the Jin family were blinded by shit. Even though the eldest sister became more powerful and more famous, they still regarded that idiot Jin Jinjin as a treasure. In order to pave the way for Jin Jinjin, they even planned to sell the eldest sister to marry a bad person. And now the eldest sister and the parents of the Jin family have completely broken up. The kind that even the strongest glue on the market can't stick back together.
Xininghuan looked at the cold and proud figure in the crowd with a hint of sympathy in her heart. That I was lucky. Fortunately, my parents, no, I should say uncle and aunt now. Fortunately, they were both bright-eyed. Even if they left Shinchiyue behind, they did not favor her, and did not let Shinchiyue toss her away. Well, maybe it's my face that plays a big role. Grandpa, aunt, and that little fat guy Shinjidong are all good at looking good. Not long after Bao Yanhua finished talking about the elder sister, the parents of the Jin family were beaten away in despair, and the crowd watching the fun slowly dispersed. Bao Yanhua called Xininghuan and walked over. His legs jumped up quickly, and he shouted with joy on his fat face.
Sister, I brought my junior sister to see you. Chapter 3:11 Women will only affect my fighting speed. Jin Xiaoyu turned her head. When she saw Bao Yanhua, her cold and proud goddess face immediately turned into that of a kind and amiable girl next door. She said with surprise in her tone,
Why are you here, little meat bag?
The smile on Bao Yanghua's face immediately froze. His fat face collapsed, and his eyes were sad.
Senior sister, can you please stop calling me by my previous nickname? It will undermine the majesty of my spiritual pattern master.
Jin Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed.
Didn't I just come out of the secret realm? And my mind didn't come back for a while.
Then she looked at Xininghuan, who was following Bao Yanhua, and grinned happily.
This is the junior sister. I just found out that the master has accepted a junior sister. I'm sorry, junior sister. Senior sister just came out of the secret realm and didn't have time to prepare other greeting gifts. Junior sister, take this box of hibiscus fruit. It has great beautifying effects. I just got it from the secret realm. Girls all like to eat it.
Otherwise, the girl is different from those rough guys. Look at the delicate heart of this senior sister. She gave out the greeting gift as soon as she found out that there was a junior sister. Xininghuan suppressed her surprise at senior sister's change of attitude and happily took it.
Thank you, senior sister.
She decided that just for the sake of this meeting gift, she and her senior sister were a pair of close and good senior sisters. Jin Xiaoyu was very happy to see that Xininghuan had accepted her. The junior sister looked more delicate and good-looking than Jin Jinjin's pretentious crybaby. But she had a cheerful temperament, and she liked it. She liked it even more after Xininghuan gave her a homemade 9th-level advanced defensive spirit pattern. So the senior sisters, who gave each other greeting gifts, immediately warmed up and started talking hand in hand. Long Xinglo was envious and jealous when he saw her, and kept looking at Jin Xiaoyu with sour eyes. But Jin Xiaoyu's keen nerves were all attached to her parents and Jin Jinjin's adopted sister. So she didn't notice it at all, and pulled Xininghuan towards Zixia Academy with a smile.
Little junior sister, do you like going to the secret realm? Do you want to go with me in the future? Senior sister? Our master has accepted 3 more apprentices after me, but there is no one who can accompany me to the secret realm.
Jin Xiaoyu complained with a depressed look on his face.
Your second senior brother is a weak fat man. He can draw a spiritual pattern. He can't take a breath every step of the way. And he is timid. The higher the level of the secret realm, he will be intimidated. Your third senior brother is a philanderer. The total number of confidants can cover a large square of our Zishu college. Those women are also very unreasonable. As soon as I get closer to your third senior brother, they treat me as a love rival and always make small moves. It was a stumbling block for me, causing me to have to hide in a secret realm. Junior sister, you must not get close to your third senior brother. That kid is the reincarnation of a bad luck god. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. And you are so beautiful. Even if you don't get close to your third senior brother, you can still attract those women. Jealousy. If you stand next to your third senior brother, those women might be able to figure out the 360 tricks you used to seduce your third senior brother. Also, your third senior brother is not taboo about meat and vegetables, so he might even get eaten. Bien so, you have to be careful about him.
Long Xinglo, who was following the 2 men, secretly pricked up his ears and listened more seriously than the person involved. Xininghuan, with a gloomy face. He was ready to go to Gao Yu to warn him after sending Xininghuan back to the dormitory. But Gao Yu didn't need him to look for it at all. He just brought it to his door.
Senior sister, you don't have to say bad things about me behind my back like this. Unfortunately, I heard that you were in trouble in Zishu Forest, and you rushed over to help. I didn't expect to hear such words. It makes me so sad.
Gao Yu looked over sadly with a pair of passionate peach blossom eyes, and his charming handsome face made a look that held his heart. The woman screamed when she saw him, and wished she could hug him for comfort. It's a pity that one of the two women in front of him was frightened by him. Not only did he not show mercy and comfort, but he was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and kept a safe distance before stopping. The other one was indifferent, his eyes smiling as if he was watching a monkey show. As for Longxing Tower, it has "Love Rival" written on the left eye and
needs to be swept away
on the right eye. It makes people want to be thrown to the horizon. The 3 of them, Shinjile, were more reactionary than the 2 women. Their eyes widened in shock, with an expression of someone who had learned something. Wei Siyuan, who came with Gao Yu next to him, shook his shoulders, shook off the goosebumps all over his body, and said bluntly,
"Third senior brother, please be normal. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat dinner."
The people present couldn't help laughing. Gao Yu himself was not embarrassed at all. He laughed and snorted,
"Fourth junior brother, if you envy me, just tell me. I won't laugh at you. It's not impossible to teach you some secrets to please girls."
Wei Siyuan refused on the spot with a firm face.
"A woman will only affect my fighting speed."
But Long Xinglo was very interested in this. His deep black eyes glanced at Gao Yu several times, as if he was evaluating. But he quickly eliminated Gao Yu. He had girlfriends one after another, faster than cutting leeks. Who knows whether it was his hand that broke up with him, or someone who broke it off? What if someone divides it? It proves that his secret is not easy to use, and he only cares about the freshness of the moment, and does not care about it for the rest of his life. And he has been running for it his whole life. It would be better for him to bite the bullet, and spend a lot of money to buy some wife-chasing manuals from his fellow Dragonborn clan members. For example, his biological father, uncles, and their 36 strategies for chasing wives have all been proven true through practice. Just when he was wondering which of the elders in the Dragonborn clan was more like him and Huan, so that he could go find someone to buy the manual. On the other side, Wei Siyuan had already gathered next to Jin Qiaoyu and Shining Huan to chat. He smiled brightly and introduced himself to Jin Qiaoyu.
"Senior sister, if you want to go to the secret realm with someone, why don't you come to me? I thought you liked to be alone. How about we go to the next secret realm together?"
Jin Qiaoyu glanced at him helplessly.
"Fourth junior brother, you are not a good partner to go to the secret realm with. You have a bad temper and like to fight. And you have many enemies. I am afraid that you will harm me."
Wei Siyuan, it hurts my senior sister. Seeing that Jin Qiaoyu was about to drag Shining Huan into a partner to go to the secret realm, Long Xinglo's eyes darkened and reminded him.
Huan has to participate in the quota election for Hongming College. And there is no time to go to the secret realm. Ah. Yes. I almost forgot about this.
Wei Siyuan slapped his forehead, and then said excitedly,
"As for which place has the most secret realms, it must be Hongming College. Hongming College has first-hand resources. I have already signed up to participate in the election. Junior sister, you will follow me then. Are we together? And you, senior sister?"
His voice was stuck, and he glanced at Jin Qiaoyu with some annoyance.
"I'm sorry, senior sister. Your fighting power is so strong that I even forgot that you are not a beast master, and you cannot meet the admission requirements of Hongming Academy."
Chapter 312. The Shang Xingyu family is rampant. But what he didn't expect was that Jin Qiaoyu, who usually felt a little disappointed when talking about beast masters, raised the corners of her mouth and smiled happily this time.
"I also signed up to participate. This time, I went to the secret realm and had an adventure. I accidentally awakened the beast control space and contracted a 5th level adult spirit beast. So I am also eligible to participate."
Oh, it seems that the senior sister actually got the script of the female version of Long Aotian. When I was young, my qualifications were poor and my engagement was broken off. Now I have changed my fate against fate. I have awakened to the beast controlling space for the 2nd time, contracted with an adult spirit beast, grabbed the tail of participating in the election, and I have awakened on the way to being slapped in the face. If those parents who were partial to Jin Jinjin because she didn't have the space to control beasts knew about it, they would be filled with regret. So Gao Yu was added to the list, and the other 5 brothers all participated, except for the 2nd brother Bao Yanghua, who was only at the 3rd level of spiritual master. The members of the fortune team are all from big families, and they have quotas and cannot accompany Shining Huan to participate. The senior sisters and brothers came just in time, which also prevented Shining Huan from participating alone, without anyone to help. Even though Long Xinglo was jealous, he could only hold his nose and admit it. After returning to Zixi College, Everyone in Ishui was discussing Hongming College's admissions election. The number of people signing up on the Star Network was gradually increasing. But Sheninghuan had no time to take care of it. She was very busy now. Many of the seniors in Leishao district have already found substitutes for dragon scale grass and dragon meat, and are waiting for her to make medicinal meals. Their spirit beasts and themselves are waiting to be fed. How could Sheninghuan refuse the offer of money coming to her door? Of course she agreed immediately. However, without the help of Uncle Shenqi, a free labor force, she would inevitably have to work harder, and have to do it herself. If she was really too busy, she would let Long Xinglo or Shenjiao do it. They came to help. In addition to making money, she is also secretly inquiring about the distribution of forces in the Upper Star territory. She is going up there. Although she still doesn't know which families are her parents' enemies, it does not prevent her from doing her homework in advance and learning about all the families. If you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. In addition to using the excuse of Hongming College to learn about the basic situation of the Upper Star territory from Longxinglu Jingyao and others, she thought about it, and bought some insider information from the informant network. The informant network lived up to her expectations. Not only big news such as which family secretly formed an alliance with a certain family, but also exciting and sexy gossip such as which daughter-in-law had an affair and hooked up with her husband's family enemy. The small spirit coins she earned these days were basically spent on this. And it wasn't even enough. She also used the small treasury she earned before, and later sold some of the coins she had obtained from the Xianyu secret realm, which were of no use to her. I feel comfortable when I use all the treasures of heaven and earth to make the balance in my account increase again. In addition to the information on the informant's website, Long Xinglo also seemed to have revealed to her, intentionally or unintentionally, a lot of the internal struggles of the major families in the Upper Star territory and the major and minor events that had occurred in the past 10 years or so. In this way, Sheninghuan quickly went from knowing nothing to being familiar with the major families in the Upper Star territory. She also learned about the chaos and dangerous situation in the Upper Star territory, different from the Lower Star territory. The Upper Star territory does not have an empire or unified management. Instead, the major families are divided and ruled by territories. Each planet is controlled and decided by the family that controls it. Each planet also has its own rules and regulations. Whether the star citizens live well or not depends entirely on whether the family that controls the planet is kind or not. Some families even have only members of their own family on their planets, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. This is why people from the lower star field want to go to the upper star. The reason why the domain is so difficult is because there are no families to accept it. The strife between the Shangxingia family and the family is also very fierce. 1 second, the two families were still good brothers, but the next second they turned against each other because of different interests. Therefore, Sheninghuan wanted to change from the determined enemy. The Angel Bird clan and the Baizhe clan started to follow the clues to find out the enemies who participated in the pursuit of their father and daughter. It was difficult because they had no fixed allies or good families at all. But there is also good news that the status of Hongming College is higher than that of all families, and it is still standing all these years. As long as she can pass the admissions examination of Hongming College and become a student of Hongming College, those enemies will be more afraid of her. In this way, the matter of using the Dragonborn clan to protect her with her partner in Longxing Tower can be put aside for the time being. What she needs to do now is to do her best to become a student of Hongming College. It's a pity that she can't disturb Baizhe during the critical period when he is breaking out of his SHL. Otherwise, he could ask about the next heavenly material and earthly treasure that can heal the soul. Taking medicine to repair her soul is not faster and stronger than her exhausting practice. Unfortunately, Baizhe didn't wake up, so she had to take the spirit beasts to practice together. In addition to this matter, her biological father is still lying on the bed. She has to ask Baizhe about how to save and treat him. After all, Xiao Luoxing's time is running out, so she still needs to hurry up. However, before Baizhe came to his senses, he first received news that the purchaser of Wang Lian Fo Shui had come to the college, and the purchase price had been raised to 100 million. Looking at Shenjiao and Shin Jifan who came to report, Sheninghuan looked puzzled.
Don't Zishu Academy not let outsiders in? How did that acquirer get in?
Shenjiao grinned.
Because she is also the supervisor of the Hongming College quota election. It is said that she is from the Hongming College in the Upper Star region. There are rumors that if she is interested, maybe she can give a few more quota. So many people in our college swarmed to join her. I heard that she bought Wanglianfo water and even secretly bought it at a high price, just to show up in front of her and make a good impression. In case she saw it. It would be great if you get a spot. Sister Juan, you have so much Wanglianfo water in your hand. Do you want to try it too?
Shining Juan lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then shook her head.
No, I'm confident that I can get a quota in the election, so I won't join in the fun. And this is just a piece of gossip. Are you sure she really has a quota? Anyone got it already?
Shinjiao and Shinjifan looked at each other, then shook their heads.
No, not sure.
Shining Juan.
That's right. But this gossip is not useless.
She saw a flash of light in her eyes and a sly smile.
In this case, you two go find out who wants to show up in front of that buyer and secretly buy Wanglianfo water at a high price. I will sell Wanglianfo water to the one with the highest bid. That person can't eat it. So let's change it to another one. Anyway, let's take advantage of this opportunity to sell the Wanglianfo water as soon as possible.
She didn't have the heart to leave a large bottle of Wanglianfo water for the Shin family when she returned to Xyloxing. She was feeling distressed. So she just happened to sell it when the price soared. And she might be able to earn back the money. Woolen cloth. Shinjifan and Shinjiao looked excited. They were worthy of being Sister Juan. But their brains were different from others. They immediately happily went to inquire about it. Hey, they didn't expect that this culprit was young and old. Therefore, the Wanglianfo water that Shining Juan had hoarded was successfully sold at a high price. Although it could not make up for the value of the Wanglianfo water given to the Shin family, it was not much different. However, her fierce operation made someone who was waiting to see her dumbfounded and had to give up the original plan. Chapter 313. The election live broadcast begins. Time flew by. And soon, it was time to run for 8 places in Hongming Academy. The last time the live broadcast of the college entrance examination tasted the sweetness. This time the Imperial Ministry of Finance still fought against all opinions and resolutely persuaded the Empire's senior officials and college deans to adopt the live broadcast format to ensure that the election was fair, just and open. Even this time it was even more grand. Not only was an opening ceremony carefully arranged in the central square of the main star, and the publicity was known to all, but a big head was also invited to explain it. As soon as the live broadcast started, Data couldn't hold it in any longer and began to spit with enthusiasm.
Welcome the people of the Empire to watch this Hongming College enrollment quota competition. Everyone should know that Hongming College is the top and highest institution in the upper star field. There is no one, and only talented beastmasters are recruited. The threshold is extremely high. This time Hongming Academy enrolls us in the star territory. We only got 8 places. In order to compete for these 8 places, our Empire's senior officials held several meetings overnight and finally decided to rely on It's My Job to run for office. After a long opening statement to set the atmosphere in place, Data then got down to the topic. Okay, without further ado, let's first introduce the supervisory judges of this election competition. The camera turned around and saw more than 20 important figures sitting on the rostrum in the square who would never meet each other, headed by the eldest prince, Long Xinghao, and the second prince, Long Xinglo, who represented the imperial royal family. The two of them changed from the humble and jealous state of trying to please their sweethearts before. Now they were competing with each other with expressionless and stern expressions. He is dignified and grasps the nobility of the imperial family. Next to them sat a charming, bright and powerful beauty. She had beautiful wavy hair, slightly hooked red lips, twitchy eyes, and a strong look. She was not an ordinary person at first glance. Shining Juan, who was standing in the contestants' candidate area on the square, happened to look at her. When he looked carefully, she had already moved her eyes away. She was curling her lips and smiling brightly with Uncle Shintu, who was sitting next to her. Shintu was chatting and laughing happily. Shining Juan almost suspected that the exchange of looks just now was her imagination. But no, the woman just now was probably looking at her. She had a premonition. Shining Juan pursed her lips and squinted as she listened to the two's explanation. It turned out that this woman's name was Huayin. She was from Star Territory Hongming College, and was also the purchaser of Wanglianfo water. Then she thoughtfully shifted her gaze to Uncle Shintu beside her. Isn't Uncle Shintu just a teacher at a small orphanage in the marginal star? Why did the main star sneak into a place where big people gathered? Although he is not standing in the C position, he is still at a relatively central position, and he seems to be very familiar with Huayin. It's a pity that Dada didn't explain it. So he directly skipped Uncle Shintu,
and went on to introduce the 3 deans of the college and the heads of several big families, including the Chai family, the Jin family, and the Jian family. After introducing the supervisors, the live broadcast officially started. The formation pattern flashed in the square, and Shining Huan and others were all teleported into the Finchin secret realm, which was used as the examination room this time. Woohoo, it's about to start. It's about to start. I'm excited. Mother. The number of people participating here is quite young and old. There are so many geniuses in our empire who are under the age of 30 and have reached the 6th level spiritual master and the 5th level beast master. There are actually more than 1,000 people. This is the number of children from big families who already had quotas but did not come to participate. Our empire can do it. Crouching tiger. Hidden dragon. Ah. Senior Gao Yu is so handsome. Ha. Gao Yu is not only good at attracting bees and butterflies to attract women. He is also very powerful. Oh. Why are Wu Tianheng's brothers here to participate? Isn't it that the Wu family is the Wu family of the ancient Chaos clan in the Upper Star Territory? Why are they competing with us from the Lower Star Territory for places? You don't know this? Right? What kind of place is Hongming College? It is a place that is superior to all families. It can give quotas casually. Even the quotas for big families are limited. Wu Tianheng and the others are probably not allowed to do so in the Wu family. I pay attention to it, so I can't get a quota. I plan to compete with the people from our Lower Star field. In addition to people from the Wu family, people from the Chai family also participated. The Chai family is also the Chai family that inherits the family in the Upper Star field. Look! The head of the Chai family has come to be the supervisor himself. They must also want this spot. Hey, Shining Huan. How come the sister is here too? Didn't she just take the novice level college entrance examination not long ago? Why is she participating in the election for admission quota for such a high in Hongming College after not seeing her for a few months? Damn it. She couldn't have advanced to a 6th level spiritual master and a 5th level beast master in just a few months. Right? When I think about this possibility, my scalp goes numb. Awesome. Awesome. I've never heard of Hongming College's special enrollment. Being able to pass the registration means that she must have met the minimum enrollment standards of Hongming College. Damn it. She's advancing so fast. Okay. That's too fast. TSK. Don't be too happy too early. This time, there are so many geniuses. Even No Shining Huan, a newbie who has only reached adulthood at the age of 18, has advanced quickly. Her actual combat ability and experience are definitely not as good as others. She is definitely here to accompany her this time. Running. Yes. And the rule this time is to compete for the candidates' number plates. The time is limited to 3 days. After the time expires, the top 8 with the most number plates can get the quota. In other words, this time the competition is about actual combat. With experience, all the tricks Shining Huan did during the college entrance examination, such as picking natural materials and earthly treasures to get extra points, didn't work anymore. On the rostrum, Xiaoyu, the principal of Jinding College, pointedly said to Gong Ruyi, the principal of Zishu College next door.
I think those words on the barrage are really insightful, and the evaluation is quite accurate. What do you think?
Gong Ro seemed gentle, but when she smiled, she was full of momentum.
Dean Xiao, you seem to be a little too anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and it's easy to make mistakes. You still made the same mistake as you did in the last college entrance examination. Same mistake.
Xiaoyu choked and gritted his teeth with a very ugly face.
Do you really believe that that girl can get the quota?
Gong Ro raised her eyebrows and said with a smile.
I didn't say that. But it would be an honor even if that girl didn't get the quota. After all, she is only 18 years old. If it doesn't work this time, then next time, there are plenty of opportunities. With her qualifications, it's already confirmed that she will become a student of Hongming College. It's just a matter of time.
A dark light flashed in Qiuyu's eyes, and he revealed a sinister smile.
Don't talk too much. If a person dies, I don't believe her bones can crawl out and become a student of Hongming College.
Good guy. Opening your mouth is a curse. Chapter 314, Where do these head-beheading enthusiasts come from? Gong Ro's face immediately darkened, and Shining Huan's teacher Zhu Gu was furious.
What? You still want to kill someone? I tell you, old man Qiu, if my apprentice loses even one hair, I will kill you. Use my spirit if Wenfa's fatwa can't kill you. I won't give you the surname Zhu.
At the same time, Shintuyu and Long Xinglo, who heard the sound, both turned their heads and looked over, their eyes cold and threatening. Although nothing could be seen on Hua Yin's charming and smiling face. A dark light flashed across her eyes. Xiaoyu, who was being targeted, touched his face, feeling a little baffled. Why were you looking at him? He is completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter now. And he doesn't know how many relatives and friends of Shininghuan are on this rostrum. Burning Heaven's secret realm, as the name suggests, is dominated by fire attributes. There are volcanic magma in every direction, either dormant or about to erupt. It is extremely dangerous. If you are unlucky and happen to catch a volcanic eruption, it will be even more dangerous. I don't know how he died. Shininghuan was so unlucky that she caught one of the large volcanoes erupting as soon as she landed. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Flowing fire fell from the sky. And the pungent smell of sulfur and saltpeter was even more choking. Groups of spirit beasts fled out, forming a huge tide of spirit beasts. Following them were scarlet, red, and gold beasts. The scene of the sea of magma and fire is majestic and vast, showing the natural selection of nature to its fullest. Hack! There were many exclamations and screams around. And there were many people who were teleported here with her. When they saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they turned pale and ran for their lives. As soon as they appeared, a big wave came to them. They couldn't bear it. Their little hearts were beating violently, and they couldn't care less about fighting for the number plate. If they didn't escape from this volcanic disaster, they wanted the number. Cards are useless. Fortunately, those who came to compete were all talented people. Although this scene was dangerous, none of them failed. They showed their talents and soon joined the escape army of the spirit beasts. Shininghuan's face also darkened, and he immediately summoned Rhubarb. Rhubarb had teleportation skills and was definitely the fastest cub to escape. Maybe not even the 12th level Wuwa could compare with it. Shininghuan jumped up and quickly climbed onto the tiger's back. In the next second, he and the tiger teleported to the front of the spirit beast wave. The eyes of everyone before the live broadcast lit up, and they were excited. The commentator also slapped his thigh excitedly.
Classmate Shininghuan's colorful black tiger actually has spatial attributes. It's so beneficial. In this way, she doesn't have to worry about escaping at all. As long as there are no accidents, student Shininghuan will definitely be the winner of this volcanic eruption. MVP in disaster. Oh haha. Student Shininghuan is so courageous that she actually went back. Did she want to take the opportunity to snatch the number plates of other contestants? Is this too reckless? There are so many crazy and escaping spiritual beasts that are very dangerous. Student Shininghuan, it's not as tall as a spiritual beast's legs. Beautiful. I got it. Data stood up in shock, and then his eyes lit up, and he reported passionately.
Classmate Shininghuan adds 1 point. And the total number of number plates currently ranked first. Student Shin is really amazing. Unexpectedly, the unfavored student Shininghuan was the first to score a point.
Listening to Data's excited explanation, Long Xinglo, Shintuyu, Gong Ro, Gu and others all showed proud smiles on their faces. But Xiaoyu beside him was sour that he was holding his neck and making excuses angrily.
Time has just begun. Shininghuan just benefited from the right time, right place, and right people. Don't get too proud too early.
Gong Ro and the others didn't even turn their heads and ignored him. In front of the screen, Shininghuan's sneak attack continued. But after the first person whose number plate was taken away screamed in anger, the others became more defensive. And Shininghuan's success was not as easy as before. But she still didn't intend to give up. The second time she set her sights on a Chai family member who looked sinister and didn't look like a good person at first glance. As for why she knew the Chai family, of course, it was because of the investigation. The Chai family was hateful. Previously, apart from the two clear enemies of the Angel Bird clan and the traitors of the Baizai clan, she had set her sights on the Chai family, the most questionable family. So she bought a lot of information about the Chai family from the informant online. She didn't know yet whether the Chai family had done anything to her or whether they were her enemies. But she knew the bad things the Chai family did behind the scenes. For example, forcing girls with talents and potential to marry into the Chai family is a small matter. What's even more despicable is that they are doing the same evil things as the Edge Star base. Selling women with talents and talents. Upper Star territory. But the Chai family exclusively supplies the Chai family in Upper Star territory. And their nature is extremely bad. She memorized the information of the Chai family members at that time. The sinister-looking Chai family member secretly hooked up with many outstanding girls by virtue of his human-like face and talents, and deliberately brought them back with him on the pretext of marriage. The Chai family's true colors were revealed after the planet where they were located. After getting tired of playing with people, they sold Chai to the Upper Star territory. It can be said that he is a fighting chicken among scumbags. This time when they met, Shining Huan would give him a hammer of justice no matter what. However, this Chai family member does still have two brushes. As soon as Shining Huan teleported closer, he noticed it immediately and turned around and attacked her. Shining Huan put one hand on the tiger's back and jumped up easily to avoid the attack. Then she narrowed her eyes and took out a machete and slashed at him. The next second, a blood-red arm was lifted up, thrown high, and then quickly dropped into the rush of spirit beasts, unable to be retrieved. The bloodless pale face of the Chai family had an expression of anger, fear, and uncertainty. You are an 8th level spiritual master. Suddenly, the people around who were running for their lives and listening with their ears squinted were all shocked. Even if the flowing fire was about to fall on their heads, they couldn't care less. They turned their heads to look over, and saw that the snow-white blade was wrapped in white spiritual light. He is really an 8th level spiritual master. The last time the college entrance examination was broadcast live, everyone paid attention to it. As the most beautiful girl in the college entrance examination, they had heard about Shining Huan, the most popular person. So even if she could participate in the competition, they didn't take her to heart. They thought they knew her details. Even if she could sign up to participate in the election, I thought she was just on the edge, and at most a 6th level soft persimmon spiritual master. But reality gave them a big blow. What kind of soft persimmon is this? It's obviously just a piece of hard iron. Didn't you see that awesome Chayu, who was boasted of extraordinary strength, had one of his arms chopped off in minutes, and then gave him the spirit beast also beheaded him, and finally chopped off Fei Chayu's head and took away his space spirit weapon and number plate as trophies. Where did this head beheading enthusiast come from? The action is so crisp and bloody and cruel. The people running for their lives around them all felt their scalps go numb. Their faces turned pale with fright, and their lips trembled. Then, they clamped their legs and urged the spirit beasts to escape. Now they felt that the volcano and the tide of spirit beasts were nothing to worry about. The biggest danger is the female devil, who will behead someone with a machete in minutes. Run! They have to run quickly. Otherwise their heads will be at risk. This is such a degrading way to die. Chapter 315, The Female Devil with Dragon-Slaying Knife. Wow! My sister Huan is so powerful. The college entrance examination students in the same class as her are still being honest as freshmen. But she is already challenging the outstanding one. She is worthy of being my sister Huan. Ah! Society. My sister Huan? Carrying a machete is like a wolf among the sheep. Right? Those people were chased by Sister Huan and ran away. And they ran away with a sense of heroism. Ha ha ha. Yes. If you like it, I will make their expressions into emoticons to see how real the frightened looks on their faces are. Brother, you are so slow. I have already used the emoticons. Hee hee. Our sister Huan's advancement speed is absolutely unique among 10,000. She is a genius among geniuses. Even if I borrow another 500 years from heaven, I still don't have the ability. So I have to offer my knees to Sister Huan. Let me just say that our sister Huan is still kind-hearted. Not a dragon-slaying devil. Look! Except for Chayu. Everyone else, Sister Huan, just stole their number plates. At most, it was because they resisted too much. The attack was a bit heavy when it was fierce, but he still had arms and legs. I think Chayu must have done something to anger Sister Huan, and that's why he was cut so badly. I know Chayu. He is a student of Jinding College with high talent and potential, and he is the favorite of his teacher. But this guy is a playboy and changes girlfriends very quickly, and every one of his ex-girlfriends disappears mysteriously. Is it possible? He had chased Sister Huan before, but Sister Huan saw his scumbag nature, so he wanted to kill the scumbag to prove his enlightenment? His ex-girlfriend either disappeared, she was abducted by him, and sold after he got tired of playing with her. Chayu is a piece of shit. A heartless and vicious thing. This is how my daughter was ruined by him. Give my daughter back. Mine. Daughter. Give her back. This message, which was mixed up in countless barrages, was drowned very quickly. But the person who sent it couldn't help but persisted, copying and pasting like crazy. And he also broke the news crazily, wishing to expose Chayu's face. Came down.
So he quickly attracted everyone's attention and gathered around. What? Chayu actually did such a thing. Then he really deserved to die. Sister Huan did a good job. My sister was Chayu's girlfriend before. But then she disappeared. I thought she had an accident in the secret realm. Could it be Chayu did it too? Damn it. Chayu. Where is my sister now? How is she? Already? It's over. That bitch Chayu is dead. How can I find out the whereabouts of my sister? Asked the Chai family. Isn't Chayu a key training target of the Chai family? How could he have escaped the Chai family's eyes for whatever he did? There is also Jining College. I heard that the dean of Jining College also thinks highly of Chayu. He must know the crazy things Chayu did. Chayu died. But they were not dead. Damn the Chai family. Give me back my daughter. That old guy named Chiou from Jinding is not a good bird at first glance. He must be colluding with that beast Chayu. Bah. Such a person can be the dean. Are the people who elected him blind? I definitely won't do it anyway. Let's go to today's Ding Academy students. Seeing that Chayu was promoted to the Chai family, the turmoil affecting Chiou intensified, and the denunciation continued. Chiou, who was sitting on the rostrum, turned red with anger and jumped to his feet, saying, Nonsense! Nonsense! When did I respect Chayu? There are so many students in Jinding College who are much better than him. I don't have the time to value him. The dirty things he did have nothing to do with me. Zhu Gyul's heart was rolling, and he reminded him with a lewd smile on his face. Dean Chiou, don't be so excited. The things mentioned on the live broadcast have not been confirmed yet. So you just pressed the coffin lid and concluded that he had done something dirty. This is inappropriate. The head of the Chai family is still sitting next door, and Chayu is an outstanding son of the Chai family. Chiou's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look over, and he saw the sullen face of the Chai family leader, which was livid and ugly, and looked at him with evil eyes. After Zhu Gu finished speaking, the eyes that glanced at him became even more sinister. Chiou dropped his old face and glared at Zhu Gu angrily. You are such a bad old man. Are you here just to frame me? The head of the Chai family is not someone to be trifled with. Zhu Gu chuckled and gave him a provocative look, which almost made Chiou furious. But the sad thing was that he couldn't kill him. The head of the Chai family sent out a message with a gloomy face, asking people to clean up the matter, as long as there is no evidence. It cannot be proved that it was Chayu who did it, and they are just a bunch of unruly people who cannot make any big waves. The head of the Chai family was full of arrogance and posture. He looked down at everyone else. But what he didn't expect was that even if there was no evidence, the power of the masses could not be underestimated. In minutes, they compared Xinhuan's heroic appearance with Chayu's. His ugly face was posted on Xinhuang, and it quickly became a hot search topic today. It was spread to hundreds and thousands of people, and Chayu was hammered to death on the wall of shame. Even if he wanted to clear his name, he couldn't get over it. He simply didn't. Evidence is needed, and the planet where the Chai family is located will soon be blown to ashes by the mob he despises the most. By then it will be too late for him to regret, and he will have no choice but to go to H.L. to confess to the King of Hell. Long Xinglo raised his eyes, and withdrew his gaze from the message board of the optical brain. He glanced at the Chai family with his dark and cold eyes, and then turned back to a live broadcast screen in midair where Xinhuan was the main character. Continue to look attentively. Xinhuan had already snatched away all the comrades who were fleeing the volcanic disaster with her. Of course, in order to meet each other in the future, she only snatched the number plates and did not touch their spatial weapons. After finishing this round, she decisively directed Dahuang to quickly teleport to other places, lest those people escape from the volcanic disaster and join forces to make dumplings on her and snatch the number plate back. There is a piece of red rock outside the area where the volcano erupted. The surrounding area is all red. Even the few plants that grow are mainly red. Red, dark red, bright red, and rose red. They are all first and second grade low grade. Spiritual grass is of little value. No help was needed. Xinhuan just picked it up, and it was gone. But this is not surprising. Not every Earth-level secret realm is as rich in products as Xianyu's secret realm. There are countless natural materials and earthly treasures. Burning Sky's secret realm is hot, and hot all year round, which is not suitable for plant growth. There are only a few fire attribute natural materials. Only earthly treasures can survive here. And the Burning Sky's secret realm is mainly rich in various ores, making it a paradise for spiritual weapon masters. Xinhuan released the little lizard, This little guy is good at finding treasures from heaven, materials and earth. She wonders if he can find the ore. She has read the thick book on spiritual weapons that Dean Wei gave her before, and made a few. It's a small thing, but it's short of ores and materials for forging spiritual weapons. So I'll take this opportunity to get more. Chapter 316 Saves Senior Sister. The little lizard lived up to her hopes, and found a mineral vein. Shining Huan was overjoyed, and took out the small automated mining robot she had made for a rainy day. The small robot is only low level. The only internal program is mining, which still needs manual debugging, so it is not difficult to make. According to the notes given by Dean Wei, Shining Huan succeeded in making it only the second time. After placing the little robot, it hummed and started working.
Get out of here!
The familiar voice of the senior sister came from a distance. Shining Huan, who was about to dig with the little robot, was startled. Then she narrowed her eyes, and put the pickaxe back into the space weapon without hesitation, and cautiously touched it in the direction of the sound. The endless red land, with red rocks stacked on top of countless hills. But even so, Shining Huan just poked her head out, and saw at a glance that in a relatively empty open space, the senior sister was being besieged by a group of people. There are a total of 18 people, each with good strength, and the spiritual beasts are huge and fierce. On the other hand, her elder sister was alone. She was wrapped in the middle by a group of people like dumplings. There was also a little fried-haired kitten on her shoulders. Its fur was golden, and it looked weak. With its forehead, a tuft of red hair on his head also grew into the word, wealth. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Lucky cat? This is the 5th level adult spirit beast that the eldest sister has contracted with. No wonder the eldest sister dares to contract with it boldly and safely. She can kill more than a dozen of such little things with one punch, and there is no need to worry about its backlash. The sound of a sharp instrument piercing flesh and blood came. In the blink of an eye, Shining Huan saw several wounds on Jin Qiaoyu, who was surrounded in the middle. Among them, the wound on the arm that was cut by a knife was deep enough to see the bones, and the flesh and blood were turned upside down. Flying, blood spurts out without any expense. The fur of the little kitten on her shoulder was dyed red, and it was meowing excitedly. Gold coins were being thrown out, causing visual dazzle. After a while, there were countless golden coins on the ground. Shining Huan looked at it with emotion on her face. If it had been the last world before the end of the world, this lucky cat would definitely have been sacrificed. But in this interstellar world, gold is not very valuable. Rhubarb. She lowered her eyes, and let out a low drink. As soon as Da Huang emerged from the formation, the tiger's shadow flew out. What?
Quick! Stop it!
A group of people who were destined to win helplessly watched Jin Qiaoyu, who was surrounded by the middle, being snatched away by a colorful black tiger. They suddenly became furious, and then summoned spiritual beasts to chase after him fiercely. But Huzi can teleport. In the blink of an eye, he ran 10 miles away. In the next blink of an eye, he ran away 10 miles away. In the blink of an eye, the tiger and his people had disappeared. Jin Qiaoyu, who was being carried away, was shaken so hard that she was dizzy, coupled with the excessive blood loss and teleportation. Her eyes were dizzy and her face was pale, but she still managed to struggle to escape because she is uncertain whether the owner of this colorful black tiger is an enemy or a friend, or whether it is better to escape as soon as possible. Sister! Taking the first step, Shining Huan emerged from hiding on a rocky slope and shouted happily. Jin Qiaoyu, who was raising her hand to prepare for a sneak attack, froze her fingers. The little cat on her shoulder, who was hunched over and puffing away her hair, felt her owner's hostility dissipate and softened. She tilted her furry little head and looked at her owner, said,
Meow meow meow.
Are you going to sneak attack on this big tiger? Shining Huan, whose face was full of smiles, froze, and looked at the senior sister who had been thrown to the ground by an angry rhubarb with a tiger face in surprise, with a complicated expression.
Sister, you don't know that what kind of spiritual beasts are there?
Jin Qiaoyu, who was thrown and grinned, sat up on the ground, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and said with a guilty conscience,
I was quite busy before, and there were too many people who came to challenge me on the stage, so I didn't know it carefully. But I heard the master say, Little junior sister, you are a genius. Not only are you better than the master in spiritual patterns, but you also have more contracted spirit beasts than the average beast master. Each spirit beast has its own unique characteristics. The characteristics are very strong, And he even specially instructed me to consult with you for more advice and study. But I was busy on the competition stage and forgot about it.
Xininghuan was silent. She was really busy. It had been a month since the senior sister had investigated her junior sister at all. If the senior sister visited the academy's internet, she would know about the rhubarb around her. It's not that she is narcissistic. The internet of Zixio Academy is full of legends about her. Especially when she collaborated with Xinqiyu for a fee to compete on stage after Xianyu's Secret Realm came out. She stole the show in the academy. She spends the most time on the fighting stage with Da Huang and Ermao. Anyone who knows her will know that there is a pug named Ermao and a colorful black tiger named Da Huang beside her. But I really didn't realize that the senior sister was also a fighting maniac, as she spent all her time on the competition stage. On the rostrum of the main star Central Square, Gong Ro couldn't maintain a calm expression. She turned to look at Zhu Gu with a somewhat excited expression.
Is what your eldest apprentice said true? Your little apprentice, who has just been accepted for a short time, is in the spirit pattern. Have you surpassed me in the past?
As soon as these words came out, everyone around them stood up and eavesdropped. And the commentator over there also turned his head and looked over curiously. Shugu raised his head proudly and said sarcastically,
That can still be false. My little apprentice has extraordinary understanding. Before, it was because the spiritual master level was low and her lack of spiritual power limited her performance. Otherwise, she would have been able to draw the 9th level advanced. She has spiritual patterns. I think that on the starship before the college entrance examination, my little apprentice guided me and the old guy Miao to draw an 8th level advanced defensive shield to repair the spiritual patterns. It shows that she had this ability at the beginning.
Humph. Anyway, he wouldn't say that when his little apprentice honored him with a 9th level advanced spiritual pattern after returning from the Edge Star. He was almost stunned with shock. Everyone around him was really shocked and stunned at this moment. And then, there was an uproar. A 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. An 18-year-old 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. This is really unprecedented and unprecedented. Even a spiritual pattern master who can draw a 9th order advanced spiritual pattern in the star realm must have at least 20. I started when I was 8 years old. And when I was 18 years old, I had never heard of it. Long Xinglo, Xintiyu and Yurong Yan, who already knew the inside story, subconsciously puffed up their chests. The smile evoked by Hua Yin's big red lips became more obvious. The only unhappy people were Qiuyu, the principal next door, and the head of the Chai family. Their faces looked as ugly as constipation. And they were green and white. Qiuyu secretly resented that Gong Ro was so lucky to have such a powerful student. Why didn't Xininghuan come to their Jinding Academy? Otherwise, Gong Ro wouldn't have stolen all the limelight today. Chapter 317 The Visitor is Evil. 666. I have been shocked and stunned. Brothers and sisters, you think it's not too late for me to go to Sister Huan to pay homage to the eldest sister, Yosho. She was already awesome when I thought she was an 8th level senior spiritual master. Now she actually told me that she is also a 9th level senior spiritual master. It shocked my whole family. I don't know how many surprises you have. Tell me all of them, and let me open my eyes at once. The barrages on the live broadcast screen scrolled rapidly one by one, full of crazy worship. And the excitement was flying. The big head also shouted passionately, expressing their excitement on behalf of the audience. However, the person involved, Xininghuan, didn't know all this. At the moment, she was treating the senior sister and asked about the situation while waiting.
Who were those people who surrounded you just now? Senior sister? It seems to me that they were not just trying to grab the number plate.
Jean Xiaoyu sat on the hot rock, held the lucky cat's hand for a while, and her face became solemn.
They are indeed not only trying to grab the number plate, but they also want my life.
Xininghuan raised her eyebrows and said firmly,
You two had a grudge before.
Jean Xiaoyu had a helpless expression on her face.
I just have a grudge against one of the people named Qiu Shan. This Qiu Shan has something to do with Bai Mei of the Bai family. I have met them in the secret realm before, and I happened to get what they wanted.
She yelled at me to grab something, as if I had robbed her man. She acted like no one else could get what she couldn't get. She was a little crazy. And then she and Bai Mei were in the secret realm. They chased me for a long time, and they didn't stop until they left the secret realm. I originally thought that this matter would end here, but I didn't expect that I would meet her again today. Moreover, her more than 10 companions today were also unreasonable like her. After listening to her words, I directly spoke to her. I'm going to kill you.
As she said this, she still had some lingering fears. If the junior sister hadn't arrived in time, She might have really confessed here today. Qiu Shan and the dozen or so companions who were with her were too powerful to be unknown. But she had never seen their presence in the lower star territory before. And Bai Mei of the Bai family had been living in the upper star territory. She had just come down from the upper star territory not long ago. So she guessed that people like Qiu Shan should also be from the upper star territory. As for why, she already understood when she saw them today. Because the admission quota for the Hongming College in the upper star territory was divided up by the big families. And the internal competition between the big families was also fierce. There are not enough places. So I plan to seize the 8 places in the lower star field. In short, the Comer is not good.
Found it. Here.
A ferocious laughter sounded. And a huge shadow fell in the sky.
Followed by boom.
The place where Shining Huan and Jin Xiaoyu were standing just now has been occupied by a huge beast. It looks like a goat, but its fur is hard black. And it has 4 cold and sharp horns like steel. This is an extremely rare spiritual beast. It is also an ancient species, but it is not as famous as the mythical beasts such as the Phoenix Pichio. At this time, the big footprints were sunken where it stood, and dust was flying around it. Not far away, Shining Huan, who was pulling Jin Xiaoyu to dodge urgently, looked at this earth mole with a solemn expression. It was an advanced 8th level creature, and its strength should not be underestimated.
Soil bug. Eat them for me.
The arrogant and cruel female voice sounded, and Shining Huan looked over with cold eyes. At a glance, she saw 17 extremely huge spiritual beasts of different shapes. They intimidated the entire audience as soon as they appeared, and their dangerous aura and oppressive force rushed towards them.
In front of the group of spirit beasts stood their masters, a total of 18 people, none of whom looked like good people. They were dominated by a muscular man, and next to him was a slender woman. She was small and exquisite. She is beautiful and beautiful. But the anger and aura of dust on her face seriously lowered her beauty and class. It was obvious that those cruel and angry words just now came from her mouth. In the flying dust, a pair of scarlet eyes turned around, followed by the giant soil bug. Howling, it rushed toward Shining Huan and the 2 of them. Shining Huan's face darkened. And then she took out the machete from the spatial spiritual weapon and rushed forward. She said in a calm voice,
"Senior sister, you treat first, and I will deal with it first."
Jin Xiaoyu's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to hold her. But it was too late. Shining Huan's figure instantly disappeared from the place, and then appeared behind Tumo. Then, under the shocked and weird eyes of everyone, she stabbed her with a knife. The back door of the earthworm. There was a puff, and the sound of the knife piercing the flesh resounded solidly. The big head who was commenting passionately said.
Suddenly the word stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak out. What happened? The picture was too cruel and caused extreme discomfort. How about he change the channel and explain to others first?
Audiences in front of the screen. My sister Huan is a very talkative person. She stabs the door directly with a knife and breaks its defense. In a fight, you have to be fast and accurate. If you want to save face for others, you won't save face for yourself. Damn it. I can't make it up anymore. Jin Xiaoyu looked anxious. This little junior sister is really unexpected. She is not particular at all. Seeing Qiu Shan, the face of the woman opposite her was distorted. She suddenly felt a little happy. Among a group of people with strange expressions and strange silence, Long Xinglo was different. The eyes he looked at his sweetheart had the filter turned on dozens of times. At the moment, he didn't feel anything was wrong. He only felt that why was she so like this? He was so smart that he found out the lifeline of that earth mole in one go. Look! When the knife went down, the mole just rolled on the ground and called Daddy, while the disease was threatening to kill it. Shining Huan ducked out of the way, came to the mole with a machete, aimed at its neck and chopped it down. But there was a loud bang, and a golden light missed her knife. The mole struggled to escape, causing her to miss the best opportunity to behead her head.
"Ah, bitch! Bitch! Kill her!"
Qiu Shan's face twisted. She screamed angrily, looking at Shining Huan with vicious and jealous eyes, full of crazy killing intent. The muscular man next to her also had a bad look on his face. His eyes that were originally looking at Shining Huan were squinting, but now they turned into a vicious and vicious look. His loud voice was mixed with a strong murderous intention.
"Kill! The beauty that cannot be controlled can only be killed." In an instant, the 16 people behind him had expressions that were looking forward to a good show. At this moment, their faces all changed, and they became cruel and put on a fighting posture. The dozen or so spirit beasts behind them were also dispatched, and all of them were of good strength. And among them, the Tengu had reached the 9th level. In an instant, the sound of heavy footsteps shook the heaven and earth, as strong and powerful as a galloping horse. Chapter 318: The Ever-Changing Face of the Wallflower. Shining Huan stood there holding a machete, but it was only half the height of a human spirit beast's leg, which was really pitiful and pitiful. Jin Xiaoyu looked anxious, looking at the little junior sister who was still standing there. She thought she was scared to death. He didn't care about the white snail that was still lying on her wound to treat her. He immediately took out his spiritual weapon and rushed forward. If we want to die together, rush forward. It's over. It's over. Can Shining Huan and the others do it with so many high-level spirit beasts? Her colorful black tiger is only at the 6th level intermediate level. Although its ability to escape is very good, its combat power is definitely no match for those spirit beasts opposite. What are Shining Huan doing standing there like a fool? Run quickly. The colorful black tiger has such a big mouth. It's no problem to hold 2 at a time. He can run again. Why aren't you running? Oops.
I'm really worried. Even if there is a colorful black tiger, they won't be able to run for long. There is a spiritual beast on the opposite side that is extremely good at tracking. I just relied on that spiritual beast to find them. Even if they run away, they will still be caught up. What's going on? Okay. Is it possible that Sister Huan, the goddess of my generation, is going to be here today? What is her senior sister's background? She doesn't look like she can fight well. That fortune cat is also weak and chirping. Why are you rushing up? Are you causing trouble? You're just causing trouble for my sister Huan. Alas. Humph. Everyone is blowing Shining Huan to the sky. Shining Huan is indeed a rare genius. But she has to live until the last moment when she stands at the top. Otherwise, it is of no use to be a genius. There are so many in the past and present. Geniuses all fall in the middle and become unknown, and are later caught up by latecomers. I think those who live to laugh to the end are the biggest winners. What I'm saying is that most high-profile people like Shining Huan will die on the way. Those who can have the last laugh and become famous are often very low-key. For example, Xiang Hantian of Baiwa Academy. He is an 8th level senior spiritual master. An 8th level senior spiritual master. The Beast Master is the top combatant in this campaign. He is very low-key and meticulous. I think he will be the one who laughs in the end. For a time, there were countless pessimistic voices on the barrage, and people of all ages fell into disgrace. Before the live broadcast, everyone in the Shin family was also sweating for Shining Huan. Shin Jile, Shin Jifan, and Shin Jisung were sitting together, gritting their teeth nervously, wanting to drag people out of the live broadcast. Xiaoyu's face was full of excitement. He couldn't wait to see Shining Huan suffer misfortune. If Shining Huan was really dead, how proud would Gongro be? But the smile on his face stopped abruptly the next second. 12-level ancient beasts are in good health. His voice broke in shock, and his eyes were fixed on the huge spiritual beast on the screen that almost occupied the entire screen. Gongro looked at his face and felt happy.
Oh! It seems that Dean Chio's information is not very well informed. A month ago, our outstanding student Shining Huan from Zixia College contracted a pawn on the Edge Star to help you have done a big favor to the Imperial Legion. And most of the people in the Empire know about it. I was in seclusion at that time and was too busy, so I didn't take it into consideration.
Xiaoyu quickly made an excuse for himself and smiled dryly. Then he turned around and gritted his teeth.
Okay. No one reported such important news. I sincerely wanted to see if he would make a fool of himself. He would have to deal with the people from Jinding Academy when they returned.
Xiaoyu was furious, but he still had to stick his butt to the chair, sit and continue watching. Ha ha ha. Come on. I was really suffocated just now. It's all because you idiots' singing voices are so good. Damn it. My fists are getting hard. It's the bamboo shoots upstairs. What's going on? Some of you already know that Shining Huan has contracted with the 12th level ancient beast. Hey, isn't it that things on the Edge Star are too big? Everyone in the Imperial Legion has heard of Shining Huan's feats on the Edge Star. However, His Highness the Second Prince has ordered us to keep a low profile, so we won't let's talk this matter out. Now that Shining Huan has released Dang Kong, we don't need to keep it a secret. Ha ha ha. The buddy next door to me who supported Xiang Hantian immediately switched sides and became a fan of Shining Huan. Gee, this changeable face of a wallflower is really disgusting. Before the live broadcast, Shin Jile and the other three were also confused and looked at each other. Shinjile.
Did Sister Huan ever say that she still hides such a big treasure?
Shin Jifan and Shin Jisong shook their heads.
No.
The three of them fell into an eerie silence. It was obvious that they were standing on the same starting line a few months ago. No. Shin Huan was still far behind the starting line. But now she was far ahead of them. And they could hardly see her back. For a moment, the three of them had mixed emotions. But most of them were happy. During the live broadcast, as soon as calm came out, the 18 spiritual beasts on the opposite side immediately seemed to be threatened. They all subconsciously stopped to watch. Qiu Shan and the other 18 people all looked at Dang Kong in shock. Dumbfounded. Their eyes full of fear. The muscular man's face was dark. And his eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that there was a 12th level ancient beast hidden in the lower star field. No matter how many beasts they had, they couldn't compare to the one in front of him. He is a calculated person. And he will be strong when he should be strong and give in when he should give in. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive in the complicated upper star field for so long. So when he saw that the situation was not good this time, he decisively chose to retreat. Although Qiu Shan was unwilling to do so, she had to retreat with a blue face.
Wait, did I let you go?
Shin Huan's voice sounded. And when Kong Yi jumped up, his heavy body movements were extremely flexible and blocked the road in front of him. Qiu Shan turned around, suppressing her anger, and said dissatisfied.
Why don't you let us go?
Shin Huan sneered.
You haven't figured out the situation yet. Girl, you are the meat on the chopping board now. Who do you have to say no?
Junior sister is so domineering. Jean Qiaoyu recovered from the shock, picked up her fallen chin, and looked at her junior sister with bright eyes, regretting that she had not understood her carefully before. Look at how ugly the little junior sister made those people opposite her look. They were all green and white, and dared to be angry but dare not speak. They still had the arrogance and badness that surrounded her before. The muscular man's eyes turned cold, and he asked in a deep voice.
What do you want?
Shin Huan.
Keep your number plates and all the spatial spiritual weapons on your body.
Qiu Shan's eyes widened and she screamed.
Impossible.
The things in the space spiritual weapon are all good things they brought down from the upper star domain. How could they give them to her? Chapter 319 Internal strife suddenly started. The muscular man's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and confronted Shin Huan with anger.
You have to think clearly. We have 18 spiritual beasts here, and each of them is above the 7th level. It is not the same for Dang Kong.
There is no possibility of winning.
Shin Huan's red lips were slightly raised and her expression was calm.
Oh, really? Then why did you choose to retreat just now?
The muscular man and the other 17 people all choked and looked at Shin Huan with even more fear. This frail and beautiful girl was more difficult to deal with than they imagined. And her thoughts and weaknesses were exposed with just one word. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate, and the scene was almost static. Suddenly, a golden feather quietly appeared behind Shin Huan and hit her directly on the back of the head. If she was hit, she would probably die directly. Seeing the feathers turning into a golden stream of light that was about to penetrate the back of her head, Qiu Shan couldn't help but show crazy joy in her eyes. But the next second her smile froze on her face, and Shin Huan's body was covered with a layer of ink light, forming a protective shield, blocking the attacking Lingyu. With a bang, the golden feather was relieved of its strength and fell lightly to the ground. Jean Qiaoyu frowned. Her expression changed, and her tone was filled with contempt.
You guys are so shameless for carrying out sneak attacks. Fortunately, my junior sister is a spirit pattern master and has many defensive spirit patterns on her body.
The muscular man opposite opened his eyes in astonishment.
You mean this? This is the spiritual pattern she drew herself. And she is a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master?
His voice was excited, and there was a trance and strange expectation in his eyes. Thanks to her master's whistling and fancy ways to show off her little junior sister's blessings, Jean Qiaoyu's deepest impression of her little junior sister was that she was better than her master. She was a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. So she immediately raised her chin and nodded proudly.
Yes.
Yes. Our sister Huan is a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. So be afraid. Emma, I was so stunned just now that I looked for my chin all over the floor. Now I can finally see other people being shocked. Ha ha ha. Look at this muscular guy.
His eyes are popping out. And Qiu Shan. That face. It's green, white, and purple. It's so fun. She must not have thought that our Sister Huan is so versatile. If one day it is said that Sister Huan is a high-level spiritual weapon master, I won't be so surprised. TSK. TSK. That idiot Qiu Shan yelled and killed us without finding out who Sister Huan is. This is definitely the biggest failure of her life. After this lesson, let's see if she dares to be so arrogant in the future. She will go to the stars. Yu Lai is amazing. He has such a condescending and arrogant face. He deserves to be slapped in the face. It's cool. I think she may not have a future. Sister Huan's expression is wrong. There is murderous intent in those beautiful black eyes. Qiu Shan is determined not to survive today. But what they didn't expect was that Qiu Shan did not survive today. But instead of Shen Ying's moving hand, the muscular man stabbed her heart with a backhand knife. Suddenly everyone present was shocked. And the barrage also stopped. What's going on? Why did the internal strife suddenly start? Qiu Shan's eyes widened. Her neck slowly turned around. She looked at her chest with disbelief. And then she slowly raised her head to look at the executioner who stabbed the knife into her heart. She opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. With a cruel voice. Reluctantly.
Why? Why do you want to kill me?
The muscular man looked at her expressionlessly. Then pulled out the knife. When Qiu Shan fell down with a dead look, her breath was cut off. Her contracted spirit beast, the earthworm, was also affected. And its strength level plummeted. It looked like a beast. He didn't say a word to the little black goat in its cub stage. Then after he swung the blood from the tip of the knife to the ground, he looked solemnly at Shen Ying opposite, and said in a deep and serious voice,
"This is my sincerity to Miss Shen."
Shen Ying was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean? Today's events all started with Qiu Shan, and they will end with her. If Miss Shen calms down, I would like to ask Miss Shen to help me draw a 9th level high-level spirit gathering spirit pattern. As a reward, not only will I have everything I have with me today, space spiritual weapons, all my assets in the upper star field can be donated with both hands.
After the muscular man said this, the 16 people behind him all showed expressions of realization, and they no longer had any suspicions about Qiu Shan's death. Anyway, Qiu Shan joined them later. If she hadn't been quite pretty, and her usually flirtatious brother Yuan was very indulgent towards her, they would have kicked her out of the team just because of the trouble she caused from time to time. Shen Ying calmly took in the changes in their expressions, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Is there any hidden meaning in this? Before she could ask, the muscular man opposite him started to explain himself, with a serious look on his face.
My name is Fan Yuan. I have a biological sister who I have depended on since childhood. She is 3 years old this year. I raised her in the palm of my hand with all kinds of treasures. But because of this, she was harmed by a kind of she was targeted by something similar to a spirit-devouring beast, and her vitality and spiritual power were almost sucked dry. I found many healing spirit beasts for her to leave her with the last vestige of life. But if she wants to survive, she must gather her souls and practice to become a spiritual master as soon as possible. But she is still young, and due to the limitations of her physical injuries, she has not been able to succeed in her cultivation for a long time. I heard that the 9th level and above spirit gathering patterns can assist in cultivation. Spirit, increase the probability of success in spiritual cultivation. But most high-level spirit pattern masters are arrogant and will not pay attention to little people like me. I can't even see their faces. He wanted to take a chance and get admitted to Hongmeng Academy in order to improve his status and find a high-level spiritual pattern master. But he didn't expect to meet Shen Ying here, who could draw 9th level advanced spiritual patterns. How could he miss it? As for Qiu Shan, she is nothing compared to his own sister. If she dies, she will die. After hearing this, Shen Ying was thoughtful. Something similar to a spirit-eating beast. Could it be a spirit-eating insect? Her eyes flashed. She suppressed the speculation in her heart, and then raised her eyes to look at Fan Yuan, who had piercing eyes. If what he said was true, then he really didn't even give up face for his biological sister, and was willing to commit suicide. Expose its shortcomings. But regardless of whether what he said was true or not, it would not be a loss to exchange a 9th level advanced spirit gathering spirit pattern for his space spiritual weapon. After all, the spirit pattern was very simple for her. But before making a decision, she still glanced at the senior sister. After all, the senior sister was the victim, who was almost killed. If the senior sister wanted to kill them, she would definitely help. But it seems that the senior sister doesn't have this intention. I saw the senior sister move to tears. Fan Yuan's sister has a good brother. Junior sister, why don't you agree?
This reminded her of her two biological parents, who doted on other people's daughters, but despised her, and stepped on her to pave the way for other people's daughters. As parents and relatives, they were really not even as good as Fang Yuan, who looked at her with such evil eyes. Chapter 320 Shining Huan and Jin Xiaoyu joined forces. While speaking, Jin Xiaoyu came close to Shining Huan and whispered in Shining Huan's ear.
What Fang Yuan just said is right. They have many spiritual beasts. Even if Dang Kong is the 12th level, there will be some damage if they fight for their lives. What if they take advantage of the opportunity? When we and the spirit beasts were weak, we encountered other powerful enemies. We were the ones who suffered the loss. Let's not fight this fight if we can. Besides, the culprit Qiu Shan was already dead, and he was killed by one of their own people. I relieved. That makes sense. And she thinks so too. Wu Hua, that lazy pig, might not be able to do it if he really tried his best to do it. After all he was thinking about was hatching eggs, and he hadn't even mastered the skills of being healthy yet. Shining Huan felt a little guilty, but she still looked at Fang Yuan calmly and asked, "How many assets do you have in the Upper Star territory?" Fang Yuan did not hide anything, and there was a hint of guilt on his face. There are only more than 1,000 spiritual stones, and more than 10 boxes of 6th and 7th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The rest are always carried around in space spiritual weapons. Then he quickly and actively reported the contents of his spatial spiritual weapon, for fear that Shining Huan would look down on his wallet. There are probably tens of thousands of spiritual stones inside, as well as some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, mostly 8th and 9th grade ones, and even a few 10th and 11th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. No wonder they were so angry when they were asked to hand over the space spiritual weapon just now. There are so many things that can no longer be summarized in tens of billions. The 11th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures are precious. It is the starting price, but it may be out of stock. Fang Yuan has so many good things in his hands. So what about the others? Shining Huan suddenly regretted it. If Wu Hua had worked hard to kill them, wouldn't he have gained more? Frightened by her look, the 16 people behind Fang Yuan all retreated, like dogs meeting a bad guy, their eyes full of alertness. Shining Huan curled her lips, and then her eyes fell on Qiu Shan, who was lying in a pool of blood. I also want her space weapon and number plate, and I don't accept debts. To put it bluntly, if you lose me, who should you go to settle the settlement? You can discuss it with your more than 10 brothers. Borrow some, and pay it all at once to me. I will draw you a 9th level high-level spiritual pattern on the spot, and give you a golden list title that I created myself. Spirit patterns can improve your mind and enhance your understanding. Your sister should need it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and said, "Okay, I am willing. Thank you very much." Although the price he spent was far more than the value of the 9th level high-level spiritual pattern, he was still happy. After all the money was spent, his sister was the most important thing. Moreover, this money is also the life money of their brothers. The 12th level ancient beast will not be matched if it is not right. The brothers' space spiritual weapons were also removed, so that the brothers would not have any resentment towards him. In the future, definitely obey him more. He is still successful as the boss. After several calculations, Shining Huan and Fang Yuan each had their own thoughts, but they were both satisfied with the result, and the deal was concluded. Shining Huan skillfully drew a 9th level advanced spirit gathering spirit pattern and a gold list title spirit pattern for him on the spot. It took only 2 minutes. Everyone worshipped him before the live broadcast. The spirit pattern masters were surprised. Fang Yuan's eyelids jumped. It was a bit want to break the contract. Just these 2 easy minutes exchanged almost all of his wealth for more than 20 years. And he felt unhappy no matter what he thought. But after taking a look at Dang Kong, he quickly regained his senses, with a sincere smile on his face, and congratulated Shining Huan. With such a young and promising high-level spirit pattern master, it would only be beneficial to make more friends. It's a pity that Shining Huan doesn't want to make more friends with him. After all, it's true that this man led a group of people to surround and kill the senior sister. Moreover, he has impure thoughts and is cruel and vicious. She doesn't want to have more contact with him. Shining Huan and Jin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief after watching Fang Yuan take away his 16 brothers and spiritual beasts, as well as Qiu Shan's earth cricket that had been reduced to a cub. What are your plans for the future, senior sister? Shining Huan turned to look at the person next to her. The little snail had already treated her wounds conscientiously, and was now humming
as it crawled up her shoulder. She curled her lips and grabbed the little snail's white hair with evil intentions. L. Pinch it up. The little snail's tentacles moved in soft protest. Shining curled her lips happily, poked its L with her finger, and then took it back to the beast control space. Jin Qiuyu watched her playing with the little snail with a smile on her face. After she sent the little snail away, she said,
I want to go to the underground cave. I discovered it before. I had a hunch that there were good things in it. But when I met Qiu Shan yelled at me to kill me. I was afraid that if I went in, it would be a dead end. So I ran in the other direction. Now I plan to go back and have a look. Junior sister, do you want to come with me?
Shining Huan nodded without hesitation. The senior sister is the female version of Long Outyan. Wherever she goes, a magical weapon might descend from the sky. It would be good for her to follow and share the pie.
But I want to go back and see my little robot first. It's helping me mine. I'll go and collect the ore it dug first.
Where would she cry if someone else picked the peach?
Okay.
So the two sisters went on the road together. And when they returned to the little robot, a small mountain of fire crystals had been piled next to it. This thing was very rich in fire attribute spiritual energy, and could be brought back to little Luoxing for her. Decorating the biological father's cave can also enhance spiritual energy, and reduce the loss of little Luoxing's spiritual energy. After collecting the ore, Shining Huan put the little robot here and let it continue digging. It's a pity that it only made this one. Otherwise it could have dug more. With regret in her heart, Shining Huan and Jin Qiuyu came to the entrance of the underground cave she mentioned. It's just that there are a lot of footprints at the entrance of the cave. Someone must have rushed in first. Judging from the many messy footprints, there are several waves of people entering, and the number of people is quite large. The two of them looked at each other with a look of caution in their eyes, and then walked into the cave. There are many passages in the cave, which are intricate and seem to be naturally formed. The two decided to follow one of the routes that left footprints and collect a wave of number plates along the way. It is said that men and women can work together without getting tired, and the two women Shining Huan and Jin Qiuyu can work very efficiently together. In a short while, they took advantage of the complex passages of the cave to harvest several waves of number plates. After dark on the first day, Shining Huan had already collected more than 90 number plates, while Jin Qiuyu only had more than 60. The two people ranked first and third respectively on the ranking list, separated by a person named Xiang Hongtian.
Do you want to continue?
Jin Qiuyu glanced at the ranking list and grinned. Thanks to her junior sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get so many number plates today. Shining Huan helplessly looked at the senior sister, who was in high spirits and eager to try.
The people in the cave have already realized and have formed an alliance to come to us. I think it's better to avoid them first.